Chapter 4526 Feng Qingyang of the Langya Sword Pavilion. On a cliff in the outer boundary's sacred wind realm, a handsome young man dressed in a green robe was surrounded by 6 people, which were a mix of the young, the old, and the middle-aged. Including the green-clad young man, they were all disciples of the Langya Sword Pavilion, a nearby demi-saint rank force. Although they were all members of the same force, it was clear based on the situation that they were fighting among themselves. At this time, an old man looked at the green-clad young man, who was being surrounded, and said with a smirk, "Feng Qingyang, you're really amazing. You're only an intermediate supreme god, but you've already comprehended the sword Tao to the 4th stage. This must be due to a fortuitous encounter, right? Why don't you tell us more about it? You should share it with us, brothers." The old man and the 5 people's eyes shone with greed at this moment. A middle-aged man said with a sneer, "Feng Qingyang, don't even think about sending a voice transmission. It's useless. We've already set up a disruptive formation here, waiting for you to walk into our trap. No one will come and save you now. You're just an intermediate supreme god, but the vice pavilion master values you so much. Feng Qingyang, you're really amazing. Now, why don't you tell us your secret? Tell us how you comprehended the sword Tao to the 4th stage before you even become an advanced supreme god." Feng Qingyang, smart people should know how to make the right choice at the right time. The green-clad young man was none other than Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian's master. After leaving the god-defying world for the outer boundary, he had been wandering the outer boundary. When he was in the vicinity of the Langya Sword Pavilion, he was in the midst of beheading a huge demon when the vice pavilion master of the Langya Sword Pavilion chanced upon him. After witnessing his amazing sword Tao, the vice pavilion master of the Langya Sword Pavilion invited him to join the Langya Sword Pavilion. At that time, he was just a rudimentary supreme god, and the vice pavilion master of the Langya Sword Pavilion was a level 4 supreme powerhouse. Although Feng Qingyang's sword Tao was at the 4th stage, the vice pavilion master of the Langya Sword Pavilion did not propose to accept him as a disciple. His sword Tao was also at the 4th stage, so he usually interacted with Feng Qingyang as equals. He, who was unaware that Feng Qingyang had hidden the extent of his comprehension of the sword Tao, made progress in his sword Tao after interacting with Feng Qingyang, and as a result, his regard for Feng Qingyang rose higher and higher. He even gathered many precious resources for Feng Qingyang to raise his cultivation base. For this reason, Feng Qingyang also quickly broke into the realm of intermediate supreme gods. Currently, Feng Qingyang was not far from breaking into the realm of advanced supreme gods. Feng Qingyang did not expect his sword Tao would attract trouble, and he also did not expect these people to think his profound comprehension of the sword Tao was from a fortuitous encounter. He could not help but wonder if these people were stupid or if jealousy made them stupid. Even if it was true that his comprehension of the sword Tao was due to a fortuitous encounter, could he share it with others? Perhaps, they have no intention of letting me leave today regardless of whether they gain something from me or not, Feng Qingyang thought to himself. Among the 6 people, Feng Qingyang found one of them slightly familiar. After a while, he finally realized that the other party was the twin brother of a disciple of the Langya Sword Pavilion, who had sought trouble with him and was executed by the vice pavilion master of the Langya Sword Pavilion as a result. Faced with the 6 people, Feng Qingyang remained calm as he said with a faint smile, "Do you need 6 advanced supreme gods to deal with me, an intermediate supreme god? You really went all out for me. Feng Qingyang, if you know what's good for you, you better tell us why your comprehension of the sword Tao is so profound." A young man said icily. Then, a middle-aged man chimed in, "That's right. Feng Qingyang, if you don't want to die, you better cooperate." Feng Qingyang maintained a smile on his face as he said, "It's clear that all of you have no intention of letting me leave alive. After all, if you gain something from me today and let me leave, there'll be consequences to your actions unless you plan to leave the Langya Sword Pavilion. I'm sure you're worried that I'll tell the vice pavilion master about this. Since you're going to kill me anyway, why should I cooperate with you?" The expressions of the 6 people changed upon hearing these words. Finally, the old man gritted his teeth and said threateningly, "Feng Qingyang, if you cooperate with us, we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, we'll take our time torturing you before killing you and destroying your soul." Feng Qingyang continued to smile as he said, "Is that so? Then, I'll just wait and see if that happens." After listening to these words, the 6 people could no longer hold back and attacked Feng Qingyang at the same time with the intention to kill. Although he was just an intermediate supreme god, they did not underestimate him. After all, during his time in the Langya Sword Pavilion, Feng Qingyang had once defeated an advanced supreme god. After that, Feng Qingyang continued to stand still. His green robe fluttered in the air as a fierce energy surged out of his body. In just an instant, the air and the rocks on the cliff turned into thousands of sharp swords before sweeping out toward the 6 people. The sounds of swords clashing rang in the air continuously. In just a moment, the 6 people who were just a distance away from Feng Qingyang suddenly froze. Their eyes turned lifeless before they fell to the ground. Their bodies were riddled with holes after being pierced by countless swords. Feng Qingyang flew out, leaving ripples in his wake. Then, he waved his hand slightly. In the next moment, the 6 battered corpses were shrouded by an energy before they quickly decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It did not take long before they were reduced to ashes that scattered in the wind, leaving no traces behind. I've almost completely integrated my law of time with my sword Dao. Once the integration is complete, my law of time should enter the paramount stage. Apart from me, Feng Qingyang, is there any intermediate supreme god who can push the law to the paramount stage with the sword Dao that's at the 7th stage? Feng Qingyang smiled faintly before he left like a gust of wind and returned to the Langya Sword Pavilion. Until he came to the outer boundary, he had no idea that the legacy that he inherited from the Sword of Time was so amazing. Currently, his cultivation base and his law of time were still inferior to those of the Sword of Time. At the same age, the Sword of Time was already a supreme powerhouse. However, his sword Dao had already surpassed that of the Sword of Time at the same age. Back then, when the Sword of Time perished, his law of time was already at the paramount stage, and his sword Dao had just touched the threshold of the 7th stage. Just as his sword Dao was about to reach the 7th stage, his heavenly tribulation, which almost killed him, arrived. At the critical moment, he used the environment of the god-defying worlds Asura. Held to his advantage and relied on his sword Dao to escape. Alas, it took a lot out of him and he never regained his former glory. I shouldn't rush to break into the realm of advanced supreme gods. Based on the Sword of Time's words, once a Dao of heaven and earth reaches the 7th stage and the law reaches the paramount stage, it'll bring about a special heavenly tribulation. The strength of the tribulation depends on one's cultivation base. The stronger one is, the more powerful the tribulation will be. After the gap in history, no one has ever comprehended the 4 Daos of heaven and earth and the laws to the paramount stage at the same time. Even before the historical gap, no supreme powerhouse achieved such a thing, and very few advanced supreme gods achieved this feat. Before the gap, most of those who succeeded were below the realm of advanced supreme gods. Feng Qingyang was aware of this, so he deliberately suppressed his cultivation even though he could have broken into the realm of advanced supreme gods. He planned to follow in the footsteps of the cultivators in the past. He wanted to face the special tribulation as an intermediate supreme god so the power of the tribulation would be reduced. At the same time, it would also lay the foundation for him to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse in the future. The Sword of Time only discovered this before he died. It's a pity that those in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds are unaware of this. Otherwise, there'd be level 7 supreme powerhouses now, Feng Qingyang murmured to himself with a sigh. After a while, Feng Qingyang finally arrived at the Langya Sword Pavilion. In the pavilion, he was known to be gifted in the sword Dao and that his comprehension of the law was just ordinary. Everyone knew that he was valued by the vice pavilion master of the Langya Sword Pavilion and benefited from it. Before he had to face the special heavenly tribulation, he knew it would be wiser for him to hide his strength and remain inconspicuous. Chapter 4527 The Gap in History, and the Broken Path to Becoming a Level 7 Supreme Powerhouse. I won't be able to stay for long in the Langya Sword Pavilion. When my law of time completely integrates with my sword Dao and reaches the paramount stage, the special heavenly tribulation that'll come will be too earth-shattering. I have to find a suitable place to face the heavenly tribulation. The mysterious Asura Hell, one of the deadliest places in the god-defying world, seems like the perfect place. The deadliest places seem to be the ruins from before the gap in history. After passing the heavenly tribulation and becoming an advanced supreme god, perhaps I should explore those places. After deciding to leave the Langya Sword Pavilion and return to the god-defying world, a thought suddenly flashed in Feng Qingyang's mind. He sighed as he muttered to himself, I wonder how little Tian is doing. Unlike Feng Qingyang, who was without fetters in life, Feng Qingyang knew that his direct disciple had to bear many responsibilities. After passing the heavenly tribulation and becoming an advanced supreme god, I should feel the pull to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. At that time, if I answer the call, I might be the first level 7 supreme powerhouse in a long time, surpassing the saints in the outer boundary and the world's supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds. I wonder what happened during the gap in history that led cultivators down the wrong path. If one becomes an advanced supreme god before comprehending Allah to the paramount stage in the 4 Tao's of heaven and earth to a certain stage, one is only destined to become a mediocre supreme powerhouse. If one resists breaking into the realm of supreme powerhouses, and waits until one's law and Tao of heaven and earth are at a certain age, it'll be very difficult to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses after that. Feng Qingyang sighed. Little Tian most likely has taken the wrong path in cultivation and has become an advanced supreme god. However, based on his luck, he might not end up a mediocre supreme powerhouse like the others did. The gap in history is really mysterious. After the gap, it led cultivators down the wrong path of cultivation. Perhaps, the reason why cultivators of this era are capable of becoming supreme powerhouse so quickly is due to the abundant heaven and earth spirit energy. Before the gap in history, the heaven and earth spirit energy was not as abundant. Due to the scarce heaven and earth spirit energy, many rudimentary and intermediate supreme gods managed to comprehend the laws to the paramount stage before becoming advanced supreme gods. In any case, there are pros and cons in both situations. This is the way of nature after all. If I successfully become a level 7 supreme powerhouse, I might be able to get rid of the soul imprisonment technique on Little Tian's wife. This will solve his greatest concern and bring him joy. I wonder where he is in the outer boundary. He must be working very hard to save his wife now. It was an amazing feat for an intermediate supreme god to comprehend Allah to the paramount stage and one of the 4 Tao's of heaven and earth to the 7th stage. After all, almost all intermediate supreme gods barely comprehended the laws to the perfect form and the rudimentary forms of the 4 Tao's of heaven and earth due to the once in a thousand-year heavenly tribulation. After entering the realms of kings of gods, one would have to face the heavenly tribulation that would become increasingly difficult. For this reason, many cultivators were desperate to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses instead of entering the endless cycle of growing stronger and improving the laws in the 4 Tao's of heaven and earth to survive the once in a thousand-year heavenly tribulation. Before the gap in history, those below the realm of supreme powerhouses who entered the realms of kings of gods only had to face the heavenly tribulation once every 10,000 years. For this reason, the cultivators in the past had sufficient time to grow stronger before having to face the heavenly tribulation. One of the ways for cultivators to become level 7 supreme powerhouses was the path that Feng Qingyang had chosen. A sword genius like Feng Qingyang could raise his sword Tao to the 7th stage before entering the realm of advanced supreme gods. If he completely integrated his sword Tao with his law of time, he would become a level 7 supreme powerhouse as soon as he broke through. Feng Qingyang managed to achieve so many amazing feats thanks to the legacy left behind by the Sword of Time. It would be difficult for him to achieve what he did now without that legacy. His speculation was also correct. If he completely integrated his law of time with his sword Tao that's at the 7th stage, his law of time would reach the paramount stage. Once the law was at the paramount stage and any of the 4 Tao's of heaven and earth was at the 7th stage, they would attract a special heavenly tribulation. The strength of this heavenly tribulation depended on one's strength. Since Feng Qingyang was just an intermediate supreme god, the strength of the heavenly tribulation would be relatively weak. After that, once he became an advanced supreme god, it should not take long before he felt the pull to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. Unlike Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian had taken the wrong path of cultivation due to the gap in history that disrupted the path to becoming level 7 supreme powerhouses. In order to further improve his law of space and sword Tao, he had resisted the pull to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware that his master, Feng Qingyang, was on the right path to becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. He was now in the realm of origin that was said to be left by a level 7 supreme powerhouse before the gap in history. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could only watch in despair as the blindingly bright light from the huge sword ray in the sky reduced the people around him to ashes. He thought he would die sure, but just as the blindingly bright light swept toward him, he heard an ancient voice say, a cultivator who comprehended the sword Tao to the threshold of the 7th stage and is skilled in the law of space. Finally, all these years of waiting have finally paid off. Chapter 4528 The Void Elder, the top supreme powerhouse before the gap in history. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the disembodied voice. Only those below the realm of supreme powerhouses could enter this realm of origin, but he was completely restrained by the powerful energy of the owner of the voice. This meant that the owner of the void had to be the level 7 supreme powerhouse who was said to have left this realm of origin behind before the gap in history. My efforts have finally paid off, the person I've been waiting for has finally appeared. Excellent, even your age is just right, the voice continued to say. Duan Ling Tian was shocked, worried, and frightened upon hearing these words. He could not help but wonder if the other party intended to possess him. After all, he had many experiences like this. Apart from the Crimson Demon, there was also the time when he first came to the Saint Province realm, and he was almost possessed by the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Fortunately, the Rebirth Martial Emperor failed to possess him due to the laws that governed the mundane realm. However, the owner of the voice was an extremely powerful supreme powerhouse and was unlikely to be restrained by the laws. Heaven is indifferent to its creations, but I, the Void Elder, refuse to submit to the bullshit way of heaven. I might lack the strength to continue down this path, but my successor will continue the journey for me. Before the destruction of heaven and earth, my peers and I retreated to our respective realms of origins. They left behind all their possessions before their deaths so they'll be found when heaven and earth are reconstructed. Unlike them, I chose to leave my memories behind. In order to extend the longevity of my realm of origin, I sacrificed all my possessions and used all my divine energy. I finally met my successor today. Heaven pushed me off the cliff of no return, but I wonder if it'll be able to do so to my successor who's destined to surpass me. The voice said before laughing. Duan Ling Tian only heard the sounds of laughter before he finally lost consciousness. When Duan Ling Tian finally regained consciousness, he found himself inside a stone house. Where am I? What happened? He looked around and discovered that there was only a bed and table in the spotlessly clean house. At this moment, he reached up and clutched his head, assaulted by a splitting headache. He recalled the ancient voice and the words that he had heard before he passed out. In the next moment, he was overwhelmed by a huge wave of memories that flooded his mind. After a while, when the pain finally subsided, Duan Ling Tian widened his eyes in disbelief. These are the memories that the Void Elder left behind. He was that person who was cursing heaven earlier. Most importantly, he wasn't a level 7 supreme powerhouse. He was a level 9 supreme powerhouse from before the gap in history. He comprehended the Sword Dao to the 9th stage and the Mastery Dao and the Limitless Dao to the 8th stage. Apart from that, he also comprehended the Law of Space, the Law of Life, and the Law of Death to the Paramount stage. Duan Ling Tian could not help but inhale sharply after browsing through the memories of the supreme powerhouse. He wondered if all the supreme powerhouses before the gap in history were so powerful. After he continued browsing the memories, he learned that not all supreme powerhouses were as powerful as the Void Elder. In fact, the Void Elder was among the few powerful supreme powerhouses during his time and very few people could rival him. If heaven and earth weren't destroyed back then, he might have the strength to rival heaven after comprehending the Mastery Dao and the Limitless Dao to the 9th stage. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by how powerful the Void Elder was that even heaven trembled before him. The other party was so powerful that the heavenly tribulation that came once in 10,000 years stopped coming for him as though it had been defeated by the other party. The heavenly tribulation was one of the ways for heaven to keep things in check. However, although heaven was so powerful that even the strongest heavenly tribulation was just a small part of its strength, it could not make a direct move on certain people and could only rely on different methods to act. The Void Elder's knowledge is all here, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes lit up, and he browsed through the other party's knowledge of the Law of Space and the Sword Dao. His Sword Dao was perfectly integrated with his Law of Space. If I can understand his spatial Sword Dao, my Law of Space will reach the Paramount stage. I've hit the jackpot. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also learned that most realms of origins could only be entered once. However, the Void Elder, who was determined to find his successor to inherit his memories and knowledge, made sure that his realm of origin could be entered thrice. He hoped that his successor would be able to achieve his ultimate goal of defying heaven after inheriting his memories and knowledge. How strange, according to the Void Elder's memories, before the gap in history, after entering the realm of kings of gods, cultivators would only face the heavenly tribulation once every 10,000 years. To become a level 7 supreme powerhouse, one must comprehend one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to the 7th stage and a law to the paramount stage before entering the realm of advanced supreme gods. After that, one would attract a special heavenly tribulation, and the strength of the tribulation depended on one's cultivation base. Intermediate supreme gods had the highest chance of surviving the tribulation, which would help them lay the foundation to becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. On the other hand, no supreme powerhouses had survived the special heavenly tribulation. As for advanced supreme gods, only a few monstrous prodigies could survive the tribulation. The Void Elder was such a prodigy. He passed the heavenly tribulation easily when he was an advanced supreme god. Chapter 4529, The Era Under Heaven's Control. We got it all wrong, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he sighed inwardly. After browsing through the Void Elder's memories, he learned that the cultivators in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds had traveled down the wrong path after the gap in history. They should have comprehended the laws to the paramount stage and the 4 Tao's of heaven and earth to the 7th stage before becoming advanced supreme gods. If they had done so, after surviving the special heavenly tribulation and becoming an advanced supreme god, they would directly become level 7 supreme powerhouses after breaking into the realm of supreme powerhouses. One had to remember that the saints from the outer boundary and the world's supreme powerhouses from the myriad worlds were only level 6 supreme powerhouses. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian thought of something and exclaimed, "That's not right. Cultivators in this era have to face the heavenly tribulation once every 1,000 years. However, based on the Void Elder's memories, before the gap in history, the heavenly tribulation would only come once every 10,000 years. Moreover, based on his experience, the progression of difficulty for the heavenly tribulation back then was 2 levels weaker than the one now." Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp as he wondered if the laws of heaven and earth in the past had changed to what it was now. Did heaven change the laws? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. This was the only explanation that made sense to him. After comparing the situation of this era and the past era, he felt that heaven was deliberately making things difficult for cultivators of this era to become level 7 supreme powerhouses to retain control over the situation. Did the gap in history happen because heaven felt threatened by the Void Elder? Is that why cultivators after the gap were led down the wrong path? With this, there'll be no level 7 supreme powerhouses or anyone stronger to threaten heaven. Duan Ling Tian sighed when he thought about the bleak situation cultivators of this era were in. How many intermediate supreme gods in this era are capable of comprehending a law to the paramount stage and one of the 4 Tao's of heaven and earth to the 7th stage, even if everyone knows the truth? After all, the threat of the heavenly tribulation that comes once in 1,000 years is too frightening. Even if everyone was aware of the truth, it would be difficult for intermediate supreme gods to comprehend a law to the paramount stage and one of the 4 Tao's of heaven and earth to the 7th stage. After all, they were under the threat of the heavenly tribulation. Faced with such a daunting feat in their survival, they would naturally choose their survival and quickly enter the realm of advanced supreme gods. No wonder the Void Elder said heaven is indifferent to its creations, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. Then, his eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude as he continued thinking to himself, "Fortunately, I've yet to enter the realm of supreme powerhouses. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse." Even before the gap in history, after entering the realm of supreme powerhouses, there was no supreme powerhouse who rose from the bottom levels to the 7th level. After all, after comprehending a law to the paramount stage and one of the 4 Tao's of heaven and earth to the 7th stage, even a level 6 supreme powerhouse could not survive the special heavenly tribulation. One had to remember that the strength of the heavenly tribulation corresponded with one's cultivation base, and one could only imagine how powerful the heavenly tribulation of supreme powerhouses was. Unlike supreme powerhouses, at least advanced supreme gods still have a chance of surviving that special heavenly tribulation. Since I have the Void Elder's memories, it should be easier for me to survive that heavenly tribulation, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes lit up. Moreover, there's a wealth of knowledge in his memories. There's his knowledge of the Sword Tao and various laws. With his knowledge, it's only a matter of time before I achieve what he did with the Sword Tao and the laws. Duan Ling Tian grew even more excited when he thought about this. After all, the Void Elder had comprehended the Sword Tao to the 9th stage, the Mastery Tao and the Limitless Tao to the 8th stage, and the Law of Space, the Law of Life, and the Law of Death to the paramount stage. Apart from the Devouring Tao, the Void Elder comprehended all the other Taos to such high levels. No wonder even heaven felt threatened by him. Based on his memories, It seems like he became a level 9 supreme powerhouse because he also comprehended the mastery Tao and the limitless Tao to the 9th stage, and the law of life and the law of death to the paramount stage. He speculated that he would be able to reach the peak if he comprehended the mastery Tao or the limitless Tao to the 9th stage. If he comprehended both of them to the 9th stage, he speculated that he might be equal to heaven. At that time, he would not have been affected by the destruction of heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian was once again shocked by how powerful the Void Elder was. Under the threat of heaven, the other party still managed to leave behind all his memories. He hopes to find a successor who can defy heaven in his stead. Although there were extraordinary prodigies who entered the realm of origin previously, they did not meet his requirements. Based on his memories, he wanted someone who has comprehended the Sword Tao to the 7th stage at least and also comprehended the law of space, the law of life, or the law of death to the paramount stage. Even I barely met his requirements, but it seemed like he was forced to pick me because this is his final chance. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It was almost impossible to find someone who met the Void Elder's requirements in this era. Although his master, Feng Qingyong, had comprehended the Sword Tao to the 7th stage, the law his master comprehended did not meet the Void Elder's requirements. On top of his other requirements, he only wanted someone who comprehends the law of space, the law of life, or the law of death to the paramount stage. No wonder he had a hard time finding his successor, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. I'll spend my remaining time here studying his memories before I continue to integrate my law of space with my Sword Tao. Hopefully, I'll be able to transform my Sword Tao into the spatial Sword Tao. According to the Void Elder, he had used all his divine energy and all of his precious possessions to extend the longevity of the realm of origin. As such, Duan Ling Tian did not think there was a need for him to search the realm of origin any longer. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian's eyes burned with the flames of fury as the figure of the demi-saint of the Tourmaline Holy City's Duan clan appeared in his mind. He muttered under his breath, "Sister Wei, I might be able to avenge you soon." Duan Ling Tian felt responsible for Duan Yuwei's death. After all, she would not have met her enemies if he did not request for her to accompany him back to the God-defying world. Chapter 4530 Duan Ling Tian comes out of the realm of origin. Duan Ling Tian spent his time studying the Void Elder's memories over and over again. Although he had obtained all of the other party's memories and knowledge, he could not directly improve his Sword Tao and his law through the other party's memories and knowledge. He still had to study the memories and learn. However, with the other party's knowledge, it would naturally make things easier and faster for him. Almost a year later, Duan Ling Tian finally opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be as sharp as the sword at this moment, but a broad smile could be seen on his face. My law of space has improved tremendously in such a short time. I should be able to completely integrate my law of space with my Sword Tao in another year or two. At that time, my law of space will reach the paramount stage. As expected of the Void Elder, not only was he powerful, but he was also skilled in the spatial Sword Tao. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian recalled that Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace, had bestowed him with the title, Void Sword. Void Elder, Void Sword, perhaps, everything is predestined between us, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In any case, it's time for me to leave now. Duan Ling Tian left the stone house and searched for the nearest exit. During his journey, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. I wonder if Yao Tian Chen managed to kill Yao Xingchen. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly. After obtaining the Void Elder's memories, he had spent his time comprehending the law of space and the Sword Tao. He did not wander the realm of origin, so he was unaware of Yao Xingchen's life and death. I think the death rate of the third group should be very high as well. Before he obtained the Void Elder's memories, many prodigies, including Zheng Bin, a peerless top advanced supreme god who comprehended the law of earth, were killed. Thank goodness the Void Elder decided to select me even though I barely met his requirements, otherwise, I would have died as well, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he sighed in relief. After coming out from the realm of origin, Duan Ling Tian sensed a few people heading his way. They were Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace, and the other three supreme powerhouses. Their expressions were grim as they made their way over. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian sensed another group of supreme powerhouses making their way over as well. Somebody has left the realm of origin. Palace Master Xiao, did he just come out? Duan Ling Tian was not familiar with the second group of supreme powerhouses, but he knew they were supreme powerhouses. Yes, he's Duan Ling Tian, the newest member of my Golden Dragon Palace. I've bestowed him with the title, Void Sword, Xiao Tianxi said with a nod. Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and asked, looking concerned, Duan Ling Tian, do you know what happened? A huge group of people suddenly died at the same time. Duan Ling Tian knew that the deaths that Xiao Tianxi mentioned were related to the Void Elder. It was not surprising that it would cause a commotion in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. After all, many of the prodigies in the third group were members of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. The Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion must have been shocked when so many soul orbs of their members shattered at the same time. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, Palace Master Xiao, I don't know what happened. However, I remember hearing a thunderous explosion. When I went to investigate, I encountered a huge energy barrier that prevented me from going any closer. There are quite a few prodigies who encountered it as well, Duan Ling Tian added. Subsequently, the other supreme powerhouses began to ask questions with grim expressions on their faces. Duan Ling Tian, did you sense anything strange before and after the energy barrier appeared? Did you investigate the area thoroughly after that? Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was bombarded with so many questions, Xiao Tianxi finally intervened and said, everyone, please take turns when asking questions. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for him to answer your questions. Moreover, you can also question the others when they come out of the realm of origin. There are still quite a few prodigies from our Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion who are still alive, including Yao Xingchen. Their soul orbs are still intact. Upon hearing Xiao Tianxi's words, the other supreme powerhouses finally fell silent. At this time, Xiao Tianxi said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, explaining the situation, some of their disciples who entered the realm of origin are among the dead. No wonder their expressions are so grim, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian tried to answer their questions to the best of his ability without revealing too much. However, due to how much he could say, they were destined to be disappointed. After Duan Ling Tian was done answering the question, a supreme powerhouse standing behind Xiao Tianxi collected the spatial ring from Duan Ling Tian. Then, he probed Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness to make sure Duan Ling Tian was not hiding anything before returning Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring. Following that, Xiao Tianxi said, Duan Ling Tian, I've already arranged for someone from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion to help you with the registration. He's my fourth disciple. He'll be here shortly to bring you back to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up upon hearing Xiao Tianxi's words. Alright, it would be a waste of time if Duan Ling Tian had to stay until the others came out. After all, it was likely the others would only leave after 10 days. Apart from that, he was also excited to go to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, a saint-rank force. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian sighed when he recalled the Void Elder's memories. The saints are quite pitiful. After all, Duan Ling Tian knew that the saints and the world's supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds respectively were unlikely to become level 7 supreme powerhouses. As such, they would eventually be killed by the heavenly tribulation that occurred once in 10,000 years. Chapter 4531 Another saint in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Nonetheless, they can easily kill me with just a flick of their fingers, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he smiled self-deprecatingly. He had not even comprehended the law of space to the paramount stage yet, let alone enter the realm of supreme powerhouses. He was in no position to talk about the saints. Moreover, to get rid of the soul imprisonment technique on Ka, he was eager to seek help from a saint. Not long after, Xiao Tianxi's fourth disciple finally arrived. He was a young man dressed in a blue long robe. He had a pair of thick and bushy eyebrows that framed a pair of eyes that shone with determination. As soon as he arrived, he bowed to Xiao Tianxi and said, Ke greets master. Ke, bring Duan Ling Tian back to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion and help him with the registration. From this day onward, he's a member of our Golden Dragon Palace, Xiao Tianxi said. Yes, master, Ke replied. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and greeted the latter warmly, greetings. My name is Ke. I'll be helping you with the registration when we return to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Alright, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod before he left with Ke. When Duan Ling Tian and Ke were a distance away from Xiao Tianxi and the other supreme powerhouses, Ke looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously and said, Brother Ling Tian, you're the first person below the realm of supreme powerhouses to receive a title from one of the palace masters. The Void Sword, how remarkable. Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion, is it a big deal? It's just a title, right? Kei Yi's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Then, he said, Brother Ling Tian, don't you know that only the highest-ranking members, known as Palace Guardians, are bestowed titles by the Palace Masters? Only Palace Masters can bestow a title. Even the Lord of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion can't interfere with this matter. Although the Golden Dragon Palace is under the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, our Palace Master has full authority over the Golden Dragon Palace. Moreover, out of the 16 palaces in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, our Golden Dragon Palace is one of the top 3 strongest palaces in the mansion. Previously, Duan Ling Tian only knew that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was a saint-rank force with a saint. However, he learned many things after speaking to Kei Yi. For example, there were 16 palaces in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. The Lord of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was also the Palace Master of the Jade-Tide Palace, one of the 16 palaces. Similar to the Golden Dragon Palace, the Jade-Tide Palace was also one of the top 3 strongest palaces in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. The strongest palace in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was the Divine Water Palace, which was the palace that the saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion belonged to. The saint was the former palace master of the Divine Water Palace, and after he retired, he was succeeded by his eldest disciple, a powerful demi-saint. The Divine Water Palace, the Jade-Tide Palace, and the Golden Dragon Palace are the 3 strongest palaces in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Before you came, the Divine Water Palace and the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion were the only palaces with a peerless top advanced supreme god. With your arrival, our Golden Dragon Palace finally has a peerless top advanced supreme god as well. My master rarely shows his emotions, but he was rather surprised when he told me that you'd become a peerless top advanced supreme god. He didn't expect you to become one in such a short time after inviting you to join the Golden Dragon Palace. Previously, after Duan Ling Tian agreed to join the Golden Dragon Palace, Xianxia had brought him into his little world. At that time, Xianxia had instructed his subordinate, an old man, to help Duan Ling Tian with the law of space. While Duan Ling Tian was sparring with the old man, Duan Ling Tian had a breakthrough, and his sword Dao reached the threshold of the 7th stage. With that, he became a peerless top advanced supreme god. I asked my master why he didn't accept you as his direct disciple, but he said that he wasn't qualified to be your master. My master has 5 direct disciples in total. My 2 senior brothers and senior sister are supreme powerhouses. The weakest among them is a level 3 supreme powerhouse. My strength is comparable to yours before you became a peerless top advanced supreme god. As for my junior brother, he's slightly weaker than me. However, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses me since his innate talent is higher than mine, Kei Yi said. Kei Yi was very friendly and open. Before Duan Ling Tian even arrived at the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, he had learned many things about the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion and the Golden Dragon Palace from Kei Yi. When they finally arrived, Duan Ling Tian was surprised to find that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was located in an independent realm. As though he could read Duan Ling Tian's mind, Kei Yi said through voice transmission, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion is located in the little world of a saint. However, I suspect the little world doesn't belong to the saint from the Divine Water Palace. Why do you think so? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously through voice transmission. Many years ago, my master had a duel with the palace master of the Divine Water Palace. The battle became so heated that the saint had to intervene. When the saint appeared, I could sense that his energy was suppressed. It's similar to how if a supreme powerhouse enters the little world of another supreme powerhouse, his or her power will be suppressed. I don't know if I sensed it correctly, but that was what I felt back then. It's unfortunate that I only comprehended the limitless Tao to the 3rd stage back then, so my senses weren't very sharp. With current strength, I should be able to tell for sure if the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion is in the saint's little world or not, Kei Yi replied. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard that Kei Yi comprehended the limitless Tao. After all, it was not often that he met an expert in the limitless Tao. Another person who was also an expert in the limitless Tao was the Void Elder. The Void Elder had comprehended the limitless Tao to the 8th stage. In any case, Duan Ling Tian's plan now was to focus on comprehending the Sword Tao to the 9th stage before he moved on to the limitless Tao. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian said, if the jade-tide heavenly mansion isn't located in the little world of the saint from the divine water palace? He raised an eyebrow before he continued to say, does this mean that? That's right, there's another saint in the jade-tide heavenly mansion. Yi said. Chapter 4532 Huang Fu Ping. If there were another saint in the jade-tide heavenly mansion, it would mean that the jade-tide heavenly mansion was an extremely powerful saint rank force. After his surprise faded, Duan Ling Tian began to look forward to meeting one of the saints of the jade-tide heavenly mansion so he could ask if the other party was willing to help him save Ka from the soul imprisonment technique. With Kei's help, Duan Ling Tian quickly completed the registration and became an official member of the jade-tide heavenly mansion and the Golden Dragon Palace. He was now the first palace guardian from the Golden Dragon Palace who was not a supreme powerhouse. If he did not become a peerless top advanced supreme god before officially joining the Golden Dragon Palace, this matter would definitely cause a stir in the jade-tide heavenly mansion. After all, for generations now, the three strongest palaces usually only appointed supreme powerhouses as palace guardians. After Yi led Duan Ling Tian to his cultivation ground in the Golden Dragon Palace and helped him settle down, someone suddenly appeared. The other party was a handsome and arrogant young man. Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked for permission before he gestured for the newcomer to come in. He said to Duan Ling Tian, "Senior brother Ling Tian, this is Huang Fu Ping, my junior brother. He's my master's fifth disciple." Then, he turned to Huang Fu Ping before he continued to say, "Junior brother, this is the Void Sword whom you've been dying to meet." After Duan Ling Tian officially joined the Golden Dragon Palace, Yi began to address Duan Ling Tian as senior brother. As soon as Huang Fu Ping entered Duan Ling Tian's cultivation ground, he sized Duan Ling Tian up. Then, he said, "So you're Duan Ling Tian, the peerless top advanced supreme god who had yet to comprehend a law to the paramount stage. I've never met someone like that before. I wonder if you'd like to spar with me. I'd love to see your strength." Huang Fu Ping's eyes shone brightly at this moment. It was like a predator looking at its prey. "Impudent, junior brother, behave yourself." Yi reprimanded Huang Fu Ping immediately with a frown on his face. Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said apologetically, "Senior brother Ling Tian, please ignore him." "It's fine," Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile before he looked at Huang Fu Ping who was staring at him like a hawk. Duan Ling Tian could understand Huang Fu Ping's curiosity about his strength. After all, it was extremely difficult for someone to become a peerless top advanced supreme god using other methods without comprehending a law to the paramount stage. After all, very few people could comprehend the four Taoes of heaven and earth to the threshold of the seventh stage. It was a feat only a few saints were capable of achieving. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Fu Ping and asked, "Where should we spar?" Huang Fu Ping was taken aback. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to agree to spar with him. Then, he asked, "Don't you want to pick another day to spar?" Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, "That's not necessary. It's just sparring so we can do it now as long as there's a suitable place." Huang Fu Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian silently for a moment before he said, "It seems like you're very confident. If that's the case, let's spar at the Golden Dragon Palace's battle zone." Then, Yi explained in a timely manner, "Senior brother Ling Tian, the battle zone is located in the little world of the Hall Master of the Golden Dragon Palace's combat hall. Stronger members usually fight there to prevent damages to the Golden Dragon Palace." The 16 palaces in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion were independent, and they all had their own combat hall, law enforcement hall, internal affairs hall, and so on. "I see," Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. "Let's go," Huang Fu Ping said, leading the way. He was excited to put Duan Ling Tian to the test after hearing his master, Xiao Tianxi, praise Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly and followed Huang Fu Ping out. When they arrived at the Golden Dragon Palace's combat hall, there was already a group gathered there. Upon seeing this, Yi turned to Huang Fu Ping and asked with a frown on his face, "You even gathered people to watch? Aren't you worried that you'd be humiliated later?" "Fourth senior brother, you know that I believe in the saying, the more the merrier. Don't worry, they are all members of the Golden Dragon Palace. Even if I lose, I'll make a comeback in the future." Huang Fu Ping said with a grin on his face. "I'm afraid it's impossible for you to make a comeback," Yi said with a smile. He heard from his master that Duan Ling Tian was barely half of Huang Fu Ping's age. Upon hearing these words, Huang Fu Ping frowned and asked, "Fourth senior brother, do you not have any confidence in me at all? Forget it, I'll explain it to you after senior brother Ling Tian beats you up, Kei said as he shook his head. Duan Ling Tian, this way please, Huang Fu Ping said. As he walked into the combat hall, he said to the crowd that had gathered outside of the combat hall, everyone, my opponent this time is Duan Ling Tian, a palace guardian. My master bestowed him with the title the Void Sword. He's a peerless top advanced supreme god who has yet to comprehend the law to the paramount stage, but he has already comprehended the sword Dao to the threshold of the 7th stage. The crowd was shocked when they heard that Duan Ling Tian was a peerless top advanced supreme god who had yet to comprehend a law to the paramount stage. After all, this was almost unheard of. Is it really possible to become a peerless top advanced supreme god without comprehending a law to the paramount stage? We'll see in a while. If he's not a peerless top advanced supreme god, it'd be impossible for him to beat senior brother Huang Fu Ping within 100 moves. That's right, even senior brother Kei, the strongest member of the Golden Dragon Palace below the realm of supreme powerhouses, can't defeat senior brother Huang Fu Ping within 100 moves. Chapter 4533 Alarming the Other Palaces. The hall master of the combat hall was an old man dressed in a Taoist robe. He looked rather young for his age. When he heard Huang Fu Ping saying he was going to spar with Duan Ling Tian, he frowned as he said, trying to dissuade Huang Fu Ping, "Little Ping, forget about sparring with the Void Sword. You're no match for him." The palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace had spoken about Duan Ling Tian's abilities to the various hall masters before this. For this reason, the old man knew how extraordinary Duan Ling Tian, the peerless top advanced supreme who became a palace guardian of the Golden Dragon Palace after he was given the title the Void Sword, was. Master, we're just sparring. I'm really curious about his strength. I heard Master say that he's younger than I am, Huang Fu Ping said. Yu Xinyi, the hall master of the combat hall, could tell now that Huang Fu Ping was determined to spar with Duan Ling Tian because Huang Fu Ping did not believe a monstrous prodigy like Duan Ling Tian existed. At this time, Duan Ling Tian and Kei also entered the combat hall. Kei was unaware that Huang Fu Ping knew that Duan Ling Tian was younger and that their master had even told Huang Fu Ping to learn from Duan Ling Tian. However, Huang Fu Ping would not simply lower himself unless he could witness the other party's strength with his own eyes. Kei smiled and greeted Yu Xinyi before he said, "Hall Master Yu, this is Duan Ling Tian, the Void Sword and our new palace guardian." Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Senior brother Ling Tian, this is Hall Master Yu Xinyi. He's the hall master of the combat hall and a level 4 supreme powerhouse." Duan Ling Tian took a closer look at the old man upon hearing Kei's words. After all, level 4 supreme powerhouses were eminent demi-saints. Then, he said with a smile, "Greetings, Hall Master Yu." The old man was slightly surprised by how modest Duan Ling Tian was. He had assumed that all prodigies were arrogant like Huang Fu Ping. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why he achieved so many amazing feats at such a young age, Yu Xinyi thought to himself as he said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile, "Brother Ling Tian, the palace master has high hopes for you. He said that you're an outstanding talent." Then, Yu Xinyi glanced at Huang Fu Ping before he said to Duan Ling Tian, "You may refuse if you don't feel like sparring with him." Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Huang Fu Ping glared at Yu Xinyi and said, "Hall Master Yu. He's agreed to spar with me. You should mind your own business." Yu Xinyi stared at Huang Fu Ping speechlessly. He was trying to save Huang Fu Ping from embarrassment, but that fool Huang Fu Ping was still so ungrateful. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Hall Master Yu, I heard that we'll have to spar in your little world. I'm sorry for the inconvenience." Duan Ling Tian did not say anything else. He knew the best way to convince someone like Huang Fu Ping was to beat him into a pulp. "You're being too polite, brother Ling Tian," Yu Xinyi said. With just a thought, 2 beams of light shot out and enveloped Duan Ling Tian and Huang Fu Ping. "Don't resist the energy. I'm bringing you to the battle zone in my little world now," Yu Xinyi said. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian and Huang Fu Ping vanished into thin air. At the same time, a mirror image suddenly appeared in the air in the combat hall. Everyone saw Duan Ling Tian and Huang Fu Ping hovering above a vast and barren mountain range. The sky was gloomy and dark, but they were still able to see the duo clearly. Everyone was rather excited at this time. After all, It was not often that a fight was broadcasted to the members of the Golden Dragon Palace unless it was a battle between supreme powerhouses or peerless top advanced supreme gods. I almost forgot that he's a peerless top advanced supreme god until I saw the mirror image. Me too. According to the mansion's traditions, fights between supreme powerhouses or peerless top advanced supreme gods can be broadcasted by Hall. Masters of Combat Halls. Thank goodness I arrived in time to watch this. Senior brother Huang is going to spar with the Void Sword, our new palace guardian. Hey, I just heard that the fight is being broadcasted to the other palaces. It seems like Hall Master Yu wants everyone to watch this fight. Huh, does Hall Master Yu intend to attract the attention of the other palaces? Meanwhile, the clouds above the Golden Dragon Palace rolled for a moment before a huge mirror image appeared in the sky. Members of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion flocked over from all directions and gathered around the Golden Dragon Palace. Are the supreme powerhouses from the Golden Dragon Palace going to fight? Impossible. Look at the mirror image. That's Huang Fu-ping, Palace Master Xiao's youngest disciple. Huang Fu-ping's opponent, is he, Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian, I heard from my master that the Palace Master of the Golden Dragon Palace accepted a new member and bestowed the other party with the title the Void Elder, making the other party a palace guardian of the Golden Dragon Palace. I heard he's a peerless top advanced supreme god who has comprehended the Sword Dao to the threshold of the 7th stage, but his law is only in the perfect form. Really, even the saints of our Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion haven't comprehended the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to the threshold of the 7th stage, right? Word began to spread like wildfire, and the crowd around the Golden Dragon Palace grew bigger and bigger. Among these people, some of them were talented prodigies. Hey, that's senior sister Ji Chu Shui from the Divine Water Palace. I didn't expect her to come and watch the fight as well. Senior sister Ji Chu Shui is as strong as senior brother Kei Yi from the Golden Dragon Palace, right? I'm surprised to see her here. I heard she comprehends the Saber Dao, not the Sword Dao, right? The Sword Dao and the Saber Dao bear many similarities. Perhaps, she hopes to gain some insight. Senior brother Shui Lang is here as well. Senior brother Shui Lang, the peerless top advanced supreme god from the Jade Tide Palace. Chapter 4534, a battle between two peerless top advanced supreme gods. Before Duan Ling Tian's arrival, there were two peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. One of them was Shui Lang from the Jade Tide Palace. Shui Lang, like Ji Chu Shui from the Divine Water Palace, comprehended the Saber Dao. Their comprehension of the Sword Dao was also at the same stage. Since Shui Lang had also comprehended a law to the paramount stage, propelling him into the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, he was naturally stronger than Ji Chu Shui. However, in the future, after Ji Chu Shui comprehended a law to the paramount stage and became a peerless top advanced supreme god, it would be difficult to say who would be stronger at that time. Junior sister Chu Shui, you're here as well, Shui Lang greeted Ji Chu Shui with a smile. Senior brother Shui Lang, Ji Chu Shui said with a smile, I came because I heard that the Golden Dragon Palace's new peerless top advanced supreme god is fighting. I believe you're here for the same reason as well. The duo frequently discussed the Saber Dao together, so they were rather close. Shui Lang nodded. That's right, I'm really curious about the new palace guardian who became a peerless top advanced supreme god despite the fact that his law is only in the perfect form. This should be unprecedented in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, right? Well, we'll be able to see for ourselves shortly, Ji Chu Shui replied. Shui Lang nodded. In the little world of Yuxinyi, the hall master of the Golden Dragon Palace's combat hall, Duan Ling Tian remained calm as he stood across from Huang Fu-ping in the sky. Duan Ling Tian, since you're a peerless top advanced supreme god, you don't mind if I make the first move, right? Huang Fu-ping asked. Go ahead, Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Even if Huang Fu-ping was a peerless top advanced supreme god, he still would not be afraid of Huang Fu-ping. Very well, Huang Fu-ping said. Following that, an 8-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. Based on its powerful aura, it was obviously a prime divine artifact. In just a blink of an eye, the spear shone with a dazzling golden light before it shot out like a dragon along with Huang Fu-ping toward Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's expression did not change at all. His divine energy along with his law of space surged out of his body, and just as Huang Fu-ping drew close, he suddenly vanished and reappeared above Huang Fu-ping. In the mirror image, everyone saw countless sword rays falling on Huang Fu-ping like torrential rain. In just a moment, Yu Xinyi quickly and promptly brought Huang Fu-ping out of his little world. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian would not kill Huang Fu-ping, he knew Huang Fu-ping would definitely be injured if he did not make a move. Meanwhile, the spectators were in shock and disbelief as they looked at the powerful purple-clad young man in the mirror image. He's too fast. He's insanely strong. Huang Fu-ping couldn't retaliate at all. At this time, Shui Lang's expression was grim as he thought to himself, his strength is comparable to mine. It seems like he's really a peerless top advanced supreme god even though he has yet to comprehend a lot of the paramount stage. On the other hand, Ji Chu Shui was shocked. Although Huang Fu-ping was slightly weaker than her, it still took her at least 30 moves to defeat him. However, the Void Sword, the new palace guardian of the Golden Dragon Palace, defeated him with just one strike. The general sentiment of the crowd gathered around the Golden Dragon Palace was that Duan Ling Tian was terrifyingly strong. At the same time, it was completely silent in the Golden Dragon Palace's combat hall at this moment. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that Huang Fu-ping, who was very strong, would be defeated with just one strike. Kei Yi was not an exception, he was similarly shocked. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was strong, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. He thought to himself, he's definitely stronger than the average peerless top advanced supreme gods. Perhaps, Huang Fu-ping, who was brought out of the battle zone, was the most shocked. Back in Yu Xinyi's little world, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were closed, and he was frowning at this moment. It was as though he was trying to sense something. Yu Xinyi did not bring Duan Ling Tian out yet because he could tell that Duan Ling Tian was probably having an epiphany at this moment. Suddenly, countless sword rays appeared around Duan Ling Tian before they vanished again. This happened a few dozen times before Duan Ling Tian finally opened his eyes, revealing a piercing gaze. Through this sparring session, I managed to improve again thanks to the Void Elder's memories. It feels like my law of space is only a step away from reaching the paramount stage. Once my law of space reaches the paramount stage, my sword Dao should reach the 7th stage as well, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, barely able to hide his excitement. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian said, Hallmaster Yu, I want to challenge the peerless top advanced supreme gods from the Jade Tide Palace and the Divine Water Palace. May I ask what are the procedures to challenge someone to a duel? Duan Ling Tian's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the huge mirror image. In just a moment, everyone turned to look at Shui Lang. At the same time, Shui Lang's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Before Yu Xinyi could respond, he said loudly, Duan Ling Tian, I am Shui Lang, the peerless top advanced supreme god from the Jade Tide Palace. I accept your challenge. I'm outside the Golden Dragon Palace now. We can start whenever you're ready. Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. There was no doubt in their mind now that Duan Ling Tian was a peerless top advanced supreme god. How could they not be excited at the prospect of watching two peerless top advanced supreme gods fight? Chapter 4535 Duan Ling Tian is too arrogant. After Shui Lang accepted the challenge, the crowd outside of the Golden Dragon Palace broke out in a commotion immediately. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who had left the little world of Yu Xinyi, the hall master of the Golden Dragon Palace's combat hall, appeared outside of the Golden Dragon Palace and stood across from Shui Lang. Duan Ling Tian, you didn't use too much energy earlier when you fought, right? Shui Lang asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with fighting spirit burning in his eyes. He was one of the two peerless top advanced supreme gods in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses, only the other top peerless advanced supreme god from the Divine Water Palace was a match for him. Now that the Golden Dragon Palace had such a powerful peerless top advanced supreme god, how could he not be eager to fight? That's right, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. Shui Lang, are you familiar with the peerless top advanced supreme god from the Divine Water Palace? Yes, Shui Lang replied with a nod before he asked, do you also want to challenge him? After our fight, I'll arrange for you to fight him. I'm sure he won't refuse the chance to fight you. Yes, I want to fight with him, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. Then, his eyes shone with confidence as he continued to say, to be precise, I want to fight with both of you at once. Shui Lang looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock when the latter said that he wanted to fight him and the peerless top advanced supreme god from the Divine Water Palace at the same time. For a brief moment, he even thought he had heard wrongly. At the same time, the crowd began to whisper fervently among themselves. Duan Ling Tian wants to fight senior brother Shui Lang and senior brother Han Chen at once. Is he crazy? He wants to fight two peerless top advanced supreme gods at once. I don't think anyone below the realm of supreme powerhouses in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds has such courage. In my opinion, he's just putting on an act. At this time, many members of the Golden Dragon Palace had left the palace's combat hall and came outside. Yu Xinyi, the hall master of the Golden Dragon Palace's combat hall, Huang Fu Ping, who was easily defeated by Duan Ling Tian earlier, and Kei Yi, who had brought Duan Ling Tian to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, were among these people. Although Huang Fu Ping acknowledged Duan Ling Tian's strength now, he was still shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian say that he wanted to challenge Shui Lang and Han Chen, the other peerless top advanced supreme god from the Divine Water Palace. He said to Kei Yi through voice transmission, "Fourth senior brother, did Duan Ling Tian go crazy? Does he really think he's strong enough to fight Shui Lang and Han Chen at the same time just because he defeated me so easily?" Kei Yi did not reply to Huang Fu Ping. Instead, he frowned, feeling that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Shui Lang, who finally returned to his senses, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hostile gaze as he said, clearly displeased, "Duan Ling Tian, it's not impossible for you to fight me and Han Chen at once. However, before that, you should at least prove that you're strong. We'll talk about it if you're able to defeat me." Based on Shui Lang's tone, it was not difficult to tell that he was upset. It was not surprising that he was upset. After all, he, a powerful peerless top advanced supreme god who was invincible among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, was underestimated by someone who was not a supreme powerhouse and had just joined the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. "All right," Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. He knew that Shui Lang was not going to give in, and it was clear that he could only fight Shui Lang and the other peerless top advanced supreme god at once after he defeated Shui Lang. Duan Ling Tian wanted to fight Shui Lang and Han Chen at once because he felt that with the memories of the Void Elder, he would be able to quickly improve his strength by sparring with the duo. At that time, his Law of Space would reach the paramount stage, and his Sword Dao would also reach the 7th stage. After Duan Ling Tian and Shui Lang reached an agreement, they went to the Jade Tide Hall to fight. In the Jade Tide Hall, the combat hall was located in a realm, not in any powerhouse's little world. This was where Duan Ling Tian and Shui Lang would fight. Needless to say, a group of people followed the duo to the Jade Tide Palace. Unlike the others, Jichu Shui, the strongest person among those below the realm of peerless top advanced supreme gods, returned to the Divine Water Palace. As soon as she returned, she went to look for Han Chen, her senior brother, immediately. "Senior brother, that Duan Ling Tian is too arrogant. He said that he wanted to fight both you and senior brother Shui Lang at once." Jichu Shui complained indignantly. Han Chen, who was dressed in a sky-blue robe, was a young man. His gaze was cold, and his hair was styled into a mohawk. He possessed a pair of thick eyebrows and big eyes. Upon hearing Jichu Shui's words, the corners of his lips curled up into a contemptuous smile as he said, "How arrogant. Let's go to the Jade Tide Palace. I want to see where his confidence came from for him to utter such nonsense." Han Chen was as famous as Shui Lang in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, and he was not weaker than Shui Lang. He was naturally very prideful. How could he not be angry now that he felt that his pride had been trampled on? Duan Ling Tian's fight with Huang Fu Ping earlier had attracted a crowd. However, in comparison to his fight with Shui Lang, the crowd was rather small. After news of his fight with Shui Lang spread, it shook the entire Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Everyone in the Jade Tide Mansion who was free rushed to the Jade Tide Palace immediately when they received the news. The person who's going to fight Shui Lang is the new palace guardian of the Golden Dragon Palace whom Palace Master Xiao recruited not long ago. "Yes, I heard that his name is Duan Ling Tian. It's said that he's a monstrous prodigy. He has comprehended the Sword Dao to the threshold of the 7th stage. However, his Law of Space has yet to reach the paramount stage. Even then, he still became a peerless top advanced supreme god. Since Palace Master Xiao bestowed him with the title the Void Sword, he can't be a weakling. Indeed, however, he's too arrogant. I heard that he wants to fight Shui Lang and Han Chen at the same time. Shui Lang said that he has to defeat him first before he can fight him and Han Chen at once. Shui Lang is a peerless top advanced supreme god as well. I don't think Duan Ling Tian will be able to defeat him so easily, they'll fight to a draw at most." It seems like Duan Ling Tian won't be able to fight the two of them at once. At this time, a huge crowd had already gathered around the Jade Tide Palace. In the sky above the Jade Tide Hall, a huge mirror image appeared before everyone's eyes, showing Duan Ling Tian and Shui Lang standing across from each other. Suddenly, a small commotion broke out. Senior brother Han Chen is here. The arrival of Han Chen, the peerless top advanced supreme god from the Divine Water Palace, drew many people's attention. Meanwhile, Han Chen and Ji Chu Shui, who just arrived, quickly found a place and waited to watch the fight like the others. Chapter 4536. You're too weak. As a peerless top advanced supreme god, Han Chen, similar to Shui Lang, was like a celebrity in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. It was only natural that his arrival caught everyone's attention. A few of them greeted him before they began to ask him questions one after another. Senior brother Han Chen, Duan Ling Tian, new palace guardian of the Golden Dragon Palace who was bestowed the title, Void Sword, said he wants to fight both you and senior brother Shui Lang at once. He's too arrogant and conceited. Senior brother Han Chen, did you come to see how Duan Ling Tian is going to be humbled by senior brother Shui Lang? Senior brother Han Chen, after Duan Ling Tian's fight with senior brother Shui Lang, are you going to fight Duan Ling Tian as well? Since Duan Ling Tian said such words, it means that he's very confident. Let's just wait and see, Han Chen said with a faint smile. Your focus now should be on Shui Lang and Duan Ling Tian, not me. Although Han Chen's words were quite modest, he still could not conceal the disdain in the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, as a peerless top advanced supreme god, he was already powerful among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses. If he joined forces with Shui Lang, he was certain that no one below the realm of supreme powerhouses could fight them to a draw, let alone defeat them. After a while, Han Chen shifted his eyes to the mirror image. At this moment, the two people in the mirror image had begun to move. Senior brother Han Chen, how long do you think it'll take senior brother Shui Lang to gain the upper hand? Someone standing nearby asked. Han Chen replied nonchalantly, it's hard to say, after all, I have never met a peerless top advanced supreme god who has yet to comprehend a law to the paramount stage until now. Moreover, there's also his sword Dao that has been comprehended to the threshold of the 7th stage. I really want to see what he's capable of. When Han Chen finished speaking, the two people in the mirror image had just finished their first round of tentative attacks. For now, they looked evenly matched. However, Han Chen's expression turned slightly solemn upon seeing this scene. Duan Ling Tian's strength had exceeded his expectations. Then, in the next moment, his solemnity was replaced by surprise when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. What, is that all? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Shui Lang with disappointment in his eyes. Shui Lang was as strong as Yao Tian Chen, the peerless top advanced supreme god whom Duan Ling Tian fought in the realm of origin that the Void Elder left behind. At that time, even when he had yet to obtain the Void Elder's memories, he was already not any weaker than Yao Tian Chen. How arrogant, Shui Lang said angrily before he attacked again. This time, his attack was even fiercer than before. Duan Ling Tian did not hold back at this moment when he retaliated. He unleashed all his strength, which had risen after he obtained the Void Elder's memories. In just a moment, countless sword rays appeared around Duan Ling Tian and Shui Lang. They easily destroyed Shui Lang's continuous attacks. During the entire process, Duan Ling Tian's remained unchanged and relaxed. Everyone watched in shock as Duan Ling Tian sighed softly and said, "You're too weak." Following that, half of the sword rays in the surroundings suddenly merged into a huge sword ray before it shot toward Shui Lang. The huge sword ray crushed Shui Lang's attack before it landed on him. He was sent flying back immediately, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was in an uproar. Heavens, what's going on? Senior brother Shui Lang is a peerless top advanced supreme god. He's just a level below supreme powerhouses. How can he be defeated so easily by another peerless top advanced supreme god? Is Duan Ling Tian a supreme powerhouse? Duan Ling Tian is not a supreme powerhouse. His divine energy is that of a peerless top advanced supreme god. So this is the strength of the sword Dao at the threshold of the 7th stage. By the way, from what I could sense earlier, his law of space isn't far from the paramount stage. Duan Ling Tian is really too terrifying. No wonder Palace Master Shao of the Golden Dragon Palace bestowed him the title, Void Sword. That's right, he can form swords from the void, and his sword successfully dispelled everyone's false perception of him. He really deserves the title, Void Sword. The people of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion were naturally shocked by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, their respect and admiration for him grew. Although Duan Lingtian was new to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, with his strength now, it was not difficult for him to gain people's respect. After all, this was a world where the strong were revered. It did not matter at all that he was new to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Meanwhile, Han Chen's expression was dark as he stared at the purple figure in the mirror image. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, "How can he be so strong?" Duan Lingtian was so strong that Han Chen was not confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian at all. At the same time, Huang Fu-ping was stunned speechless. Although Duan Lingtian defeated him, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to defeat Shui Lang so easily. Seeing the miserable state that Shui Lang was in now, he deeply realized now how ignorant and arrogant he had been earlier. Kei Yi, who was standing next to Huang Fu-ping, was just as shocked. Initially, he thought that even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than Shui Lang, it would not be easy for the former to defeat the latter. After all, they were both peerless top advanced supreme gods. However, now, he felt like his worldview had been overturned, and his understanding of peerless top advanced supreme gods had changed. At this time, Duan Lingtian said, "I held back earlier so you should only be slightly injured. This won't affect your ability to have another match. Go and call Han Chen. Today, I'll fight the two peerless top advanced supreme gods of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. I want to see how strong both of you are." Duan Lingtian's words were just as arrogant as ever. If it was before he easily defeated Shui Lang, the others would have cursed him. However, at this time, no one thought he was arrogant at all. At the same time, everyone instinctively turned to look at Han Chen, who had come to watch the fight as well. They wondered if he would accept Duan Lingtian's challenge to fight him and Shui Lang at once. "Do you think senior brother Han Chen will accept the challenge?" "I don't know. Senior brother Shui Lang isn't a match for Duan Lingtian alone, so it should be the same for senior brother Han Chen. After all, senior brother Shui Lang and senior brother Han Chen are on par with each other. However, in my opinion, senior brother Han Chen won't refuse the challenge since he can join forces with senior brother Shui Lang." At this moment, everyone saw Han Chen fly up into the sky and into the Jade-Tide Palace. Needless to say, this stirred up another commotion. A hint of anticipation and excitement could be seen in everyone's eyes as they continued to discuss among themselves. Senior brother Han Chen is going in. They're really going to fight 2 against 1. It's going to be an exciting match. Although senior brother Shui Lang was defeated by Duan Lingtian, if he's able to join forces with senior brother Han Chen, they should be able to win. 2 peerless top advanced supreme gods versus 1 peerless top advanced supreme god. Not even in my wildest imagination could I imagine something like this happening. Chapter 4537. The first peerless top advanced supreme god who's comparable to a supreme powerhouse. Han Chen and Shui Lang, the 2 peerless top advanced supreme gods from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, were the strongest among those below the realm of supreme powerhouses in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, Shui Lang was easily defeated by a peerless top advanced supreme god who had just joined the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion today. Not only that, but the former wanted to fight Shui Lang and Han Chen at once. How could something like that not stir up a huge commotion? At this time, Han Chen, who had flown into the Jade-Tide Palace just a moment ago, finally appeared in the mirror image as well. He stood next to Shui Lang, facing Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, people began to discuss among themselves again. Why do I suddenly feel that Duan Lingtian might win this match as well? That's unlikely. Although Duan Lingtian easily defeated senior brother Shui Lang, there must be a limit to his strength. After all, he's not a supreme powerhouse yet. I agree. In my opinion, if senior brother Shui Lang and senior brother Han Chen join forces, Duan Lingtian won't be a match for them. Earlier, the crowd was made up of disciples of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. However, as time passed, many high-ranking officials had come silently to watch the fight as well. At this moment, the high-ranking officials were surprised when they saw a newcomer. After the high-ranking officials greeted the mansion master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Palace, he gestured to them to quiet down before he said, "Watch the battle carefully. Han Chen and Shui Lang might lose." The high-ranking officials were shocked upon hearing these words. The mansion master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion said casually, "I watched the fight earlier. Although the difference between his and Shui Lang's strength isn't big, it's not small either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Shui Lang so easily. His fight with Shui Lang was brief, but it's clear that his law of space had improved during the fight. It's not far from the paramount stage. Seeing how insistent he is to fight Shui Lang and Han Chen at once, it's clear that he wants to grow stronger by fighting them. The Mansion Master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was not a level 6 saint, but he was still a level 5 demi-saint after all. His perception and judgment were naturally good. At this time, someone calmly replied to the Mansion Master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, "You're right." Following that, a figure appeared. Palace Master Xiao. It was none other than Xiao Tianxi, the Palace Master of the Golden Dragon Palace. As soon as Xiao Tianxi appeared, a few of the high-ranking officials quickly greeted him respectfully. After all, although he was younger than them, he was stronger than them. He was not any weaker than the Mansion Master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. "Junior brother Tianxi, you're back," the Mansion Master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion asked, surprised. Then, the expression of surprise on his face turned into a frown as he asked, "How's the investigation going? Why did those disciples die?" Xiao Tianxi said with a sigh, "It's due to the explosion of energy in the realm of origin. I suspect it's the remnant energy of the creator of the realm of origin. However, I couldn't figure out the reason for the explosion." A hint of anger could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, "Our plan backfired this time. The creator of the realm of origin clearly wanted people to die with him. Alas, we can only consider ourselves unlucky. There's nothing we can do about this. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's watch the performance of the newest member of your Golden Dragon Palace," the Mansion Master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion said as he shifted his gaze back to the mirror image. "This time, you and the Golden Dragon Palace really found a gem." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Tianxi responded modestly. However, a hint of pride could be seen on his face at this moment. At the same time, the high-ranking officials also congratulated Xiao Tianxi on discovering such a monstrous prodigy. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian was not flustered at all when faced with Shui Lang and Han Chen. He thought to himself, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to defeat them. However, my goal isn't as simple as just defeating them. I have to raise my strength when I'm fighting them. I want them to be my whetstones as I use what I learned from the Void Elder's memories." In order to grow stronger, when Shui Lang and Han Chen took the initiative to attack, Duan Ling Tian did not attack with all his might and held back instead. In the eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian had currently fallen into a disadvantageous position. Is Duan Ling Tian going to lose? As expected of the two peerless top advanced supreme gods of our Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. They're invincible together. Senior brother Shui Lang and senior brother Han Chen are really strong. The disciples of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion were rather excited. Compared to Duan Ling Tian, they naturally hoped that Han Chen and Shui Lang would win. On the contrary, as for the high-ranking officials of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion who were at or above the 4th level, it was not difficult for them to see that Duan Ling Tian had deliberately held back. The strength he used now was much weaker than when he attacked Shui Lang earlier. "He's holding back. Duan Ling Tian, attack with all your might," Shui Lang said icily. He felt extremely humiliated at this moment. Despite having joined forces with Han Chen, they were still unable to defeat Duan Ling Tian after such a long time. He was holding back. Han Chen's expression changed slightly, turning solemn upon hearing Shui Lang's words. Unlike Shui Lang who had fought Duan Ling Tian previously, he naturally could not tell if Duan Ling Tian was holding back or not. Nonetheless, he did not doubt Shui Lang's words. Meanwhile, after Shui Lang had spoken, Duan Ling Tian began to reveal his strength. Shui Lang and Han Chen fought with all their might. In the end, they even used their respective bloodline powers as they continued to attack Duan Ling Tian relentlessly. At the same time, while Duan Ling Tian fought the duo, he also went through the Void Elder's memories. So that's how it is. It's so simple. Why didn't I think of it before? It's here. It's not as complicated as I imagined. Under the pressure of his two opponents, Duan Ling Tian continued to put the Void Elder's knowledge to practice, and he continued to improve throughout the battle. Just when he felt like he was about to have a breakthrough, he forced himself to stop. He could not break through in this place. After the breakthrough, his law of space would reach the paramount stage, and his sword Dao would also reach the 7th stage. At that time, he would attract the heavenly tribulation. Since the force of the heavenly tribulation corresponded to his cultivation base of a peerless top advanced supreme god, there was no doubt that this heavenly tribulation was going to be fierce. Even before the gap in history, not many peerless top advanced supreme gods back then managed to survive such a heavenly tribulation. I really have to thank both of you. Thank you, Duan Ling Tian murmured softly. Subsequently, all the sword rays merged into a terrifying and huge sword ray that was blindingly bright. In one fell swoop, Han Chen and Shui Lang were immediately sent flying. He's not any weaker than a level 1 supreme powerhouse now. How's this possible? There's no doubt that he's a peerless top advanced supreme god. He has yet to enter the realm of supreme powerhouses, but he's already as strong as a level 1 supreme powerhouse. How did he do it? I've never heard of a deviant like him before in the history of the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. The disciples of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion were excitedly watching the show and did not think much about the fight. However, unlike the disciples, the high-ranking officials, especially the mansion master of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion and Xiao Tianxi, had very discerning eyes. They were thoroughly shocked by Duan Ling Tian's display of strength. Chapter 4538 Heaven is so overbearing. After leaving the combat hall of the Jade Tide Palace, Duan Ling Tian met Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace. After he greeted Xiao Tianxi, he followed Kei, who led him to the transportation formation in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. He planned to return to the god-defying world in the myriad worlds first to break through. According to the Void Elder's memories, it's best to break through in the world where one was born. The world energy will be able to help me bear the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent. Even if it's not much, it's better than nothing. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the god-defying world, he found that the supreme powerhouses who guarded the transportation formation there were quite polite when they saw him. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had shocked the god-defying world when he returned with Duan Yue, a demi-saint. Due to Duan Yue's presence, those supreme powerhouses quickly dismissed their thoughts to snatch Duan Ling Tian's liquid from the divine fountain away. Now that Duan Ling Tian returned to the god-defying world again, he could not help but think of Duan Yue again. Sister Yue, if I survive the upcoming heavenly tribulation, I'll avenge you once I enter the realm of supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone with cold killing intent. His gaze was piercing, and it was as though it could pierce through barriers and kill those who killed Duan Yue. After a while, Duan Ling Tian calmed down and began to think about his next step. With the Void Elder's memories, Duan Ling Tian knew he would attract the heavenly tribulation once his law of space and his sword reached the paramount stage and the 7th stage respectively. If he survived the heavenly tribulation, he would be the first person after the gap in history to do so. After surviving the heavenly tribulation, he would immediately become a level 7 supreme powerhouse as soon as he entered the realm of supreme powerhouses. At that time, he would also immediately stand at the peak of both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. He would be truly peerless. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian would not stop at the 7th level. He planned to continue to study the Void Elder's memories and cultivate to the 9th level. Not only that, but he also wanted to cultivate until he was equal to heaven itself. Based on the Void Elder's memories, among the deadliest places, 3 of them aren't exclusive to the god-defying world, they're connected to the myriad worlds. The Asura Hell is one of them. Duan Ling Tian was naturally familiar with the Asura Hell. In the past, his master reclaimed his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven after returning from the Asura Hell. His master had a fortuitous encounter there. Later on, his master also brought him to the Asura Hell, and he had made great improvements in his law of time there. Although his law of time was not as strong as his law of space, it was not weak at all. As soon as Duan Ling Tian returned to the god-defying world, Xiao Mubai, one of the lords of the god-defying world, was instantly notified. However, when he heard that Duan Ling Tian returned alone, he no longer paid any attention to the matter. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was from the god-defying world after all. It was normal for him to return to the god-defying world. Since Xiao Mubai no longer paid attention to Duan Ling Tian, he naturally did not know that Duan Ling Tian was going to the Asura Hell. The Asura Hell. Seeing how smooth his time was in the Asura Hell, Duan Ling Tian could not help but recall the various dangers he encountered here in the past. He could not help but sigh when he thought about how time flew by so fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had grown so strong. According to the Void Elder, the difference between the soul energy of a level 6 saint and a level 5 demi-saint isn't that big. This means that even the strongest saint won't be able to get rid of the soul imprisonment technique on Ka, this means that the technique can only be resolved by level 7 supreme powerhouse at least. After learning about this from the Void Elder's memories, Duan Ling Tian was even more eager to break through. Otherwise, based on his personality, he would not have challenged the two peerless top advanced supreme gods as soon as he joined the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Unsurprisingly, it stirred up a huge commotion. Various forces from various places soon found out that the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace had a new member who had comprehended the law of space and the Sword Dao close to the Paramount Stage and the 7th Stage respectively. Even those in the 3 upper worlds, the strongest worlds in the myriad worlds, heard the news. However, not long after they received the news, many of them shook their heads. Alas, I'm afraid it won't be long before another monstrous prodigy is lost to us. It's the curse when one's law and Tao of heaven and earth reach the Paramount Stage and the 7th Stage at the same time. Heaven won't allow it, it'll bring about a fiercely terrifying heavenly tribulation that'll kill him for sure. It's the will of heaven. No one can go against the will of heaven. In the past, there were people in the 3 upper worlds who comprehended the laws and the 4 Taos of heaven and earth to the Paramount Stage and the 7th Stage respectively. However, all of them, without exception, were killed by the heavenly tribulation. Although the heavenly tribulation a peerless top advanced supreme god has to face is much weaker than that of a supreme powerhouse, it's still terrifyingly strong for a peerless top advanced supreme god. All the peerless top advanced supreme gods in the past died without fail. There was a gap in history after all. No one knew what happened exactly. Those who discovered that something was amiss could only pass down what little they knew. Due to the lack of knowledge of the past, no one thought Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. They were certain that he would die. If I were him, I wouldn't break through at all. As soon as his law and Tao of heaven and earth reach the Paramount Stage and the 7th Stage, he'll die for sure. That's right, he shouldn't have integrated his law of space and his sword Tao. If so, he could have just comprehended his law of space to the Paramount Stage and left his sword Tao at the threshold of the 7th Stage. With this, he'd still be one of the strongest saints or world supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary in the myriad worlds after entering the realm of supreme powerhouses. At this time, it was no longer a secret that Duan Ling Tian had integrated his law of space and his sword Tao so the two could improve in tandem. This was easily discovered by the high-ranking officials of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. After Duan Ling Tian found a place close to the barrier of the god-defying world, he no longer suppressed his breakthrough and allowed his law of space and sword Tao to break through. He was just a hair's breadth from breaking through that he did not need to do anything at all. Duan Ling Tian felt as though his soul was being thoroughly purified at this moment. At the same time, his perception was enhanced more than 10 times. After a brief moment, his divine energy surged, turning into a huge sword ray. Following that, smaller sword rays shot out in all directions, destroying everything in their paths. A huge vortex then appeared near Duan Ling Tian, but strangely, he remained unaffected. This power, Duan Ling Tian tried to wield the energy that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. A series of defeating explosions rang in the sky, as though it was expressing heaven's dissatisfaction. It seems like heaven doesn't like it when I try to wield my new power. Is heaven so overbearing? Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold at this moment. Then, he continued to try and wield his newfound power, completely ignoring heaven's will. Suddenly, a massive destructive force swept down from the sky. Duan Ling Tian, who had been prepared for this, scoffed. Then, he mobilized all his energy and quickly released it. He stood in the air and used his raging power to form a sword that exuded a terrifying aura. Chapter 4539 The Forbidden Realm. Duan Ling Tian was like a fearsome and peerless god of sword at this moment as he stood in a sea of swords, even his gaze was as sharp as a sword. He waved his hand, and millions of swords in the void rays flew out, obeying the command of the god of sword. This is the law of space and the sword Tao at the Paramount Stage and the 7th Stage. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian could control the void in his surroundings, causing them to twist, ripple, and shake. With the Void Elder's memories, he felt both familiar and unfamiliar with this brand new force. At the same time, he found that he could control it easily as though this was not his first time doing so. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was not any weaker than the Void Elder when the Void Elder was facing the deadly heavenly tribulation. With the Void Elder's memories, his advantage also grew. Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked at the storm that was heading his way calmly as he muttered, "The heavenly tribulation might have killed many peerless top advanced supreme gods in the past, but it won't be able to kill me today. Lightning flashed in the sky as thunder rang deafeningly loud as though heaven was rebuking Duan Ling Tian. Thanks to the Void Elder's memories, Duan Ling Tian knew that heaven would not tolerate the existence of someone who could threaten its existence. After his breakthrough, if he continued to progress, it was not impossible for him to be as strong as or even surpass the Void Elder. If he surpassed the Void Elder, he could be equal to heaven or even surpass heaven. As such, how could heaven tolerate his existence and allow him to grow stronger? Thunder and lightning continued to herald the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. It seemed like the world was about to come to an end at this moment. However, when the heavenly tribulation passed the God-defying world's spatial barrier and entered the Asura hell, it seemed as though part of its energy was devoured by another energy. Is this the world energy? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he sensed the energy that drained the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, the supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world felt the fluctuations of the world energy as it devoured the energy of the heavenly tribulation. Why did so much world energy suddenly disappear? Is someone from the outer boundary attacking our God-defying world? The God-defying world had a special spatial passage that led to the outer boundary. However, if one was a native of the God-defying world and if one was strong enough, one could make a spatial tear that would bring one back to the God-defying world. One would not be rejected by the world energy since one was a native of the God-defying world. However, if one was not a native of the God-defying world, one would be rejected by the world energy if one tried to forcibly enter the God-defying world through a spatial tear. Unless one was strong enough to overwhelm the world energy, it was impossible to forcibly enter the God-defying world through unofficial means. Moreover, over the years, the world energy of the God-defying world had been reinforced by the world energies of its countless subordinate worlds, making it stronger. With this, natives of the God-defying world could also enter the subordinate worlds through this means without getting rejected by the subordinate world's world energies. It was just like how Duan Ling Tian was able to enter the cyclic world, one of the God-defying world's subordinate worlds, before he went to the outer boundary. The consumption of the energy comes from the Asura hell. As one of the lords of the God-defying world, Xiaomu Bai naturally paid a lot of attention to the God-defying world. As soon as he noticed the energy consumption, he quickly went to the source, which was the Asura hell. He had been there several times and was rather familiar with it. When Xiaomu Bai arrived, he could see a familiar figure standing in the eye of the storm even though he was quite a distance away. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian whom he had met not long ago. Xiaomu Bai watched as Duan Ling Tian stood in the void, looking as deadly as a sword as he faced the heavenly tribulation. He could also tell that Duan Ling Tian had the upper hand at this moment. After a moment, Xiaomu Bai's eyes widened imperceptibly as he murmured to himself, "This is no ordinary heavenly tribulation, and he's not a supreme powerhouse yet." Although Xiaomu Bai was sure Duan Ling Tian was not a supreme powerhouse yet, he could tell that Duan Ling Tian was not any weaker than a level 1 supreme powerhouse. In fact, he could sense that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than most level 2 supreme powerhouses. Even if one was the strongest peerless top advanced supreme god, one would still be weaker than level 1 supreme powerhouses. However, Duan Ling Tian, who was clearly not a supreme powerhouse yet, had shown strength comparable to level 2 supreme powerhouses. How could this not shock Xiaomu Bai? Xiaomu Bai was not an ordinary imminent world supreme powerhouse after all. He was considered young among the imminent world supreme powerhouses and demi-saints in the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. He was naturally very quick with his thinking as well. Could it be that his sword Dao has reached the 7th stage? Xiaomu Bai inhaled sharply when he thought of this possibility. He continued to watch the scene in front of him in shock. At this moment, 2 figures appeared next to Xiaomu Bai. "Is that Duan Ling Tian?" one of them asked Xiaomu Bai. Xiaomu Bai did not expect the 2 old men, who were in closed-door cultivation all year round, would appear after being alarmed by Duan Ling Tian's movement. After a moment, he nodded and replied, "Yes. He's not a supreme powerhouse yet, but his heavenly tribulation now is stronger than the heavenly tribulation the weakest supreme powerhouses have to face. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage." The 2 old men were another 2 imminent world supreme powerhouses from the God-defying world. They usually stayed in closed-door cultivation to recover from the serious injuries they sustained during their last heavenly tribulation. Due to their very old age, they were not certain they would even survive their next heavenly tribulation. Xiaomu Bai's expression was solemn as he looked ahead and said, "Duan Ling Tian has completely integrated his law of space with his sword Dao. His sword Dao and his law of space have reached the paramount stage and 7th stage respectively. Xiao Mubai was usually calm and did not get flustered easily. However, this time, a hint of tremor could be heard in his voice when he spoke. What, you're saying he has broken into the Forbidden Realm? The Forbidden Realm referred to when one completely integrated a law and a Tao of heaven and earth and comprehended them to the paramount stage and the 7th stage respectively. Only by doing this could one enter the Forbidden Realm. However, once one entered this realm, one would be killed by heaven. After the gap in history, although the number was not big, there were still a few people who entered this realm. However, all of them, without exception, were killed by the heavenly tribulation. This was the reason it was called the Forbidden Realm. Chapter 45-40 The Fatal Heavenly Tribulation. Forbidden Realm, his lifeblood feels strong, and he's young, to think he achieved so much at such a young age. Is he from the God-defying world? If he's not from the God-defying world, how could the world energy of the God-defying world help him bear some of the force of the heavenly tribulation? However, even with the world energy, it's impossible for someone in the Forbidden Realm to survive the heavenly tribulation. Why is he so calm? The two old men looked at Xiao Mubai in confusion after a while. They had no idea someone like Duan Ling Tian had appeared in the God-defying world since they were in closed-door cultivation. They could not help but wonder why Xiao Mubai did not warn Duan Ling Tian against entering the Forbidden Realm. After all, in the past, Xiao Mubai's father tried to suppress himself and stopped himself from breaking through. Alas, he came to a point where he could no longer suppress it and was forced to enter the Forbidden Realm. As a result, he died. After a moment, the two old men began to discuss among themselves again. In the God-defying world, no one under the realm of supreme powerhouses has ever entered the Forbidden Realm after the gap in history. On the contrary, there were quite a few below the realm of supreme powerhouses who entered the Forbidden Realm in the outer boundary in the other worlds. However, all of them died. That's right, all of those advanced supreme gods were killed by the heavenly tribulation after entering the Forbidden Realm. However, based on this kid's performance, it seems like he may survive it. If he survives it, he'll directly become a level 7 supreme powerhouse as soon as he enters the realm of supreme powerhouses, right? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Mubai looked at the two old men and saw his excitement reflected in their eyes as well. A level 7 supreme powerhouse was peerless in the truest sense in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. If Duan Ling Tian, a native of the God-defying world, became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, it would push the God-defying world to the top of the myriad worlds, surpassing the 3 upper worlds. Currently, the strongest existence in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds were level 6 supreme powerhouses. Many people in the myriad worlds and outer boundary assumed that there was a world supreme powerhouse, who was also Xiao Mubai's father, in the God-defying world. They were unaware that the God-defying world did not have a world supreme powerhouse for a long time now. Xiao Mubai had hidden the news to avoid bringing trouble to the God-defying world. The myriad worlds' relationships were rather competitive. Since time immemorial, strong worlds would subjugate weak worlds. The God-defying world had also subjugated many weaker worlds. If it was unknown that the God-defying world had lost its world supreme powerhouse, there would definitely be people who would try to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Mubai knew he could not keep the news hidden forever, and he had been worried about the day that news of his father's death spread. At that time, powerhouses from various worlds would come to the God-defying world to verify the news, and once they confirmed the veracity of the news, the God-defying world would be in danger. For this reason, Xiao Mubai had paid close attention to talented cultivators over the years and spared no effort to help them. He hoped there would be more powerhouses in the God-defying world, hoping there would be a world supreme powerhouse again. Duan Ling Tian was one of the people whom Xiao Mubai had high hopes for. At the same time, Xiao Mubai also cultivated diligently, trying to enter the realm of world supreme powerhouses as soon as he could to protect the God-defying world. At this time, Xiao Mubai and the other imminent world supreme powerhouses from the God-defying world continued to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was facing the heavenly tribulation. They could not hide their excitement at all. Seniors, this heavenly tribulation is causing a huge commotion. I'm afraid the other worlds will sense it, Xiao Mubai said solemnly to the two old men. We should do our best to hide this. Otherwise, when people from the other worlds, especially the 3 upper worlds, find out that Duan Ling Tian is alive after entering the Forbidden Realm, they'll definitely do everything in their power to kill him before he gets any stronger. After all, if one was not killed by the heavenly tribulation after entering the Forbidden Realm, there was no doubt that one would become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. You're right, we must hide this matter. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to hide this matter, but we'll have to do our best. Just as Xiao Mubai expected, the commotion alerted many people. Although Duan Ling Tian went to the Asura Hell to face the heavenly tribulation, it came from outside the Asura Hell and the God-defying world. As such, it quickly drew people's attention, especially those in the upper 3 worlds. The 3 upper worlds were the strongest worlds for the longest time, but they were not complacent and always paid attention to the other worlds, especially the 18 middle worlds, which included the God-defying world. For this reason, the 3 upper worlds were quickly alerted when there was such a huge commotion, caused by Duan Ling Tian's heavenly tribulation, close to the God-defying world. It did not take long before the 3 upper worlds sent 3 level 5 imminent world supreme powerhouses to have a look. The trio stood a distance away and observed the shocking heavenly tribulation. This isn't the once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation that supreme powerhouses have to face. It seems to be the fatal heavenly tribulation that comes after one enters the Forbidden Realm. A peerless top-advanced supreme god in the God-defying world entered the Forbidden Realm and attracted the fatal heavenly tribulation. The fatal heavenly tribulation was the heavenly tribulation that came after one entered the Forbidden Realm. As its name suggested, it was fatal. In the 3 upper worlds, although it was rare, it was not unheard of for a few extraordinarily talented people to enter the Forbidden Realm. Needless to say, most of those people, if not all, did not voluntarily enter the Forbidden Realm. After all, that was tantamount to seeking death. After the gap in history, no one had ever survived the fatal heavenly tribulation after entering the Forbidden Realm after all. For this reason, who would voluntarily break into the Forbidden Realm? It was still glorious to be a level 6 supreme powerhouse. Most importantly, one would be able to keep one's life. Meanwhile, after discovering that the commotion came from the fatal heavenly tribulation, 3 imminent world supreme powerhouses quickly sent news back to the world supreme powerhouses in their respective worlds. Chapter 4541 Successfully Surviving the Heavenly Tribulation. The upper 3 worlds, the 3 strongest worlds, had firmly established their statuses since ancient times through various means, and their goal had always been to keep the 18 middle worlds below them. They naturally hoped to completely subjugate the 18 middle worlds, but due to the 18 worlds, cooperation and support of each other, it was not easy for them to completely subjugate the 18 worlds. In any case, they had not given up on their goal and always paid close attention to the 18 worlds. As such, they quickly noticed the commotion in the God-defying world. Previously, someone from the God-defying world comprehended the time sword Dao to the threshold of the 7th stage, and now, someone directly comprehended one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to the 7th stage. It was an advanced supreme god from the God-defying world who survived the heavenly tribulation after entering the Forbidden Realm. He comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage. Is he the successor of the late sword of time? Although it's impossible for that person from the God-defying world to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation, we still have to keep an eye on him. HMPH. I'll go and see that advanced supreme god who comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage for myself. At this time, 2 or 3 people from each of the 3 upper worlds left their respective worlds, and all of them were world supreme powerhouses, which were known as saints in the outer boundary. All of them left their worlds to have a look at the commotion in the God-defying world and soon confirmed the report with their own eyes. It's indeed an advanced supreme god who has entered the Forbidden Realm and attracted the fatal heavenly tribulation. HMPH. He'll definitely be killed by this heavenly tribulation. The powerhouses observed the commotion before them through the spatial barriers. They watched the heavenly tribulation as the sound of thunder rang in the air. Most of their eyes were focused on a figure standing in the eye of the storm. After some time had passed, they saw that the figure suddenly disappeared. He's dead. No one can defy heaven. Heaven won't allow someone who comprehended the law and one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to the paramount stage and the 7th stage respectively to exist. The supreme powerhouses from the God-defying world are really foolish. That person is a rare prodigy, and yet, they allowed him to take such risks. If they didn't, that person would have become a world supreme powerhouse as soon as he broke into the realm of supreme powerhouses. Perhaps, the God-defying world hopes to produce a level 7 supreme powerhouse. After all, there are only level 6 supreme powerhouses there. It seems that the old level 6 supreme powerhouse in the God-defying world is still quite powerful. Otherwise, it'd be difficult for that person to live until now. The old level 6 supreme powerhouse that they mentioned referred to the late world supreme powerhouse of the god-defying world, who was also the father of Xiao Bai, who was a lord of the god-defying world. They were unaware that Xiao Bai's father had perished a long time ago and that news of his death had been kept a secret. Apart from that, these people were naturally also unaware that Duan Ling Tian had been spending time in the outer boundary to grow stronger and had only returned temporarily to overcome the heavenly tribulation after breaking into the Forbidden Realm. They were also unaware that the scene of Duan Ling Tian's death, which they had just witnessed, was just an illusion created by the group of imminent world supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world, which included Xiao Bai. The illusion they created could barely fool the powerhouses of the three upper worlds. Fortunately, they were quite a distance away. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to fool them. Moreover, these people already had the preconception that Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. After chatting for a while, the various supreme powerhouses from the three upper worlds returned to their respective worlds. In the Asur Hell, using the knowledge that he obtained from the Void Elder, Duan Ling Tian successfully survived the fatal heavenly tribulation. He hovered in the air as spatial energy surged around him. The spatial energy surged for a moment before it suddenly formed a sword and released a sword ray up into the sky, looking as though it was trying to pierce the sky. Although I'm still an advanced supreme god, I feel as though my soul has been completely purified. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, he quickly sensed the changes in his body. His divine energy had yet to change, but he could clearly feel the improvement of his sword Dao and his law of space that had reached the paramount stage. He had completely integrated his sword Dao and the law of space, comprehending them both to the 7th stage and the paramount stage respectively. This was unprecedented after the gap in history. Next, I'll have to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. After my breakthrough, I should become a level 7 supreme powerhouse immediately. Once Duan Ling Tian became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, he would be unrivaled, he would be the strongest person in the outer boundary in the myriad worlds. Based on the current situation, there are two paths I can take now. First, I can break into the realm of supreme powerhouses using the divine tree of life. Second, I can break into the realm of supreme powerhouses using the 5 divine elements. These two paths would help him enter the realm of supreme powerhouses. The difficulty of the latter was slightly lower than the former. With the latter, he only needed to evolve the 5 divine elements to their final forms. As for the former, he would need to absorb the vital energy of other divine trees of life to strengthen his own divine tree of life. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that most divine trees of life could only be found in the little worlds of supreme powerhouses. Currently, he might not be any weaker than the weakest supreme powerhouses, but he was still no match for the stronger ones. If he exposed his true strength now, he would definitely be targeted by everyone. From now on, I have to keep a low profile until I break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. There are many people, including level 6 supreme powerhouses, who won't allow someone like me to exist. After all, there was no one who did not want to become the strongest person. Those who were in power had been in power for a long time. After all, how could they be willing to let someone who could threaten their status exist? After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian dismissed the thoughts in his mind. Then, he looked at Xiao Bai and the others and bowed. Thank you, Palace Master Xiao, seniors. Although Duan Ling Tian was overcoming the heavenly tribulation earlier, he still noticed the actions of Xiao Bai and the others. He knew that they were trying to protect him from the powerhouses of the 3 upper worlds who would kill him if they learned of the truth. Chapter 4542 The Heavenly Text. Before Xiao Bai and the others could speak after Duan Ling Tian thanked them, the deafening sound of thunder rang in the air. It sounded like the roar of a gigantic beast. Duan Ling Tian and the others instinctively looked up and saw the spatial barriers turning transparent, revealing everything. Why did the spatial barriers turn transparent? However, I can sense that they're still there, and they're not weakened. At this moment, even Xiao Bai and the others, who had lived a long time, looked perplexed by this phenomenon. This was the first time they had witnessed such a thing in the duration of their long lives. At the same time, a foreboding feeling rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. He had just survived the fatal heavenly tribulation, and for something to happen now, it could not be a good thing. While Duan Ling Tian and the others were confused, everyone in the myriad worlds, including the god-defying world, and the outer boundary saw the changes in the sky as well. They saw the spatial barriers turning transparent. Similarly, they were shocked and confused. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, but this is the first time I've seen such a thing. What's going on? I've read many ancient books, but I've never read about something like this before. At this time, everyone, as long as they were not in closed-door cultivation, looked at the sky in confusion. Under everyone's watchful eyes, dark clouds appeared behind the spatial barriers, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder. After a brief moment, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared from behind the dark clouds before it formed a passage, which could be read by everyone. Congratulations to Duan Ling Tian, the advanced supreme god from the god-defying world, on breaking into the forbidden realm and successfully overcoming the fatal heaven tribulation. You're expected to become the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history and surpass all the world's supreme powerhouses and saints in the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. Most people were confused after reading the passage. They had never heard of the forbidden realm of the fatal heavenly tribulation. Most of them did not even know who Duan Ling Tian, an advanced supreme god from the god-defying world, was. Nonetheless, they still know what a level 7 supreme powerhouse meant and that a level 7 supreme powerhouse was stronger than level 6 supreme powerhouses who stood at the peak in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Someone's going to surpass the saints and world's supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian from the god-defying world. That's not one of the 3 upper worlds. I remember the god-defying world is one of the 18 middle worlds. On the contrary, the expressions of those who knew about the forbidden realm and the fatal heavenly tribulation changed drastically. This was especially true for the various powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds who saw the golden heavenly text not long after they returned to their respective worlds. With their cultivation bases, they naturally know that only heaven could manifest words that could be seen by all beings in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. How did he survive it? Damn it, we were fooled. Unsurprisingly, the powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds were furious after discovering that they had been deceived. They left immediately and arrived at the place where Duan Ling Tian overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation earlier. In just a moment, quite a few figures could be seen in the Asura Hell, which was rather empty just a moment ago. Apart from the powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds, quite a few powerhouses from the 18 middle worlds had also come to watch the show. At the same time, Xianxia Bai and the other imminent world supreme powerhouses felt heavy pressure bearing down on them. There were no fewer than 20 world supreme powerhouses standing in front of them at this moment. Moreover, the number was still increasing. At this time, a tall and strong figure stepped forward, leaving a violent surge of energy in his wake that caused many imminent world supreme powerhouses to retreat. He said, "God-defying world, hand over that person who survived the fatal heavenly tribulation." At the same time, someone exclaimed, "It's Lei Hong, the world supreme powerhouse from the Sun-Bright world." The Sun-Bright world was one of the 3 upper worlds, the most powerful worlds among the myriad worlds, and Lei Hong was one of its world supreme powerhouses. He was very powerful and had become famous at a very young age. There were few in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary who were a match for him. After a brief moment, the world supreme powerhouses from the other 2 upper worlds stepped forward and chimed in as well. Their pressure was like a mountain bearing down on Xianxia Bai and the others. Not only that, but the pressure caused Xianxia Bai and the others to spit out a mouthful of blood. This was not surprising. How could imminent world supreme powerhouses be a match for world supreme powerhouses, especially these few people who were among the most powerful world supreme powerhouses? A hint of helplessness could be seen in Xianxia Bai's eyes at this moment. God-defying world, to avoid annihilation, it's best if you hand that Duan Ling Tian over to us. Hand that man over, or we'll annihilate the God-defying world today. At the same time, with such a huge commotion, the saints in the outer boundary were naturally alerted as well. At this time, in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, which Duan Ling Tian just joined, a saint walked over accompanied by 2 people, one of which was Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace. A complicated expression could be seen on Xiao Tianxi's face at this moment, shocked that Duan Ling Tian had achieved the impossible. If he's able to overcome this danger, he'll become the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history. Xiao Tianxi could not help but feel slightly excited when he thought about this. At this time, the saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion sighed softly and said, "I really didn't expect that such a monstrous prodigy would end up joining our Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. I hope he has already left the God-defying world when the heavenly text appeared. Otherwise, he'll be killed and the God-defying world will also be annihilated." Chapter 4543 Reverence for Duan Ling Tian. Annihilate the god, defying world. Xiao Mubai wiped the blood off the corner of his lips before he stepped forward. He seemed confident and fearless as he looked at the world's supreme powerhouses from the three upper worlds and laughed as he asked, "Are you sure you want to annihilate the god-defying world?" Following that, Xiao Mubai raised his hand, conjuring a mirror image. A handsome purple-clad young man appeared in the mirror image immediately. He looked indifferent as he said to the powerhouses from the three upper worlds, "If the god-defying world suffers any damages and if our supreme powerhouses die because of me surviving the fatal heavenly tribulation, I swear that I'll kill all of you. Prepare to suffer the consequences if you ignore this warning." Following that, the mirror image disappeared. Xiao Mubai sneered as he looked at the group of world supreme powerhouses, who wore unsightly expressions on their faces. The expression of Lei Hong, the world supreme powerhouse from the sun-bright world, was very dark as he turned around and left without a word. It was not difficult for this group of world supreme powerhouse to annihilate the god-defying world. However, Duan Ling Tian had clearly already left the god-defying world. It would be pointless for them to annihilate the god-defying world. It would not be so easy for them to find him and kill him now. If they acted recklessly now, it would be terrible if he successfully became a level 7 supreme powerhouse in the future. At that time, no one would be able to stop him from destroying the three upper worlds. After all, they had no doubt that the difference between a level 6 supreme powerhouse and a level 7 supreme powerhouse was like a deep chasm. In the past, there were many level 6 supreme powerhouses who died or nearly died in realms of origins left behind by level 7 supreme powerhouses. With this, one could imagine how powerful level 7 supreme powerhouses were. The entire place was silent as Lei Hong and the other world supreme powerhouses from the three upper worlds left. None of them dared to underestimate Duan Ling Tian even though he was just a puny advanced supreme god now. After all, once he break into the realm of supreme powerhouses, he would surpass all of them, becoming the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history. In just a moment, only powerhouses from the 18 middle realms and the powerhouses from the outer boundary, who arrived later, were left on the scene. At the same time, those who had a close relationship with Xiao Mubai began to congratulate him through voice transmission. "Congratulations, Lord Xiao." None of them dared to openly congratulate Xiao Mubai, afraid of offending the three upper worlds. After all, the three upper worlds might not dare to lay a finger on the god-defying world because of Duan Ling Tian, but the same could not be said for their respective worlds. Soon after, the powerhouses from the 18 middle worlds and the outer boundary left as well. The saint from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion was among these people. He did not say anything to Xiao Mubai and the other imminent world supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, if it was possible, it was best to avoid offending the three upper worlds. Who knew if the three upper world would seek revenge in the future? Now that the crisis had been resolved, Xiao Mubai and the others sighed in relief and exchanged a smile. Hope that little Duan will break into the realm of supreme powerhouses as quickly as possible. At this time, the group of supreme powerhouses, who had lived for a long time, changed the way they addressed Duan Ling Tian. After all, they knew that he would surpass all of them as soon as he entered the realm of supreme powerhouses. "I really didn't expect him to surpass me so soon," Xiao Mubai said with a smile. Meanwhile, those who knew Duan Ling Tian, including Feng Qingyang, were similarly shocked by the heavenly text. Feng Qingyang smiled wryly as he thought to himself, "Little Tian overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. I must quickly catch up now that my disciple is one step ahead of me." Following that, Feng Qingyang quickly stepped into a transportation formation. Everyone in the god-defying world was also shocked. Most of them did not know what the Forbidden Realm or the Fatal Heavenly Tribulation were, only supreme powerhouses knew what they were. Nonetheless, all of them knew that something extraordinary had happened due to the appearance of the heavenly text. "Duan Ling Tian is really amazing. I didn't expect that young man would come so far. Amazing. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian has grown to this extent." In a rundown city in the outer boundary, a young man with a feminine appearance waved his hand and rose into the air. At this moment, his face was unnaturally pale as he muttered to himself in disbelief, "Duan Ling Tian. How is it possible that he has grown so strong?" Impossible. The young man was none other than Yun Qingyan, who had been possessed by a supreme powerhouse from the Soul Imprisonment clan. He was now known as Yun Xinfeng. "This can't be real. I must be dreaming." Yun Xinfeng continued to mutter to himself as he turned into a streak of light and left. a familiar phenomenon that just appeared a few days ago appeared in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds again. Is it the heavenly text again? While people were wondering if the phenomenon had something to do with duels.At becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Congratulations to Feng Qingyang, an intermediate supreme god from the god-defying world, on breaking into the Forbidden Realm and successfully overcoming the fatal heaven tribulation. You're expected to become the second level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history and surpass all the world's supreme powerhouses and saints in the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. Chapter 4544 Feng Qingyang enters the realm of supreme powerhouses. In the beginning, everyone assumed that the heavenly text appeared again because duels.At had successfully become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. They were naturally surprised when they saw that it was not the case. Another monstrous prodigy from the god-defying world survived the fatal heavenly tribulation. Feng Qingyang is only an intermediate supreme god, but he has already comprehended Allah and one of the four Tao's of heaven and earth to the paramount stage and the seventh stage respectively. Did the god-defying world discover the secret to surviving the fatal heavenly tribulation? Needless to say, the outer boundary and the myriad worlds were even more shocked when they found out that Feng Qingyang had survived the fatal heavenly tribulation. The expressions of the powerhouses from the three upper worlds were extremely unsightly at this moment. In addition to duels.At, there was also Feng Qingyang now. Apart from that, they failed to notice Feng Qingyang completely. Feng Qingyang had cleverly found a remote place to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the fatal heavenly tribulation of an intermediate supreme god like him was much weaker, and as such, did not stir up a commotion. For this reason, he successfully escaped their notice until it was too late. Did the god-defying world discover the secret? How's it possible for two people from the god-defying world to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation when no one has been able to do so after the gap in history? The god-defying world is going to rise to the top soon. When duels.At and Feng Qingyang become level 7 supreme powerhouses, our three upper worlds will be below the god-defying world. Let alone the two of them, even if only one of them becomes a level 7 supreme powerhouses, our three upper worlds still have to yield to the god-defying world. The powerhouses from the three upper worlds only discussed among themselves and did not go to the god-defying world due to duels.At's earlier warning. Unless they were certain they could kill duels.At and Feng Qingyang, none of them dared to act recklessly when it came to the god-defying world. On the contrary, many powerhouses from the other 17 middle worlds came to the god-defying world to congratulate Xiao Bai and the others. Lord Xiao, the god-defying world is going to rise to the peak soon. I really wonder how they managed to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation after breaking into the Forbidden Realm. The ornate feather world and the god-defying world are allies. The enemies of the god-defying world are the enemies of our ornate feather world as well. Faced with the powerhouses from the middle worlds, Xiao Bai only responded to them perfunctorily before sending them away. A hint of shock could be seen in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "What a great surprise. This master and disciple duo is really amazing. I wonder where Feng Qingyang went to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation." Just like the others, Xiao Bai was completely shocked after learning that Feng Qingyang had also survived the fatal heavenly tribulation. That's right, once duels.At and Feng Qingyang become supreme powerhouses, our god-defying world will reign supreme in the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. I didn't expect to see such a day. When that glorious day arrives, our god-defying world will become the strongest world, far surpassing the three upper worlds. The imminent world supreme powerhouses could barely contain their excitement. They did not waste time and tried to gather as much information about duels.At and Feng Qingyang as they could, hoping to use the information to curry favor with the duo. Needless to say, duels.At and Feng Qingyang were unaware of this matter. In the Divine Offering Land's Sha clan in the god-defying world, Xiajia was unsurprisingly delighted by the appearance of the heavenly text again. Not only did little Tien survive the fatal heavenly tribulation, but his master has also survived it. There's hope for Shuai. At the same time, Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan, was fully convinced by duels.At's strength. Although he had already acknowledged that duels.At was very outstanding, this was still beyond his expectations. Duels.At and Feng Qingyang were too heaven-defying. At the same time, many people and forces in the god-defying world, who had close relationships with duels.At and Feng Qingyang, rejoiced. The outer boundary, a purple figure hovered in the sky, looking at the heavenly text. I didn't expect Master to have come this far as well. The purple figure belonged to Duan Tien. After leaving the Asura Hell, he returned to the outer boundary. He was currently in an unfamiliar barren land. During this time, he ran into a few ignorant advanced supreme gods who tried to provoke him and killed all of them. Duan Tian's top priority now was to find a place and break into the realm of supreme powerhouses as soon as he possibly could. After that, he would become the most powerful in the outer boundary in the myriad worlds, and most importantly, he would be able to free Ka from the soul imprisonment technique. Do I strengthen my divine tree of life or do I evolve my 5 divine elements to their final forms? In the end, Duan Tien decided to do both at the same time. For now, he did not have to focus on his laws and sword Dao. With the Void Elder's memories and knowledge, further comprehending the laws in the sword Dao would be easy. In one of the 18 middle worlds, a figure that resembled a sword left and flew toward the outer boundary. It was none other than Feng Qingyang, who had just survived the fatal heavenly tribulation. Needless to say, the heavenly text also stirred up a commotion in this middle world. What happened? Another person attracted and survived the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, this fatal heavenly tribulation isn't very powerful. Nonetheless, it's still very intimidating. Of course, after all, it's the fatal heavenly tribulation that the intermediate supreme god attracted after entering the forbidden realm. When Feng Qingyang returned to the outer boundary, he stopped suppressing his cultivation base and allowed it to rise freely. In just a brief moment, he broke through and entered the realm of advanced supreme gods. When he mobilized his divine energy and sword Dao, he suddenly felt a pull. That's fast. It seems like I'll become a level 7 supreme powerhouse ahead of Little Tien. In just a moment, Feng Qingyang's energy surged rapidly. Soon after becoming an advanced supreme god, he broke into the realm of supreme powerhouses. Subsequently, a strange and huge phenomenon appeared in the sky. Chapter 4545, the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history. Under normal circumstances, advanced supreme gods would feel a pull from the realm of supreme powerhouses when they had either comprehended a law to the paramount stage or a Tao of heaven and earth to the 7th stage. Many would comprehend the laws in the 4 Taos of heaven and earth as much as they could before entering the realm of supreme powerhouses. This was because it would be difficult to make improvements after entering the realm of supreme powerhouses. Most powerful supreme powerhouses had profound comprehensions of the laws in the 4 Taos of heaven and earth before they broke into the realm of supreme powerhouses. As for Feng Qingyang, since he had comprehended the law and the sword Tao to the paramount stage and the 7th stage respectively as an intermediate supreme god, he quickly became an advanced supreme god and could directly break into the realm of supreme powerhouses after that. Today, I, Feng Qingyang, finally became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Feng Qingyang's eyes were extremely bright at this moment. His terrifying divine energy surged in the air, sweeping past the phenomenon in the sky. The entire outer boundary and the middle worlds closest to the outer boundary began to shake due to his powerful divine energy. Soon enough, the heavenly text appeared again in front of the eyes of everyone in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Congratulations to Feng Qingyang from the God-defying world on becoming the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history, surpassing all the saints and world's supreme powerhouses. Heavens, a level 7 supreme powerhouse, who's much more powerful than saints, finally appeared. Surpassing saints and world's supreme powerhouses. This means he's truly invincible. The God-defying world is too heaven-defying. There's also Duan Tien. He should have a breakthrough soon, right? With this, the God-defying world has risen to unprecedented heights. The Langya Sword Pavilion in the outer boundaries Sacred Wind Realm. The Langya Sword Pavilion was a demi-saint rank force that Feng Qingyang joined previously. Everyone in the Sword Pavilion was shocked when they learned that Feng Qingyang had become a level 7 supreme powerhouse thanks to the heavenly text in the sky. I didn't expect little Qingyang to hide the true strength of his sword Dao previously. Now, he's even stronger than the saints. The vice pavilion master of the Langya Sword Pavilion exclaimed. He was the one who invited Feng Qingyang to join the Langya Sword Pavilion in the past. At the same time, many people in the Langya Sword Pavilion felt regretful after reading the heavenly text. If I had known better, I'd have tried to get closer to Feng Qingyang. Who knew that the intermediate supreme god from the past would surpass all the supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds? I knew Feng Qingyang was extraordinary. I was right. Me too. I knew Feng Qingyang was destined for great things. Xiao Mubai and the other imminent world supreme powerhouses looked at each other in shock and disbelief after they gathered. Our god-defying world has a level 7 supreme powerhouse now. So Duan Ling Tian's master became a level 7 supreme powerhouse first. Soon enough, the shock and disbelief were replaced by joy. Now that Feng Qingyang was a level 7 supreme powerhouse, the god-defying world was now the most powerful world among the myriad worlds. I didn't expect Feng Qingyang to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse first, Xiao Mubai said. It was not just Xiao Mubai and the others, almost everyone, especially those who served Feng Qingyang when he was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was overjoyed. Master has broken through. Duan Ling Tian was trying to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses when he saw the heavenly text. He was naturally happy for his master. I must hurry. The world-cleansing divine water is about to reach the highest level and transform into its final form. I'll evolve the other divine elements after that. With that, I'll become the second level 7 supreme powerhouse in the outer boundary in the myriad worlds. With the Void Elder's memories, Duan Ling Tian also knew the 7th level of supreme powerhouses was just the beginning. After all, it was the Void Elder's greatest wish to surpass heaven. At this time, a world supreme powerhouse accompanied by 4 imminent world supreme powerhouses suddenly appeared in front of Feng Qingyang and quickly greeted him reverently. Congratulations, Lord Feng. Feng Qingyang nodded in acknowledgement before he said, sorry for the trouble. After all, the myriad worlds nearby had been seriously damaged by Feng Qingyang's divine energy. Lord Feng, you're too courteous, the world supreme powerhouse said. I owe your world a favor, Feng Qingyang said before he suddenly disappeared. The group of supreme powerhouses was overjoyed upon hearing these words. After all, how precious was the favor of a level 7 supreme powerhouse. With this, they did not even have to fear the 3 upper worlds. After Feng Qingyang left, the world supreme powerhouse sighed in relief and said, he's really too powerful. I didn't expect the difference between a level 6 and level 7 supreme powerhouses to be so vast. Although he has yet to stabilize his cultivation base and I'm at the peak of the 6th level, I was completely overwhelmed by his aura earlier. Upon hearing this, the imminent world supreme powerhouses inhaled sharply. When Feng Qingyang returned to the god-defying world. Welcome back to the god-defying world, Lord Feng. Feng Qingyang was surprised when he saw Xiao Mubai leading a group of supreme powerhouses to greet him. Moreover, they were very respectful even though he was their junior. Chapter 4546 Feng Qingyang's Strength. Everyone, you're being too courteous, Feng Qingyang said with a smile. He glanced at the group of supreme powerhouses and quickly discovered that all of them were imminent world supreme powerhouses. Then, he asked curiously, does our god-defying world not have a world supreme powerhouse? Upon hearing this question, the group of supreme powerhouses smiled bitterly. If someone had asked this question in the past, they would never tell the truth. However, things were different now. Xiao Mubai sighed and replied, my lord, my father was the world supreme powerhouse of the god-defying world. Unfortunately, he perished. Outsiders aren't aware of this. At this time, Xiao Mubai no longer treated Feng Qingyang as a junior. Instead, he treated the latter as the guardian of the god-defying world. With Feng Qingyang's presence, he finally felt that the burden on his shoulders had been lifted. For many years, he had taken on the full responsibility of protecting the god-defying world so his peers could focus on growing stronger to overcome the once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. Now, he could finally stop worrying about the myriad worlds and the outer boundary finding out about his father's passing. Although the god-defying world did not have a world supreme powerhouse, it now had someone who was stronger than world supreme powerhouses. I see, Feng Qingyang said with a nod. Then, he added, everyone, with my presence, you can now take it easy. I was born and raised in the god-defying world so I won't hesitate to step forward when needed. I'll take my leave now, there's something urgent I need to attend to. Feng Qingyang did not waste time and quickly left, intending to go to the divine offering land to save Ka. However, not long after, he looked up ahead in the distance as though he had sensed something. Then, he scoffed coldly. Following that, a huge sword suddenly appeared in the air before it shot toward the distance, leaving spatial tears in its wake. The spatial tears revealed a few pairs of curious eyes in the distance. What, you're curious about my strength? Feng Qingyang said icily. Subsequently, 2 sword rays shot out of Feng Qingyang's eyes. At the same time, in the distance. Heavens! This is the strength of a level 7 supreme powerhouse. His soul energy is terrifyingly powerful. The world's supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds, including Lei Hong from the sun-bright world, looked terrified. At the same time, blood trickled out of their eyes. What should we do now? Feng Qingyang is clearly much stronger than all of us. We won't stand a chance if he intends to kill us. We should call for an emergency meeting to come up with a plan. Now that Feng Qingyang has become a level 7 supreme powerhouse, it won't be long before Duan Lingtian follows in his footsteps. The powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds felt a sense of crisis at this moment. They did not expect Feng Qingyang's strength to overwhelm theirs completely, and it far exceeded their expectations. I don't think we'll be able to withstand a single blow from him if we fight, Lei Hong said. Lei Hong, the world's supreme powerhouse from the sun-bright world, was infamous for his ill temper. He was widely acknowledged to be a powerful world supreme powerhouse in both the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Alas, he was forced to restrain his temper now since he was no match for Feng Qingyang. Not long after Feng Qingyang arrived, he quickly freed Ka from the soul imprisonment technique. Just like that, the trouble that had been plaguing Duan Lingtian for many years was resolved. Feng Qingyang smiled at Sha Yu and Sha Jia as he said, "She's fine now. However, it'll take some time before she regains consciousness." "Thank you, Lord Feng." Sha Yu and Sha Jia thanked Feng Qingyang in unison. "Don't mention it, Ka is my disciple's wife after all. We can be considered family." Feng Qingyang said, "My disciple should have a breakthrough soon and will be returning. I plan to stay in the Sha clan to wait for his return." Clan leader Sha, "I'll have to trouble you with the accommodation. I apologize for the inconvenience." Sha Yu shook his head and said hastily, "It's an honor for us, my lord." Sha Yu was naturally delighted that Feng Qingyang would be staying in the Sha clan. After all, at this time, almost everyone was scrambling to curry favor with Feng Qingyang, the strongest person in both the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. At the same time, the supreme powerhouse from the Sha clan could only wait patiently to meet Feng Qingyang as other supreme powerhouses made their way to the Sha clan to meet Feng Qingyang. In the outer boundary, Yun Xinfeng's expression was extremely unsightly when he sensed his soul trembling. His eyes shone with madness as he muttered to himself, "My soul imprisonment technique has been destroyed. Even a world supreme powerhouse wouldn't be able to get rid of it so easily." There's no doubt that Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian's master, is behind this. That pair of master and disciple must have discovered the secret to becoming level 7 supreme powerhouses. I wonder what will happen if I discover the secret. In the sun-bright world, one of the 3 upper worlds, a group of supreme powerhouses was gathered at this time. "Everyone, are we just going to stand aside and do nothing?" An old man asked with a grim expression on his face. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, "Don't forget what we tried to do after Duan Lingtian survived the fatal heavenly tribulation. Do you think the god-defying world will forget that we threatened to destroy them if they didn't hand Duan Lingtian over?" Various expressions of regret and remorse could be seen on the supreme powerhouses' faces as they reflected on their rash actions. After a moment, one of them sighed and asked, "Then, what do you think we should do?" Chapter 4547 Heaven Traversing Pagoda and the Heaven Protection Talisman. While the group of supreme powerhouses of the 3 upper worlds was discussing ways to deal with the imminent threat that was the god-defying world, what sounded like the chanting of Buddhist mantras rang from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. At the same time, an incomparably bright golden light shone in the sky like the sun as though it was heralding the arrival of a god. Needless to say, everyone in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, including the powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds, was shocked. "It's the heavenly text again." Indeed. However, this time, the heavenly text did not announce the success of someone surviving the fatal heavenly tribulation or becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Heaven and earth should rejoice and celebrate the birth of the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history. After this, the heaven traversing pagoda will appear above the ocean at the center of the outer boundary. Level 5 and level 6 supreme powerhouses can enter the pagoda. After successfully passing a series of tests, one will be rewarded with the Heaven Protection Talisman that can help one block 3 strikes of the fatal heavenly tribulation. Heaven Traversing Pagoda, Heaven Protection Talisman. It can block 3 strikes from the fatal heavenly tribulation. It sounds like this is a challenge to help level 5 and level 6 supreme powerhouses to become stronger, right? It seems like there'll be supreme powerhouses stronger than level 6 supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds soon. The 7th level of supreme powerhouses has always been unreachable in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds after the gap. In history, Feng Qingyang is the first person to reach the 7th level after the gap in history. Why do I feel like heaven is intentionally making things difficult for Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian? They just overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation with great difficulty, and Feng Qingyang just became a level 7 supreme powerhouse not long ago. However, heaven is suddenly giving level 5 and level 6 supreme powerhouses a chance to enter the 7th level. Needless to say, the heavenly text caused a huge uproar in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. At the same time, the eyes of the supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds were extremely bright at this moment. It seems like heaven is unwilling to let the god-defying world rise to the top. Everyone, a golden opportunity has presented itself to us. Lei Hong from the sun-bright world said with a laugh. His muscular body even trembled slightly from his excitement. Although the heaven protection talisman can only block 3 strikes of the fatal heavenly tribulation, it'll help us greatly. I don't know about all of you, but I definitely will not let this chance pass me by. I won't just do nothing and watch as the god-defying world subjugates the sun-bright world. This is worth a shot even if it means risking my life. The fire in my heart that has been dormant for many years is finally burning again. Lei Hong said excitedly. Lei Hong did not waste time and quickly made his way to the outer boundary. Not long after he left, the other supreme powerhouses exchanged a look. Lei Hong is right, put Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang aside, it's impossible to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation after the gap in history. Although the risk of dying is still high even with the heaven protection talisman, I still want to take the risk, an old man with a strong body said. He rose to his feet and continued to say before he left, I don't care if I have to lower myself in front of the level 7 supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world. After all, this is a dog-eat-dog world where the strong are revered. I'm more concerned with surviving my upcoming heavenly tribulation. I had a difficult time with the previous one. The chances of me surviving my upcoming heavenly tribulation is very low. Rather than waiting for my death, it's better for me to take this risk. If I succeed, not only will I be able to live longer, but I'll also become much stronger. At that time, I don't have to lower myself in front of those 2 brats. After Lei Hong and the old man's departure, half of the supreme powerhouses present left as well, spurred by Lei Hong and the old man's actions and words. As for the others, they decided to observe the situation first. Apart from the powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds, quite a few figures from the other worlds could be seen making their way to the outer boundary as well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression was very dark after he read the heavenly text. The heaven protection talisman can block 3 strikes from the fatal heavenly tribulation. Heaven is really shameless. Based on his experience with the fatal heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian knew he would be able to pass the tribulation easily if he had the heaven protection talisman. As for the other level 5 and level 6 supreme powerhouses, their chances of surviving the fatal heavenly tribulation had risen from 0% with the heaven protection talisman. For those who were more powerful, their chances of surviving had risen to 50%. I'll make heaven pay for this one day. I will fulfill the Void Elder's final wish and crush heaven. Duan Lingtian muttered under his breath as his eyes shone with determination and killing intent. Chapter 4548. All he did was look at me. Heaven. Traversing pagoda. Similar to Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang was also furious when he saw the heavenly text. After all, he had risked his life to become the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history. However, after his success, heaven created the heaven traversing pagoda and the heaven protection talisman to help the level 5 and level 6 supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds to become level 7 supreme powerhouses. How could he be willing? Feng Qingyang scoffed before he took to the sky. He traveled through the turbulent space to the heaven traversing pagoda in the outer boundary, looking as though it was a stroll in a park. As a level 7 supreme powerhouse, he was unsurprisingly the first to arrive after the heavenly text appeared in the sky. So this is the heaven traversing pagoda. Feng Qingyang looked at the huge pagoda suspended above the ocean. His eyes flashed when he sensed the mysterious aura from the pagoda. He could also sense a few distinct auras lurking under the surface of the sea, waiting to strike. It was not difficult to guess that the heaven traversing pagoda had also attracted the attention of the demon beasts in the sea. Nonetheless, Even the strongest among the demon beasts was just a level 4 supreme powerhouse, far inferior to level 5 and level 6 supreme powerhouses. In a palace in the depths of the sea, a skinny old man holding a scepter with a burning gaze muttered to himself, "Alas, only level 5 and level 6 supreme powerhouses can enter the pagoda." After a moment, the old man suddenly exclaimed, "Someone's already here." "How fast?" The old man saw a blue-clad young man appear near the heaven-traversing pagoda. The blue-clad young man rested his hands on his back as he looked at the heaven-traversing pagoda calmly. "He's definitely much stronger than I am," the old man muttered. After all, unlike the blue-clad young man, a level 4 supreme powerhouse like him would not be able to casually stand near the heaven-traversing pagoda. He has to be a level 6 supreme powerhouse at least, right? Just as this thought appeared in the old man's eyes, the blue-clad young man suddenly turned around. Although they were in different places at this moment, the old man felt as though the other party was looking at him at this moment. He could only watch in horror as two sword rays shot out from the young man's eyes toward him. The old man had to use all his strength just to block the sword rays. The palace was instantly reduced to rubble, and those with weaker cultivation bases were severely injured and passed out immediately. As for the supreme powerhouses, some of them were bleeding from their eyes and some of their faces were extremely pale. It was as though they had just had a life or death battle. At this time, a middle-aged man asked fearfully, "My lord, what happened? Did a saint attack you?" The old man smiled wryly. "Attack me? No, all he did was look at me." The group of people gasped upon hearing these words. They could not help but wonder about the identity of the other party. After all, even powerful saints were not capable of such a feat. "That's right," the old man said with a sigh. Then, he looked up at the surface of the sea and said fearfully, "If I'm not mistaken, he must be Feng Qingyong, the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history." Everyone fell silent for a brief moment upon hearing these words. After a moment, someone asked, "Since he's a level 7 supreme powerhouse, the heaven-traversing pagoda and the heaven protection talisman should be useless to him, right?" "That's right," the old man said with a nod as his eyes flashed. "If I'm not mistaken, he must be here to stop the saints from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda. Without the heaven protection talisman, he, and soon Duan Ling Tian, will be the only level 7 supreme powerhouses. Why would he allow others to grow stronger if he had the power to stop them?" It was not difficult for the old man to guess Feng Qingyang's thoughts. In fact, it was not just him. Most people in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds could guess it. After all, they could all see how unfair heaven was to him and Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 4549 Those who force their way in can only die. The heaven-traversing pagoda suspended above the ocean was like a mountain. It shone brightly and exuded a terrifying aura, which repelled those with weaker cultivation bases. After all, only level 5 or level 6 supreme powerhouses could enter the pagoda. A gust of wind blew past before a tall and burly figure appeared in the distance. It belonged to a middle-aged man who was staring at the heaven-traversing pagoda with bright eyes at this moment. The middle-aged man was none other than Lei Hong from the Sun-Bright world. "If I pass the tests in the pagoda, I'll be rewarded with the heaven protection talisman that'll block 3 strikes from the fatal heavenly tribulation. With the talisman, I'll have a chance of surviving the tribulation," Lei Hong muttered to himself. After a moment, as though he just recalled something, he continued muttering to himself, "Before the appearance of a level 7 supreme powerhouse, I was among the 3 strongest people in the myriad worlds. However, even so, without the heaven protection talisman, I wouldn't be able to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation. In fact, even with the talisman, success isn't guaranteed. Nonetheless, I'll accept my fate if I perish in this quest to grow stronger." After a short moment, Lei Hong finally approached the heaven-traversing pagoda. However, before he could go any closer, he was quickly stopped. A blue figure standing near the heaven-traversing pagoda had released his powerful divine consciousness into the surroundings of the pagoda, easily stopping Lei Hong from coming any closer to the pagoda. Level 7 Supreme Powerhouse, Feng Qingyong. Lei Hong's expression changed when he sensed the powerful divine consciousness, and he quickly identified the other party as Feng Qingyong, the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history who was mentioned by the heavenly text. Lei Hong took a deep breath to calm down before he cupped his fists together at Feng Qingyong and said politely, "You must be Lord Feng from the god-defying world." Soon after Lei Hong's voice fell, a few powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds arrived as well. They were stunned when they saw Lei Hong cupping his fists together and bowing at Feng Qingyang. After all, Lei Hong had never bowed to another person after he became a level 6 supreme powerhouse. They quickly extended their divine consciousness and quickly discovered Feng Qingyang's presence. Upon this discovery, their expressions changed drastically. After all, they knew that Feng Qingyang had come to stop them from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda. Lei Hong naturally felt unwilling inwardly. In his eyes, Feng Qingyang was just a junior. However, he was now forced to treat Feng Qingyang respectfully because Feng Qingyang was much stronger than he was. Feng Qingyang looked at Lei Hong and said indifferently, "That's right. It's me. I came here to say that entry to the heaven-traversing pagoda is prohibited. Those who try to force their way in can only die." Without waiting for a response, Feng Qingyang sat down cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes. Lei Hong's expression turned dark. He was naturally unwilling to accept this. After taking a deep breath, he said to Feng Qingyang, slightly threateningly, "The heaven-traversing pagoda was bestowed by heaven to us level 6 supreme powerhouses. It's to help us enter the 7th level. Aren't you afraid that you'll be punished and killed by heaven if you do this? Your action is tantamount to defying heaven's will after all." Feng Qingyang opened his eyes and looked at Lei Hong as though Lei Hong was an idiot. Then, he said with a sneer, "You think heaven will punish and kill me? If so, what's the point of heaven creating the heaven-traversing pagoda? Wouldn't it be easier for heaven to kill me directly if it could?" After that, Feng Qingyang closed his eyes again, ignoring Lei Hong and the other supreme powerhouses. Lei Hong's expression turned unsightly. After all, Feng Qingyang's words made sense. Moreover, if he were in Feng Qingyang's shoes, he knew he would be even more cruel. He would have killed all of the level 6 supreme powerhouses who intended to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda instead of just warning them. With the heaven-traversing pagoda and the heaven protection talisman, it was clear that heaven was targeting Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian. If heaven could kill the duo directly, there was no need to go to such lengths and create the heaven-traversing pagoda. After a moment, Lei Hong turned to the other supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds and asked through voice transmission, "Everyone, what should we do now? Are we really going to let him stop us from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda?" Lei Hong could not conceal his dissatisfaction at all when he spoke. "I think we should return for now and come up with a plan. I don't believe he'll stay here and guard the pagoda forever." The other supreme powerhouses ignored Lei Hong. They were worried the stubborn fool would rashly provoke Feng Qingyang and implicate them. In the end, Lei Hong was forced to leave. At the same time, a group of saints from the outer boundary, who had been observing the situation from a distance, sighed. They had been planning to take advantage of the situation and sneak into the heaven-traversing pagoda if Lei Hong decided to fight Feng Qingyang. Alas, Lei Hong was forced to retreat. After a period of time. Finally, with the help of the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian finally took the critical step and felt the pull from the realm of supreme powerhouses. This was not the first time he had felt this pull. In the past, he had sensed it but ignored it. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with excitement as he muttered to himself, "Level 7, here I come." Chapter 4550. Is it possible that he's Duan Lingtian? Previously, Duan Lingtian beat Feng Qingyang to it when he entered the Forbidden Realm and overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, after that, Feng Qingyang took the lead and became the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history. After Feng Qingyang became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, Duan Lingtian became more relaxed and was no longer in a hurry. After all, now that his master was a level 7 supreme powerhouse, he knew that not only would the god-defying world be safe, but Ka would also be saved. Duan Lingtian was taking his time to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses when the 3rd heavenly text appeared in the sky to announce the heaven-traversing pagoda and the heaven protection talisman. His anger after reading the heavenly text spurred him on again, and he rushed to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. He was filled with a sense of injustice when he thought about how difficult it was for him and his master to enter the Forbidden Realm and overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, but heaven easily helped the level 6 supreme powerhouses in an attempt to oppose them. His fury burned hot when he heard those who passed the tests in the heaven-traversing pagoda would be rewarded with the heaven protection talisman that could block 3 strikes from the fatal heavenly tribulation. The talisman would greatly increase the chance of survival, and at that time, those who succeeded would be used by heaven to target him and his master. It was only natural that Duan Lingtian was in a rush to enter the realm of supreme powerhouses after all this happened. He increased his efforts and wandered around looking for other 5 divine elements for his 5 divine elements to devour. He wanted to evolve them to their final forms and help them reach the highest level, which would in turn help him enter the realm of supreme powerhouses. In the end, his efforts finally paid off. The realm of supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian could sense the transformation of his divine energy at this moment. It surged out of his body domineeringly and easily leveled the mountains in his surroundings and tore holes in the void. The commotion quickly drew the attention of a few supreme powerhouses in the vicinity. Is our Misty Rain world going to have another supreme powerhouse? A few level 1 and level 2 supreme powerhouses who came over to have a look soon discovered the abnormalities. They realized that after the purple figure in front of them broke into the realm of supreme powerhouses, his energy continued to grow stronger without any signs of stopping. They looked at each other in shock and confusion as they discussed among themselves. Did he directly become a level 2 supreme powerhouse after his breakthrough? Wait, he's still not done. They watched as the void twisted violently around the purple figure as his energy continued to grow stronger. Level 3 Supreme Powerhouse, someone exclaimed. These people could not help but gasp when they realized the purple figure had surpassed them as soon as he broke into the realm of supreme powerhouses. An old man who could not stop smiling looked at the purple figure with bright eyes as he asked, "Is our Misty Rain world going to rise to prominence?" The other supreme powerhouses were excited as well. After all, in the history of the Misty Rain world, there were very few level 3 supreme powerhouses. Soon enough, they were shocked again. Level 4 Supreme Powerhouse. Wait, is he even from our Misty Rain world? The few supreme powerhouses began to feel skeptical. The Misty Rain world was one of the lower worlds governed by one of the 18 middle worlds, after all. The strongest supreme powerhouse in the history of the Misty Rain world was only a level 3 supreme powerhouse. With one of the middle world constantly absorbing their world energy, it was very difficult for a level 4 supreme powerhouse to appear in the Misty Rain world. For this reason, they began to suspect that the purple figure in front of them was not a native of the Misty Rain world. In the next moment, they quickly confirmed their speculations. Level 5 Supreme Powerhouse. This is ridiculous. He became a level 5 supreme powerhouse so quickly after entering the realm of supreme powerhouses. Such a person is rare even among the monstrous prodigies in the 3 upper worlds, right? He became an imminent world supreme powerhouse so quickly. Who is he exactly? He must be an outstanding prodigy from one of the 3 upper worlds. The supreme powerhouses were extremely shocked. Although the Misty Rain world did not have imminent world supreme powerhouses and world supreme powerhouses, they had met a few of them before from the middle world that governed them. However, they had never met someone who became an imminent world supreme powerhouse so soon after entering the realm of supreme powerhouses. At this time, the spatial tiers disappeared, and a huge dark vortex appeared close to Duan Lingtian. However, he was completely unaffected by it. At the same time, a terrifying energy rolled out into the surroundings, forcing the supreme powerhouses to retreat due to the suffocating pressure it brought. This is Level 6 Supreme Powerhouse, a World Supreme Powerhouse. He became a World Supreme Powerhouse immediately after entering the realm of Supreme Powerhouses. Such a person is as rare as a phoenix feather even in the 3 upper worlds, right? I don't think there's anyone like him in the current generation of the 3 upper worlds. Wait a minute, hey, is it possible that he's Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, the advanced supreme god who entered the Forbidden Realm and survived the fatal heavenly tribulation ahead of Lord Feng, right? I think you're right, it has to be him. At the same time, the commotion drew the attention of many powerhouses from the neighboring worlds. 2 supreme powerhouses from one of the 18 middle worlds that governed the Misty Rain world were also making their way to the source of the commotion at top speed. Chapter 4551 Duan Lingtian reaches the 7th level. The Jade Mountain world was one of the 18 middle worlds, and the Misty Rain world was one of the worlds it governed. The 2 people who left the Jade Mountain world to check out the commotion in the Misty Rain world were imminent world supreme powerhouses, level 5 supreme powerhouses, from the Jade Mountain world. The Misty Rain world was a small world, and it was located very close to the Jade Mountain world. The 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds would usually conquer nearby lower worlds to absorb their world energies and extend the longevity of their respective worlds. All worlds had a lifespan and would age with the passing of time. If a world was not supplemented with world energy, it would age until its heaven and earth spirit energy was depleted. With the depletion of the energy, Cultivation resources would also grow increasingly scarce until there were fewer and fewer powerhouses left. In fact, many lower worlds once had a glorious past but fell into decline due to aging. Why are the spatial fluctuations in the Misty Rain world so strange? The fluctuations are really strange. Did the Misty Rain world really produce an imminent world supreme powerhouse? The two people from the Jade Mountain world entered the Misty Rain world fearlessly without care for anyone else. After all, the Misty Rain world was governed by the Jade Mountain world. Visiting the Misty Rain world was like taking a stroll in their own backyard. When the duo arrived, the small group of supreme powerhouses in the Misty Rain world regained their senses and greeted the duo respectfully. They had seen the duo before, so they were not unfamiliar with the duo. Greetings, Lord Chu Ming. Greetings, Lord He-shan. Chu Ming and He-shan ignored the greetings. Instead, their attention was attracted by the purple figure in the distance, and they were shocked by what they saw. Level 6. A world supreme powerhouse. At this time, one of the supreme powerhouses from the Misty Rain world stepped forward and said respectfully, "My lords, that person just broke through to the realm of supreme powerhouses in our Misty Rain world." Chu Ming and He-shan were further shocked when they heard these words. They questioned the group of supreme powerhouses and listened to their speculations about the identity of the purple figure before they returned their attention to the purple figure in the distance with an expression of awe on their faces. If he's really Duan Ling Tian, then the 6th level isn't the end for him. I really can't believe two people from the God-defying world survived the fatal heavenly tribulation. That's right, I heard that Lord Feng is now standing guard outside the heaven-traversing pagoda, preventing level 6 supreme powerhouses from the myriad worlds and the outer boundary from entering it and obtaining the heaven protection talisman. If possible, we should try and befriend Duan Ling Tian. If we're successful, perhaps he'll allow us to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. With that, both of us might be able to reach the 6th level in the future. Befriend him, he might not even be willing to talk to us. The duo continued to watch Duan Ling Tian. After all, until Feng Qingyong, there had never been a level 6 supreme powerhouse who successfully reached the 7th level after the gap in history. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who knew if they would be able to witness the birth of another level 7 supreme powerhouse in their lifetime after this? As the vortex continued to churn, the mountains in the surroundings were leveled and the rivers were overturned. As it continued to wreak havoc, the purple figure suddenly rose to his feet. Although he was only slightly taller than the average person, the sense of oppression when he stood up was extremely strong, pressuring the 5 supreme powerhouses in the distance. When the purple figure suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying energy surged out his body like a flood that broke the dam. The wind began to blow violently, and the 3 supreme powerhouses from the Misty Rain world were blown away easily by the force of the wind. Even the 2 supreme powerhouses from the Jade Mountain world barely managed to remain standing. Their faces were pale as they watched with a shocked and fearful expression on their faces. He's broken through. In the past, the duo had seen the level 6 supreme powerhouse of the Jade Mountain world fight with other level 6 supreme powerhouses from the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. At that time, they had thought those level 6 supreme powerhouses were extremely powerful. However, compared to the purple figure before their eyes, the difference in strength was like that of an adult and a child. The difference was too huge. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to the 5 supreme powerhouses in his surroundings. He was not worried about them attacking him. After all, there was no way they would do that unless they had a death wish. I finally reached this level. Duan Ling Tian sensed his newly transformed energy and found that there was a world of difference compared to before when he was just an advanced supreme god. As for the 5 divine elements, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and 5 streaks of energy of different colors shot out before they took on the forms of humans. There were men and women, some old and some young. These were the 5 divine elements in their human forms. Thanks for giving us bodies. In the past, the 5 divine elements were like elders of Duan Ling Tian and treated him as a junior. However, after gaining their human forms now, they were very respectful and modest when they faced him. It was not surprising since he was now a level 7 supreme powerhouse. He was no longer the young man of the past. He was now one of the only 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses in the world after the gap in history. At this time, the sound of thunder suddenly rang in the sky, catching everyone's attention. Following that, a familiar scene in recent days appeared in the sky of the myriad worlds in the outer boundary again. It was the heavenly text. Congratulations to Duan Ling Tian from the God-defying world. After entering the Forbidden Realm and overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation, he has successfully become the second level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history, surpassing all saints and world supreme powerhouses. Chapter 4552 The Outer Boundaries Sacred Lightning Realm and the Azure Cloud Saint Sects Fu Clan. I finally caught up with my master. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he looked at the heavenly text in the sky. Then, he turned to 5 divine elements and said, I don't need all of you to stay with me in the future. You've all gained human forms, so you can now live independently. Go and live your own life. In the future, if you have any problems, I'll definitely help you as long as it's within my capabilities and doesn't violate my principles. You've been with me for many years, so you should be clear about my principles. Each of you has 3 chances to ask for my help. In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not have any obligations to help the 5 divine elements, but he had made such a promise for old time's sake. However, he was also worried that the 5 divine elements would look for him for every minor trouble and that they would take it for granted, so he limited it to 3 times each. Needless to say, if they were in dire straits, he would still help them even if they had used up the 3 chances. After all, he would never forget that the 5 divine elements had helped him on his journey here. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the 5 divine elements bowed and thanked him. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and said, You may take your leave. After the 5 divine elements gained human forms, they now possessed the strength of a supreme powerhouse. They were all relatively strong. Coupled with their original forms as 5 divine elements, as long as they cultivated diligently, it was not impossible for them to grow stronger. After Duan Ling Tian spoke, 4 of the divine elements quickly left, easily bypassing the spatial barriers with their powerful strength and leaving only a gentle-looking woman behind. She was none other than the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water. Duan Ling Tian looked at the world-cleansing divine water in confusion when he saw that she did not leave. The world-cleansing divine water smiled and said, I've been with the divine tree of life for many years, and I've long gotten used to it. To me, the tree is like a parent. Although I've gained a human form, I have no desire to wander the world. Instead, I want to continue staying with the divine tree of life. I hope you'll fulfill my wish, my lord. In the past, the world-cleansing divine water used to address Duan Ling Tian as Little Tian. However, now, she addressed him respectfully as my lord. Duan Ling Tian did not expect the world-cleansing divine water to want to stay. After a moment, he shook his head and said, Sister Water, you should just continue to address me as Little Tian. If you want to stay, then stay. The divine tree of life in Duan Ling Tian's little world continued to stand tall. After Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough, it had grown even stronger and was thriving. Earlier, after breaking through, he had fulfilled the divine tree of life's wish and created a small opening in his little world so the divine tree of life could see the outside world. I don't dare to be so presumptuous, the world-cleansing divine water said. After all, you're one of the 2 most powerful people in the world after the gap in history. You're no longer just an advanced supreme god. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly upon seeing the polite distance that the world-cleansing divine water placed between them. However, he did not insist and allowed her to address him as she pleased. After that, the world-cleansing divine water returned to Duan Ling Tian's little world and sat cross-legged next to the divine tree of life. In just an instant, it seemed like the divine tree of life had grown stronger, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel amazed. Following that, Duan Ling Tian looked at the supreme powerhouses in the distance silently. The 3 supreme powerhouses from the Misty Rain world kneeled in the air without any hesitation. Congratulations on entering the 7th level, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Initially, the 2 supreme powerhouses from the Jade Mountain realm only planned to bow and congratulate Duan Ling Tian. However, since the trio had kneeled down, they had no choice but to follow suit while they cursed the trio inwardly as bootlickers. I'm Hishan from the Jade Mountain world. Congratulations on reaching the 7th level, my lord. I'm Chu Ming from the Jade Mountain world. Congratulations on reaching the 7th level, my lord. 2 level 5 supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and quickly confirmed the duo's cultivation base, feeling slightly surprised. At the same time, he found the Jade Mountain world slightly familiar. After a moment, he recalled that the Jade Mountain world was one of the 18 middle worlds and that it was as famous as the god-defying world. He also remembered hearing that the Misty Rain world was one of the lower worlds governed by the Jade Mountain world. As such, He no longer wondered why two supreme powerhouses from the Jade Mountain world were here. A complicated feeling rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart as he looked at the two level 5 supreme powerhouses kneeling in front of him. The duo were imminent world supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds. Their status was equal to that of Xiao Bai, one of the lords of the god-defying world. In the outer boundary, their status was equal to demi-saints like Duan Wei from the Duan clan that was governed by the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion in the Sacred Lightning Realm. Whether it was Xiao Bai or Duan Wei, they were both powerful in Duan Ling Tian's eyes in the past. When he stood in front of them in the past, he could vaguely feel a sense of oppression. Now that these two people who were comparable to Xiao Bai and Duan Wei were kneeling in front of him respectfully, it was only natural that he felt complicated. This feeling only grew stronger when he realized that he could easily kill them with just a wave of his hand. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at the duo from the Jade Mountain world and asked expressionlessly, "What's the situation like at the heaven-traversing pagoda? Do both of you know anything?" The duo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Then, one of them replied honestly, "My lord, after the heaven-traversing pagoda appeared, Lord Feng from the god-defying world has been standing guard there, preventing level 6 supreme powerhouses from the myriad worlds in the outer boundary from entering the pagoda. He has said that he'll kill whoever dares to enter the pagoda. For this reason, no one has entered the pagoda yet even though it has appeared for a while now." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly upon hearing these words. This was within his expectations. With his master's temperament, he had long speculated that his master would not just stand aside and do nothing with how unfair heaven was to them. As expected, master didn't change at all, he's still the same. If Duan Ling Tian were in Feng Qingyang's shoes, he would have done the same as well. After all, they relied on themselves and broke into the 7th level. Now that heaven was essentially giving a shortcut to the others, how could he be willing? Heaven was clearly targeting them. After a moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, and his eyes shone with killing intent immediately. He had thought about the Azure Cloud Saint sect and the Fu clan in the Outer Boundaries Sacred Lightning Realm. When Duan Ling Tian calmed down, he decided to return to the god-defying world first to seek Ka. After that, he would return to the Sacred Lightning Realm in the Outer Boundary to avenge Duan Wei. He planned to annihilate the Fu clan that was governed by the Azure Cloud Saint sect. In the past, the demi-saint from the Fu clan had joined forces with another two people to kill Duan Wei. At that time, he had vowed to avenge her once he had grown stronger to repay her kindness to him. Chapter 4553 Return to the God-Defying World. After Duan Ling Tian broke through and became the second level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history, everyone in the myriad worlds in the outer boundary was made aware of it thanks to the heavenly text. Near the heaven-traversing pagoda that was suspended above the sea, Feng Qingyang, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A smile could be seen on his face when he looked at the heavenly text in the sky. Little Tian finally had a breakthrough. The two of us are finally level 7 supreme powerhouses. It'll cause another commotion when people find out about our relationship as master and disciple. Feng Qingyang was naturally happy that Duan Ling Tian was now a level 7 supreme powerhouse. From now on, they were both the most powerful people in the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. Although Feng Qingyang knew that Duan Ling Tian would return to the god-defying world first after becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse, he did not plan to meet Duan Ling Tian. His top priority now was to guard the heaven-traversing pagoda and stop level 6 supreme powerhouses from entering the pagoda. We, master and disciple, went through so many hardships and relied on ourselves to get here. I won't allow the others to take advantage of the shortcut that heaven deliberately provided them to target us. Feng Qingyang's anger did not abate at all. That was why he persisted and continued to guard the heaven-traversing pagoda, preventing level 6 supreme powerhouses from entering the pagoda. In fact, he did not care if another level 7 supreme powerhouse appeared. If someone managed to enter the Forbidden Realm and overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation relying on his or her own effort like him and his disciple, he definitely would not have any complaints. His anger was all directed to heaven. In his opinion, since heaven was being unfair, he would step forward and uphold justice. Little Tian should know that I'm here. I wonder if he'll come after returning to the god-defying world, Feng Qingyang thought to himself. At the same time, his eyes glinted coldly under the light as he looked at the heaven-traversing pagoda. With my strength alone, it'll be difficult to destroy the heaven-traversing pagoda. When he comes, we'll join forces and see if we can destroy it. After destroying the heaven-traversing pagoda, Feng Qingyang would not need to stand guard anymore. Most importantly, it's likely that heaven can attack me directly, otherwise, based on how I'm stopping others from entering the pagoda, heaven would have already done something to me if it could. Meanwhile, due to Feng Qingyang's presence, very few world supreme powerhouses from the three upper worlds dared to linger near the heaven-traversing pagoda. However, they still did not give up. They planned to seize the chance and enter the pagoda to obtain the heaven protection talisman as soon as Feng Qingyang left. However, before a chance appeared, a few months after they returned to their respective worlds, they were shocked by the appearance of the heavenly text. The first person to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation after entering the Forbidden Realm was now a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian from the God-defying world is now a level 7 supreme powerhouse. In the past, Feng Qingyang was just an intermediate supreme god. It's not shocking that he quickly broke into the realm of advanced supreme gods and the realm of supreme powerhouses after entering the Forbidden Realm. However, Duan Lingtian was a powerful advanced supreme god and had ignored the pull from the realm of supreme powerhouses before. As such, it wouldn't be easy for him to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses. I really didn't expect him to break through so quickly. Before this, there wasn't even one level 7 supreme powerhouse in the myriad worlds in the outer boundary after the gap in history. However, now, 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses suddenly appeared. Moreover, both of them are from the God-defying world. From now on, the 3 upper worlds are nothing more than a joke. The God-defying world is now the most powerful world. The world's supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds all wore dark expressions on their faces at this moment. In the past, they stood at the peak of the myriad worlds, looking down on everyone. Now, 2 people who were much more powerful than them suddenly appeared. It was not surprising that they were not in a good mood. In the sun-bright world, Lei Hong scoffed as he muttered icily, "I don't believe Feng Qingyang can guard the heaven-traversing pagoda forever. Moreover, I don't believe heaven will allow him to do as he pleases." Apart from the world's supreme powerhouses from the myriad worlds, the saints from the outer boundary were also stopped by Feng Qingyang from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda. Faced with the domineering and powerful Feng Qingyang, they could only obediently retreat. The saints were powerless. There was nothing they could do even if they were eager to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. After all, Feng Qingyang was truly too strong. Even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to defeat him. The difference in strength was insurmountable. How could their strength compare to someone who had survived the fatal heavenly tribulation? The saints from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion were also among this group of people from the outer boundary. When they saw the heavenly text, they, who were eager to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda, thought about Duan Lingtian's connection to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Duan Lingtian has broken through and become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. In the past, he was the palace guardian of our Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace, right? Like Feng Qingyang, he's also from the God-defying world. I wonder if Feng Qingyang will allow us to enter the pagoda for Duan Lingtian's sake. In the past, I watched the fight between Duan Lingtian and the strongest person under the realm of supreme powerhouses in our Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. At that time, I really didn't expect him to come so far in such a short time. His progress is too outrageous. He's now much more powerful than us, the saints of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. In the end, Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace, was quickly sent out. He was asked to speak to Duan Lingtian on behalf of the 2 saints of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Xiao Tianxi was not very willing, feeling that the request was rather unreasonable. However, he had no choice but to agree. He also told them that he could not guarantee it would be a success. While Xiao Tianxi made his way to the transportation formation that would bring him to the God-defying world, he sighed inwardly as he thought to himself, "I really didn't expect that young man would become such a terrifying existence in such a short time. He's now much more powerful than saints." A complicated expression could be seen on Xiao Tianxi's face when he thought about how a level 7 supreme powerhouse like Duan Lingtian could easily destroy the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the God-defying world. As soon as he arrived, he received a warm welcome from Xiao Mubai and the other lords of the God-defying world. Not only did their way of addressing him change, but their treatment of him changed as well. Lord Duan. Greetings, Lord Duan. Chapter 4554. From now on, we'll never be separated again. This was a world where the strong were revered after all. In the past, before Duan Lingtian's breakthrough, he was very deferential in front of the supreme powerhouses. At that time, he was very cautious and did not even dare to breathe loudly, worried about offending them. After all, they could kill him with just a flick of their fingers. However, Duan Lingtian was no longer the same person from before. He now stood at the peak after becoming the second level 7 supreme powerhouse and the strongest person in the myriad worlds in the outer boundary after the gap in history, just like his master. In fact, his potential to grow was even higher than that of Feng Qingyang. Although Feng Qingyang's innate talent and comprehension skills were very high as well, the legacy he inherited from the Sword of Time had helped him greatly as well during his journey. The Sword of Time, even at his strongest, did not reach the 7th stage. As such, it was very amazing that Feng Qingyang was able to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse with the help of the legacy. As for Duan Lingtian, he inherited the memories of the Void Elder, one of the few strongest supreme powerhouses before the gap in history. With that, it was only natural that it was only a matter of time before he became as strong as the Void Elder. Although Duan Lingtian's achievements now were amazing in the eyes of others, compared to the Void Elder, this was just the beginning. At this time, Duan Lingtian greeted Xiao Mubai and the others before he said, "Everyone, I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. We'll meet again in the future when I have time." After saying that, Duan Lingtian vanished into thin air, causing the others to inhale sharply. A level 7 supreme powerhouse's speed is truly terrifying. He's really powerful. Lord Feng didn't show his speed when he returned previously. Nonetheless, there's no doubt he's just as powerful. After all, no one is able to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda yet. In just a short time, Duan Lingtian had already arrived in the Divine Offering Land's Sha clan. He appeared silently in a courtyard in the Sha clan's estate. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance alarmed the maids in the courtyard. However, when they saw him, joyful expressions appeared on their faces immediately. They quickly bowed at him respectfully. "It's the young master. The young master is back." These were Kae's maids who served Kae in the past. They had been with her for many years, and as such, they easily recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded at the maids and asked, "Did someone come to treat Kae before this?" The maids nodded. Warmth suffused Duan Lingtian's heart immediately. As expected, his master returned to save Kae as soon as his master became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Following that, Duan Lingtian entered the room. He extended his divine consciousness immediately and checked Kae's condition. Indeed, the soul imprisonment technique was gone. However, her soul was still unstable. This was not surprising since her soul had been imprisoned and injured by the technique for so many years. Her soul would heal, but it would take time. Apart from that, based on the recovery of Kae's soul, Duan Lingtian could also tell that Kae had been given elixirs or something that would aid the recovery of her soul. Duan Lingtian stood at the side of the bed, and his gaze was tender as he looked at the unconscious Kae. He reached out and held her hand as he said, "Kae, from now on, no one can hurt you anymore. Don't worry." Duan Lingtian crouched down and looked at his beautiful wife in a daze. He did not return to his senses for a long time. He was unaware that Sha Yu and Sha Jia, the clan leader and the third master of the Sha clan respectively, had arrived and were standing at the door. Sha Jia's expression was one of relief while Sha Yu wore a complicated expression on his face. Once upon a time, Sha Yu had disliked his son-in-law who came from a small place. It was only when he saw the other party's amazing talent and strength and his daughter's determination that he slowly came to accept the other party. Now, the son-in-law whom he looked down on in the past had risen so high that he had to look up at his son-in-law. Even the ancestor of the Sha clan, the most powerful person in the clan, could not withstand a single move from his son-in-law now. Sha Yu sighed inwardly. "Shui, your eyes are more discerning than those of your father." Sha Yu and Sha Jia continued to wait silently. They did not dare to disturb Duan Lingtian and could only wait for him. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already discovered the duo's presence, but he did not pay them any attention at all. After all, they were no threat to him. Even if they were, with his current strength, he had no need to be afraid at all. 3 hours passed before Duan Lingtian finally rose to his feet and turned around to face the two people standing at the door. "Third uncle," Duan Lingtian said to Sha Jia with a smile. He respected Sha Jia sincerely since Sha Jia had helped him in the past. Then, he turned to Sha Yu and said expressionlessly, "Clan leader Sha." Duan Ling Tian continued to address Sha Yu as clan leader Sha. He did not plan to change the way he addressed Sha Yu until Ka woke up. He would follow Ka's wish after that. Sha Yu was also aware of this. He only smiled wryly and did not say anything. On the other hand, Sha Jia chuckled and said, I didn't expect you to grow so strong, kid. Your achievement is beyond my wildest dreams. In Sha Jia's eyes, it was already amazing for one to become a supreme powerhouse, let alone become one of the two strongest supreme powerhouses in the world. Even in the history of the Sha clan, the strongest supreme powerhouse was only a level 4 supreme powerhouse. Third uncle, regardless of my achievements, I'm still your junior, your nephew-in-law, Duan Ling Tian said. Sha Jia laughed and said happily, that's right. If you dare to be arrogant, I'll tell Ning Shui to teach you a lesson when she wakes up. Duan Ling Tian chatted with Sha Jia for a few more moments before he said, Third uncle, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I'll return with Ka to see you when I'm done. After that, Duan Ling Tian placed Ka in his little world and left the Sha clan. Duan Ling Tian's little world was thriving now. The divine tree of life glowed with a soft light, and the little world was filled with vitality energy. Moreover, with the presence of the world-cleansing divine water, the little world also had an inexhaustible source of water. Ka, from now on, we'll never be separated again. In the past, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to let Ka stay in his little world because he was worried that he would put her in danger. However, he did not have such concerns now. Currently, as long as heaven could not attack him directly, there was no one in the world who could kill him. Moreover, with his master guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda, it was unlikely that another level 7 supreme powerhouse would be born. When Duan Ling Tian left the god-defying world, his eyes shone with killing intent as he muttered to himself, Next, I'll go to the sacred lightning realm in the outer boundary. Sister Wei, I'm finally going to avenge you. Chapter 4555 The Fu Clan. After returning to the outer boundary, Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply. His mindset now was completely different from before. Back then, when he had just arrived, he felt as though he was constantly walking on thin ice, worried that he would run into malicious supreme powerhouses who might kill him. Although he survived in the end, he had nearly died. The Crimson Demon from the Crimson Demon Ridge. Until now, Duan Ling Tian did not forget how he strayed into the Crimson Demon Ridge when he first arrived. At that time, he had been imprisoned by the Crimson Demon, a supreme powerhouse. The Crimson Demon had imprisoned many people at that time, hoping to find a suitable body to possess among the prisoners. This was because he was not certain he would be able to survive his upcoming once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. He wanted to avoid the heavenly tribulation by possessing another body using the technique unique to his clan. Wait, I almost forgot about that. Duan Ling Tian was reminded about the token he received when he thought about the Crimson Demon. While he was imprisoned by the Crimson Demon and forced to go through various tests, he became acquainted with Wang Yiyuan. Before Wang Yiyuan died, Wang Yiyuan had given him a round token and asked him to look after his sister. Later on, after escaping, he looked for Wang Yiyuan's sister and helped Wang Yiyuan to fulfill his final wish. The token was the key to a realm of origin left by a level 5 supreme powerhouse, a demi-saint, and there was a spirit living in the token. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian said to the spirit in the token, I've broken into the realm of supreme powerhouses now. Was the realm of origin created by your former master? Or was the realm of origin created by a supreme powerhouse before the gap in history and was found by your former master? Duan Ling Tian had been into a realm of origin before, and he knew a thing or two about it. He knew that realms of origins could only be created by supreme powerhouses from before the gap in history. After listening to the spirit, Duan Ling Tian discovered that the token did not hold the key to a realm of origin, but an independent realm. The creator was an imminent world supreme powerhouse, and there were many fortuitous encounters in the independent realm. Alas, the independent realm was useless to him now. After all, he was now a level 7 supreme powerhouse. How could the independent realm of a level 5 supreme powerhouse be useful to him? Even if the realm contained treasures he did not have, with his strength now, it would not be difficult for him to obtain them. Level 7 supreme powerhouse. It was a level that its former master did not even dream of reaching in the past. In any case, I'll go and have a look when I have the time. Perhaps there are useful things in there for the others. As for the spirit of the circular token, it had spoken to the divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water. As such, it was aware that Duan Ling Tian was now a level 7 supreme powerhouse. As such, it knew that Duan Ling Tian might not be interested in the things its former master left behind, the spirit of the token sighed inwardly. It thought that its former master probably did not expect that his legacy would be found by a level 7 supreme powerhouse. It was a level that its former master did not even dream of reaching in the past. The Fu clan was a demi-saint rank governed by the Azure Cloud Saint sect in the outer boundaries sacred lightning realm. It was considered an ordinary demi-saint rank force among the many demi-saint rank forces under the Azure Cloud Saint sect. For that reason, the Fu clan did not have much of a presence. However, a few years ago, the Fu clan became one of the strongest demi-saint rank forces governed by the Azure Cloud Saint sect because the clan gained a second demi-saint whose name was Fu Liangyu. At this time, Duan Ling Tian arrived in the territory of the Azure Cloud Saint sect in the sacred lightning realm. After asking around, he also learned that there were 2 demi-saints in the Fu clan now. Fu Liangyu, this name sounds familiar. After a moment, realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. I remember now. Fu Liangyu was the person I met at the transportation site in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory after I returned from the god-defying world with Sister Wei. At this time, Duan Ling Tian could vividly remember the dark expression on Fu Liangyu's face when Fu Liangyu came over to greet Duan Yuwei. Fu Liangyu played a huge role in Duan Yuwei's death. After all, Fu Liangyu was the one who alerted the demi-saint of the Fu clan at that time of Duan Yuwei's presence. Subsequently, the demi-saint from the Fu clan joined forces with 2 people and hunted Duan Yuwei down before killing her. Without Fu Liangyu, the demi-saint from the Fu clan would not have known that Duan Yuwei was in the territory of the Azure Cloud Saint sect at all. Sister Wei was killed by the demi-saint from your Fu clan, but it seems like you've been thriving all this time and even became a demi-saint. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Duan Ling Tian was about to ask for directions to the Fu clan when he suddenly overheard someone in the restaurant he was in saying that he saw the young master of the Fu clan entering a room upstairs. This is great, I found someone to lead the way for me. In just a moment, the door to the private room was blasted open, shocking the few people inside. The expressions of the few young people sitting around the table were rather unsightly at this moment. After a brief moment, one of them rose to his feet and glared at the purple-clad Duan Ling Tian, who walked into the room nonchalantly, as he asked, "Who are you? Do you have a death wish?" Despite Duan Ling Tian's nonchalance, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes at this moment. He swept his eyes across the people in the room as he asked, "Which one of you is from the Fu clan?" The young man who had stood up earlier looked at Duan Ling Tian murderously when he saw how arrogant Duan Ling Tian was. He barked, "How arrogant! And knew, kill him." Subsequently, an old woman dressed in a green robe said before making a move, "Yes, young master." The old woman swept toward Duan Ling Tian confidently. She did not even bother to probe Duan Ling Tian with her divine consciousness. Although she was not among the most powerful advanced supreme gods, her strength was still above average. In her opinion, Duan Ling Tian was at most an advanced supreme god and there was no way Duan Ling Tian was stronger than her. Moreover, she was from the Fu clan. This restaurant was owned by a force under the Fu clan. As such, she did not feel like she had anything to be afraid of. When the old woman drew close to Duan Ling Tian, a streak of gray light shot out from Duan Ling Tian's eyes, leaving spatial tears in its wake. When it landed on the old woman, she was instantly reduced to dust and vanished into thin air. Then, Duan Ling Tian asked again, "Which one of you is from the Fu clan?" This time, the people in the room had completely lost their arrogance. As for the young man who ordered the old woman to make a move, he was terrified. His face was pale and his body was trembling as he exclaimed, A supreme powerhouse." At the same time, the other people felt the huge pressure from Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness, and they quickly kneeled down. One of them did not hesitate at all and decisively betrayed the young man. "Senior, he's from the Fu clan. His name is Fu Wei." "That's right, Senior, he's the only one from the Fu clan among us." Although these people had supreme powerhouses in their respective forces, they rarely came in contact with the supreme powerhouses. Their statuses in their respective forces were not high after all. There was a chance that their supreme powerhouses would risk offending another supreme powerhouse for them. As for Fu Wei, his grandfather was a supreme powerhouse, but he was only a level 1 supreme powerhouse. Not only that, but he was also injured a few years ago and was still recuperating. Chapter 4556 Fu Liangming, the Fu clan's demi-saint. The Fu clan was a famous and powerful clan. The clan was not only famous in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territories, but it was also famous in the Sacred Lightning realm. After all, the Fu clan was not just a demi-saint rank clan, but it was the most powerful demi-saint rank force after another demi-saint appeared in the clan. It was rare for a demi-saint rank force to have two demi-saints at the same time in the history of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. One of the demi-saints from the Fu clan, Fu Liangming, had been famous for many years as well. He was among the most powerful demi-saints in the Sacred Lightning and even the Outer Boundary. Fu Liangyu, Fu Liangming's brother, followed in Fu Liangming's footsteps as well. With Fu Liangming's help, he successfully became a demi-saint a few years ago. In a restaurant, while Fu Hui's friends were panicking, despite being frightened, Fu Wei forced himself to calm down. He looked at the purple-clad figure in front of him and asked solemnly, "Sir, why are you looking for the people of the Fu clan? Although I'm not a core member of the Fu clan, my elder is a supreme powerhouse of the Fu clan." At the same time, Fu Wei thought to himself, what's so great about supreme powerhouses? My grandfather is a supreme powerhouse as well. Before Duan Ling Tian spoke, Fu Wei continued to say, since you know the Fu clan, you should also know that the Fu clan now has two demi-saints, right? However, I think you must not know this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have dared to kill my servant. In Fu Hui's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was likely not from the Outer Boundary and was a visitor from the myriad worlds. He concluded that Duan Ling Tian did not know the extent of the strength of the Fu clan in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory. It did not take long before Fu Wei noticed that Duan Ling Tian's expression remained the same even after learning that there were two demi-saints in the Fu clan. He wondered inwardly, is he playing dumb or does he not know what demi-saints are? After a brief moment, Fu Wei asked with a frown, are you not a native of the Outer Boundary? Are you from the myriad worlds? Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing these words. He asked in return, how do you know? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian wondered if Fu Wei recognized him. However, in the next moment, he dismissed this possibility. After all, he had never met Fu Wei before until today. The only person whom he had met was Fu Liangyu when he returned from the god-defying world with Duan Yue. At that time, Fu Liangyu had yet to become a demi-saint. At this moment, Fu Wei scoffed and said coldly, if you're from the Outer Boundary, you would know what demi-saints mean. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. After a brief moment, he realized that Fu Wei assumed that those from the myriad worlds did not know that demi-saints were imminent world supreme powerhouses. Fu Wei continued to say proudly, demi-saints are what the myriad worlds call imminent world supreme powerhouses. Now that you know, what do you think? Do you understand now how powerful the Fu clan is? Fu Wei stared at Duan Ling Tian, hoping to see a panicked expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. Alas, he was destined to be disappointed. Duan Ling Tian remained indifferent even after listening to his words. What's wrong? Are you scared witless? Fu Wei asked with a sneer after seeing Duan Ling Tian's lack of reaction. In his opinion, imminent world supreme powerhouses, or level 5 supreme powerhouses, should be very powerful in the eyes of the country bumpkin in front of him. Fu Wei knew saints and those from saint rank forces were much stronger than the Fu clan. However, he was not only certain that Duan Ling Tian was not a demi-saint, but he was also certain that Duan Ling Tian was not a saint or from a saint rank force. Needless to say, although he was aware of the existence of two level 7 supreme powerhouses who surpassed saints and world supreme powerhouses, it did not even occur to him that the person in front of him was one of the two strongest beings in the world. This was only natural since he did not think the two strongest beings in the world had any connections with the Fu clan. Otherwise, the Fu clan would have bragged about it. He also did not think that the Fu clan would have any enmity with the two strongest beings in the world. After all, the Fu clan did not even dare to provoke saints, let alone those two who had surpassed saints. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly. Earlier, he had been slightly surprised when Fu Wei correctly guessed that he was from the myriad worlds. He had even briefly wondered how Fu Wei knew. He said, so you think I'm unaware that imminent world supreme powerhouses are called demi-saints? Then, Duan Ling Tian did not give Fu Wei a chance to speak before he said impatiently, all right, I don't want to speak nonsense with you. Bring me to the Fu clan. Otherwise, I'll send you to the netherworld to accompany your servant. Following that, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand, and a stream of energy surged toward Fu Wei before he and Fu Wei disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. He had used his teleportation profundity. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it was easy for him to bring another person with him when he teleported. Nonetheless, teleporting with another person was still very restrictive compared to teleporting alone. After a while, Duan Ling Tian finally appeared above the city with a pale Fu Wei in tow. At this time, a confused expression could be seen on Fu Hui's face as he wondered inwardly, since he knows that demi-saints are level 5 supreme powerhouses, why isn't he afraid? Why isn't he afraid of our Fu clan that has 2 demi-saints? A foreboding feeling rose in Fu Hui's heart as he asked in a trembling voice, Sir, who are you? Earlier, Fu Wei assumed that Duan Ling Tian's lack of reaction was due to his fear. However, he was not a complete fool. At this time, he could tell that Duan Ling Tian's reaction was not due to fear, it was more like Duan Ling Tian was indifferent. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to Fu Hui's question. Instead, he said coldly, Where's the Fu clan? Lead me there. Fu Wei felt chills running up his spine upon hearing these words. It was not difficult for him to lead Duan Ling Tian to the Fu clan. However, he was afraid of the consequences. He was worried that he would be punished by the Fu clan after Duan Ling Tian left. Even if his father was a supreme powerhouse, his grandfather would not be able to save him at that time. Apart from 2 demi-saints, the Fu clan also had many supreme powerhouses. Although their number did not exceed 100, there were still dozens of them. His grandfather was just one among many supreme powerhouses in the Fu clan, and his grandfather, a level 1 supreme powerhouse, was also ranked at the bottom in the Fu clan. Sir, if I lead you there, can you let me go before we enter the clan's estate? Fu Wei asked bitterly. He really did not want to be a traitor. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll send you to accompany your servant, Duan Ling Tian said impatiently with a cold gaze. Fu Wei shuddered in fear before he hastily pointed in a direction and said, the Fu clan is over there. Forget it, it's better to die later than earlier, Fu Wei thought to himself as he sighed inwardly. Chapter 4557 Killing a demi-saint with just one strike. With Fu Wei leading the way, Duan Ling Tian quickly arrived at the Fu clan. The Fu clan, a demi-saint rank clan in the Azure Cloud Saint sect territories, had a very big estate. It was even bigger than the Duan clan in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion that Duan Ling Tian joined in the past. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Fu clan icily and scoffed softly. Then, without saying another word to Fu Wei, he teleported into the Fu clan's estate, easily bypassing the Fu clan's guarding formation, and appeared in the sky above the estate. After that, he said, Fu Liang Ming, Fu Liang Yu, come out. Subsequently, a terrifying energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body and swept through the Fu clan in all directions. The Fu clan's guarding formation was immediately triggered, and a powerful defensive barrier rose up to stop Duan Ling Tian's terrifying energy. However, a series of thunderous explosions that sounded as though the sky was falling rang in the air when the Fu clan's guarding formation was destroyed by Duan Ling Tian with just a strike. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's terrifying energy, the formation seemed vulnerable and useless. Duan Ling Tian's energy continued to rage, and in just a short moment, the Fu clan's estate was almost completely razed to the ground. Painful cries and sorrowful wails rang in the air as weaker members of the Fu clan were killed like ants while the stronger members managed to escape death, but they were greatly weakened as well. It's a supreme powerhouse. He's not just an ordinary supreme powerhouse. A few of the stronger supreme powerhouses from the Fu clan protected the members of the clan before they quickly took to the sky and flew toward Duan Ling Tian. One by one, they surrounded Duan Ling Tian and glared at him. However, if one looked closely, one would be able to see a hint of fear in their eyes. Their fear did not come from witnessing Duan Ling Tian's destructive power, it came from Duan Ling Tian's earlier words. He had asked Fu Liang Ming and Fu Liang Yu, the Fu clan's 2 demi-saints, to come out in such a casual manner. It was clear that he was at least as powerful as the duo. Who are you? Duan Ling Tian's eyes swept past the dozen or so supreme powerhouses. He did not see Fu Liang Yu, whom he had once met, and judging by these people's auras, Fu Liang Ming was not around either. After all, the strongest among these people was just a level 4 supreme powerhouse. They're not here. After a brief moment, a gloomy voice rang from the depths of the Fu clan's estate. Who are you? How did the Fu clan offend you? Following that, a familiar figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He had met this person when he returned to the outer boundaries sacred lightning realm from the god-defying world with Duan Yue. The other party was Fu Liangyu, Fu Liangming's younger brother. He suspected that Fu Liangyu was likely the person who leaked Duan Yue's whereabouts to Fu Liangming. As a result, Fu Liangming, along with a few demi-saints, managed to find Duan Yue and killed her. Only a few years had passed since then, so Fu Liangyu's appearance did not change. However, his temperament had changed greatly. He now exuded the aura of someone with high status, like a king looking down on the world. At this time, he did not recognize Duan Lingtian. After all, in the past, all his attention was focused on Duan Yue. He did not spare much attention for Duan Lingtian at all. However, seeing that Duan Lingtian was bold enough to break into the Fu clan and kill the clan members indiscriminately, he naturally did not underestimate Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was also very calm when facing him, a demi-saint. He naturally knew that Duan Lingtian was at least a demi-saint since Duan Lingtian dared to provoke him and his brother. At this time, Duan Lingtian smiled and said icily, "Fu Liangyu, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you've already forgotten me. You're quite forgetful. Do I know you?" Fu Liangyu asked with a frown. Based on the other party's words, it seemed like they had met before. "Since you don't remember, there's no need for you to try and recall our meeting," Duan Lingtian said expressionlessly. "Even if you remember, it's useless. After all, you'll die soon." As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, a brilliant light shot out of Duan Lingtian's body like a shooting star. Before Fu Liangyu could react, the light had already landed on his body. Fu Liangyu's expression changed drastically. Before he could finish his words, his eyes dimmed and his body was quickly reduced to ashes that were scattered by the wind. Just like that, a demi-saint was killed. He did not even leave a corpse behind. During the entire process, Duan Lingtian did not move at all. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky above the Fu clan's estate disappeared and were replaced by a dazzling golden light. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the sound of thunder rang in the air followed by an unearthly cry. Following that, blood began to rain down from the sky. In the distance, many figures rose to the sky, attracted and shocked by the phenomenon above the Fu clan's estate. A demi-saint died. That golden light, it seems like the other party comprehended the law of metal. Based on the location of the phenomenon, a demi-saint who comprehended the law of metal, it must be Fu Liangyu, the new demi-saint in the Fu clan. Fu Liangyu is dead. Heavens, it's only been a few years, but another demi-saint died in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory again. A demi-saint who comprehended the law of life died just a few years ago, right? The death of the demi-saint from the Fu clan naturally stirred up a commotion. Even the Azure Cloud Saint sect was no different. Fu Liangyu, the second demi-saint of the Fu clan, died. No matter what, the Fu clan is governed by our Azure Cloud Saint sect. Killing Fu Liangyu without informing our Azure Cloud Saint sect is a sign of disrespect. Let's go to the Fu clan and have a look. Where's Fu Liangming when Fu Liangyu died? Who's the culprit? It did not take long before a group of people left the Azure Cloud Saint sect for the Fu clan. Somewhere in the Fu clan, an old man who was in closed-door cultivation, hoping to enter the realm of saints, woke up. He did not hide his anger as he said to the person who had woken him up, "Who dares to bother me when I'm in closed-door cultivation? Didn't I tell you to look for my brother and not bother me unless the Fu clan is facing the threat of annihilation?" At this moment, someone said from outside, "Great ancestor. The second ancestor is dead. The clan needs you now, great ancestor." Fu Liangming's expression changed to one of shock and disbelief in just a blink of an eye when he heard that his younger brother, Fu Liangyu, had died. How's this possible? Fu Liangming left the room and questioned the person outside. Then, he left like a gust of wind. "Who are you? Why did you kill my brother?" Fu Liangming's voice, which was filled with unprecedented anger, resounded in the entire Fu clan's estate. Chapter 4558 The Demi-Saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect. After a while, the dazzling golden light began to dim. However, blood continued to rain down on the Fu clan. The translucent golden figure that towered in the sky finally crashed to the ground after the unearthly cries died down. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the Fu clan, including the supreme powerhouses, felt chills running up their spines. The ancestor died. The ancestor was a demi-saint, but he was killed so quickly. Who the hell is that person? Is he a saint? He must be a saint. Otherwise, how could he be so terrifyingly strong? The fear in everyone's heart grew stronger as they looked at the purple-clad figure in the sky. They wondered about his identity and the reason he attacked the Fu clan and killed Fu Liangyu, the second demi-saint of the Fu clan. Soon enough, they were pulled back to their senses by the furious voice that echoed in the Fu clan's estate. They naturally knew that the voice belonged to Fu Liangming, the demi-saint and great ancestor of the Fu clan. The great ancestor is here. Many people's eyes lit up immediately, and hopeful expressions could be seen on their faces. However, there were also many whose expressions remained gloomy. After all, the enemy was too powerful. The enemy killed Fu Liangyu, a demi-saint, with just a strike. Similar to Fu Liangyu, Fu Liangming was also a demi-saint. Although Fu Liangming was much stronger than Fu Liangyu, Fu Liangming did not possess the strength to kill Fu Liangyu, let alone kill Fu Liangyu with just one strike. From this alone, it could be seen that the enemy was extremely powerful. Fu Liangming. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man, who had just appeared, calmly. It was not difficult for him to guess the old man's identity based on the old man's words. Moreover, the old man looked rather similar to Fu Liangyu, but his aura was much more domineering than that of Fu Liangyu. He was certain that the old man was Fu Liangming, the famous demi-saint of the Fu clan. Most importantly, Fu Liangming was one of the people who killed Duan Yue, who treated him as a younger brother. Faced with Duan Ling Tian, Fu Liangming forcibly suppressed his anger and his killing intent before he asked, "Sir, how did the Fu clan offend you? Did my brother and I offend you?" At this time, Fu Liangming had already calmed down and thought things through. Since the enemy easily killed his brother, he did not doubt that the enemy was extraordinary. At the very least, the enemy was a saint. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian chuckled upon hearing Fu Liangming's words. Then, he said with a sneer, "You're Fu Liangming, right? Do you remember killing demi-saint Duan a few years ago?" Although it would be easy for Duan Ling Tian to kill Fu Liangming, who was much stronger than Fu Liangyu, he did not kill Fu Liangming immediately like he did Fu Liangyu. He still wanted information from Fu Liangming. After all, Fu Liangming was not the only one who was responsible for Duan Yue's death. Demi-saint Duan. Fu Liangming was briefly stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words. When he regained his senses, his expression changed immediately. The fear in his eyes grew stronger when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian came because of Duan Yue, whom he killed a few years ago. "Why did you come because of her?" Previously, Fu Liangyu had informed Fu Liangming of Duan Yue's arrival in the territory of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Fu Liangyu knew Fu Liangming had a grudge against Duan Yue after all. At that time, Fu Liangming quickly contacted two demi-saints, and the three of them joined forces to kill Duan Yue. Fear continued to spread in Fu Liangming's heart the more he thought about this matter. It was clear now that the enemy killed so many people in the Fu clan, including his younger brother, because of Duan Yue. How's this possible? When did Duan Yue get to know such a powerful saint? Wait, how does he know that I killed Duan Yue? More and more questions appeared in Fu Liangming's mind at this moment. Only a few people knew that Fu Liangming killed Duan Yue. He also took extra care to make sure the news did not spread. After all, his action might provoke the anger of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, which was on par with the Azure Cloud Saint sect. No matter what, the Duan clan, a demi-saint rank clan, was governed by the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Fu Liangming speculated inwardly, it's impossible for Duan Yue's message to leave the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory at that time. Unless someone else was in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory at that time and received her message. Perhaps, this person in front of me was there at that time, or did he learn about it from the person who was there at that time? In any case, why did he wait until now to attack the Fu clan? Perhaps, this person was also just a demi-saint when Duan Yue died. Perhaps, he only became enemy was a saint. 46. Duan Ling Tian said murderously, I know that you joined forces with others to kill demi-saint Duan, a saint recently. That's why he only came now to avenge Duan Yue. The more Fu Liangming thought about this, the more he felt that he was right. In any case, he knew the enemy was extremely powerful. He and the Fu clan were no match for the enemy. As such, He could only lie like a coward. No matter what, he could not admit that he had anything to do with Duan Yuwei's death. After making up his mind, Fu Liangming frowned and said, "Sir, I don't understand. Indeed, I had some conflicts with Demi-Saint Duan, but I have nothing to do with her death. Is there a misunderstanding? Did you mistake me for another person?" Misunderstanding, mistake. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew that Fu Liangming was pretending. With just a thought, he raised his hand, easily restraining Fu Liangming. What a powerful force! Fu Liangming tried to struggle to free himself, but it was futile. He looked at the purple figure in front of him, no longer concealing the fear in his heart. At this moment, he was certain that the enemy was a saint. Duan Ling Tian said murderously, "I know that you joined forces with others to kill Demi-Saint Duan. Give me the names of those people. If you cooperate, I'll grant you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it." Fu Liangming's expression changed drastically upon hearing these words. However, before he could respond, several figures suddenly appeared. They were demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect. "Sir, please show mercy. The Fu clan is a clan under the Azure Cloud Saint sect, and Fu Liangming is also a member of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. They're under the protection of the Saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Sir, if Fu Liangming has offended you, please speak to the Saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect first before you take action. Our saint won't just stand aside and do nothing if you kill him. Not only that, but you must give the Azure Cloud Saint sect an explanation for killing Fu Liangyu. Otherwise, the Azure Cloud Saint sect definitely won't let this matter go." The demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect, who also assumed that Duan Ling Tian was a saint, did not cower in front of Duan Ling Tian even if they knew he was stronger than them. Their confidence came from the fact that the Azure Cloud Saint sect had two saints. Chapter 4559, The Deaths of Another Two Demi-Saints. Fu Liangming felt as though he was going to cry from relief when he heard the words of the demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect. He felt very grateful that they spoke up against a saint on his behalf. The Azure Cloud Saint sect. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled disdainfully as he looked at the demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect and Fu Liangming. Then, he ignored the others and said to Fu Liangming, "I'll give you 3 breaths to tell me who helped you to kill Demi-Saint Duan, otherwise, I'll take action immediately." Fu Liangming's expression changed again. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to blatantly disregard the demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect. He wondered inwardly, is he not afraid of the Azure Cloud Saint sect's powerhouses? At the same time, the expressions of the demi-saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect darkened when they saw Duan Ling Tian's arrogance and blatant disregard for them. Finally, one of them sent a message back to one of the saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect while another one asked solemnly, "Sir, may I ask which force you are from?" One of the saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect had sent the demi-saints to the Fu clan to have a look at what was going on. As a saint, the other party naturally delegated such trivial matters to his subordinate and did not deign to come over personally. Meanwhile, the demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect began to dissuade Duan Ling Tian again. They were adamant about protecting Fu Liangming for the sake of the Azure Cloud Saint sect's reputation. After all, the sect's reputation would be tarnished if Duan Ling Tian killed Fu Liangming even after they had intervened. "Sir, I've already sent a message to the founder of our sect. Sir, please don't act rashly. At least wait until our founder arrives. Sir." At the same time, Fu Liangming did not cooperate with Duan Ling Tian because he had the support of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Duan Ling Tian scoffed coldly before 2 streaks of light suddenly shot out of his eyes toward Fu Liangming after 3 breaths had passed. Arg! Fu Liangming, who was restrained, let out an agonizing cry immediately as his body trembled violently. It was clear that he was in excruciating pain. Duan Ling Tian had attacked Fu Liangming with a soul technique, unleashing unimaginable pain on Fu Liangming's soul. In the midst of the agonizing pain, Fu Liangming thought to himself in shock, "L was wrong. He's not a saint. His soul energy is much stronger than that of a saint." Fu Liangming had met the 2 saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect before, and he had even received advice from them in the past. One of them even helped him with his cultivation by using soul energy to mimic the profundities of the laws. With that as a comparison, he could tell that Duan Ling Tian's soul energy was far stronger than that of the saint. Duan Ling Tian's soul energy quickly attacked Fu Liangming's soul. In just a moment, Fu Liangming felt his consciousness slowly fading away just like a flickering candlelight. He thought to himself in despair, he's so much more powerful than saints. Is he Feng Qingyang or Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian. Is he a member of the Duan clan? Not long after that, Fu Liangming's eyes turned dimmed and his head lolled to the side as vitality left his body. Thunder echoed and dark clouds appeared as a green light flashed in the sky above the Fu clan's estate again. Just like before, blood began to rain down on the land again as unearthly cries rang in the air, piercing everyone's ears. Similar to before, the phenomenon shocked everyone when it appeared again above the Fu clan's estate. Another demi-saint died. This time, it's one who had comprehended the law of the wind. The phenomenon is also above the Fu clan's estate. A demi-saint who comprehended the law of metal died, and a demi-saint who comprehended the law of wind quickly followed in his footsteps. If I'm not mistaken, the new demi-saint of the Fu clan comprehended the law of metal, and the first demi-saint of the Fu clan comprehended the law of wind. Heavens! This means the Fu clan lost 2 of their demi-saints on the same day. Who did the Fu clan offend? Isn't the culprit afraid of the Azure Cloud Saint sect? Many people made their way to the Fu clan's estate to watch the show. When they arrived, they only saw Fu Liangming's ashes being scattered by the wind. It really is Fu Liangming. Did that purple-clad young man kill him? Those few people seemed to be demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's expression did not change at all, he remained calm. Earlier, he had used a soul technique and extracted Fu Liangming's memories of when he killed Duan Yue. He would not have been able to do this with ordinary soul techniques. Fortunately, he had learned the Void Elder's soul techniques. Moreover, Fu Liangming's soul was much weaker than his, so it was not difficult for him to extract Fu Liangming's memories at all with the Void Elder's technique. Soon enough, he learned that Fu Liangming had joined forces with another 2 demi-saints to kill Duan Yue. One of them had the surname Han, and the other had the surname Tuoba. When the demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect regained their senses, they were furious. An elderly demi-saint said indignantly, "How dare you kill Fu Liangming in front of us? Are you going to make an enemy out of the Azure Cloud Saint sect?" Before the other demi-saints could chime in, Duan Ling Tian said with a frown, "Stop making a fuss." Duan Ling Tian had long been displeased with this group of people, and his anger finally erupted at this moment. He flicked his fingers, and in the next moment, the void began to shake. The elderly demi-saint suddenly stiffened, and a bloody hole appeared between his eyes. Following that, the void twisted around him before it crushed him, reducing him to dust. Just like before, the phenomenon that heralded the death of a demi-saint appeared again, overlapping with the previous one. The blood rain from earlier that was dying down poured down heavily once again. Chapter 4560. The 2 saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect make an appearance. Silence descended. The spectators and the 2 remaining demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully under the pouring blood rain. They were drenched in cold sweat at this moment. Earlier, after the elderly demi-saint had spoken and before Duan Ling Tian made a move, they were about to chime in. Thank goodness I didn't speak up first. In the Fu clan's estate, many powerhouses from the Fu clan were in shock and despair after the deaths of 2 of their demi-saints. When they saw how bold the purple-clad Duan Ling Tian was, they were both frightened and shocked. He even dared to kill the demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect. If he doesn't have a powerful background, he won't be able to escape the wrath of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. That's right, the Azure Cloud Saint sect has 2 saints. Even if the purple-clad young man, he's not a match for 2 saints. One of the 2 saints is one of the most powerful saints in both the Outer Boundary and the Myriad Worlds since many years ago. In the Azure Cloud Saint sect, one of the saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect had departed from the sect as soon as he received the message from the demi-saints. Not long after he left, a huge commotion broke out in the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Elder he who is dead. Didn't he go to the Fu clan with a few elders? Was he also killed by the saint who killed the demi-saint from the Fu clan? I wonder which force the other party belongs to. How dare he kill a demi-saint of our sect? Is he declaring war on us? At the same time, the other saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect was troubled when the news of the sect's demi-saints had died, which shook the sect to the core, reached him. He was a mysterious figure and rarely appeared in front of the public because he was always in closed-door cultivation. However, the appearance of the heaven-traversing pagoda drew him out of his closed-door cultivation. After all, The heaven-traversing pagoda was his only hope of becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Unfortunately, the heaven-traversing pagoda was now guarded by Feng Qingyang, the first-level supreme powerhouse to appear after the historical gap. Feng Qingyang had declared that he would kill those who dared to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. Not long ago, the demi-saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect were helping him think of ways to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda, but unexpectedly, he who, a demi-saint and his nephew Junior whom he had helped achieve many things, would die. I want to see who has the audacity to kill a member of our Azure Cloud Saint sect. The saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect was a tall and burly old man dressed in a gray robe. His eyes glinted coldly before he suddenly disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already caught up with the other saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, who was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was taken aback when he saw the old man. He asked, "Junior uncle, you're going to the Fu clan as well?" The old man said coldly, "He who is dead. Junior brother, he who is dead." The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock as his expression changed drastically. Then, he said through gritted teeth, "Impudent. How dare the other person kill a demi-saint of our sect?" The old man's eyes shone with killing intent as he said with a scoff, "I don't care which force he belongs to. He has to bear the consequences of killing a member of our Azure Cloud Saint sect. Let's go and have a look at that vermin." It did not take long before the two saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect arrived at the Fu clan's estate. The middle-aged man had already made his move moments before he arrived. In just a moment, his terrifying divine consciousness swept out through the blood rain and shrouded the Fu clan's estate. Many surviving members of the Fu clan felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them immediately. It was as though a mountain was pressing down on them at this moment. However, many of their eyes were shining brightly at this moment. Meanwhile, the spectators who had come to watch the show grew excited. The divine consciousness of a saint. The saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect is here. We may just be lucky enough to witness between saints today. At the same time, the two surviving demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect sighed in relief inwardly when they sensed the middle-aged man's divine consciousness. After all, they were worried that Duan Ling Tian would kill them. Fortunately, the other party did not make a move and seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian finally discovered the identities of the other demi-saints who killed Duan Yue. He also found out that after killing Duan Yue, they had never met Fu Liangming again. He knew that they must have gone into hiding, so he was not in a rush to find them. Duan Ling Tian had already expected at least one of the saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect to make an appearance after he killed the sect's demi-saint. The Azure Cloud Saint sect was on par with the Heavenly Jade Tide Mansion, which he had joined in the past. Back then, the saints from these forces were invincible in his eyes. However, they no longer seemed invincible to him now. Perhaps, I'll be able to get the Azure Cloud Saint sect to bring those people to me. The two demi-saints who were involved in killing Duan Yue also belonged to a force governed by the Azure Cloud Saint sect. It would be much easier for Duan Ling Tian if they brought the culprits to him. However, he was not certain if the Azure Cloud Saint sect would comply. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly raised an eyebrow. Two saints came. At the same time, the remaining demi-saints also sensed the divine consciousness of another saint shrouding the Fu clan's estate. The two saints from the Fu clan came. It's clear that they're enraged. The spectators were shocked when they discovered that the two saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect had come. I didn't expect the mysterious saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect would come as well. I've never seen him before. Not long after the second divine consciousness shrouded the Fu clan, a voice, which clearly belonged to an old man, rang in the air. Which force do you belong to? Why did you kill a demi-saint of our Azure Cloud Saint sect and also the demi-saints of a force we governed? Are you trying to make an enemy out of the Azure Cloud Saint sect? Chapter 4561 Guolin attacks. The expression of the tall and burly old man, who looked young for his age, darkened. He had spent almost his entire life in the Azure Cloud Saint sect after following his master, but he had never met someone who was bold enough to provoke the sect. The demi-saints might not be as strong as the saints, but they were only second to the saints. The Azure Cloud Saint sect, a saint-rank force, was in its prime, and it had two saints. The number of demi-saints was naturally bigger than that of saints. As such, the demi-saints were also the pillars of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Alas, not only were the demi-saints from a force the sect died, but the sect even lost one of their demi-saints. Nothing like this had happened since the founding of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, the old man thought to himself. In his opinion, if he failed to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse and were killed by the heavenly tribulation, he would be too ashamed to face his ancestors and the predecessors of the Azure Cloud Saint sect in the afterworld. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man finally arrived. When he saw the old man and sensed the old man's terrifying aura that was filled with killing intent, he thought to himself, I've never seen Junior Uncle so angry before. The middle-aged man could tell that the usually gentle and amicable old was furious at this moment. Similarly, he was furious as well. If the saint only killed the demi-saints from a force they governed, they could have let the matter slide if the other party was willing to take a step back. However, saints were not to be trifled with. If they used force, it would be a disaster if they failed to kill the other party and allowed the other party to escape. After all, there was no doubt that the other party would definitely seek revenge in the future. Although he and the old man were not afraid of the other party's revenge, it was impossible for them to protect everyone at all times. For this reason, they were unwilling to take such risks and rather compromise unless they were confident they could kill him. Greetings, Junior Grand Uncle and Junior Uncle. Greetings, Senior Uncle and Senior Brother. Meanwhile, the remaining demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the old man and the middle-aged man appear in the sky above the Fu clan's estate. They finally felt at ease. In their opinion, their safety was now guaranteed now that the duo was present. After all, they were only demi-saints and were definitely no match for the purple-clad Duan Tian even if they joined forces. A demi-saint and a saint were only one level apart, but the difference in strength was huge. At this time, the middle-aged man stepped forward. He looked at the purple-clad Duan Tian with a dark expression on his face as his eyes burned with the flames of fury. After a moment, his divine consciousness swept toward Duan Tian as he said, I'm Guolin from the Azure Cloud sect, and this is my junior uncle, Zhao Yi. Two saints. Duan Tian was barely affected when Guolin's divine consciousness swept over him. It felt as though a slight breeze had blown past him. In the past, saints and world supreme powerhouses were like powerful gods in his eyes. With just a finger, they could easily crush him. However, things were different now. He was naturally eager to test his newfound strength. He wanted to see the difference in strength between him and the saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Meanwhile, the onlookers who had gathered to watch the show quickly moved to a safe distance when the two saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect arrived. They were afraid of being affected by the impending battle between saints. Before Duan Tian and Feng Qingyang became level 7 supreme powerhouses, saints were the strongest existence in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds after all. The two saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect are here. I didn't expect Senior Zhao Yi to still be alive. In the past, Senior Zhao used to be a famous prodigy in the outer boundary. He became a saint a very long time ago and is one of the strongest saints in the outer boundary. As for Senior Guolin, he only became a saint a few years ago. Demi-saints are really insignificant when compared to saints. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, it would be impossible for that saint dressed in a purple robe to kill 3 demi-saints so quickly. I wonder which force this purple-clad saint belongs to. It's likely that he's from the myriad worlds since most saints from the outer boundary know each other. Based on Senior Zhao's words, it's clear that he doesn't know the purple-clad saint at all. The onlookers fervently discussed among themselves as they looked at Duan Tian. Similar to them, the two saints and the members of the Azure Cloud Saint sect also wondered which force Duan Tian belonged to. Guolin asked solemnly, Sir, which world did you come from? Then, he added, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble if you can't provide us with a satisfactory explanation. While Guolin spoke, Zhao Yi's divine consciousness shrouded a large area around them. Duan Tian smiled faintly when faced with the domineering Guolin. He said, I'd like to see what kind of trouble I'd get into. Very well, I'll satisfy your wish, Guolin said sinisterly. Subsequently, his divine energy swept out in all directions, and he cast his law of fire that was at the paramount stage. A crimson blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. No one knew if the heat the blade emanated was from the law of fire or the material it was forged from. At the same time, the demi-saint behind Guolin quickly retreated when they sensed his terrifying divine energy. On the contrary, Zhao Yi, the old man who was standing next to Guolin, did not move at all. It was clear that he was completely unaffected by Guolin's divine energy. Although Guolin was also a saint like him, Guolin was much weaker than him after all. Not only that, but he also had much more experience compared to Guo Lin. There are a few world supreme powerhouses whom I'd only heard of but never met before. Once he makes a move, I should be able to guess his identity unless he's a new saint. Zhao Enyi did not plan to join forces with Guo Lin for now. He was going to observe and only assist Guo Lin if it was necessary. Even if Guo Lin was weaker than Duan Ling Tian, Guo Lin would not lose or fall into a disadvantageous position in a short time. After all, even a veteran like him could not defeat Guo Lin within 100 moves. Guo Lin looked like a fire god when he made his move. He wielded his flaming blade and charged out. He did not hold back, casting his law of fire at the paramount stage, his weapon Dao, and his bloodline power. Even after becoming a saint, his bloodline power could still boost his strength. The stronger one became, the stronger one's bloodline power would be as well. A ray of blood-red light shot out from Guo Lin's body before it took on the form of a blood-red tiger and roared. Its thunderous roar shook the sky. As soon as it appeared, Guo Lin's strength soared tremendously. Take this! Guo Lin slashed at Duan Ling Tian, and in just a moment, flames raged around Duan Ling Tian, turning the sky crimson. At the same time, the gigantic blood tiger roared again. In the next moment, a ray of light shot through the void toward Duan Ling Tian, leaving spatial tears in its wake. It looked as though the world was about to end at this moment. Those at and below the realm of demi-saints instinctively retreated when they sensed the terrifying aura of the attack. It's so powerful. Is this the true strength of a saint? Chapter 4562 Greetings, Lord Duan Ling Tian. Guo Lin was the second most powerful person in the Azure Cloud Saint sect after Zhan Enyi. Since Zhao Enyi spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation, the responsibility to protect the sect had always been shouldered by Guo Lin. Previously, most people thought that he was nowhere near as strong as Zhao Enyi even though he was also a saint. However, they were shocked when they witnessed his strength today. He was still no match for Zhao Enyi, but he was much more powerful than they had thought. Spatial tears appeared in the crimson sky as the flaming blade ray shot out. In just a blink of an eye, it was only inches away from Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian remained motionless. Meanwhile, the onlookers could barely contain their excitement as they watched the fight. Is he too shocked to react? Impossible. He might not be as strong as Senior Zhao Enyi, but he shouldn't be weaker than Senior Guo. Is this all you got? Duan Ling Tian asked contemptuously. At the same time, the space around Duan Ling Tian began to distort. In just a moment, countless sword rays appeared and formed a huge humanoid silhouette. It raised its hand and swung it toward the flaming blade. The flaming blade ray was easily destroyed by the gigantic hand like a candle that was put out. The gigantic figure withdrew its hand after destroying the blade ray as the spatial tears mended themselves. In just a moment, silence descended and peace was restored after the storm had passed. Guo Lin exclaimed in disbelief. Breaking the silence, how's this possible? Following that, Guo Lin struck again. An even more powerful flaming blade ray shot toward Duan Ling Tian again. Alas, the flaming blade ray was still easily crushed by the gigantic figure. The onlookers were thoroughly shocked as they watched with wide eyes. Impossible. Even Senior Zhao doesn't possess this kind of terrifying strength. At the same time, the members of the Azure Cloud Saint sect looked at each other in shock and disbelief as well. Similar to the others, Zhao Yian's solemn expression was replaced by one of shock and disbelief. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's terrifyingly powerful divine consciousness suddenly surged out, crushing those of Zhao Enyi and Guo Lin. Guo Lin, who was caught off guard, spat out a mouthful of blood. Colors drained from his face immediately. It was clear that he had suffered. On the other hand, Zhao Yian, the strongest person in the Azure Cloud Saint sect, felt his soul shudder after sensing Duan Ling Tian's powerful divine consciousness. All kinds of emotions surged in his heart at this moment. After he recovered, Guo Lin's eyes were filled with fear and unease as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He looked like a child who had been caught misbehaving by his parents at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhao Enyi cupped his fists together at Duan Ling Tian and bowed as he said in a slightly trembling voice, Greetings, Lord Duan Ling Tian. Guo Lin was pulled back to his senses upon hearing Zhao Enyi's words. His face paled, and his body trembled uncontrollably as realization dawned on him. He quickly cupped his fists together and bowed at Duan Ling Tian as well as he said, Guo Lin greets Lord Duan Ling Tian. Please forgive me for not recognizing you. After Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness easily crushed those of Zhao Enyi and Guo Lin, how could they not know who they were facing at this moment? They had seen Feng Qingyang previously when they went to the heaven-traversing pagoda. As such, the purple-clad young man in front of them could only be Duan Lingtian, the other level 7 supreme powerhouse. In the duo's opinion, Duan Lingtian was more terrifying compared to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang had comprehended the law to the paramount stage and the sword Dao to the 7th stage before he underwent the fatal heavenly tribulation as an intermediate supreme god. With his strength, it was not hard for him to pass the fatal heavenly tribulation, which was much weaker for an intermediate supreme god. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had undergone the fatal heavenly tribulation as an advanced supreme god. The fatal heavenly tribulation for an advanced supreme god was much stronger. Even if Zhao Enyi and Guo Lin possessed Duan Lingtian's strength when they were advanced supreme gods, they were not confident they could survive the fatal heavenly tribulation. Although the onlookers were watching from a distance away, they could clearly hear Zhao Enyi and Guo Lin thanks to their cultivation. At the same time, they recalled the heavenly text that appeared in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. He's Lord Duan Lingtian, the second level 7 supreme powerhouse. Heavens, no wonder he was so terrifyingly powerful and crushed Senior Guo Lin's attacks so easily. He even injured Senior Guo Lin with only his divine consciousness. He's Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the survivors of the Fu clan were overwhelmed with despair when they realized the purple-clad young man who attacked their clan and killed their 2 demi-saints was Duan Lingtian, a level 7 supreme powerhouse. As members of a demi-saint rank force, they naturally knew that Feng Qingyang, the other level 7 supreme powerhouse, was guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda, preventing others from entering the pagoda. There were many saints and world supreme powerhouses from the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, but none of them had joined forces to deal with Feng Qingyang despite their yearning to enter the pagoda. Based on this, it was clear that those saints and world supreme powerhouses were afraid of Feng Qingyang and were not confident about defeating Feng Qingyang even if they joined forces. No one was willing to make a move. Even if they managed to defeat Feng Qingyang if they joined forces, they could still die. It was not easy for them to cultivate to this point, so they would not risk their lives unless it was absolutely necessary. There were those who were brave enough to take the risk, but they knew it would be impossible for the few of them to defeat Feng Qingyang. For all these reasons, all of them decided to wait and see instead of challenging Feng Qingyang. After all, in their opinion, it was impossible for Feng Qingyang to guard the heaven-traversing pagoda forever. The members of the Azure Cloud Saint sect present on the scene turned pale as well. They did not expect the purple-clad young man to be the famous supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world who stirred up a storm in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. At the same time, they thought that he who, the demi-saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect who was killed by Duan Lingtian earlier, had died in vain. If Duan Lingtian were a saint, the Azure Cloud Saint sect could avenge he who. Alas, Duan Lingtian was one of only 2 level supreme powerhouses in the world, and he was much more powerful than saints. There was nothing the Azure Cloud Saint sect could do. If the sect provoked Duan Lingtian, it might even bring disaster to the sect. When they regained their senses, they greeted Duan Lingtian in unison. "Greetings, Lord Duan Lingtian." The survivors from the Fu clan and the onlookers in the distance quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Enyi with a slightly surprised expression and asked, "How do you know I'm Duan Lingtian?" After all, Feng Qingyang, his master, was also a level 7 supreme powerhouse. "Lord Duan, I had the honor of meeting Lord Feng near the heaven-traversing pagoda," Zhao Enyi replied truthfully. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the god-defying world, before returning to the outer boundary, he had heard that Feng Qingyang was standing guard at the heaven-traversing to prevent saints and world supreme powerhouses from entering the pagoda. After listening to Zhao Enyi, he knew that Zhao Enyi must have gone to the heaven-traversing pagoda to try his luck and met Feng Qingyang at that time. "Master." A hint of excitement flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes when he thought about his master. It had been a long time since they last met, after all. He also did not expect Feng Qingyang to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse ahead of him. Meanwhile, Guo Lin was overcome with anxiety when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring him. He quickly said, "Lord Duan, please forgive me for my folly. I have no complaints if you want to take my life, but please have mercy on the members of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. They're innocent." Chapter 4563 Zhao Enyi's speculation. In the past, Guo Lin would never have dreamed that he, who had entered the realm of saints, would have to lower his head in fear and beg for mercy. After all, saints were once the peak existence in the outer boundary in the myriad worlds. They were untouchable. However, this changed after heaven announced the birth of two level 7 supreme powerhouses after they passed the fatal heavenly tribulation. The two level 7 supreme powerhouses quietly surpassed all the saints and world supreme powerhouses. There was no warning at all. When they found out about it, there was nothing they could do about it even if they felt unwilling. They had stood at the peak for so long, how could they be willing now that someone had surpassed them? In their opinion, Feng Qingyang was the same as them. Otherwise, he would not guard the heaven-traversing pagoda and prevent others from entering the pagoda. In their eyes, his actions proved that he, like them, also did not want others to surpass him or catch up to him. If they had known earlier that the duo would surpass them and become the first two level 7 supreme powerhouses in the world after the gap in history, they would have done everything in their power to stop the duo. They would not hesitate to kill the duo at all. Alas, it was too late, and the duo had already surpassed them. Guolin had seen how Duan Lingtian had effortlessly destroyed his attacks earlier. He was terrified by the strength of a level 7 supreme powerhouse. The gap was truly too big, and it made him feel hopeless. Not to mention killing him, he knew it would be easy for Duan Lingtian to kill Zhao and Yi, who was much stronger than him, and destroy the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Despite having to lower his head, Guolin did not feel humiliated. After all saints and world supreme powerhouses had to lower their heads in front of such a terrifying person. Instead, there was a small wisp of hope in his heart at this moment. He hoped that Duan Lingtian would show mercy to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Zhao and Yi, who was standing at the side, also pleaded, "Lord Duan Lingtian, if you're able to forgive Guolin and the Azure Cloud Saint sect, the Azure Cloud Saint sect will swear loyalty to you and serve you." As the strongest person in the Azure Cloud Saint sect, Zhao and Yi was naturally qualified to speak on behalf of the sect. He did not feel reluctant at all. After all, Duan Lingtian was one of the most powerful people in the world. Even if the sect did not provoke Duan Lingtian could easily destroy the sect. At this time, the members of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, who were standing nearby, waited for Duan Lingtian's response with bated breath, feeling helpless and anxious. Their hearts were racing at this moment. They were afraid that Duan Lingtian would refuse and insist on destroying the Azure Cloud Saint sect in a fit of anger. It was fine if they died, but they still had relatives and disciples in the Azure Cloud Saint sect. As for the survivors from the Fu clan, their faces turned ashen as soon as they saw the two saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect pleading for mercy. They were frightened out of their wits and hurriedly fell to their knees to beg for mercy. "Lord Duan Lingtian, please forgive us. Please forgive me, Lord Duan. I'm willing to leave the Fu clan. Lord Duan, my father was a member of the Fu clan. He has already passed away. I'm willing to sever my relationship with my father and the Fu clan. I promise to change my surname as well. Please show mercy." At the same time, the onlookers, who came to watch the show, were greatly shocked by this scene. Although they knew the people mentioned in the heavenly text were extraordinary and terrifying, it was different when they witnessed it for themselves. In front of level 7 supreme powerhouses, saints were as weak as chickens. This was clearly demonstrated when Duan Lingtian crushed Guolin's attack with just one move. One onlooker even thought to himself, "He's really too strong. If I can have such strength, it doesn't even matter if I only have a few days to live." The purple-clad Duan Lingtian who was hovering in the air at this moment seemed to hold everyone's lives in his hands at this moment. With just his words, he could determine the life and death of saints and saint-rank forces. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao and Yi and Guolin and said indifferently, "I can let this matter go." Zhao Yi and Guolin trembled upon hearing these words. A hint of surprise could be seen on their faces at this moment. Duan Lingtian continued to say, "I'll visit the Azure Cloud Saint sect in 3 months. At that time, I hope to see these two people." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian used his divine consciousness and formed the pictures of Han Zhong and Tuoba Liang Cheng, the two demi-saints who had helped the Fu clan kill Duan Yu way back then. Han Zhong and Tuoba Liang Cheng were all from the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territories. Even if the two saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect did not know them, it was impossible for the other demi-saints from the sect not to know them. "If you catch them, I won't pursue the matter that happened today. If one of them is missing," Duan Lingtian said threateningly, frightening Zhao and Yi and Guolin. Zhao and Yi and Guolin naturally did not dare to take Duan Lingtian's words lightly. Following that, Duan Ling Tian disappeared into thin air. Through the memories of Fu Liangming, the demi-saint from the Fu clan, Duan Ling Tian knew the locations of the cultivation grounds of Han Zhong and Tuoba Liang Cheng. However, one of them was a sectless cultivator and was often away from his cultivation ground. Now that he had people to run errands for him, there was no need for him to look for the duo one by one. All he needed to do was wait for 3 months before going to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. At that time, he would be able to meet the duo and completely avenge Duan Yue. After Duan Ling Tian left, Zhao and Yi, Guo Lin, and the few people from the Azure Cloud Saint sect sighed in relief immediately. Similarly, the surviving members of the Fu clan also sighed in relief now that they had avoided a huge disaster. At the same time, the onlookers were busy discussing among themselves. Lord Duan seemed to have asked the 2 saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect to look for someone. Who is he looking for? Who dared to offend Lord Duan? A few smart and observant people quickly enlightened the others. Those people Lord Duan is looking for are likely related to the demi-saints of the Fu clan. He came here and attacked the Fu clan. It's clear that the clan had offended him. No, to be precise, the 2 demi-saints from the Fu clan had offended him. This was rather obvious since Duan Ling Tian did not take action against the remaining members of the Fu clan. After Zhao and Yi, Guo Lin, and the others from the Azure Cloud Saint sect left the scene, Guo Lin asked Zhao Yi and through voice transmission, Han Zhong and Tuoba Lian Cheng. Junior uncle, why do you think he's looking for those 2 people? Fear still lingered in Guo Lin's heart at this moment. Although his mind was in a mess, he did not dare to forget the people that Duan Ling Tian wanted them to find. In fact, Guo Lin was no stranger to Han Zhong and Tuoba Lian Cheng. Han Zhong was the strongest member of the Han clan, a demi-saint rank force governed by the Azure Cloud Saint sect. He had met the other party a few times before. As for Tuoba Lian Cheng, he had never met the other party, but he had heard of the other party. Tuoba Lian Cheng was rather famous in the territories of the Azure Cloud Saint sect after all. If I'm not mistaken, just like the 2 demi-saints from the Fu clan, those 2 must have offended him as well, Zhao and Yi replied. He was much calmer than Guo Lin at this moment. Based on the fact that Duan Ling Tian killed the 2 demi-saints from the Fu clan as soon as he arrived, he surmised that Duan Ling Tian did not kill the 2 on a whim. Guo Lin was taken aback. Where did they find the courage to offend such a terrifying person? Upon hearing this, Zhao and Yi said angrily, don't forget that he only entered the realm of supreme powerhouses not long ago. When the heavenly text appeared for the first time and made him famous in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, he was just an advanced supreme god. He left quite a while ago, but you still haven't returned to your senses. Guo Lin was stunned. Then, he said with a sheepish smile, indeed, I'm not in my right mind now. After all, I really thought that I was going to die earlier. To be honest, that was the first time I've ever felt so desperate. Even before joining the sect, I've never felt that way even though I encountered many dangers. Guo Lin was naturally not an ordinary person since he was able to become a saint. His mental strength was usually strong, but the opponents earlier was truly too overwhelming. How could he not be frightened? When the heavenly text appeared for the first time a few years ago, it announced that he was the first person to enter the Forbidden Realm and survive the fatal heavenly tribulation after the gap in history. Guo Lin murmured, the demi-saints from the Fu clan, Han Zhong, and Tuoba Lian Cheng must have offended him before he became a supreme powerhouse. Zhao and Yi speculated, not long after he became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, he went to the Fu clan and killed the 2 demi-saints. It's clear that he had a huge grudge against the 2 demi-saints. If I'd known earlier that he was Duan Ling Tian and that the Fu clan had offended him, I wouldn't have allowed the sect to stand up for them. I feel sorry for He Hu. He Hu, the demi-saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect whom Duan Ling Tian killed, was also Zhao and Yi's nephew. Guo Lin scoffed. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes as he said, those 2 from the Fu clan, Han Zhong, and Tuoba Lian Cheng are trash. They allowed someone below the realm of supreme powerhouses to escape under their noses. As a result, that Duan Ling Tian soared to such great heights. Wouldn't it be great if they had killed him back then? Alas, someone stronger than us finally appeared in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Guo Lin spoke through voice transmission from the beginning until the end. He naturally did not dare to say such words out loud. After all, what if Duan Ling Tian had yet to leave and was secretly watching them? Chapter 4564 The Master and Disciple Reunite. Zhao Yi sighed when he heard Guo Lin's words. Similar to Guo Lin, he had also cursed at those useless people in his heart countless times. Perhaps, those useless people did not think Duan Ling Tian was a threat because he was just an advanced supreme god at that time, so they ignored him. They did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would rise to such heights, surpassing everyone and possessing the strength to kill everyone with just a snap of his fingers. Unfortunately, we can't turn back time. Since the matter has come to this point, those useless people will have to bear the consequences. Zhao Yi and Guo Lin were unaware that Duan Ling Tian had only met Fu Liangyu, the new demi-saint from the Fu clan, in the past. He had never met Fu Liangming, Han Zhong, and Tuoba Lian Cheng before. They naturally did not know he did not have a personal grudge against them and was only doing this to avenge Duan Yue. Let's send everyone back first before we look for those two people, Zhao Yi said. Han Zhong should be in the Han clan. As for Tuoba Lian Cheng, I don't know if he's in his cultivation ground. I'll look for Han Zhong, and you'll look for Tuoba Lian Cheng. There's no need to worry if Tuoba Lian Cheng is in his cultivation ground. I'm only afraid he's not there. Han Zhong and Tuoba Lian Cheng were only demi-saints. It was not hard at all for Zhao Yi and Guo Lin, who were saints, to bring them back to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. In fact, they could have just ordered Han Zhong and Tuoba Lian Cheng to come to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. After all, they were the overlords of the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territories. Nobody would dare to offend them if they wanted to stay in the territories of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. However, due to the severity of the matter, the two of them decided to personally take action. After all, if Duan Ling Tian did not see Han Zhong and Tuoba Lian Cheng in the Azure Cloud Saint sect after 3 months, the sect would definitely suffer the consequences. Guo Lin scoffed as he said fiercely, even if Tuoba Lian Cheng isn't in his cultivation ground or territories of our sect, I'll do everything in my power to bring him back. Meanwhile, after leaving, Duan Ling Tian quickly made his way to the heaven-traversing pagoda. He recalled the heavenly text that announced the appearance of the heaven-traversing pagoda. Heaven and earth should rejoice and celebrate the birth of the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history. After this, the heaven-traversing pagoda will appear above the ocean at the center of the outer boundary. Level 5 and Level 6 supreme powerhouses can enter the pagoda. After successfully passing a series of tests, one will be rewarded with the Heaven Protection Talisman that can help one block 3 strikes of the fatal heavenly tribulation. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to arrive at his destination. From afar, he saw the magnificent and towering heaven-traversing pagoda in the sky that emanated a mysterious light. Even from a distance, he could sense its terrifying and extraordinary aura. When Duan Ling Tian drew close, he entered the barrier that was constructed by someone's divine consciousness. The divine consciousness was stronger than those of the saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect and was comparable to his. He naturally knew that it belonged to his master, Feng Qingyang. Master, Duan Ling Tian called out respectfully as he extended his divine consciousness. He sped up and arrived next to the heaven-traversing pagoda in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian looked at the familiar figure in front of him. After so many years, his master still looked the same. However, his master's aura was more profound than before, and his gaze was mysterious. Little Tian, Feng Qingyang said with a bright smile, I saw the heavenly text. You've also become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, Master, congratulations on becoming the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history. Duan Ling Tian had always felt grateful to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was the person who helped him with his sword Dao. Without Feng Qingyang, he would not have been able to grow so rapidly and achieve so many shocking feats. Not only that, but Feng Qingyang had also helped him many times with other matters. Feng Qingyang had even saved his life when he was on the brink of death. He was sincerely happy that Feng Qingyang had become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. I was lucky I inherited the legacy of the Sword of Time. Thanks to the legacy, my law progressed rapidly and helped me soar to great heights, Feng Qingyang said modestly with a smile on his face. Both of us, master and disciple, have finally become level 7 supreme powerhouses against all odds. There'll be an even bigger commotion when they find out about our relationship. That's right, they only know that we're both from the god-defying world now. No one knows that we're master and disciple, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod as his smile widened. Duan Ling Tian thought about Ka, who was now in his little world, and continued to say, Thank you, Master, for helping Ka get rid of that soul imprisonment technique. There's no need to be so polite, Feng Qingyang said as he waved his hand, she's your wife. Moreover, even if I didn't take action, you would have been able to get rid of the soul imprisonment technique as well. Duan Lingtian did not say anything after listening to these words, but his gratitude toward Feng Qingyang did not diminish. Although Feng Qingyang's words were true, the fact that Feng Qingyang helped Ka as soon as he broke through showed that Feng Qingyang had always kept Duan Lingtian in his mind. After a while, Feng Qingyang asked, Little Tian, what do you think about me guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda and preventing others from entering it? Duan Lingtian shook his head. His eyes shone coldly as he said with a sneer, Master, if I became a level 7 supreme powerhouse first, I would have done the same thing. I wouldn't allow them to take the shortcut that heaven granted them. Heaven is really unfair. It did not give us any shortcuts, but as soon as we broke through, it gave everyone a shortcut. Why do we have to undergo the fatal heavenly tribulation while they were given a shortcut? It's clear that heaven is targeting us. Duan Lingtian continued to say, Master, after I'm done making arrangements for my family and dealing with other matters, I'll return to guard the heaven-traversing pagoda. We'll take turns guarding the pagoda. No one is allowed to enter. Duan Lingtian had no intention of giving in regarding this matter. He was not worried about heaven retaliating against them. After all, if heaven could kill them directly, it would not have created the heaven-traversing pagoda to deal with them. Through the memories of the Void Elder, Duan Lingtian also knew that heaven had never directly killed someone before the historical gap. As such, he speculated that there must be some sort of restriction. As for the catastrophe that resulted in the death of all living things and the world returning to chaos, the Void Elder had speculated that it might not have anything to do with heaven. There should be more to it. Chapter 4565 The Crimson Demon Ridge, Duan Lingtian's first stop after coming to the outer boundary. Feng Qingyang laughed heartily, looking carefree. He said, Little Tian, I share the same sentiment. However, there's no need for us to take turns guarding this place, I can deal with it alone. I can cultivate anywhere after all. You should spend some quality time with your family for a period of time. Feng Qingyang paused for a moment as he recalled something. His expression turned serious as he continued to say, Little Tian, I believe you've already discovered the changes in our little worlds after becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. The energy around the divine tree of life is extremely rich and comparable to places in the outer boundary and myriad worlds with the richest energy. The concentration energy in our little worlds is rich enough for cultivators below the realm of supreme powerhouses to cultivate. If your family is willing, you should let them cultivate in your little world. It'll be safer for them as well. Feng Qingyang lived an unfettered life, but Duan Lingtian had many family and friends. For this reason, he had to be very cautious so enemies could not use them to threaten him. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. After thinking about it, he thought that Feng Qingyang's suggestion was very reasonable. He knew that his little world was a suitable cultivation ground, but life would be monotonous there. As such, not everyone would be willing to stay in a little world to cultivate. After all, the freedom one had in the outside world was much better than that in a little world. I'll ask for their opinions, Duan Lingtian said with a nod. If they're unwilling to stay in my little world, I'll speak to Lord Shao. I'll suggest turning my little world into a realm of gods in the god-defying world. With that, my family will still be able to have their freedom while being under my protection. Duan Lingtian knew quite a bit about the realms of gods in the god-defying world. They belonged to 18 supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world and were connected to god-defying world's guarding formation. He was confident that Xiao Bai and the other lords of the god-defying world would not object to his suggestion. After all, turning Duan Lingtian's little world into a realm of God would strengthen the guarding formation that protected the god-defying world. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. The master and disciple continued to chat casually. The scorching sun hung high in the clear blue sky above the heaven-traversing pagoda. The pagoda, which was built from unknown materials that gave it a glossy surface, reflected the sunlight onto the duo. It created a shimmering and mysterious pattern. At this moment, Duan Lingtian decided to extend his divine consciousness toward the heaven-traversing pagoda, but he quickly discovered that it was blocked by a mysterious energy. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. As expected of something created by heaven, although heaven might not be able to directly attack Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian had a feeling that heaven would not stay idle now that they decided to stop others from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda. It was likely that heaven would act soon. Duan Ling Tian recalled the heavenly text that appeared after he broke through and became a supreme powerhouse. Heaven and earth should rejoice and celebrate the birth of the second level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history. After this, the heaven-traversing pagoda will appear above the ocean at the center of the outer boundary. Level 5 and Level 6 supreme powerhouses can enter the pagoda. After successfully passing a series of tests, one will be rewarded with the Heaven Protection Talisman that can help one block 3 strikes of the fatal heavenly tribulation. With this, it was clear that heaven was trying to help saints and world supreme powerhouses to pass the fatal heavenly tribulation. Now that Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang were standing in heaven's way, heaven would surely come up with other ways to help the saints and world supreme powerhouses. After a while, Duan Ling Tian said, "Master, I'll take my leave first to attend to personal matters. If you need help, please send your doppelganger to the Sha clan. I'd left one of my doppelgangers there." "All right," Feng Qingyang replied with a nod. Feng Qingyang bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and watched Duan Ling Tian leave with a smile on his face. His thoughts drifted away as he gazed into the distance. Memories of Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian was still in the mundane realm appeared in his mind. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was not even a celestial yet, and he was already the powerful heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang thought about how his disciple surpassed him before his breakthrough, and he could not help but sigh in relief now that he had caught up to his disciple since he managed to preserve his dignity as Duan Ling Tian's master. "I finally caught up to him." Although Duan Ling Tian had always been respectful to Feng Qingyang even after he had grown stronger than Feng Qingyang, Feng Qingyang was still slightly bothered that his disciple had surpassed him. He was naturally proud that his disciple had surpassed him, but at the same time, it came with a sense of helplessness. After parting ways with Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian did not return to the god-defying world immediately. Instead, he traveled across a vast expanse of ocean and land like the wind. It did not take long before he entered a towering mountain range that was shrouded by a somber atmosphere. The mountain range was mostly barren. Once in a while, demon beasts sweep past, stirring up clouds of dust before vanishing out of sight. This place was none other than Crimson Demon Ridge where Duan Ling Tian nearly died. When Duan Ling Tian first arrived in the outer boundary, he had stumbled into Crimson Demon Ridge after leaving the sea. The owner of Crimson Demon Ridge was the Crimson Devil, a supreme powerhouse. It was rumored that the Crimson Demon was injured during the once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. As such, he was desperately searching for a suitable body to possess. With his unique bloodline power, he could possess a new body once in his life. At that time, the Crimson Demon had put Duan Ling Tian through a series of tests to determine if Duan Ling Tian's body fulfilled his requirements. However, before the tests ended, Duan Ling Tian managed to escape Crimson Demon Ridge with the help of other prodigies. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly came to a stop in the sky above the mountain range. His expression was calm as he said tonelessly, "Crimson Demon, why don't you come out and meet an old friend of yours?" Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone in Crimson Demon Ridge. Soon after his voice fell, many figures appeared in the sky. They were the Crimson Demon's personal guards. Among them, there were a few whom Duan Ling Tian was familiar with. Chapter 4566 The heavenly text appears again. Those who were present looked at the purple-clad young man in front of them, and one of them muttered under his breath, "He looks familiar." As the Centurion of Crimson Demon Ridge, a puppet of the Crimson Demon, he had not left Crimson Ridge for many years. In other words, there was a high chance that he had met the other party in Crimson Demon Ridge. Isn't he Duan Ling Tian? At this time, another Centurion, who also found Duan Ling Tian familiar, recalled where he had seen the young man in front of him before. They had met in Crimson Demon Ridge many years ago. He had seen Duan Ling Tian when Wu Kang, the commander, fought Duan Ling Tian. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was only an intermediate supreme god, but he was comparable to Wu Kang. In the end, Duan Ling Tian had a sudden burst of power and almost escaped from Crimson Demon Ridge. If Wu Kang did not activate the formation created by the Crimson Demon, Duan Ling Tian would have successfully escaped. After the formation was activated, the Crimson Demon appeared. Duan Ling Tian was forced to fight Wu Kang, one of the Crimson Demon's strongest subordinates, again. In the end, he managed to kill Wu Kang, causing a huge commotion among the puppets. With that, all of them knew that only the Crimson Demon alone could suppress Duan Ling Tian in Crimson Demon Ridge. Initially, they thought the Crimson Demon would definitely possess Duan Ling Tian. They were shocked when they found out that he managed to escape from the Crimson Demon in Crimson Demon Ridge. After that, the Crimson Demon killed many puppets in a fit of rage. There was terrible bloodshed in Crimson Demon Ridge that day. They did not expect that Duan Ling Tian, who escaped, would return to Crimson Demon Ridge again. They thought that he was too bold. Was he not afraid of the Crimson Demon? Although the Crimson Demon had found and possessed a new body, it was likely that he would turn Duan Ling Tian into a puppet to vent his anger. He escaped back then. Why did he come back? The Centurions were puzzled. They did not understand why he would return after escaping from Crimson Demon Ridge. They had also seen the heavenly text a while ago, but they did think the Duan Ling Tian mentioned in the heavenly text was the Duan Ling Tian in front of them. They assumed they just shared the same name. After all, based on how much time had passed, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be a supreme powerhouse, let alone a level 7 supreme powerhouse. The Crimson Demon finally appeared. He now possessed a different body, and Duan Ling Tian could vaguely recognize the real owner of this body. The other party was also among the prodigies the Crimson Demon imprisoned back then. As soon as the Crimson Demon appeared, he extended his divine consciousness toward Duan Ling Tian. He was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's return and wanted to probe him. Crimson Demon, it's been a while since we last met. The Centurions retreated when the Crimson Demon's divine consciousness swept out, but Duan Ling Tian did not move at all. Instead, he smiled and extended his divine consciousness as well. In just a moment, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness crushed that of the Crimson Demon. The pressure from Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness caused the Crimson Demon to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face paled and his body trembled as his eyes widened in shock and fear. At this moment, he recalled the two heavenly texts that appeared years ago. When the Crimson Demon saw the first heavenly text, he was instantly reminded of Duan Ling Tian, whom he had planned to possess before the other party escaped from Crimson Demon Ridge. Nonetheless, he did not think that they were the same person. When he saw the second heavenly text, he was even more certain that they could not be the same person. Even today when Duan Ling Tian appeared, he did not think that Duan Ling Tian was the Duan Ling Tian mentioned in the heavenly texts until this moment. Duan Ling Tian managed to crush the Crimson Demon's divine consciousness. Not only that, but he also injured the Crimson Demon's lungs and turned his little world upside down with his divine consciousness alone. At this time, the vital energy of the divine tree of life in his little world had greatly depleted. With this, how could he not figure out that the Duan Ling Tian in front of him was the Duan Ling Tian mentioned in the heavenly texts? Duan Ling Tian was now one of the two most powerful people in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, far stronger than saints and world supreme powerhouses. The Centurions were also shocked. They also recalled the heavenly texts they had seen. Duan Ling Tian, don't tell me he's Duan Ling Tian, the level 7 supreme powerhouse. The Centurions' hearts and souls shook. They did not expect the table to turn so suddenly. When they had first met him, he was just an intermediate supreme god. However, now, he already stood at the peak of the outer boundary in the myriad worlds. If they had not witnessed this with their own eyes, they would not have believed such an outrageous thing. Lord Duan, frightened, the Crimson Demon fell to his knees. He trembled all the way down to his soul. No wonder he dares to return after escaping. He didn't come to seek death but revenge. The Crimson Demon lost all will to resist as soon as he confirmed that Duan Ling Tian was a level 7 supreme powerhouse. There was no way for him to win this fight after all. He was among the weaker supreme powerhouses, even a level 4 supreme powerhouse could easily kill him. How could he stand a chance against someone who was even more powerful than saints? The Crimson Demon pleaded, Lord Duan, I know I won't be able to atone for the crimes I committed against you in the past. However, I hope you'll spare my life. I promise to serve you and stay by your side as your servant. How boring, Duan Ling Tian said, shaking his head. Duan Ling Tian did not move, but the Crimson Demon, who was kneeling in the air, suddenly froze before he shattered and vanished into thin air. Just like that, the Crimson Demon died. As soon as the Crimson Demon died, the Centurions looked delighted. All of them fell to their knees in unison and thanked Duan Ling Tian profusely. Thank you, Lord Duan, for giving me a new lease on life. Now that the Crimson Demon died, the puppets naturally regained their freedom. More and more puppets appeared, kneeling on the ground to thank Duan Ling Tian. Some were so excited and happy that they burst into tears. Duan Ling Tian had yet to respond to them when he suddenly noticed a slight movement in the sky. Following that, the originally clear sky darkened as dark clouds rolled in. Purple lightning flashed in the sky as though it was heralding a storm. Then, as though a huge hand had parted the clouds to reveal the sun, the heavenly text, which had not been seen for a long time, appeared again. Chapter 4567 Heaven is unfair. After the heavenly text appeared, the dark clouds that had been parted turned red before it began to rain blood. Apart from the heavenly text that remained unaffected in the sky, blood rained down as far as the eyes could see. Blood did not only rain in Crimson Demon Ridge but in its surrounding areas as well. This was the phenomenon that appeared after the death of the Crimson Demon, a supreme powerhouse. Did a supreme powerhouse die? The supreme powerhouse in this area is the Crimson Demon, he's dead. A group of people was shocked when they saw the phenomenon that announced the death of supreme powerhouses. However, most of their attention was on the dazzling golden heavenly text, which emitted a powerful aura, in the sky, the heavenly text that appeared in both the outer boundary and myriad worlds read. From now on, the heavenly traversing pagoda will have more than one entrance. There'll be 35 new entrances to the pagoda. There are 8 entrances in the outer boundary. As for the myriad worlds, there are 3 in each of the 3 upper worlds, and 1 in each of the 18 middle realms. After passing the tests in the pagoda, one will be randomly transported to the myriad worlds. In the Crimson Demon Ridge, Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately after he read the heavenly text. Although he had already expected heaven to make another move after Feng Qingyang stopped others from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtaining the heaven protection talisman, he did not expect it to come so soon. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold as he disappeared. This happened too suddenly, and he needed to discuss the matter with his master, Feng Qingyang. Were they going to watch as the others enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtain the heaven protection talisman, or were they going to continue to stop them? Although the content of the heavenly text was great news for saints and world supreme powerhouses, it had nothing to do with most people in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. After all, the heaven-traversing pagoda was a place for saints and world supreme powerhouses. Many saints and world supreme powerhouses began to gather after the heavenly text appeared. At this moment, the dark expression of Lei Hong, a burly world supreme powerhouse, had vanished, replaced by an expression of delight. Everyone, what we need to do now is to find the 3 entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda in our sun-bright world. If you find it, send a message to everyone through voice transmission. We have to enter the pagoda as soon as possible, lest there's a change. We don't know if Feng Qingyang will attack the sun-bright world in a fit of rage after reading the heavenly text. The expressions of the world supreme powerhouses in the sun-bright world were serious as they listened to Lei Hong. After all, Lei Hong's words made a lot of sense. We must have someone who surpasses world supreme powerhouses in the sun-bright world. Otherwise, we'd have to submit ourselves. Finding the entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda is of utmost importance. I'll leave first. The world supreme powerhouses in the sun-bright world did not waste time and began to search every corner of the sun-bright world for the entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Similarly, the world supreme powerhouses from the other 2 upper worlds were also frantically searching for the entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda. All of them hoped to find the entrances as soon as possible, worried that Feng Qingyang would attack them. A few of these world supreme powerhouses did not plan to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda after finding the entrances. They planned to hide as they waited for someone from their world to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse first. Those who successfully became world supreme powerhouses and survived until now were naturally intelligent. They had a deep understanding of human nature and did not forget to leave a way out for themselves. Previously, Feng Qingyang did not take action against them because he was guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda. If he had chased after them to kill them, who knew if some other saint or world supreme powerhouse would sneak into the pagoda? However, in order to thwart Feng Qingyang's plan, there were now more than 30 entrances to the pagoda. If they were in Feng Qingyang's shoes, they would likely attack the saints and world supreme powerhouses in a fit of rage to prevent them from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtaining the heaven protection talisman. There were not as many world supreme powerhouses in the 18 middle worlds compared to the 3 upper worlds. There were only about 1 or 2 world supreme powerhouses in each of the 18 middle worlds. However, among the 18 middle worlds, Worlds like the god-defying world were rare. Although news of the demise of the world's supreme powerhouse of the god-defying world had spread, no one dared to underestimate it. After all, they might not have a world supreme powerhouse, but they had two level 7 supreme powerhouses, who were much more powerful than world supreme powerhouses. The duo was the strongest existence in not only the myriad worlds, but the outer boundary as well. Send people to look for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. The world supreme powerhouses of the 18 middle worlds quickly gathered in groups with those they were friendly with. They did not join the search. Instead, they sent people to look for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Wang Shu, let's notify each other the moment someone from our side finds the entrance to the pagoda. I was going to say that as well. I'll be waiting for your good news. Who knows, you might find it first. Most of the world's supreme powerhouses from the 18 middle worlds planned to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda immediately after finding the entrance. After all, they were different from the world's supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds. There were many world supreme powerhouses in the 3 upper worlds, so the weaker ones could afford to wait a little while the stronger ones fought to become stronger. On the contrary, world supreme powerhouses from the 18 middle worlds were pillars of their respective worlds. They had no choice but to step up if they wanted to grow stronger. If they were successful, they longer had to be wary of the 3 upper worlds. Regardless if they were from the 3 upper worlds or the 18 middle worlds, many of them were envious of the duo from the god-defying world who became level 7 supreme powerhouses. Now that they were given a chance, how could they not fight for it? Moreover, if they passed the tests in the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtained the heaven protection talisman, they did not have to face the fatal heavenly tribulation immediately. They could choose when to face the heavenly tribulation. The heaven protection talisman can block 3 strikes of the fatal heavenly tribulation. I wonder if the talisman can be given to others. If I have more than 1 talisman, does it mean that they can block more strikes from me? Chapter 4568 Hanzhong. Needless to say, the saints from the outer boundary were also making their move. They sent demi-saints and supreme powerhouses out to look for the entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda. At the same time, they also left their cultivation grounds, afraid that Feng Qingyong would come looking for them and kill them. Somewhere in the territories of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, Zhao Enyi and Guo Lin, the saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, also saw the heavenly text. At this time, Zhao Enyi had already arrived at the Han clan, a demi-saint rank force governed by the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Han Zhong, the demi-saint of the Han clan, was one of the 2 demi-saints whom Duan Ling Tian ordered him to look for. Han Zhong naturally knew who Zhao Enyi was. He quickly came out to greet Zhao Enyi respectfully. He was an old man dressed in fine brocade robes. His face was fierce, and his beard only added to the ferocity. Apart from that, he had a majestic air about him. However, before Zhao Enyi could make a move, the heavenly text appeared. Han Zhong quickly said, "Congratulations, Senior Zhao. You'll be able to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda soon and obtain the heaven protection talisman." The Azure Cloud. When Zhao Enyi returned to his senses, he hid the surprise on his face and looked at Han Zhong indifferently. Han Zhong was terrified, and his heart began to race when he saw Zhao Enyi's gaze. He did not know what was going on. Initially, he had thought it was an honor that Zhao Enyi, who was famous in the territories of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, visited the Han clan. However, after seeing the unfriendly expression on Zhao Enyi's face, he grew nervous. "Han Zhong, do you know why I came here?" Zhao Enyi asked expressionlessly. In fact, Zhao Enyi really wanted to leave so he could search for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. He could not wait to enter the pagoda and obtain the heaven protection talisman so he could prepare to enter the forbidden realm and undergo the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, when he thought about Duan Ling Tian, he decided to temporarily dismiss this idea. No matter what, it was best for him to do as he was told first. After all, Duan Ling Tian would likely destroy the Azure Cloud Saint sect if he did not see those 2 people 3 months later. Even if he successfully entered the heaven-traversing pagoda, there was no guarantee he would obtain the heaven protection talisman. After all, the heavenly text said that they would be rewarded with the heaven protection talisman if they passed the tests. It was not like they would be given the heaven protection talisman as long as they entered the pagoda. Even if he successfully obtained the heaven protection talisman, could he enter the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses within 3 months and protect his sect? He knew this was an impossible feat. In conclusion, Zhao Enyi knew it was better for him to appease Duan Ling Tian first before he searched for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Meanwhile, Han Zhong took a deep breath before he answered nervously, "I'm not quite sure, Senior Zhao. Please enlighten me." The Han clan was quite a distance away from the Fu clan. As such, the shocking deaths of the two demi-saints from the Fu clan had yet to travel to the Han clan. Moreover, Zhao Enyi had made his way to the Han clan immediately after returning to the Azure Cloud Saint sect from the Fu clan. Zhao Enyi sneered. "Have you forgotten what you, Tuoba Lian Cheng, and the two demi-saints from the Fu clan did?" Without waiting for Han Yang's response, Zhao Enyi waved his hand. A powerful energy swept out immediately and restrained Han Zhong, the demi-saint, in just a blink of an eye. Zhao Enyi did not waste time and quickly brought Han Zhong away from the Han clan, rushing back to the Azure Cloud Saint sect at lightning speed. After bringing Han Zhong back, he was going to find the entrance of the heaven-traversing pagoda. "Senior Zhao, why are you doing this?" Han Zhong asked fearfully. He had no control over the situation now, making him feel helpless. He really wanted to know the reason for Zhao Enyi's hostility. Zhao Enyi scoffed. "Didn't you hear what I said earlier?" Han Zhong recalled Zhao Enyi's earlier words. He did not have time to mull over the words earlier when Zhao Enyi suddenly restrained him and brought him away. It did not take long before he recalled that many years ago, he and Tuoba Lian Cheng received a message from Fu Liangming, the demi-saint of the Fu clan. Fu Liangming had asked for his help to kill Duan Yue, the demi-saint of the Duan clan in the territory of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. It did not take long for Han Zhong to recall that incident because that was the only intersection that Han Zhong had with Tuoba Lian Cheng. Previously, he had only heard of Tuoba Lian Cheng but had never met the other party before. He had only met Tuoba Lian Cheng because of Fu Liangming. Did Senior Zhao have a good relationship with Duan Yue? Han Zhong speculated inwardly. His face paled as soon as this thought appeared in his mind. He asked tremblingly, "Senior Zhao, are you going to avenge Duan Yue?" Han Zhong continued to plead, "Senior, I'm innocent. Fu Liangming asked me to help him, and I couldn't refuse him because I owed him a favor. He was the one who asked me to help him kill Demi-Saint Duan. Although I helped, he was the one who dealt the killing blow. Please have mercy on me, Senior." Zhao Enyi frowned when he heard Han Yang's words. He said, "Demi-Saint Duan? Is there such a demi-saint in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territories?" Han Zhong was stunned when he saw the puzzled expression on Zhao Enyi's face. He said tentatively, "Senior, didn't you come for this matter? Demi-Saint Duan is Duan Yue, the demi-saint of the Duan clan in the territories of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion." Zhao Enyi's eyes widened imperceptibly upon hearing these words. Duan Yue and Duan Ling Tian shared the same surname. After a moment, Zhao Enyi said bluntly, "Han Zhong, did you know that before I came here, the two demi-saints of the Fu clan had already died?" "What? Who was it? Who killed them?" A horrified expression appeared on Han Yang's face immediately. At this time, he was even more certain that Zhao Enyi had come today for the matter regarding Duan Yue's death. However, he was also perplexed. The Han clan and the Fu clan were demi-saint rank forces governed by the Azure Cloud Saint sect. However, Zhao Enyi, the most powerful person in the Azure Cloud Saint sect, not only did not help the Fu clan, but Zhao Enyi even came to capture him. Why would Zhao Enyi do such a thing when it was clear that Zhao Enyi was not familiar with Duan Yue at all? Did Duan Yue have ties with other saints? With all these thoughts racing through his mind, Han Zhong could not help but fall into despair at this moment. Chapter 4569 Old Meng of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Moreover, I have a feeling the saint she had ties with isn't an ordinary saint. Han Zhong grew more and more desperate when he thought about this. The reason he had come to this conclusion was due to the high status that Zhao Enyi, the strongest person in the Azure Cloud Saint sect, had. How could the person who made Zhao Enyi personally take action be an ordinary saint? "You'll be able to meet that person in 3 months, Zhao Enyi said indifferently. He did not bother giving Han Zhong an explanation. Based on the outcome of the demi-saints of the Fu clan, it was obvious to him that Duan Ling Tian would not spare Han Zhong. Han Yang's heart trembled, he was terrified. He pleaded, "Senior Zhao, can you please spare my life on the account that the Han clan and I had worked hard for the Azure Cloud Saint? I'm willing to serve you with all my life if you spare me." Han Zhong was not stupid. Since the two demi-saints from the Fu clan were dead, he knew that if Zhao Enyi brought him away, he would have at most 3 months to live. Zhao Enyi was his only hope at this moment. In his opinion, even if the mysterious person was a powerful saint, as long as Zhao Enyi was willing, it was not impossible for Zhao Enyi to protect him. After all, Zhao Enyi had been a saint for a long time now. Not only that, he was ranked among the strongest saints in the outer boundary. Alas, he did not expect that the person who forced Zhao Enyi to take action was someone who surpassed saints. If he had known better in the past, he would have never agreed to help Fu Liangming to kill Duan Yue. Zhao Enyi ignored Han Zhong. He found Han Zhong annoying, so he quickly sealed Han Yang's mouth in divine consciousness to prevent Han Zhong from sending voice transmission to him. At this moment, Zhao Enyi received a voice transmission from Guo Lin. Junior uncle, Tuoba Lian Cheng isn't at his cultivation ground. However, I managed to obtain some clues about his whereabouts. I've seen the heavenly text. Should I look for Tuoba Lian Cheng first, or should I look for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda first? Guo Lin knew that the heavenly text that appeared not long ago was very important to Zhao Enyi. After all, it was related to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Although he was just a saint like Zhao Enyi, he was not very confident about passing the tests in the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtaining the heaven protection talisman. Even if he managed to obtain the heaven protection talisman, he knew he would not be able to break into the forbidden realm for the time being. Although he had comprehended the law of fire to the paramount stage, his sword Dao had just entered the 6th level when he became a saint. To enter the forbidden realm, one had to comprehend a law to the paramount stage and one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to the 7th level. This was the basic requirement. Nonetheless, although he was not in a hurry, he still had to consider Zhao Enyi. Zhao Enyi quickly replied, "Look for Tuoba Lian Cheng first. I'll arrange for people to look for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. I'll bring Han Zhong back to the sect now and make arrangements. After that, I'll personally search for the entrance as well." Zhao Enyi's voice turned solemn as he continued to say, "You must bring Tuoba Lian Cheng back to the sect within 3 months no matter what. If I don't make preparations, I'm not confident about surviving the fatal heavenly tribulation even if I have 3 heaven protection talismans. Moreover, who knows how difficult it'll be to obtain the heaven protection talisman in the pagoda. I'm also not confident I'll be able to obtain the heaven protection talisman. My point is, we still can't afford to offend Duan Ling Tian." Guo Lin quickly promised to bring Tuoba Lian Cheng back to the Azure Cloud Saint sect after listening to Zhao Enyi's words. After Zhan Enyi brought Han Zhong back to the Azure Cloud Saint sect, he imprisoned Han Zhong and ordered a demi-saint to watch over Han Zhong. "You must keep watch over him and make sure he doesn't escape. Otherwise, our sect will face the threat of annihilation," Zhao Enyi said to the demi-saint. The demi-saint was Zhao Enyi's disciple, and Zhao Enyi trusted the demi-saint. However, he still gave the other party a reminder due to the gravity of the situation. "I understand, Master. Don't worry, unless I die, he won't be able to leave the sect," the demi-saint said respectfully. "If he tries to escape, you can kill him. However, his body must be well preserved. We have to make sure that people can still recognize him after 3 months, Zhao Enyi added. Meanwhile, Han Zhong turned paler and paler as he listened to the conversation. He knew now that his life depended on the mysterious person who would come 3 months later. He had thought about the matter and decided to push all the blame on Fu Liangming when the time came. He would also explain that he had owed Fu Liangming a favor. He was also prepared to offer up himself as a slave to serve the other party. With all these, perhaps the other party might spare his life. After dealing with Han Zhong, Zhao Enyi ordered most of the demi-saints in the Azure Cloud Saint sect to look for the entrance of the heaven-traversing pagoda. Just as Zhao Enyi was about to leave to search for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda as well, he received a message. Unexpectedly, the person who sent the message was not from the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territories. The other party was an old friend of Zhao Enyi. He was the elusive saint from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Many people assumed that the elusive saint of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion was dead, but he was, in fact, still alive. The saint was a little older than Zhao Enyi, and he almost died during his last heavenly tribulation. "Little Zhao, did you see the heavenly text? Please let me know immediately if you have any news about the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. I've had people remove the barrier in the territories of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion to facilitate voice transmissions." Upon hearing the old man's words, Zhao Enyi smiled wryly. He had to deal with so many things that he had forgotten about this matter. "Old Meng, thanks for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have forgotten about the voice transmission barrier. The barrier isolated voice transmissions from other territories of Saint rank forces. The saint from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion only managed to send a message to Zhao and Yi because he had entered the Azure Cloud Saint sect's barrier. Old Meng continued to say with a hint of urgency, "If I have any news, I'll notify you as well. I'm going to look for the entrance myself as well." Zhao and Yi naturally understood Old Meng's urgency. After all, if Old Meng did not raise his cultivation and become a level 7 supreme powerhouse, the next one in -10,000 year heavenly tribulation would likely kill Oid Meng. I remember his last heavenly tribulation was 9,000 years ago, right? It's no wonder he's in a rush. If he doesn't grow stronger, he'll die in 1,000 years. Chapter 4570. A message from Xianxia. Time was ruthless. Before the appearance of the heaven-traversing pagoda, even saints and world supreme powerhouses were helpless against the heavenly tribulation they had to face once every 10,000 years. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation would only become increasingly hard. Since they could not raise their cultivation base to the next level, they could only wait for death. Their paths were like a dead end. Old Meng of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was seriously injured during his heavenly tribulation 9,000 years ago and managed to survive due to luck. However, it took thousands of years for him to heal his injuries, and he never appeared in front of people again after that. For this reason, many people assumed he had succumbed to his injuries. No one knew that he had come up with a shocking plan. It was not impossible for saints like him to carry out the plan, but very few had the courage to do so. His plan was to break into the Forbidden Realm before his next heavenly tribulation came and face the fatal heavenly tribulation instead. He had hoped this would grant him a chance of survival. Everyone's expression would turn solemn at the mention of the Forbidden Realm and the fatal heavenly tribulation. There were many supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and myriad worlds who broke into the Forbidden Realm and faced the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, all of them died. No one had ever survived the fatal heavenly tribulation, hence its name. A few peerless advanced supreme gods also managed to enter the Forbidden Realm, but they also did not survive the fatal heavenly tribulation. They had suppressed their cultivation to stay in the realm of advanced supreme gods, hoping that the weaker fatal heavenly tribulation would grant them a higher survival rate. Alas, they still died. Old Meng from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion did not have much confidence in his plan. However, this was his only choice, and he refused to give up without a fight until his last breath. He could not just wait for death. He might die if he faced the fatal heavenly tribulation, but he would definitely die if he only waited and did nothing. It was better to take a chance no matter how slim it was. If he had a chance to live, why would he choose to die? Now that there was the Heaven Protection Talisman, he could feel his chances growing slightly bigger. I really don't have Old Meng's courage, Zhao and Yi thought to himself. After ordering his subordinates to remove the voice transmission barrier, Zhao and Yi did not waste time and left to look for the entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Unlike Old Meng, Zhao and Yi only suffered slight injuries during his last heavenly tribulation. He could not speak for the other heavenly tribulations, but he was confident about surviving his upcoming heavenly tribulation at the very least. As such, he still had some time left. This was also the reason he was not anxious about entering the Forbidden Realm. He planned to observe the others first to see how many would successfully become level 7 supreme powerhouses. Many people shared the same thoughts as Zhao and Yi. Those who were in a hurry were those like Old Meng who was not confident about surviving his next heavenly tribulation. After leaving the Azure Cloud Saint sect, Zhao and Yi received many messages from his acquaintances. Similar to Old Meng, they had asked him to inform them if he managed to find the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. They also promised to do the same if they found it. He naturally agreed. Among the messages, Zhao and Yi was rather surprised by one of them. It was from a saint whose seniority was a little higher than his. "Little Zhao, let me know if you find the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda." The other party became a saint about the same time Old Meng did. He almost died during his heavenly tribulation 2,000 years ago, and it was likely that he had yet to recover from his injuries. Zhao and Yi did not expect the other party would personally come out to search for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. "Old Wang, have your injuries healed? Could he have recovered from his injuries? Otherwise, how could he enter the pagoda to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman to help him face the fatal heavenly tribulation?" "No, I've yet to recover," the other party said with a hint of helplessness. "An old friend asked for my help regarding the whereabouts of the entrance to the pagoda." I'm asking on his behalf. After all, I'm not anxious to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. Little Zhao, I'll let you know as well if he has any clues about the entrance of the heaven-traversing pagoda. Old man Wang was almost killed by the heavenly tribulation 2,000 years ago and had yet to recover from his injuries. It was impossible for him to recover in just a few thousand years. As such, even if he knew the location of the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda, he still would not dare to enter it. He would have to wait until his injuries were healed. After all, his chances of obtaining the heaven protection talisman were low now that he was injured. Not only that, but his injuries might worsen if he recklessly entered the pagoda. He could not afford to take such risks. Alright, Old Wang. Initially, Zhao and Yi assumed that Old Wang had recovered from his injuries due to some fortuitous encounter. As it turned out, Old Wang was only asking for a friend. Similar to Zhao and Yi, many saints and saint rank forces began to make their move. Some wanted to find the entrance for themselves and some were helping others to look for it. The heaven-traversing pagoda stood above the sea like before even after the appearance of the other entrances. One could still enter the pagoda from here after all. Heaven really spared no efforts this time. Not only did it open more than 30 entrances to the pagoda, but it'd also transport the others randomly to a world. Isn't this to prevent me from killing them after they leave the pagoda? Feng Qingyang said as his eyes glinted coldly. Duan Ling Tian was just as unhappy as Feng Qingyang about the latest development. He had just come from Crimson Demon Ridge. Before the appearance of the latest heavenly text, he did not think he would see Feng Qingyang again so soon after they parted. At this time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of something. His expression eased, and he said with a slight smile on his face, "Master, forget it. With your character, you won't really kill them for no good reason even if heaven didn't do this." Duan Ling Tian knew Feng Qingyang was not one to kill indiscriminately. Moreover, their anger was due to heaven's unfairness. Feng Qingyang would not vent his anger on the saints and the world's supreme powerhouses. After all, the saints and world's supreme powerhouses were just heaven's pawns. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "Both of us had faced many hardships to get to where we are now. If more people become level 7 supreme powerhouses, it'll definitely motivate us to improve, right?" Before Feng Qingyang could reply, Duan Ling Tian suddenly received a message from Xianxia, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. "Lord Duan, the saint from our Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, Old Meng, needs to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda urgently. I know that new entrances have appeared, but can you allow him to enter through the main entrance?" After Duan Ling Tian's breakthrough, this was the first time Xianxia had reached out to him. The way he addressed Duan Ling Tian had also changed. Completely. He was relatively familiar with Duan Ling Tian, and he had also gone to the god-defying world with Duan Ling Tian. As such, he was aware that Feng Qingyang, who was guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda, was Duan Ling Tian's master. Chapter 4571 Old Shao, you're really lucky. Xianxia was very clear about his intentions in the voice transmission. Old Meng, the supreme powerhouse of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, whose existence many people were unaware of, was eager to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtain the heaven protection talisman to fight for his survival. When Duan Ling Tian was in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, he had heard about Old Meng. Many thought he was dead, and some knew he was still alive, living in seclusion while guarding the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. With Xianxia's message, he learned that Old Meng was nearing the end of his life. If the heaven-traversing pagoda did not appear, Old Meng would likely die during his upcoming once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. When the heaven-traversing pagoda appeared, and Feng Qingyang blocked the entrance, Old Meng could only return to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. After all, he feared Feng Qingyang's strength. Later, he learned that Duan Ling Tian, who joined the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, was Feng Qingyang's disciple. For this reason, he asked Xianxia to contact Duan Ling Tian, hoping that Duan Ling Tian would help him to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. At that time, Xianxia could not find Duan Ling Tian in the outer boundary in the god-defying world. As such, he had no choice but to send a message to Feng Qingyang. However, Feng Qingyang did not agree since he was not sure if Xianxia was lying about his connection to Duan Ling Tian. He had told Xianxia that they would speak about the matter again after Xianxia spoke to Duan Ling Tian. Now that Duan Ling Tian relayed Xianxia's message to Feng Qingyang, he shook his head and said with a smile, "He also sent me a message in the past. He said that you had ties with the jade-tide heavenly mansion and asked if I could allow his elder to enter the pagoda. I was not sure if he was lying, so I didn't agree and asked him to contact you instead. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace, was treated like a liar by his master. Feng Qingyang continued to say, since you know them, tell him to call that elder over. Now that there are so many entrances to the pagoda, it's impossible for us to prevent everyone from entering the pagoda. Moreover, I never thought of killing people indiscriminately. I really don't have it in me to do such a thing. I didn't guard the pagoda to spite those people. I'm also not worried about them possessing strength comparable to mine. In my life, I've never been afraid of competition. I only guarded the pagoda because I was dissatisfied with heaven. What were all my hardships for if heaven was going to give everyone a shortcut? After listening to these words, Duan Ling Tian knew that his master did not change at all even though so many years had passed. His master still stuck to his principles and was not afraid of competition. I'll pass on the message, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. Then, he sent a message to Xiao Tianxi, saying, Palace Master, there's no need to be so polite with me. There's no need to address me as Lord. Just tell the saint to come to the pagoda. Also, you have a way to contact the two saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, right? Tell them that they can enter through the main entrance once they complete the task I entrusted them with. Duan Ling Tian wanted to motivate the two saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect with this. Xiao Tianxi chuckled. And replied, I wasn't trying to be polite. It was of my own will when I addressed you as Lord. I'll change the form of address when we meet. Thank you. Xiao Tianxi quickly relayed Duan Ling Tian's message to Old Meng. When Old Meng heard that he could go to the heaven-traversing pagoda immediately, he was surprised. They agreed so easily. Old Meng asked. Then, he said warily, Tianxi, are you sure? What if Duan Ling Tian and his master are only luring me into a trap? Xiao Tianxi smiled wryly. Old Meng, even if they have bad intentions, there's no need for them to go to such an extent. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian is a member of the Golden Dragon Palace. You can go there with peace of mind. Xiao Tianxi trusted and did not doubt Duan Ling Tian at all. Old Meng felt that Xiao Tianxi's words made sense. In fact, he also felt similarly. He just wanted some reassurance. He did not waste time and quickly made his way to the heaven-traversing pagoda above the center of the sea. He was already familiar with the journey there. Previously, when the pagoda just appeared, he and the other saints and world supreme powerhouses had gone to the pagoda but were barred from entering. At that time, he could only sigh helplessly and return. Feng Qingyang was too strong. He could not afford to provoke Feng Qingyang. After speaking to Old Meng, Xiao Tian thought about it for a moment before he muttered to himself, the Azure Cloud Saint sect should have deactivated their voice transmission barrier by now, right? Xiao Tianxi quickly sent a message to his old friend, a level 4 supreme powerhouse who was almost as strong as a demi-saint who had a high status in the Azure Cloud Saint sect. He greeted the other party and relayed Duan Ling Tian's message. The other party gasped in disbelief. He also knew about Duan Ling Tian killing one demi-saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect and two demi-saints from the Fu clan. He had also heard about how Duan Ling Tian's strength had overwhelmed that of the two saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could easily annihilate the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Old Xiao, are you very familiar with Duan Ling Tian? The other party asked. Xiao Tianxi had not contacted his old friend for many years, so the other party was rather surprised by his message. Sort of, Xiao Tianxi said before he told the other party of his and the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's connection to Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian entered the Forbidden Realm and survived the fatal heavenly tribulation. Old Xiao, you're really lucky. You actually have such a connection to such a person, the other party said enviously. He asked, by the way, what's the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Duan Yue, the demi-saint from the Duan clan governed by the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion? The two saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect were not familiar with Duan Yue, but he was rather familiar with her. He also knew that Han Zhong had been captured and imprisoned in the Azure Cloud Saint sect, awaiting Duan Ling Tian's arrival. After hearing about what happened, it was not difficult for him to figure out that Duan Ling Tian must have had a good relationship with Duan Yue. Duan Ling Tian joined the Duan clan in the past and became Duan Yue's sworn brother, Xiao Tianxi replied. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had approached Xiao Tianxi and asked Xiao Tianxi to look after the Duan clan. At that time, he also learned of Duan Ling Tian's relationship with the Duan clan. Why are you asking about this? Xiao Tianxi asked curiously. So that's what happened. The other party then recounted what happened to Xiao Tianxi. He told Xiao Tianxi about what happened in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory, since the news had yet to spread. Xiao Tianxi was naturally unaware of it. He sighed as he muttered to himself, it seems like he really regards Duan Yue as his sworn sister. At the same time, Xiao Tianxi decided to treat the Duan clan more kindly in the future. Chapter 4572 The First Challenger of the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda. After ending the conversation with Xiao Tianxi's friend quickly sent a message to his junior uncle, who was the direct disciple of Zhao and Yi, the first saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. The other party quickly reached out to his master, Xiao Tianxi from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Zhao and Yi was searching for the entrance to the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda when he received his disciple's message. He was naturally surprised by the sudden windfall. The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion has such deep ties with Lord Duan. How could they be so lucky? Zhao and Yi was extremely jealous of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Fortunately, Lord Duan didn't forget to include me and Guo Lin and allow us to use the main entrance of the pagoda. Also, I can't believe that Lord Feng is Lord Duan's master. The appearance of the first two level 7 supreme powerhouses from the same world after the gap in history was already extremely shocking. It was even more shocking that the two were master and disciple. After that, Zhao and Yi also learned about Duan Ling Tian's relationship with Duan Yue from his disciple. He thought that the two saints of the Fu clan, Han Zhong, and Tuoba Lian Cheng were truly seeking death by killing the sworn sister of such a terrifying person. Subsequently, Zhao and Yi also sent a message to Guo Lin, who was searching for Tuoba Lian Cheng. After telling Guo Lin everything, Zhao and Yi added, there's no need to worry about the heaven-traversing pagoda anymore. Just focus on finding Tuoba Lian Cheng. This is your top priority. Have you found any clues yet? Do you need my help? After Guo Lin said that he did not need Zhao and Yi's help, Zhao and Yi did not return to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Although he no longer needed to search for the entrance to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and had no plans of entering the pagoda yet, he still made his way to the heaven-traversing pagoda. When Zhao and Yi was near the heaven-traversing pagoda, he ran into Old Meng, the saint of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Old Meng. Zhao and Yi could not help but sigh at the sight of Old Meng when they met again after so many years. Old Meng was already a famous supreme powerhouse in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion when Zhao and Yi was still young. He was like a fossil. Little Zhao. Old Meng was dressed in a Taoist robe. He was skinny and looked young for his age. He asked, surprised, are you going to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda as well? Yes, Zhao and Yi replied with a nod. My direct disciple told me that Lord Duan has granted Guo Lin and me permission to enter the pagoda through the main entrance. However, I'm not planning to enter the pagoda yet. I came to express my gratitude to Lord Duan and greet Lord Feng. Zhao and Yi only met Duan Ling Tian, not Feng Qingyang. He had only seen Feng Qingyang from a distance previously. When he saw Feng Qingyang subdue the world's supreme powerhouses from the three upper worlds, he quickly retreated. Just like Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang was much more powerful than saints. He naturally would not miss an opportunity to meet Feng Qingyang. He was not in a rush to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda, so he decided to observe the situation first. Old Meng sighed and said with a wry smile, I supposed you're not in a hurry. I heard that you survived the heavenly tribulation with minor injuries. Alas, unlike you, my time is limited. I just want to obtain the heaven protection talisman as soon as possible. I don't know how difficult the tests in the pagoda will be, but they certainly won't be easy. I might even injure myself during the tests. In any case, I need the talisman so I can enter the Forbidden Realm and face the fatal heavenly tribulation before my once every -10,000 year heavenly tribulation arrives. If Old Meng survived the fatal heavenly tribulation, he would become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. With that, his strength would increase, and it would be easy for him to overcome his upcoming heavenly tribulation. As a result, his life would be extended. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang were still at the heaven-traversing pagoda when Old Meng and Zhao and Yi arrived together. That's fast. Did you already capture them? Duan Ling Tian was surprised to see Zhao and Yi, thinking that he had captured the two demi-saints so quickly. Lord Duan, Zhao and Yi greeted Duan Ling Tian before he said, I've already captured Han Zhong, and Guo Lin is searching for Tuoba Lian Cheng. It won't be long before Guo Lin catches him. I only came here to express my gratitude to you for allowing me to enter the pagoda through the main entrance. It's nothing. Moreover, my master won't stay here for long. He'll be leaving in half a month at most, Duan Ling Tian said. The 30-something entrances should be found within half a month, so there was no longer any point in staying here. At this time, Zhao and Yi looked at Feng Qingyang and greeted Feng Qingyang respectfully. The Azure Cloud Saint sects Zhao and Yi greets Lord Feng. Although Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian were younger than Zhao and Yi was very respectful. Even if he successfully became a level 7 supreme powerhouse in the future, he knew he was no match for the duo. After all, based on their heaven-defying innate talent, they would definitely surpass him again. Unlike everyone, the duo did not need the heaven protection talisman to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. Although Feng Qingyang's fatal heavenly tribulation was not as powerful because he faced them when he was an intermediate supreme god, the fact that he had comprehended the law to the paramount stage and the sword Dao to the 7th stage as an intermediate supreme god was unheard of. Such a person was destined to be extraordinary. Following that, old Meng quickly greeted the duo as well. Meng Han greets Lord Duan and Lord Feng. Similar to Zhao and Yi, Meng Han was also respectful to the duo despite being much older. Duan Ling Tian had ties with the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, but Meng Han knew that the ties were mostly to Xiao Tianxi. It did not have much to do with him at all. I've already spoken to Palace Master Xiao before. You can enter the pagoda, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. It was his first time meeting Meng Han, so it was only natural that he was a bit distant. Go ahead, Feng Qingyang. He could tell that Meng Han was eager to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. He added with a slight smile on his face, you'll be the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. Thank you for your understanding, my lords, Meng Han said, barely able to contain his excitement. With a flash, Meng Han disappeared into the heaven-traversing pagoda after he finished speaking. With this, the heaven-traversing pagoda finally received its first challenger after it appeared. Chapter 4573 Duan Ling Tian reunites with his family. Huaner is injured. Zhao and Yi stayed for a while and chatted casually with Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Before he bade farewell, he made it clear to Duan Ling Tian that he would help Guo Lin, his junior nephew who was also a saint, to look for Tuoba Lian Cheng. He said he would send a message to Duan Ling Tian as soon as he found Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, he asked Duan Ling Tian for a soul pearl to facilitate communication. After Zhao and Yi left, Duan Ling Tian also bade farewell to Feng Qingyang. He returned to the god-defying world and went to the mundane realm where his family was staying. However, many of them were no longer in the mundane realm. Only his parents, Li Fei, Feng Wudao, and Feng Tianwu were the only ones left in the mundane realm. Feng Wudao had gone out a few days ago and had yet to return, so he was not present. Little Tian, were you the one mentioned in the heavenly text? Or was it someone with the same name? Duan Rufeng and Li Ru were pleasantly surprised by Duan Ling Tian's return. They were also curious. Although they felt that the person mentioned in the heavenly text was likely their son, they were not 100% certain. However, if their guess was right, they knew their son would return to them soon, and they were proven right. Congratulations, Brother Tian. Li Fei and Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian with affectionate gazes. His achievement brought them a sense of peace. Although they did not express it in the past, they had always been worried about his safety. After all, the path to becoming a supreme powerhouse was fraught with life-threatening danger and hardships. It was a pity they could not help him. Duan Ling Tian looked at the women and said gently, from now on, there's no need for you to stay hidden. The years had not been easy for these women, and he also finally managed to cure Ka. The four people began to ask about Ka's well-being. They knew that one of the major reasons Duan Ling Tian had worked so hard was to cure Ka. Master removed the soul imprisonment technique for Ka. After I broke through, I went to the Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land and brought her into my little world, Duan Ling Tian said as he brought his parents, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu to his little world to see Ka, who was still unconscious. Ka is in good condition. She should be able to wake up in a few years thanks to the care of the divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water in my little world. Everyone sighed in relief. Ka was the first person to accompany Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Rufeng was still missing, she had spent a long time with Li Ru as well. In the end, their relationship was like that of a mother and daughter. That's good. I'll wait for Ka to wake up, Li Ru said, sighing in relief. Li Fei and Feng Tianwu nodded. Ka was like a sister to them after all. After that, Duan Rufeng and Li Ru urged Duan Ling Tian to spend time with Li Fei and Feng Tianwu. Now that Ka was no longer in danger, it was also time to give Feng Tianwu a proper name. Duan Ling Tian agreed with his parents. When Feng Wudao returned a few days later, he was surprised to see Duan Ling Tian. "Uncle Feng," Duan Ling Tian greeted. Although he was much stronger than Feng Wudao, he did not put on air. After all, not only was Feng Wudao Feng Tianwu's father, but he had also helped him with his cultivation in the past. Like the others, Feng Wudao was also happy when he learned that Duan Ling Tian was the person mentioned in the heavenly text. "How amazing! I didn't expect you to surpass everyone in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds so quickly. Your master is just as amazing," Feng Wudao said, laughing heartily. He was naturally happy for Duan Ling Tian, his soon-to-be son-in-law. After a while, Feng Wudao asked, "How's Ka?" Duan Ling Tian briefly told Feng Wudao about Ka before he said, "Uncle Feng, my parents said that they'll formally approach you to propose marriage to Tianwu." Feng Wudao was stunned, but a wide smile soon appeared on his face. "Very good, I'll be waiting for them. Does Tianwu know?" "She'll be overjoyed if she knows." Feng Wudao only had a daughter. He was naturally ecstatic that she would be marrying Duan Ling Tian. "Uncle Feng," Feng Wudao smiled and interjected, "it's time you address me differently." Duan Ling Tian smiled. "Father-in-law." Duan Ling Tian quickly explained his plans to Feng Wudao. He planned to meet the lords of the god-defying world to speak about creating his own realm of gods. Based on his current strength, it would only take up a small space in his little world to create a realm of gods comparable to the sizes of the existing realms of gods. If anyone wants to stay in my little world to accompany me, they can do so. Otherwise, they can stay in my realm of gods. It'll be safe since it's a part of my little world. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up. He could not wait to go to a realm of gods and had been looking forward to it for years. Huaner returned, and Duan Ling Tian was shocked to discover that she had become an advanced supreme god. He knew she must have rushed back after seeing the heavenly texts. "Brother Tian." The slender woman rushed into Duan Ling Tian's arm like a gentle breeze. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. Although Huaner had the advantage thanks to the legendary divine beast, it was not easy for her to come this far. He knew the reason behind her diligence, so he felt sorry for her. "You're injured." It did not take long for him to notice that Huaner suffered serious internal injuries. It was so serious that even her little world was in a mess. Duan Ling Tian's expression was dark as he asked her who had hurt her. Huaner told him that when she saw the heavenly text, she knew that it was him. Hence, she rushed back to the mundane realm immediately. However, during the journey back, she was attacked. Fortunately, she managed to escape after an intense battle. Her opponent was a female direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse from a demi-saint rank force. Apparently, the other party attacked her for no other reason than Huaner wearing a veil. Chapter 4574 The Mystic Crystal Sect. Duan Ling Tian gave Huaner a healing pill before he used his ability to heal her injuries. The divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water also helped greatly with healing her injuries. In the end, she only needed to wait to fully recover. It would take about a few months for her to return to her peak state. While Duan Ling Tian was healing Huaner, he also discovered a divine mark on Huaner. It was obvious to him that it was left by an expert in soul techniques. If Huaner were to step foot into the outer boundary again, the other party would be able to roughly sense her location as long as she was within a certain distance. After removing the mark, he asked, seething in anger, "Huaner, you're sure the person who attacked you is from a demi-saint rank force?" It had been a long time since Duan Ling Tian had felt such anger. How dare that piece of trash hurt Huaner? If she didn't have the life-saving trump card left by the legendary divine beast, she would have died. "Brother Tian, don't rush to seek revenge for me. You just returned, so you should spend some time with Uncle Feng, Aunt Ru, Sister Fei, and Sister Tianwu," Huaner said. Huaner was very considerate as usual. However, the more considerate she was, the more Duan Ling Tian felt distressed for her. "Don't worry, it'll be done in a day. Come with me." With Duan Ling Tian's strength now, his speed was naturally astonishing. It was very easy for him to travel through space. It would not take much time for him to go to the outer boundary from here, and he could easily travel from one end of the outer boundary to the other end within a day. The Mystic Crystal Sect was a demi-saint rank force in the Sacred Wind Realm, which was governed by the Flower Moon Divine Sect, a saint rank force. The Mystic Crystal Sect had a demi-saint and a quasi-saint. For this reason, the sect was quite respected. At this moment, an old woman in the Mystic Crystal Sect suddenly frowned and murmured, "Someone removed my mark on that wretched woman. The other party must be an extraordinary peerless advanced supreme god or a supreme powerhouse. I didn't expect that wretch to have the support of someone so powerful. I must report this to the young miss immediately." The old woman was very confident about her soul techniques. Although she was not an extraordinary peerless advanced supreme god, she was considered peerless among those below the realm of peerless advanced supreme gods. She had also studied soul techniques for many years and had achieved a lot. She was confident that no one at or below her realm in the outer boundary could defeat her in terms of soul techniques. Even if such people existed, they were as rare as a phoenix feather. The old woman did not waste time and quickly reported the matter to Guo Yaola, the only daughter of the vice-sect leader of the Mystic Crystal Sect. A frown appeared on Guo Yaoli's pretty face upon hearing the old woman's report. After a moment, she scoffed disdainfully and said, "So what if she has the support of an extraordinary peerless advanced supreme god or a supreme powerhouse? Do you think she dares to seek revenge from the Mystic Crystal Sect?" Although Guo Yaoli's father, the vice-sect leader of the Mystic Crystal Sect, was only a level 1 supreme powerhouse, her great-grandfather was a level 4 supreme powerhouse, the quasi-saint of the Mystic Crystal Sect. Her great-grandfather was predicted to become a demi-saint in fewer than 10,000 years. For this reason, not many people dared to offend Guo Yaola. That deceitful and lowly bitch. How dare she ignore me when I told her to remove her veil? That was the first time I met someone who dared to defy me. What a pity that she managed to escape. Since she managed to escape, the person behind her must be a supreme powerhouse. Even an extraordinary peerless advanced supreme god isn't capable of giving her such a powerful life-saving method unless he or she obtained it from a supreme powerhouse. As the daughter of a supreme powerhouse, Guo Yaola naturally knew that powerful supreme powerhouses liked to recruit extraordinary peerless advanced supreme gods. When this thought appeared in her mind, she frowned slightly, but then the frown quickly eased away. So what if there's a powerful supreme powerhouse involved? Are they really going to make an enemy out of the Mystic Crystal Sect for a lowly woman? Guo Yaola thought to herself with a sneer on her face. The Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion and the Azure Cloud Saint Sect were located in the Sacred Lightning Realm. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew of the Sacred Wind Realm, but he had never been there. After he became a supreme powerhouse, he had planned to bring his family to travel the outer boundary. He did not expect his first visit to the Sacred Wind Realm was for revenge. So the demi-saint rank force as the Mystic Crystal Sect in the Sacred Wind Realm. Duan Ling Tian's eyes burned with flames of fury, and his aura was freezing cold. In just a moment, the temperatures in his surroundings dropped. However, he did not let his anger get the better of him, and Huaner, who was standing next to him, was unaffected. The people in the surroundings were shocked and amazed. Is he a supreme powerhouse? Duan Ling Tian returned to the city where Huaner was attacked and nearly killed. The culprit had proudly claimed to be from the Mystic Crystal Sect and ordered her subordinate to kill Huaner when Huaner refused to remove her veil as commanded. Good, the Mystic Crystal Sect owns a lot of businesses in this city. Just like what he had done to the Fu clan, Duan Ling Tian captured someone who managed the businesses of the Mystic Crystal Sect and forced the other person to lead him to the Mystic Crystal Sect. It did not take long before they arrived at the Mystic Crystal Sect. It was located in a mountain range, and according to the person Duan Ling Tian caught, the main peak was where the sect's high-ranking officials and core disciples would cultivate. Duan Ling Tian scoffed and raised his hand. In just a moment, a gray palm seal appeared above the main peak like a cluster of dark clouds. Then, the sky turned gloomy, looking like a storm was about to hit. With just a thought, the giant palm seal fell on the peak, leaving ripples in the sky as it moved. Chapter 4575 Bottomless Pit. Everyone in the Mystic Crystal Sect was shocked and frightened. Even the stronger disciples were not spared from these feelings of despair. It was as though they could smell the scent of death from the terrifying attack in the sky. A thunderous commotion rang in the air as the giant palm seal fell on the Mystic Crystal Sect's guarding formation, which was quickly triggered by the attack. The semi-translucent barrier shone brightly, looking seemingly indestructible. Members of the Mystic Crystal Sect sighed in relief when they saw the guarding formation successfully block the attack. I heard that in the past, our sect guarding formation managed to block the attacks of a demi-saint for half a day. I finally managed to witness its strength. I have to say it lives up to its reputation. Many core disciples of the mystic crystal were in awe. At the same time, they felt proud of their sect's guarding formation. At this time, someone speculated out loud, what a terrifying energy. The culprit is most likely a demi-saint. Many members were relieved when they heard the speculation. After all, the mystic crystal sect only had one demi-saint and one quasi-saint. They were unrivaled among those below the realm of saints. Alas, the smiles born from the relief of surviving a disaster did not last long on their faces. The guarding formation barely withstood the attack for 2 breaths before cracks began to appear on it. The cracks spread quickly in all directions before the barrier shattered. The terrifying attack destroyed the guarding formation with a loud explosion that shook the world. Terrifying shockwaves rippled out immediately in all directions, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Following that, a powerful and oppressive energy shrouded the main peak of the mystic crystal sect. At this time, a loud voice rang from the depths of the main peak. "Sir, may I know who you are? Why are you attacking the mystic crystal sect?" Following that, streaks of light shot out in all directions, protecting a group of people who were fleeing the main peak. It did not take long before a few more figures joined in and protected the fleeing people as well. Cries of anguish and despair rang in the air. In the end, over 100 people managed to escape from the main peak. The dust stirred up by the repeated attacks finally settled, revealing the peak that had been leveled. Not only was it leveled, but there was now a huge and seemingly bottomless pit where it used to stand. Upon seeing this, the survivors gasped. Their faces were ashen. It finally dawned on them how powerful the other party was. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared above the huge pit. They were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at one woman standing among the group of survivors with an indifferent gaze. Huaner had pointed the woman out to him earlier. The woman's face was pale, and her eyes could not hide her fear at all as she lowered her head and stared at the huge pit. On the ground, she was unaware that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were looking at her at this moment. At this moment, a tall and aloof middle-aged man dressed in a long light green robe flew up into the sky. He looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully as he asked, "Sir, I'm Lu Fenghuo, the sect leader of the Mystic Crystal Sect. Although you're a saint, the Mystic Crystal Sect is governed by the Flower Moon Divine Sect. Is the Flower Moon Divine Sect aware of your actions?" Lu Fenghuo deliberately mentioned the Flower Moon Divine Sect to intimidate Duan Ling Tian. He did not know Duan Ling Tian, but he was certain that Duan Ling Tian was a saint. As the sect leader of the Mystic Crystal Sect, he was aware of the strength of the guarding formation. Only a saint was capable of destroying the guarding formation and the main peak so easily. He, a demi-saint, was helpless against a saint. With his strength, he could only save some elders and disciples who were of significance and ordered the stronger supreme powerhouses in the sect to help save the others in the main peak. Alas, a few of the supreme powerhouses perished along with the main peak. If Duan Ling Tian had used his sword Dao to attack earlier, no one would have survived the attack. He had held back not because he was compassionate, he did not want the person who attacked Huaner to die a quick death. For this reason, Lu Fenghuo assumed Duan Ling Tian was just a saint. Coincidentally, at this moment, dark clouds began to gather and lightning flashed. Following that, blood rained down on the Mystic Crystal Sect and the area around it. This was the phenomenon that appeared after the deaths of supreme powerhouses. In the outer boundary, there were different phenomena. Apart from the phenomenon that announced the deaths of supreme powerhouses, there was also the phenomenon of the law. Someone who comprehended the law of the perfect form would be able to manifest a phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles, while those who comprehended the law to the paramount stage could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. When one's law reached the paramount stage, the law would also return to its most fundamental and real state. For this reason, they could choose to hide the phenomenon of the law. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian ignored Lu Fenghuo and asked, "Was it you who nearly killed my woman?" Before Duan Ling Tian spoke, Guo Yala had already returned to her senses. The old woman standing behind her had seen Huaner and immediately sent a message to alert her. She frowned when she looked at Huaner, but when she met Duan Ling Tian's furious gaze, her expression changed drastically. Her heart sank immediately when she realized that Huaner was in a relationship with a saint. At the same time, Lu Fenghuo and the other survivors followed the line of Duan Ling Tian's sight and looked at Guo Yala as well. Chapter 4576. Even if all the saint rank forces in the sacred wind realm join forces, they still won't be able to protect you. Chapter 4576. Even if all the saint rank forces in the sacred wind realm join forces, they won't be able to protect you. Naturally, everyone knew Guo Yaola. She was not only the daughter of Guo Yong, the vice-sect leader of the Mystic Crystal sect, but she was also the granddaughter of Guo Lan, the second most powerful person in the Mystic Crystal sect. After all, her status was even higher than that of the son of Lu Fenghuo, since she was the descendant of a quasi-saint. Lu Fenghuo was neither a demi-saint nor a quasi-saint. As for the demi-saint of the Mystic Crystal sect, he was only Lu Fenghuo's junior granduncle. The demi-saint had a closer relationship with Guo Lan, who was his junior brother. Wang Tengyu, the demi-saint of the Mystic Crystal sect, was a friendly-looking old man. He had remained silent from the beginning until now, and at this moment, his expression was slightly angry as he looked at Guo Yaola. How dare Guo Lan's granddaughter try to kill a saint's woman? Even I, a saint, don't dare to offend a saint. Guo Lan naturally saw the changes in Wang Tengyu's expression, which was a mix of anger and disappointment. His expression was not very good either as he looked at Guo Yaola. If it were not for him earlier, Guo Yaola, Guo Yong, and the other members of the Mystic Crystal sect would not have survived the destruction of the main peak. Although Guo Yong, Guo Yaoli's father, was frightened down to his heart and soul, he still asked with a pale face and a trembling voice, "Honorable Saint, is there a misunderstanding? I believe my daughter would never dare to attack your people." A misunderstanding? Duan Ling Tian looked at Guo Yong coldly and asked, "You're not only the vice-sect leader, but also her father, right? Why don't you ask your daughter if it's a misunderstanding?" Guo Yong turned to look at Guo Yaola. His eyes were filled with pain and despair. After all, he knew that his daughter would not survive today. Guo Yaola recovered from her shock at this moment. Her face was ashen when she sensed the hateful gazes directed at her. So she's the one who brought this disaster upon us. Why didn't she just die? How dare she attack someone close to a saint? It's one thing for her to act arrogant and domineering in the sect, but to act in that manner outside as well. She deserves this. It's a pity that so many disciples died because of her. She deserves to be slashed to death by 1,000 knives. The survivors expressed their anger and dissatisfaction through voice transmission. They naturally did not dare to speak out loud. After all, Guo Yaola was the granddaughter of Guo Lan, the second strongest person in the Mystic Crystal sect, no matter what. However, they could not conceal the hatred in their eyes as they looked at her. If they could, they would crush her bones and skin her alive. Apart from the hateful gazes directed at her, Guo Yaola also sensed that her father and great-grandfather had given up on her. Colors drained out of her face, and after a moment of contemplation, she turned around and kneeled decisively, facing Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Guo Yaola could barely maintain her composure as she said tremblingly, "Honorable Saint, I was a fool to provoke your people. I beg for your mercy. Please show mercy to someone who's as humble as a speck of dust like me." Guo Yaola had a difficult time coming to terms with the fact that the person she offended was the woman of a saint. The other party was someone she had to respect and could not afford to provoke. Although the Flower Moon Divine Sect was a saint rank force, she knew that the Flower Moon Divine Sect would not offend a saint because of her. In fact, if people of the Flower Moon Divine Sect were present, they might even take the initiative to kill her once they learned that she had offended the woman of a saint. Although Duan Ling Tian had yet to reply, Guo Yaola could sense his growing killing intent. She knew that he definitely would not spare her today. Out of despair, she quickly turned around and kowtowed to her father and great-grandfather as she pleaded, "Father, great-grandfather, save me. The Flower Moon Divine Sect also has a saint. The Flower Moon Divine Sect can definitely protect and save me." Faced with death, Guo Yaola pleaded desperately, grasping at straws to preserve her life. She felt like she was going to lose her mind at this moment. Meanwhile, Guo Yong and Guo Lan's expressions changed slightly when they heard Guo Yaoli's words. It seemed that even at this moment, Guo Yaola still did not understand the predicament she was in. There was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian wanted her life. Her words would only drag the Mystic Crystal sect down with her. After what she had done, they had no choice but to abandon her. At this time, Duan Ling Tian scoffed. Then, a terrifying spatial energy surged toward Guo Lan and Guo Yong. Guo Lan's expression changed immediately while Guo Yong seemed unaware of what was happening. Then, without any warning, they exploded. Blood and bits of flesh splattered everywhere and landed on Guo Yaoli's face. Duan Ling Tian sneered. The Flower Moon Divine Sect. Let alone the Flower Moon Divine Sect, Even if all the saint-rank forces in the Sacred Wind Realm join forces, they still won't be able to protect you from me, Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing these words, Wang Tengyu, who was grieving the death of his junior brother, Guo Lan, was pulled back to his senses. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked tremblingly, "Why you, your lord Duan Lingtian?" Wang Tengyu was thoroughly shocked. He did not expect Guo Yaola to provoke someone who was even more terrifying than saints. Lu Fenghuo was in despair when he realized the person they were facing was Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian annihilated the Mystic Crystal Sect, there was nothing the Flower Moon Divine Sect could do about it. The members of the Mystic Crystal Sect looked at Wang Tengyu, who had lost his composure, silently. As realization dawned on them, their faces turned pale. At the same time, they no longer hesitate to openly curse Guo Yaola, who had lost her two pillars of support. Lord Duan Lingtian, one of the two supreme powerhouses who are stronger than saints. Duan Lingtian, the second person after Feng Qingyang to surpass saints. Guo Yaola is really despicable. How dare she provoke Lord Duan's people? She deserves to die. How dare she implicates us? Lu Fenghuo took the initiative and killed the old woman standing behind Guo Yaola. He did not stop there and continued to kill Guo Yaoli's followers. In the end, only Guo Yaola was left. After that, Lu Fenghuo said, "Lord Duan, as the sect leader of the Mystic Crystal Sect, I now expel Guo Yaola from the Mystic Crystal Sect. She's no longer from now on. I wasn't sure if you wanted to kill her personally, so I didn't kill her. If you wish, I'll make sure she dies in the most agonizing way possible." Lu Fenghuo was seething with anger at this moment. Even if Guo Yaola was tortured to death, it would be impossible for him to quench the hatred in his heart. After all, she had caused the deaths of so many people in the Mystic Crystal Sect. Chapter 4577 Xiao Mubai's Plan. Lu Fenghuo did not doubt Duan Lingtian's identity. In today's world, was there anyone who did not know how terrifying Duan Lingtian was? Who would dare to impersonate Duan Lingtian? Such an act was no different from seeking death. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had killed Guo Lan and Guo Yang so quickly and so easily. Earlier, Lu Fenghuo had spoken to Wang Tengyu, the demi-saint of the Mystic Crystal Sect, through voice transmission. Even Wang Tengyu could not catch Duan Lingtian's attack. According to Wang Tengyu, he would be able to detect a saint's attack. With this, there was no doubt that the purple-clad young man was truly Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Fenghuo. Instead, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian with an affectionate gaze and asked gently, "Huaner, how do you want to deal with her?" Before Huaner could reply, Guo Yaola returned to her senses. She growled, "Why did you restrain me? You won't even allow me to die." After listening to Lu Fenghuo's words, Guo Yaola also knew that there was no way she would survive today. As such, she planned to commit suicide. After all, she would definitely be tortured before she was killed. It was better to give herself a quick death. However, she soon discovered that she had been restrained and her energy had been suppressed, rendering her unable to take her own life. Although she had control of her mouth and tongue, it was impossible for her to commit suicide by biting off her tongue. It would only injure her, not kill her. No matter what, she was a supreme god after all. "Brother Tian, you can deal with her as you see fit," Huaner replied softly. "All right," Duan Lingtian said with a nod before he looked at Lu Fenghuo and said indifferently, "In that case, I'll leave this matter to you." In Duan Lingtian's mind, Lu Fenghuo would definitely be able to torture Guo Yaola even more greatly than if he were to do it himself. "You have a month. She has to die after a month. If she doesn't die by then, I'll look for you at the Mystic Crystal Sect again," Duan Lingtian said. Then, his divine consciousness swept toward Guo Yaola, extracting a wisp of Guo Yaoli's soul energy. This was so he could confirm Guo Yaoli's life or death later. Although he did not think Lu Fenghuo would dare to lie to him, he still did not trust Lu Fenghuo. "Lord Duan, don't worry," Lu Fenghuo said to Duan Lingtian. He paused for a moment and glanced at the despairing Guo Yaola before he continued to say through gritted teeth, "I'll definitely kill her." It was clear that Lu Fenghuo could not wait to cut up Guo Yaola, who caused the deaths of two supreme powerhouses and many members of the Mystic Crystal Sect. After that, Duan Lingtian brought Huaner away. His trip this time was not without gains. Although Guo Lan and Guo Yang's spatial rings had self-destructed, Guo Lan, a quasi-saint, left behind a supreme powerhouse divinity. Previously, Duan Ling Tian also obtained 2 supreme powerhouse divinities when he killed the 2 demi-saints from the Fu clan. He did not obtain anything from Guo Yong or the Crimson Demon because their comprehension of the law was too weak. Supreme powerhouse divinities were useless to Duan Ling Tian now, but they were rare treasures to his family. After everything settled down, he planned to divide the supreme powerhouse divinities among his family. He did not have enough at this moment. After all, he did not kill many people who had formed supreme powerhouse divinities. He thought about borrowing them from saints and demi-saints he was familiar with. He knew he could not simply borrow them from people he was unfamiliar with since he did not want to simply owe others a favor. Perhaps I can borrow them from the 2 saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. I don't think they'll refuse since I showed them mercy previously, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. I can also borrow them from the imminent world supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world like Xiao Bai. There's also Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace in the Sacred Lightning Realm's Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Apart from demi-saints and saints, powerful supreme powerhouses below the realms of saints and demi-saints could also form supreme powerhouse divinities. Once they comprehended their law to the perfect form, they could start forming their supreme powerhouse divinities. The supreme powerhouse divinities would be able to help his family comprehend their laws quickly. In the past, thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity left by a supreme powerhouse who was skilled in the law of space, his own law of space had improved rapidly. After a while, Duan Ling Tian's mind wandered to another topic. I hope Lu Fenghuo won't disappoint me. Otherwise, I'll kill him when the time comes. Guo Yaola injured Huaner. Duan Ling Tian naturally did not want Guo Yaola to die a quick death. He hoped Lu Fenghuo would torture her before he killed her. With a wisp of her soul energy, he would be able to sense when Guo Yaola died. As such, he was not worried about Lu Fenghuo letting Guo Yaola go. To be safe, apart from extracting a wisp of Guo Yaoli's soul energy, he also left a mark on her soul. He would be able to locate her as long as she appeared in the place he was in. After bringing Huaner back to the mundane realm where his family was staying, Duan Ling Tian left a doppelganger behind to wait for the return of his remaining family members who were away. As for the ones present, they had all entered Little World. Following that, Duan Ling Tian went to look for Xiao Bai and explained the purpose of his visit. Lord Duan, it's a good thing for the god-defying world that you're willing to transform part of your little world into a realm of gods. With this, the guarding formation of the god-defying world will become even stronger. How about this? Since you have family in the Divine Offering Land, I'll ask him to transfer everyone in the Divine Offering Land to your little world. If you wish, you can change the name of the Divine Offering Land, Xiao Bai said. Duan Ling Tian could not get used to Xiao Bai's respectful treatment of him. After all, Xiao Bai had helped him a lot in the past. In other words, he owed Xiao Bai a lot. However, Xiao Bai was not willing to address him casually, so there was nothing he could do about it. There's no need to change the name. We'll still call it the Divine Offering Land, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. At the same time, he felt grateful for Xiao Bai's suggestion. With this, the Sha clan, which Ka was from, would also be in his realm of gods. Chapter 4578 Migrating to the new Divine Offering Land. Using a part of Little World to form a realm of God in the god-defying world would not negatively impact Duan Ling Tian much. He would be able to instantly teleport back to anywhere in the god-defying world thanks to the connection of the realm of gods to his little world. If one were to form another realm from one's little world without rooting it in a world, the realm would not be able to last for long. However, a realm that was rooted in the world would be able to maintain its existence by absorbing the realm energy from a world. Similar to the outer boundary, the realms in all myriad worlds were separated. As such, if Duan Ling Tian wanted to travel to a realm in a god-defying world, he would not be able to do so in an instant. However, once his realm of gods, formed by a part of his little world, became one of the formation eyes in the god-defying world, he could come back in just an instant. With this, he could easily return to protect his family, friends, and the god-defying world if the occasion arose. I've asked for help from the other lords. After all, it's not a small matter to transfer everything in the Divine Offering Land to your little world, Xiao Bai said. After Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Xiao Bai, he went to the Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land and found Sha Jia, the third master of the Sha clan, and Sha Yu, the clan leader of the Sha clan, to tell them about his plan. The Sha clan, including the clan's supreme powerhouse, was naturally supportive of this move to Duan Ling Tian's realm of gods. As long as they were in a realm of God, it did not matter which one they were in. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was now stronger than world's supreme powerhouses. It was naturally a good thing if they could move to his realm of gods. Unlike Sha Yu, who was a little awkward in front of Duan Ling Tian after Duan Ling Tian became stronger, Sha Jia still behaved casually like he did before. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, "Little Tian, once news of the divine offering land is being transferred to your realm of gods, I'm afraid the people from the other realms will rush over. The attraction of staying in the realm of God of someone who has surpassed world's supreme powerhouses is too big, after all. For this reason, I suggest you keep this matter a secret if it's possible. It's best not to let people know that the migration of the divine offering land is to your realm of gods." Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Sha Yu nodded and chimed in, "This is not a trivial matter. If everyone flocks toward your realm of gods, it'll create an imbalance in the other realms of gods." After listening to Sha Jia and Sha Yu, Duan Ling Tian also realized how serious this matter was. Although he would not be affected by the number of people in his realm of gods, the same could not be said for the other realms of gods. The population loss would definitely bring about consequences. The impact of the economy of the realms of gods was just one of the consequences. "I'll talk to Lord Xiao about this," Duan Ling Tian said, and contacted Xiao Mubai to relay Sha Jia's concerns. Xiao Mubai also agreed that it was a serious matter. He agreed that it was best to keep the ownership of the new divine offering land a secret. It would suffice to say that the divine offering land was now owned by another supreme powerhouse from the god-defying land. Subsequently, with the help of Xiao Mubao and the other imminent world supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world, the migration of the original divine offering land to Duan Ling Tian's realm of God began. In the end, everything except for the divine tree of life in the divine offering land was moved to the new divine offering land. The entire process was very smooth, and there was not much panic. After all, this did not negatively affect the inhabitants of the divine offering land. Nonetheless, there was a small incident during the migration. The supreme powerhouse who owned the original divine offering land suddenly decided to settle down in Duan Ling Tian's realm of gods and establish a sect after he found out that the new realm of God belonged to Duan Ling Tian. It was his dream to establish his sect. In the past, due to the lack of powerhouses in the god-defying world, Xiao Mubai forced him to create a realm of gods. The migration of the divine offering land was half completed after half a month. At this time, Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian's master, also returned from the outer boundary. During the past half-month, all the entrances in the outer boundary, the 3 upper worlds, and 18 middle worlds had been found. As such, it did not make sense for Feng Qingyang to continue guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda. Feng Qingyang learned about the migration after his return and helped with the migration as well. With the help of another level 7 supreme powerhouse, the progress naturally sped out. In less than a month, the migration was finally completed. The people in the divine offering land were completely unaffected. Since the environment did not change, they did not even need to learn to adapt to the new place. In fact, those who were none the wiser did not even know they had moved to a new place. I should plant the branch of the divine tree of life in the Sha clan. The realm of God was created from a part of Duan Ling Tian's little world, but it was separated from the little world. As such, there was no divine tree of life in the realm of God. The realm of gods needed the divine tree of life to sync with the energy of the god-defying world to protect the god-defying world. As such, Duan Ling Tian decided to leave a branch of the divine tree of life in the new divine offering land. After taking root in the Sha clan, it grew into a towering tree in just a few days. His divine tree of life in his little world had also become very powerful. As such, it only took a few days for its branch to grow into a towering tree. Not only that, but its power was not much weaker than the original divine tree of life. On this day, Duan Ling Tian was discussing the 4 Tao's of heaven and earth with Xiao Mubai when he suddenly frowned. However, just as quickly, his frown eased. The wisp of Guo Yaoli's soul energy had disappeared. This meant that Guo Yaola, who nearly killed Huaner, had died. She's dead. It seems that Lu Fenghuo really hates that woman. He really tortured her for an entire month before he killed her. Chapter 4579 Xiao Mubai's request. Earlier this morning, Duan Ling Tian planned to go to the mystic crystal realm in the outer boundaries sacred wind realm in a few days to ask for an explanation if Guo Yaola did not die. However, Guo Yaola died exactly on the last day of the time limit that he had given Lu Fenghuo, the sect leader of the mystic crystal sect. At this time, Xiao Bai, who was chatting with Duan Ling Tian, said, "Lord Duan, I've gained more from this conversation with you compared to 1,000 years of hard work." Xiao Bai's gaze was slightly complicated at this moment. Once upon a time, the young man in front of him had needed his help. He had also given the young man many treasures to help the young man's cultivation. Among the young talents who caught his eye, he had the highest hope for Duan Ling Tian. He was confident Duan Ling Tian would contribute greatly to the future of the god-defying world. However, he still did not expect Duan Ling Tian to achieve so much in such a short time. Shockingly, as soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the realm of supreme powerhouses, Duan Ling Tian became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, surpassing him. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had also surpassed his father, a world supreme powerhouse whom he regarded as his idol. His father, who was killed by the once in -10,000-year heavenly tribulation, did not even reach Duan Ling Tian's height. "Lord Shao, I'll never forget the help you gave me in the past. This time, I owe you another favor for lending me so many supreme powerhouse divinities. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need my help," Duan Ling Tian said, expressing his sincere gratitude to Xiao Bai. There was no doubt that Xiao Bai contributed greatly to his growth. Just soaking in the divine fountain alone had saved him a lot of trouble on the road of cultivation. "Don't worry, I won't hesitate to ask if I need your help," Xiao Bai said with a smile. Then, Xiao Bai thought about the other young talents who caught his eye. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, he also had high hopes for Feng Qingyong, Duan Ling Tian's master, and his senior sister from the Inner Palace faction of the Myriad Laws Academy. Xiao Bai felt that he really had a good eye for talent. Among the people who caught his eye, 2 became the strongest people in the world. After a while, Xiao Bai said, "In fact, I need your master and your help with a matter." Xiao Bai had contact with Duan Ling Tian in the past, so he was familiar with Duan Ling Tian. However, he did not have direct contact with Feng Qingyong, so he needed Duan Ling Tian's help to speak to Feng Qingyong. "Lord Shao, please tell me about it. As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely persuade my master to help," Duan Ling Tian said. He naturally did not dare to guarantee success. After all, he did not know what Xiao Bai needed help with. He knew his master would not refuse for his sake, and he did not want to put his master in a difficult position. "It's not difficult, but it might be troublesome for you and your master," Xiao Bai said. Xiao Bai then expressed his wish for Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong to have 2 sessions of discussion with the supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world to discuss their insight and comprehension of the Sword Dao. If it was convenient, he would also like them to demonstrate their Sword Dao to the others. Both Feng Qingyong and Duan Ling Tian's Sword Dao had reached the 7th stage, and they were both the best and second best respectively in regard to the Sword Dao. "If it's possible, I hope you can also discuss the other Daos of heaven and earth," Xiao Bai added. After his discussion with Duan Ling Tian, he discovered that not only did Duan Ling Tian have a profound comprehension of the Sword Dao, but he was also very knowledgeable about the Mastery Dao and the Limitless Dao. Naturally, Xiao Bai was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was so knowledgeable because he had the Void Elder's memories. The Void Elder was a powerful supreme powerhouse before the gap in history. In his life, the Void Elder did not only comprehend the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death to the paramount stage, but he also comprehended the Sword Dao to the 9th stage and the Mastery Dao and the Limitless Dao to the 8th stage. Most importantly, the Void Elder was a level 9 supreme powerhouse. Based on the Void Elder's memories, if Duan Ling Tian could further comprehend the Mastery Dao and the Limitless Dao, he might be able to have another breakthrough. At that time, he might need to fear heaven. He could change the world without fearing the backlash from heaven. Heaven could not directly kill people, but it could manipulate the rules to deal with people. It was almighty and capable of using sentient beings as pawns on a chessboard. "Is that all?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He thought that the matter would be difficult since Xiao Bai needed both his and his master's help. He did not expect the matter to be so trivial. "I don't have any objection to this matter, so I can agree to your request now. However, I still need to speak to my master about this." Duan Ling Tian knew his master would not refuse. After all, this was not a difficult task. Moreover, his master owed the Sword of Time, a supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world. There were many current supreme powerhouses who had a good relationship with the Sword of Time in the past, and there were even one or two successors of the Sword of Time among them. Xiaomubai smiled after listening to Duan Lingtian's response. He had made this request because he hoped the supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world could grow stronger. He thought to himself, I've already done all that I can do, whether you'll be able to seize the chance and grow stronger will depend on you. As one of the lords of the god-defying world, Xiaomubai naturally hoped for more powerful people in the god-defying world. After all, it was impossible to rely on Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang alone. He, himself, also wanted to grow stronger. He hoped to enter the realm of world supreme powerhouses and also the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses. This was also the reason he looked for Duan Lingtian today to discuss the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Xiaomubai was very close to breaking into the realm of world supreme powerhouses for many years now, unable to take the last step into that realm. However, after listening to Duan Lingtian and listening to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang in the future, he was confident he should be able to become a world supreme powerhouse just like his father. After Xiaomubai bade farewell to Duan Lingtian, he did not inform others about his plan. After all, Feng Qingyang had yet to agree to the request. The next day, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Xiaomubai, saying that Feng Qingyang had agreed to his request. With this, Xiaomubai quickly summoned the other supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world. When everyone was gathered, he told them about this matter. Needless to say, the supreme powerhouses were overjoyed. Some who were reluctant to attend the meeting earlier were also overjoyed. At the same time, they felt relieved that they attended the meeting. Otherwise, they would have missed out on a great opportunity. Chapter 4580 Yunji Yufeng, the ancestor of the Yun clan. A few days later, at Xiaomubai's request, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang had a public cultivation discourse with the supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world. The venue was in the new divine offering land. Naturally, very few people knew that Duan Lingtian was the owner of the new divine offering land. Among the supreme powerhouses, only Xiaomubai, the other lords of the god-defying world, who were imminent world supreme powerhouses, the supreme powerhouse of the Sha clan, and the former owner of the divine offering land were privy to this matter. The other supreme powerhouses who were unaware of the matter assumed that venue was located in the divine offering land because of the Sha clan. After all, everyone knew that Sha Ningshui, the young miss of the Sha clan, was Duan Lingtian's wife. Everyone, you're here early, there's still an hour before the discourse begins, right? At this moment, a chubby old man smiled and greeted a few acquaintances. He was surprised by their early arrival. He thought he was early, but who knew there were others who came earlier than him? Lord Duan and Lord Feng are going to speak about the Taos, how can we not come early? Who knows if there'll be another chance like this in the future? That's why I came 2 hours ago, a middle-aged man said with a laugh. A young man who was standing at the side suddenly clicked his tongue and said, Hey, isn't that the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan in the divine offering land? I remember that Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan, had a terrible conflict with Lord Duan, right? The chubby old man raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised. He did not expect the other party to have the courage to come. The supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan was the only supreme powerhouse in the clan, and he was also the ancestor of the Yun clan. In the past, the clan leader of the Yun clan, who was also Yun Qingyan's father, suggested that he snatch the liquid from the divine fountain from Duan Lingtian. However, he knew that the liquid from the divine fountain was bestowed by Xiaomubao, so he did not have the guts to take action. As such, he ignored the suggestion of the clan leader of the Yun clan. That B**** really brought me a lot of trouble. At the same time, the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan could naturally feel everyone's alienation. The alienation had begun quite a while ago. When the heavenly text announced that Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian's master, had become the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap, the other supreme powerhouses had already begun to distance themselves from him after finding out about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Yun clan. Even a few of his old friends stopped talking to him. Everyone was worried that Feng Qingyang would seek revenge from the Yun clan on Duan Lingtian's behalf. At that time, the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan considered leaving the god-defying world for the outer boundary but decided against it in the end. He could not abandon the Yun clan. Many, Many years ago, when he was still the clan leader of the Yun clan, he promised his grandfather that he would protect the Yun clan and that he would live and die with the clan. Moreover, he did not condone Yun Qingyan's behavior back then, and he also did not heed the suggestion of Yun Qingyan's father, the current clan leader of the Yun clan. He even expelled Yun Qingyan from the Yun clan. I really didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian also became a level 7 supreme powerhouse like his master, the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan, thought to himself with a sigh. At the same time, he grew even more dissatisfied with Yun Qingyan. Why did Yun Qingyan provoke the young miss of the Sha clan for no reason? Yun Qingyan was just causing trouble for the Yun clan. At the same time, the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan heard the whispers in his surroundings. No one dares to get close to Yunji Yufeng at all. If Lord Duan wants to settle the score with him, he'll definitely die. The Yun clan will also be doomed. In fact, Yunji Yufeng is a good person. I helped him once in the past. He didn't forget it and helped me a lot in return. It's a pity that the younger generation of the Yun clan offended Duan Ling Tian. I have no choice but to maintain a distance to avoid getting implicated. That's understandable. Who would dare to get close to him now? About half an hour later, Xiao Mubai and several imminent world supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world were fast approaching the venue. The few imminent world supreme powerhouses were very grateful to Xiao Mubai and did not hesitate to express it. They were all injured to varying degrees during their previous once in -10,000-year heavenly tribulation. If they did not make any progress and break through into the realm of world supreme powerhouses, even if they managed to survive their upcoming heavenly tribulation, they would definitely die during the one after that. However, with Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong giving a public discourse, they finally saw hope to break through. Even if they were not 100% certain they would break through, at the very least, they would definitely benefit from it. Mu Bai, thanks to you, we have the honor of listening to Lord Duan and Lord Feng's insight. That's right, Mu Bai. I really have to thank you for this. If you didn't speak up, the two lords might not be willing to do this. Xiao Mubai said modestly, "Seniors, there's no need to thank me for this. I'm only doing what I should do. I hope all of you will gain something from this. Hopefully, there'll be a few more world supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world after this." Xiao Mubai and the others soon arrived at the venue. The venue was the vast valley in the mountain range behind the Sha clan's estate. It was lush. The sound of birds chirping rang in the air while the fragrance of flowers permeated the place. It was just like paradise. When the supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world saw Xiao Mubai and the others, they quickly greeted them respectfully. "Greetings, my lords." Putting Feng Qingyong and Duan Ling Tian aside, Xiao Mubai and the other lords were the strongest people in the god-defying world. They were all imminent world supreme powerhouses and were respected then and now. "All of you are here earlier." An old man with a white beard standing next to Xiao Mubai laughed. He was very casual. In the past, even when he was among the strongest people in the god-defying world, he did not put on airs. He naturally did not put on airs now that there was someone stronger than him in the god-defying world who could easily kill him with just a finger. Another half an hour passed before two figures appeared next to each other. "Greetings, Lord Feng Qingyong." Led by Xiao Mubai and the other lords of the god-defying world, the group of supreme powerhouses respectfully greeted Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong. Suddenly, a figure suddenly rushed toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Xiao Mubai flashed over, promptly blocking the other party's path. He asked gloomily, "Yunji Yufeng, what are you trying to do?" Chapter 4581. A Dao Discourse. A hint of killing intent could be seen in Xiao Mubai's eyes when he looked at Yunji Yufeng. Today was the day Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong would share their insight and knowledge with the supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he would not allow any accidents to happen. "Lord Xiao, Yunji Yufeng paused in his tracks and smiled wryly at Xiao Mubai, who blocked his way. He was about to explain himself when he was interrupted. "Yunji Yufeng, what are you trying to do? If you don't want to listen to Lord Duan and Lord Feng, then you should leave." "Yunji Yufeng, if you intend to cause trouble for Lord Duan and Lord Feng, then you and the Yun clan should leave the god-defying world. You and your clan are not welcome in the god-defying world. Yunji Yufeng, Lord Duan has yet to settle the score with you, but you dare to jump out first. You're quite bold." Yunji Yufeng was not among the weakest supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world, but he was only considered average or slightly below average. There were many people stronger than him in the god-defying world. At this moment, except for the supreme powerhouses who had ties with him in the past, all the supreme powerhouses stronger than him spoke up one after another to condemn him. Moreover, waves of divine energy swept toward him one after another aggressively. It was as though they would attack and kill him as soon as he made the wrong move. Yunji Yufeng, you better explain yourself. Otherwise, you and your clan should leave the god-defying world, the old man next to Xiao Mubai said coldly. As a lord of the god-defying world, he really wanted Yunji Yufeng and the Yun clan to leave the god-defying world, never to return. Yunji Yufeng was naturally aware of this. He smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. After a moment, he looked at everyone and said, "You've all misunderstood me. I don't mean to cause any trouble for Lord Duan. In fact, I want to apologize to Lord Duan for the actions of the shameful descendant of my Yun clan. I've long expelled him from the clan." After that, Yunji Yufeng turned to Duan Ling Tian and bowed respectfully as he said, "Lord Duan, I had already expelled Yun Qingyan from the Yun clan a long time ago. You may have heard of it, but I've also removed Yun Qingyan's father, Yun Tingfeng, from his position as the clan leader. As the saying goes, spare the rod, spoil the child. Yun Qingyan ran away, but I've imprisoned his father in the Yun clan after the migration to the new divine offering land. I'll hand him over for you to deal with, Lord Duan. If you want, say the word, and I'll end his life immediately when I return to the Yun clan." Yunji Yufeng spoke earnestly, filled with the desire to survive. Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to Yunji Yufeng earlier even though he had seen Yunji Yufeng approaching him. After all, Yunji Yufeng was just an ordinary supreme powerhouse and posed no threat to him. However, he only knew now that the other party was the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan in the divine offering land. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh emotionally upon hearing Yunji Yufeng's words. This was truly a world where the strong were revered. In the past, Yun Qingyan had acted arrogantly in front of Duan Ling Tian. However, when the ancestor of the Yun clan found out that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the liquid from the divine fountain from Xiao Mubai, fearing the consequences of Yun Qingyan's action, he expelled Yun Qingyan from the Yun clan. After Duan Ling Tian became a level 7 supreme powerhouse and surpassed world supreme powerhouses, the ancestor of the Yun clan also took the initiative to remove Yun Tingfeng from his position as the clan leader of the Yun clan. Duan Ling Tian had heard about these matters from Shajia. For this reason, he did not plan to do anything to the Yun clan despite possessing the strength to easily annihilate the Yun clan. Moreover, he also knew that no one in the god-defying world would object to his actions if he had done so. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yunji Yufeng and said expressionlessly, "You can deal with him as you see fit. Apart from that, you also have to deal with the other members of the Yun clan who had acted against me in the past. I don't plan to take action against those who didn't bear any ill intentions against me." Yunji Yufeng was pleasantly surprised when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He quickly said, "Lord Duan, don't worry. I'll investigate the matter thoroughly after returning to the Yun clan. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Yunji Yufeng was surprised by how reasonable and magnanimous Duan Ling Tian was. Not only did Duan Ling Tian choose to let the innocent go, but Duan Ling Tian also did not order him to leave immediately. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian added, "When I find Yun Qingyan in the future, I'll definitely kill him." Upon hearing this, Yunji Yufeng said ruthlessly, "That bastard. If I find him, I'll definitely let him die without a burial place." Yunji Yufeng really hated Yun Qingyan. After all, Yun Qingyan almost destroyed the entire Yun clan. He decided to thoroughly interrogate Yun Tingfeng after he returned to the Yun clan to find out who else was involved in the matter and what else was done. He knew the crisis was not completely over yet. It would only be over if he handled the matter well. "Lord Duan, you're truly magnanimous. If Yunji Yufeng and the Yun clan dare to cause trouble in the future, I definitely won't let them go," a supreme powerhouse said in an attempt to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian. He also expressed his willingness to monitor the Yun clan. After that, quite a few supreme powerhouses followed suit, expressing their wish to help Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, seeing that Duan Ling Tian did not intend to do anything to Yunji Yufeng, a supreme powerhouse, who had a good relationship with Yunji Yufeng in the past, said through voice transmission, "Brother Yun, congratulations on getting through this calamity. I had to distance myself from you previously because I really couldn't afford to offend Lord Duan. I hope you'll forgive me. The other party continued to say, however, Brother Yun, you must properly handle this matter that Lord Duan entrusted you with. You mustn't show mercy to those people just because they are your descendants. Similarly, a few other supreme powerhouses who used to be close to Yunji Yufeng sent him similar advice. With this, the minor incident involving Yunji Yufeng came to an end. Following that, Feng Qingyang spoke about the evolution of his sword Dao to the supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world. Currently, Feng Qingyang's sword Dao had evolved into the time sword Dao. However, not many supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world comprehended both the law of time and the sword Dao at the same time, so he focused more on speaking about the sword Dao before he spoke about the time sword Dao. The audience listened with rapt attention, feeling enlightened after they listened to him. Chapter 4582. The third level 7 supreme powerhouse. Let alone in the god-defying world, no one in the myriad worlds and outer boundary dared to claim that their comprehension of the sword Dao was higher than that of Feng Qingyang. Even Duan Ling Tian, who had comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage, was still no match for Feng Qingyang in this regard. Master's sword Dao. Duan Ling Tian was also listening attentively to Feng Qingyang as Feng Qingyang spoke about his sword Dao. He knew that there were still many things he could learn from his master. Although Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang's sword Dao shared the same source, as time passed, Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao had branched out in a different direction according to the law he comprehended, which was the law of space. With the memories of the Void Elder, he completely forged a new path for his sword Dao. Nonetheless, Duan Ling Tian was still engrossed in listening to Feng Qingyang. After all, despite the difference in their sword Dao, he still benefited greatly from listening to Feng Qingyang. Apart from that, those who did not comprehend the sword Dao but other weapon Dao benefited greatly as well. Not only that, but those who did not comprehend the weapon Dao but one of the other Daos of heaven and earth also felt like they could comprehend the sword Dao after listening to Feng Qingyang. Initially, the supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world thought that Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian would deal with this matter perfunctorily and only take a day or two to complete the public discourse. Unexpectedly, it took 3 days and 3 nights for Feng Qingyang alone to finish speaking. When Feng Qingyang was done, he looked at Duan Ling Tian, indicating that Duan Ling Tian should take over now. Feng Qingyang's voice pulled the other supreme powerhouses back to their senses. Then, Xiaomu Bai and the other lords of the god-defying world took the lead and bowed to sincerely express their gratitude to Feng Qingyang. It was clear to everyone that Feng Qingyang did not take the matter lightly, and he sincerely shared what he knew with them during the past 3 days and 3 nights. Thank you, Lord Feng, for sharing your insight and knowledge about sword Dao with us. I've shared all the important knowledge I have of my sword Dao and didn't speak much about the part related to my law of time. I hope I managed to provide some assistance to all of you, Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Now, let my disciple share his knowledge and insight with us. To be honest, he has long surpassed me and my expectations. His sword Dao isn't inferior to mine. Not only that, but his comprehension of the limitless Dao and the mastery Dao is profound as well. Recently, Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian had sparred against each other without anyone's knowledge. Both of them fought to a draw when Duan Ling Tian only used his sword Dao. When Duan Ling Tian used his mastery Dao as well, Feng Qingyang was no match for him. It was also during this time that Feng Qingyang discovered Duan Ling Tian's profound comprehension of the mastery Dao and limitless Dao. Master, you're overpraising me, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head and smiled. Then, he turned to everyone and said, my sword Dao originated from that of my master. Most of our philosophies are the same. As such, I'll share the knowledge and insight I gained after forging my own path. Duan Ling Tian spent a day and a night talking about sword Dao after he branched out. He also occasionally demonstrated his sword Dao. Unsurprisingly, everyone, including Feng Qingyang, was engrossed in listening to him. Feng Qingyang was even greatly inspired by it. Everyone knew that their 4 Daos of heaven and earth were unique and different. Even if they started from the same source, they would eventually forge their own path as they continued to progress. As such, they knew they could replicate the master and disciple's sword Dao and could only use it as a reference or an inspiration. After Duan Ling Tian was done with the sword Dao, he spoke about his mastery Dao. Perhaps he was influenced by his master. He was also very sincere when he spoke. dedicating 3 days and 3 nights to the mastery Tao before he moved on to speak about the limitless Tao. On the second day Duan Ling Tian spoke about the limitless Tao. No one, including Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang, expected to be interrupted by a huge commotion. A thunderous sound rang out as clouds began to roil in the sky. Not long after, the heavenly text appeared in the sky again. Congratulations to Meng Han, a level 6 supreme powerhouse from the outer boundary. Now that he has overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, he's poised to become the third level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap, surpassing saints and world supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian was shocked by the heavenly text. Meng Han from the outer boundary. He's the saint from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion in the Sacred Lightning Realm, the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. He successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman and even overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation without anyone knowing. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang and saw the shock in Feng Qingyang's eyes as well. Feng Qingyang said through voice transmission, "Little Tian, Meng Han is quite remarkable. He's a level 6 supreme powerhouse, but he faced the fatal heavenly tribulation without anyone noticing. He really concealed himself very well. I was just an intermediate supreme god when I faced the fatal heavenly tribulation, but it had caused a huge commotion. I'm surprised as well. When I faced the fatal heavenly tribulation as an advanced supreme god, it caused a huge commotion as well and attracted many people's attention. Fortunately, I managed to escape after that. Otherwise, I would have died." Obviously, Meng Han had found a very remote place to face the fatal heavenly tribulation and also used some means to hide the commotion. With this, he did not have to worry about others deliberately interrupting him to sabotage him. Needless to say, Xiaomu Bai and the other supreme powerhouses were shocked as well. Someone from the outer boundary overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. He's a saint, or what we call world supreme powerhouses here. I didn't expect a world supreme powerhouse to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. He must have obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman from the Heaven Traversing Pagoda. Congratulations to Meng Han from the outer boundary. Shortly after overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation, he is now the third level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Chapter 4583 Fang Yi Fan from the Transcendence World. He broke through so quickly. The supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world were ineffably shocked. From what they knew, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang became level 7 supreme powerhouses after overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation. Among the two, Duan Ling Tian took longer to break through. A few of them looked at the duo and asked about the matter. This isn't surprising, Feng Qingyang said. Meng Han was already a level 6 supreme powerhouse, a level away from becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. After overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation, it naturally wouldn't take long for him to break through. Feng Qingyang continued to say, "As for me, I faced the fatal heavenly tribulation when I was just an intermediate supreme god. After the tribulation, I became an advanced supreme god first before becoming a supreme powerhouse. Thanks to the comprehension of my law and sword Tao, I became a level 7 supreme powerhouse after that. As for little Tian, he was an advanced supreme god when he overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. Before that, he had withheld from entering the realm of supreme powerhouses and ignored the pull from the realm of supreme powerhouses. I'm sure everyone knows why he did so. Under such circumstances, he had to forcefully break through the realm of supreme powerhouses even though he had already passed the fatal heavenly tribulation. I'm sure all of you know how difficult it is to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses after ignoring the call the first time. For all these reasons, it took him the longest among the three of us to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse," Feng Qingyang explained. The supreme powerhouses nodded, enlightened. In fact, they knew many things that Feng Qingyang pointed out, but they did not put everything together. As such, they were confused when they found out that Meng Han had become a level 7 supreme powerhouse so quickly after overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation. I really didn't expect the third level 7 supreme powerhouse to appear so soon. Many of the supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world were frowning. After all, the appearance of a level 7 supreme powerhouse from the outer boundary was not advantageous to the god-defying world. They had just gained the advantage when Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang became level 7 supreme powerhouses, but now, another one appeared after the appearance of the new entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Based on this, does this mean there's going to be many level 7 supreme powerhouses appearing soon? Heaven is really unfair for giving them such a shortcut. Many supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world felt dissatisfied on Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang's behalf, but the duo remained calm. The duo had long come to terms with this matter. Moreover, in their opinion, if there were no level 7 supreme powerhouses at all except for them, it would be too lonely. Without competition and motivation, their cultivation path would be dull. At this time, upon hearing the words in his surroundings, the old man next to Xiao Mubai shook his head and said, even with the heaven protection talisman to block 3 strikes from the fatal heavenly tribulation, it's still not easy for level 6 supreme powerhouses to survive the tribulation. The old man sighed and continued to say, it's not as simple as you think. The Meng Han mentioned in the heavenly text should be the Meng Han I know. He's a famous and powerful supreme powerhouse from the sacred lightning realm's Jade Tide heavenly mansion. When he was young, he was also a famous prodigy in the outer boundary. Just because it seems easy for him to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, it doesn't mean that it'll be the same for the others. There were rumors that he perished during his previous heavenly tribulation. Who knew that he was still alive? The expressions of the supreme powerhouses who felt dissatisfied improved slightly after listening to the old man's words. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said, everyone, let's return to what we were doing. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian continued to speak about the limitless Tao. His knowledge of the limitless Tao originally came from the Elder Void's memories, but he had also been studying it for some time. As such, he had made further progress. Similar to the supreme powerhouses who were listening to Duan Ling Tian attentively, many people from the god-defying world felt dissatisfied on Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang's behalf, wondering why heaven was so unfair to them and favor others. Unsurprisingly, Meng Han's breakthrough did not only shock the god-defying world, but it also shocked the other worlds, especially the 3 upper worlds. At this time, there were already a few people from the 3 upper worlds who entered the heaven-traversing pagoda, but most of them returned unsuccessful. Among them, only 2 people successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Tao Talisman. One of them was Lei Hong, the world's supreme powerhouse from the Sun-Bright world, and Fang Yifan, the world's supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world. Fang Yifan was widely acknowledged as the strongest world supreme powerhouse in the Transcendence world, while Lei Hong was among the strongest world supreme powerhouses in the Sun-Bright world. Although they successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, they were not in a hurry to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. After all, they needed to be fully prepared. However, after they saw the heavenly text that announced the breakthrough of Meng Han, a saint from the outer boundary, they both felt a sense of urgency. Since Meng Han, that old geezer, managed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, I can't be any worse than him, Lei Hong muttered to himself. Lei Hong naturally knew who Meng Han was. Meng Han was from the same generation as his master. In the past, Meng Han had defeated his master during a sparring session. After he became a level 6 supreme powerhouse, he tried to challenge Meng Han to avenge his master. However, he was told that Meng Han was not in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. He had visited the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion a few times but failed to meet Meng Han. For this reason, he believed that Meng Han was either afraid to face him or Meng Han had been killed by the once in -10,000-year heavenly tribulation. Perhaps, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion suppressed the news of Meng Han's death. It was only after the appearance of the heavenly text today that Lei Hong confirmed that Meng Han was still alive. Just like him, Meng Han had obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman from the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda. However, unlike him, Meng Han had already become a level 7 supreme powerhouse, joining the ranks of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. He shouldn't avoid me if I visit him now, right? Lei Hong resisted the impulse to face the fatal heaven tribulation immediately and quickly decided to visit Meng Han. He wanted to speak to Meng Han to decide if he was able to face the fatal heavenly tribulation now. Fang Yifan shared similar thoughts with Lei Hong. Similar to Lei Hong, he had endured many hardships to reach where he was. As such, he would not recklessly risk his life. Let's seek guidance from Senior Meng Han first. With that, Fang Yifan quickly left the Transcendence world. Chapter 4584 The Advantage Given by Heaven. While Lei Hong and Fang Yifan were making their way to the outer boundary to look for Meng Han, the other supreme powerhouses, who were originally waiting to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda, rushed to the entrances of the pagoda. All of them wanted to see if they could successfully pass the tests and obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. Up until now, those who failed only suffered injuries, and no one had died. Moreover, one could still enter the heaven-traversing pagoda to try again even after one failed. Only those who already obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman were prohibited from entering the pagoda again. A level 6 supreme powerhouse overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. If I didn't know that the Heaven Protection Talisman was not transferable, I'd think that someone gave the talisman to Meng Han. Come on, let's try our best to obtain the talisman and overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. Let's strive to be the 4th level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Many of the world's supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds no longer hesitated to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. All of them could not wait to see how difficult it would be to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. Even those who had already failed once, not counting those who were injured and had yet to recover, could not wait to enter the pagoda again. Among those who failed, quite a few of them were on par with Lei Hong and Fang Yifan. Their failure did not mean that they were inferior to the duo. They failed mostly because they were unlucky or careless during certain tests. They were 80% confident that they would be able to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman the second time they entered the heaven-traversing pagoda. Needless to say, there was a commotion in the outer boundary as well after the appearance of the heavenly text. Many saints who were originally hesitant also rushed to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. Old Meng has successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation and broke through in such a short time. Zhao Enyi was shocked when he saw the heavenly text. When he recovered his senses, he sent a congratulatory message to Meng Han despite the mixed feelings in his heart. Congratulations, old Meng. A month ago, Zhao Enyi had met Meng Han and watched Meng Han enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. Meng Han was the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and challenge the tests in there. After that, Zhao Enyi did not know what happened to Meng Han. He did not expect Meng Han not only successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, but Meng Han also quietly faced the fatal heavenly tribulation and became a level 7 supreme powerhouse in just slightly over a month. To him, Meng Han's speed was incredibly shocking. It did not take long before Zhao Enyi received a reply from Meng Han. Little Zhao, you should have followed me into the heaven-traversing pagoda a month ago. Previously, Meng Han had run into Zhao Enyi before entering the heaven-traversing pagoda. At that time, he learned that Zhao Enyi did not plan to enter the pagoda immediately. Meng Han, who had successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, was naturally knowledgeable about the situation inside the heaven-traversing pagoda. Moreover, he was now with Lei Hong and Fang Yifan who had entered the pagoda after him. As such, he managed to learn a thing or two from their experience as well. What do you mean, old Meng? Meanwhile, Zhao Enyi's heart skipped a beat when he heard Meng Han's words. He could sense there was something hidden in Meng Han's words. Based on Meng Han's words, it seemed like he had missed out on something. The Sun-Bright World's Lei Hong and the Transcendence World's Fang Yifan are visiting me at the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion now. I learned that because Fang Yifan was the second person to enter the pagoda, Heaven acknowledged his courage and determination, so the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 20%. This naturally contributed greatly to his success in obtaining the Heaven Protection Talisman. He told me that he entered the pagoda more than a day after I entered. If you'd gone in after me, it wouldn't be difficult for you to pass the tests and obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman after the difficulty was reduced by 20%. Zhao Enyi's expression was quite unsightly when he heard these words. He did not expect such an absurd turn of events. Since when was Heaven so considerate? Soon enough, Meng Han's message came again. Lei Hong from the Sun-Bright World entered the pagoda an hour after Fang Yifan. As the third person to enter the pagoda, the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 10%, helping him to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. At this moment, Zhao Enyi could not help but wonder about Meng Han, the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. He asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Old Meng, you were the first to enter the pagoda. Heaven must have reduced the difficulty of the tests by a lot for you, right?" The difficulty of the tests was reduced by 20% and 10% for the second and third person who entered the pagoda respectively. Was the difficulty reduced by 30% for you? Zhao Enyi was filled with regrets. If he could turn back time, he would enter the heaven-traversing pagoda to seize such an advantage. That's right, Meng Han replied, confirming Zhao Enyi's speculation. However, apart from the 30% reduction, after I successfully passed the tests and was rewarded with 3 talismans as promised, I was further rewarded with another talisman. Zhao Enyi felt as though his heart was bleeding when he heard these words. He regretted not entering the heaven-traversing pagoda ahead of Meng Han. Otherwise, he would have obtained the things Meng Han did. I have to say that the reason I was able to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation was the 4th talisman. 3 really weren't enough. I was only about 10% confident I could survive the tribulation with 3 talismans. The 4th really changed things for me. Not only did it save my life, but it also helped me become the 3rd level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Meng Han's words were nothing short of rubbing salt in Zhao and Yi's wounds. He quickly ended the conversation by replying, "Old Meng, I have some matters to attend to. I'll speak to you another time." After that, the regretful Zhao and Yi went to a secluded place to vent his frustration, destroying everything in his sight. Meanwhile, Lei Hong and Fang Yifan bade farewell to Meng Han and left the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion before returning to the Sun-Bright World and the Transcendence World respectively. Their expressions were rather unsightly. After all, they did not expect Meng Han to be rewarded with a 4th Heaven Protection Talisman. Chapter 4585. There's someone who feels more regretful than all of you. After obtaining the Heaven Protection Talisman, Lei Hong and Fang Yifan knew that the talismans were not transferable. The talismans were bound to their owners, and if they gave the talismans up, the talismans would turn into dust. After they obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman in the Heaven Traversing Pagoda, a reminder appeared in the pagoda, deterring them from forcefully seizing talismans from another person. Without the reminder, it was only natural that many people would try to obtain more talismans using other means. After all, the more talismans they possessed, the more they would be protected when facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. Even one extra talisman could make a great difference. Fang Yifan's expression remained unsightly even after he returned to the Transcendence World. I thought I'd be even more confident about facing the fatal heavenly tribulation after speaking to Senior Meng Han, who knew that not only did it not make me feel more confident, but it also crushed all my initial confidence. Meng Han did not hide the fact that the 4th Heaven Protection Talisman he obtained played a great part in his success in surviving the fatal heavenly tribulation. Moreover, according to him, he would have failed if he did not have the 4th talisman. His words were, "It would be impossible for me to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation with only 3 talismans." After hearing all that, how could Fang Yifan not know how crucial the 4th Heaven Protection Talisman was? "It seems like I have to make more preparations before facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. I can't rush into it. I'll just wait and observe for now." At the same time, Lei Hong, who had returned to the Sun-Bright World, was also in a terrible mood. The result of his visit to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion was completely unexpected. However, although his confidence had taken a blow, he was not as depressed as Fang Yifan. He was going to make preparations and enter the Heaven Traversing Pagoda. "I have to make even more careful preparations. It doesn't matter if I only have 3 talismans. I'm not afraid. I must become the 4th level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian, Meng Han, it won't be long before I catch up to all of you. At that time, I'll definitely test Feng Qingyang's strength." Lei Hong had been harboring a grudge against Feng Qingyang ever since Feng Qingyang stopped him from entering the Heaven Traversing Pagoda. For this reason, he was determined to seek guidance from Feng Qingyang after becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse himself. At the Sacred Lightning Realm's Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion in the Outer Boundary, after Lei Hong and Feng Yifan's departure, a group of saints and world supreme powerhouses came to visit Meng Han. Similar to the duo, they hoped to gain information from Meng Han that could help them overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation in the future. Many among them had already entered the Heaven Traversing Pagoda but failed to obtain anything. Apart from that, many of them were also injured. Otherwise, they would be in the Heaven Traversing Pagoda, trying to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman again. The other saint of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion received this group of visitors and delivered disappointing news to them. "I'm sorry to say that you've all come at the wrong time. My junior granduncle, Meng Han, left shortly after seeing the Sun-Bright World's Lei Hong and the Transcendence World's Fang Yifan off." The group of supreme powerhouses was naturally disappointed, but their eyes lit up quickly when they heard the following words. "However, my junior granduncle is aware of the purpose of your visit. It's nothing more than to ask about the fatal heavenly tribulation. He has relayed all the necessary information to me, so I'll share with you all I know." The group of supreme powerhouses listened to the saint of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion speak about Meng Han's experience. All of them were dumbfounded when the saint from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion finished speaking. Apart from shock, they also felt envious. The first person to enter the pagoda was rewarded by heaven. The difficulty of the tests was not only reduced by 30%, but he was also rewarded with an additional talisman. Did Lord Meng manage to enter the pagoda so quickly because there's an entrance near the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion? Someone asked. The saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion shook his head and said, no. My junior granduncle managed to enter the pagoda so quickly thanks to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's connection to Lord Duan. Before becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse, Lord Duan was a guardian of our Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace. Xianxia, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace, asked for help from Lord Duan, hoping that Lord Duan would allow my junior granduncle to enter the pagoda through the main entrance. After a brief pause, the saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion continued to say, I'm sure all of you know that Lord Feng is Lord Duan's master. Due to his loyalty, Lord Duan spoke to Lord Feng and allowed my junior granduncle to enter the pagoda using the main entrance. The others were helpless when they heard these words, and they were also jealous. Why was the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion so lucky to have connections with someone like Duan Lingtian? At this time, the saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion asked, I'm sure you've all heard that the sun-bright worlds Lei Hong and the transcendence worlds Fang Yi Fan have also successfully passed the tests in the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtained the heaven protection talisman, right? Many people nodded. Ha, that Lei Hong bragged about it to me. How could I not know? After that, they learned that the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 20% and 10% for Fang Yiyan and Lei Hong respectively as the second and third person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. However, they were not rewarded with an additional heaven protection talisman. The supreme powerhouses grew even more jealous and regretful. Lei Hong didn't mention this when he was bragging to me about it. If the difficulty of the test was reduced by 10%, I'm sure I would have succeeded as well. A world supreme powerhouse from the sun-bright world said. His strength was on par with Lei Hong, and he had higher seniority compared to Lei Hong. If they fought, he would not be at a disadvantage at all. Lei Hong and Fang Yi Fan got lucky as well. If I had known about these things, I would have risked my life and tried to be the second person to enter the pagoda. The saint from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion looked at the disappointed supreme powerhouses in front of him and said in an attempt to console them, there's someone who's much more regretful than all of you. I heard from my junior granduncle that he ran into another person, who's on par with him, and they both went to the heaven-traversing pagoda together. Chapter 4586 Zhao and Yi is in a terrible mood. That person is rather familiar with Lord Duan. I heard that Lord Duan also allowed him to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda through the main entrance after speaking to Lord Feng. If he had entered at that time, he could have become the first or second person to enter the pagoda. After all, Fang Yi Fan, the second person to enter the pagoda, only entered a day after my junior granduncle entered the pagoda. The group of supreme powerhouses was naturally shocked. Who was that unlucky guy? He actually failed to seize such a golden opportunity. Tell us so all of us can have a laugh. Meanwhile, Zhao and Yi calmed down slightly after venting his frustration in a remote place near the Azure Cloud Saint sect. He took a deep breath before he returned to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. He planned to stabilize his mood for a few days before he entered the heaven-traversing pagoda. Just as he arrived, Zhao and Yi received a message from his junior nephew, Guo Lin. Junior uncle, I've captured Tuoba Lian Cheng, and I'm on my way back to the sect now. We can consider the task Lord Duan entrusted as complete. With this, we can give an explanation to Lord Duan when he visits. Guo Lin did not spare any effort to look for Tuoba Lian Cheng. He encountered several setbacks before he finally found Tuoba Lian Cheng after about a month. All right, Zhao and Yi replied, sounding exhausted. At the same time, he thought to himself, this brat's timing is really bad. After all, Zhao and Yi managed to calm down after great difficulty, but his emotions were thrown into turmoil again when Guo Lin mentioned Duan Lingtian. Previously, Duan Lingtian had allowed him to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda through the main entrance. If he did not refuse at that time, he would have become the second person to enter the pagoda and obtain 3 heaven protection talismans. He was truly filled with regret. Zhao and Yi was prepared to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and try his best to obtain the heaven protection talisman. However, he was not very confident about his success. The most important thing to him was to learn as much as he could in the pagoda and familiarize himself with the pagoda. After all, he had heard that many people, who were on par with him or even slightly stronger than him, had failed to obtain the heaven protection talisman. Forget it, the past is in the past. I need to calm down. There's no medicine for regret. Let's forget about this matter, Zhao and Yi thought to himself in an attempt to console himself. Zhao Enyi finally managed to calm down again when he suddenly received multiple messages. After the appearance of the alternate entrances of the heaven-traversing pagoda, the voice transmission barriers in many territories had been removed so everyone could easily share information about the entrances to the heavenly traversing pagoda. For this reason, Zhao Enyi could still receive messages from his old friends outside of the Azure Cloud Saint Sect's territory. Meanwhile, Zhao Enyi's expression grew increasingly dark as he listened to the messages. Old Zhao, I heard that you had the chance to become the first person to enter the pagoda but gave the chance to old Meng. It seems like you really have great respect for your elders. Little Zhao, you're really amazing. You actually didn't even try to enter the pagoda first and allowed old Meng to enter first. If you didn't plan to enter, you should have spoken to Lord Duan and given the chance to me. If so, I would become the second person to enter the pagoda, not Fang Yi Fan. Zhao Enyi, you old bastard, you really messed up this time. To think you failed to cherish such a great opportunity. This is really hilarious. If you had rushed ahead, old Meng might not be the first person to enter the pagoda, and you might have become the third level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Zhao Enyi's expression was extremely dark, and a hint of dissatisfaction could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Only Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyong, and Meng Han knew about this matter. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyan to leak the news. The culprit was undoubtedly Meng Han. Zhao Enyi really wished he could slap Meng Han. However, Meng Han was now a level 7 supreme powerhouse. He could only swallow his anger before he sent a message to Meng Han. Old Meng, you're really despicable. Must you tell everyone that I failed to seize the opportunity? How am I supposed to face the others in the future? After a long time, Meng Han still did not respond to Zhao Enyi. He wondered inwardly, is he not in the outer boundary? Or did the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion put up the barriers again? After that, Zhao Enyi ordered his subordinate to put up the voice transmission barrier again, blocking all messages from coming in. Before the barrier was put back in place, he received a few more messages mocking him. Although most of them did not have malicious intentions, he still felt greatly displeased. Fortunately, peace returned after the barrier was activated. Zhao Enyi's expression was fierce as he said through gritted teeth, once I have a breakthrough, I'm going to teach that old geezer a lesson. The divine offering land in the god-defying world, one of the myriad worlds. Xiaomubai was listening to Duan Ling Tian speaking about the limitless Tao when he received a message. Without drawing any attention to himself, he left silently. A hint of reluctance could be seen in his eyes when he turned back to glance at Duan Ling Tian. After leaving the divine offering land, Xiaomubai quickly went to the entrance of the god-defying world. The gatekeeper had previously sent a message to Xiaomubai after the visitor announced his identity. He said to the visitor, Lord Meng, this is Lord Xiaomubai of our god-defying world. Before Meng Han responded, Xiaomubai bowed slightly and greeted, Xiaomubai greets Lord Meng. At the same time, Xiaomubai could not help but wonder about the purpose of Meng Han's visit. Now that Meng Han had broken through, he wondered if Meng Han came to challenge Duan Ling Tian or Feng Qingyong. Meng Han said with a laugh, Lord Xiao, there's no need to be so formal. I'm here to express my gratitude to Brother Duan and Brother Feng. After becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse, Meng Han's confidence had been restored. As such, he also changed the way he addressed Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong. Are they in the god-defying world? If they are, I'll have to trouble you to bring me to them, Meng Han said. Xiaomubai quickly sent a message to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong. After receiving a reply from the duo, he brought Meng Han into the god-defying world. Chapter 4587 Favor. When Xiaomubai and Meng Han arrived, Duan Ling Tian was still in the midst of speaking to the group of supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world. Meng Han was stunned. He could hear Duan Ling Tian speaking about the limitless Tao, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. He was very familiar with the limitless Tao. After all, he comprehended the limitless Tao. Before he broke into the forbidden realm, he finally allowed his limitless Tao, which he had suppressed for a long time, to break through. At that time, the breakthrough summoned the fatal heavenly tribulation. Subsequently, he overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation and became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Xiaomubai said in a low voice, Lord Duan is sharing his knowledge with the supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world. He sent me a message saying that'll take more than a day before he's done. He has asked me to arrange for a place for you to stay first. When he's done, he and Lord Feng will visit you. Lord Feng also wants to listen to Lord Duan's talk about the limitless Tao. At this time, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyong looked at Meng Han briefly and nodded at him. It's fine, I'll listen to Brother Duan as well, Meng Han said with a smile. Then, he added skeptically, however, I remember hearing that the Tao of heaven and earth that Brother Duan is skilled in the sword Tao, right? Although Meng Han had just started listening, he could tell that Duan Lingtian's limitless Tao was not inferior to his. He was naturally shocked and confused. Yes, Lord Duan is skilled in the sword Tao, Xiaomu Bai said with a nod. However, Lord Duan also unexpectedly has a high comprehension of the limitless Tao. Xiaomu Bai did not reveal that Duan Lingtian was also skilled in the mastery Tao. After all, Meng Han was not from the god-defying world. What? Meng Han was further shocked by Xiaomu Bai's reply. He knew that Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the sword Tao was very profound. What shocked him was that Duan Lingtian also had such a profound comprehension of the limitless Tao. What a monster! A hint of fear could be seen in Meng Han's eyes as he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. However, he soon became engrossed in listening to Duan Lingtian as he discovered that many of Duan Lingtian's words were of great help to him. More than a day passed in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian finally ended the talk, everyone wished they could listen to him more. They naturally did not forget to thank him. Thank you, Lord Duan, for sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you, Lord Duan, Lord Feng. The group of supreme powerhouses did not leave immediately. Some of them left when they saw that Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyong, and an unfamiliar old man had left. Quite a few stayed back to chat. One person looked at Meng Han's back. He furrowed his brows for a moment before he suddenly exclaimed, I know him. He's Meng Han, the saint from the jade-tide heavenly mansion in the outer boundaries sacred lightning realm. He's the one mentioned in the recent heavenly text. He's the third level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Some people who were about to leave paused in their tracks when they heard these words. Some of them looked at Xiaomu Bai since they knew that Xiaomu Bai had led Meng Han here. It's true, that's Lord Meng. He came to look for Lord Duan and Lord Feng, Xiaomu Bai said. A demi-saint said with a laugh, since Lord Meng came to look for the two lords so soon after his breakthrough, it shows that he has a good relationship with the two lords. This is definitely good for the god-defying world. Indeed, this was a good thing. Many people's eyes lit up upon hearing those words. Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyong, and Meng Han entered a pocket of space that Feng Qingyong created from his little world. He had left this pocket of space here in the divine offering land so he could return to the god-defying world in an instant if something were to happen. The independent space that Feng Qingyong created looked like paradise. A small divine tree of life was growing healthily in the center. There were mountains and rivers, and the air was fresh. The sounds of birds chirping rang melodiously while the fragrance of flowers permeated the air. The trio entered a pavilion in front of a waterfall before Feng Qingyong invited Duan Lingtian and Meng Han to take a seat next to a tea table. While Feng Qingyong was brewing tea, Duan Lingtian asked Meng Han with a teasing smile, did you come to show off the fact that you're now a level 7 supreme powerhouse? Previously, Duan Lingtian had watched Meng Han enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. At that time, he had wondered if Meng Han would successfully obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. He also wondered if the Heaven Protection Talisman would help Meng Han survive the fatal heavenly tribulation. Unexpectedly, in just a little over a month, not only did Meng Han obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman, but Meng Han also successfully overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. Of course not, Meng Han said as he shook his head and smiled. Then, his expression turned serious as he continued to say, I came to thank both of you. Not only that, but I also want to express my intention of repaying the favor to both of you. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, I definitely won't refuse as long as it's within my capability. Duan Lingtian and Feng Ying exchanged a look of surprise. They did not expect this from Meng Han. In their opinion, they did not do anything to help Meng Han. Moreover, Meng Han was now also a level 7 supreme powerhouse, but he was still very modest. There was no need for him to go to such lengths. After discussing the matter through voice transmission, they still could not figure it out. Finally, Duan Lingtian asked, we didn't help you with anything. Even if we didn't allow you to enter through the main entrance, you would still be able to enter the pagoda eventually through one of the alternate entrances. That's not right. I was able to succeed because both of you allowed me to enter through the main entrance, Meng Han said before he recounted what happened to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. After that, he said with a sigh, without the fourth talisman, it's unlikely for me to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation. Without it, at most, I have less than a 10% chance to survive. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang were stunned. They did not expect that their casual decision to allow Meng Han to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda through the main entrance would result in this. It was completely out of their expectations that the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda would have such rewards. It was truly unexpected. The difficulty was reduced by 30%. Not only that, but the most outrageous thing is on top of the free talismans, you're also rewarded with an additional one after you successfully pass the tests. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Chapter 4588 Sparring. Since the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda was rewarded, the second person probably was rewarded as well, right? Feng Qingyang speculated out loud as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian thought about someone, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He had thought about Zhao Enyi, the saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Back then, Zhao Enyi had come to the heaven-traversing pagoda with Meng Han. At that time, he had told Zhao Enyi that he could also use the main entrance of the heaven-traversing pagoda, but Zhao Enyi said he had no plans of entering the pagoda yet. Meanwhile, Meng Han said to Feng Qingyang, indeed. The second person was also rewarded. Meng Han told Feng Qingyang that Lei Hong and Fang Yifan from the three upper worlds had visited him before. He said, the duo was the second and third person to enter the pagoda respectively. The second person to enter was Fang Yifan, and as a reward, the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 20%. As for Lei Hong who entered third, the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 10%. However, after passing the tests, they were not rewarded with an additional heaven protection talisman. After a brief pause, Meng Han continued to say, based on the rewards the three of us received, I don't think the fourth person will be rewarded. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang continued listening to Meng Han. The tests in the pagoda aren't easy. When I spoke to Lei Hong, he also said that he found it very difficult to pass the tests. As for Fang Yifan, he found the test slightly easier. After all, he had a 10% advantage compared to Lei Hong. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang also learned from Meng Han that as far as he knew, the three of them were the only ones who had successfully obtained the heaven protection talisman so far. Lei Hong and Meng Han were from the myriad worlds, and Meng Han was the only one from the outer boundary to have obtained the heaven protection talisman so far. In any case, I'll like to congratulate you, old Meng, Duan Ling Tian said as he raised his teacup and toasted Meng Han with tea in place of wine. From now on, you'll be the strongest person in the outer boundary. Meng Han raised his teacup as well and laughed before he said modestly, it's only temporary. I know the limit of my strength. There are still a dozen or so people who were on par with me in the past in the outer boundary. When they break through, I'm not completely certain I'll be able to defeat them. The trio continued chatting for a while before Meng Han revealed the second reason for his visit. After breaking through, I felt rather peerless. Currently, I'm truly peerless in the outer boundary. When I thought about both of you, I found myself eager for a sparring session. Apart from thanking both of you, I also came to spar with both of you. What do you think? Meng Han asked with bright eyes. Oh, Duan Ling Tian said, slightly surprised, old Meng, it seems like you're very confident about your strength. Are you going to challenge the two of us at once? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Meng Han was so frightened that he spat out the tea in his mouth. Feng Qingyang reacted quickly and evaporated the tea so that it did not land on him and Duan Ling Tian. Meng Han said with a hint of sullenness, when did I say I want to challenge the two of you at once? I naturally plan to spar with you separately. Although Meng Han had just broken through, he was confident that he was not any weaker than Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. However, fighting the two of them at once was nothing more than a fool's errand. He did not have any confidence at all in fighting the two of them at once. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Master, do you want to fight Meng Han or should I go first? I'll go first, Feng Qingyang said as he rose to his feet. He smiled faintly before he continued to say to Meng Han, Old Meng, my disciple has long surpassed me. If you can't defeat me, then there's no need to waste your time sparring with him. Meng Han's eyes widened slightly upon hearing these words. However, when he recalled Duan Ling Tian's profound comprehension of the Sword Dao and Limitless Dao, he did not doubt Feng Qingyang's words at all. Then, he said, even so, I still want to spar with him. After all, even if I lose, I can at least see the gap between us. For almost 10,000 years, Meng Han did not spar with anyone. He had been preoccupied with healing his injuries and preparing for the next heavenly tribulation. Now that he had survived the fatal heavenly tribulation after entering the Forbidden Realm and becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse, there was no doubt that he would survive his next once in -10,000 year heavenly tribulation. With his current strength, he could live for tens of thousands of years or even 100,000 years. Old Meng, let's spar, Feng Qingyang said. He was also very eager to fight Meng Han. He volunteered to go first because he was worried that Meng Han would not be in a state to fight after fighting Duan Lingtian first. He could not wait to fight Meng Han. After all, when he sparred with Duan Lingtian, he was completely defeated by Duan Lingtian. This was not surprising because Duan Lingtian was not only skilled in the Sword Dao, but Duan Lingtian was also skilled in the Mastery Dao and the Limitless Dao. Unlike the laws where one could only use one law at a time, the 4 Daos of heaven and earth did not have such a restriction. Coupled with the doppelganger of the law, Duan Lingtian's strength was even more terrifying. Just like Duan Lingtian, his doppelganger could use the Sword Dao, Mastery Dao, and Limitless Dao as well. How could he possibly stand a chance against Duan Lingtian? They left the independent space to spar to prevent damage to the space, which was a part of Feng Qingyang's little world, and found an abandoned space to spar in. Then, Duan Lingtian watched as his master and Meng Han fought. A thunderous sound rang in the air as Meng Han took the lead and attacked first. He was like a ferocious beast as he pounced toward Feng Qingyang. The sounds of explosions rang in his wake as lightning flashed in the sky. Chapter 4589 The Despondent Meng Han. Meng Han quickly cast his bloodline power and secret technique. A red-tinged translucent figure shot out from his body and vanished as quickly as it appeared. Subsequently, his body grew into monstrous proportions, resembling the translucent figure from earlier. He turned into a giant, emitting a red light. Apart from that, the air around him turned frosty. Based on this, it could be seen that he comprehended the law of ice. He was like a frost giant at this moment. Meng Han brought his gigantic hand down on Feng Qingyang. It was as though a dark shadow was looming over the entire world. His hand fell looking like he intended to squash Feng Qingyang like a bug. Feng Qingyang looked extremely small in comparison. In fact, he was even smaller than one of Meng Han's fingers. The surrounding temperature continued to drop. The terrifying cold quickly permeated the air, seemingly trying to freeze everything. Even the spatial tears seemed to be mending at a much slower rate at this moment. Just as the hand was about to land on Feng Qingyang suddenly vanished into thin air. It was as though he had used the teleportation profundity from the law of space. However, it was impossible for even the most skilled user of the law of space to cast the teleportation profundity earlier due to the turbulent space. What he had done was use the law of time to slow and stop time briefly. He took advantage of the time and dodged when Meng Han was about to land. Unsurprisingly, Meng Han and Duan Lingtian, who did not use his divine consciousness, were caught unprepared by this technique. The law of time, Meng Han quickly retreated a distance away after his attack missed. At the same time, a foreboding feeling rose in his heart. He had a feeling that Feng Qingyang was going to follow up with an attack. As expected, as soon as Meng Han retreated, a sword ray that seemed capable of piercing time and space shot out toward where he was standing just a moment ago. A long tear appeared in the space immediately. Even from a distance, one could sense the terrifying killing intent of the sword ray. Although Meng Han would not have been cleaved into two, if he did not retreat in time earlier, he would have been injured. I'm not going to hold back anymore, Feng Qingyang said calmly as his doppelgangers from the laws appeared one after another. Although his other doppelgangers were inferior to his doppelganger from the law of time, all of them could use the Sword Dao at the 7th stage. Despite using his Limitless Dao and his bloodline power to turn into a giant, Meng Han fell into a disadvantageous position under the attack of Feng Qingyang and his doppelgangers. Even if this was a life or death battle, he was certain he could retreat even if he could not win. However, if he continued to fight, he knew he would die if it was a serious fight. After a brief moment, Meng Han said with a sigh, "I'm no match for you." Meng Han could not conceal the disappointment on his face as well. He clearly had a hard time accepting this outcome. Feng Qingyang was just an unknown intermediate supreme god not too long ago. He rose to fame when he broke into the Forbidden Realm and overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation before he became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. In Meng Han's opinion, Feng Qingyong likely did not have a solid foundation. He was rather confident that even if he could not thoroughly defeat Feng Qingyong, he would have the upper hand. The outcome was beyond his expectations. Feng Qingyong had rich combat experience and was not inferior to Meng Han. Apart from that, Feng Qingyang's law of time surpassed his law of ice, displaying the superiority of the 4 supreme laws. Although he had the bloodline power, Feng Qingyong made up for that advantage with his doppelgangers. Even if the doppelgangers were not as strong as Feng Qingyong, they were not to be underestimated. Even with his current strength, he did not dare to underestimate them. After Meng Han admitted defeat, Feng Qingyong smiled faintly and said with a nod, "That was a great match." At the same time, Feng Qingyong felt that his confidence, which was previously demolished by his disciple, had returned. He was not bothered that his disciple defeated him, but his confidence still suffered a blow. Fortunately, his confidence seemed to have returned after he defeated Meng Han. He even thought that if other level 7 supreme powerhouses appeared, they might not be a match for him. As expected of Duan Ling Tian's master. "Your strength is impressive," Meng Han said. Then, he sighed before he turned and said to Duan Ling Tian, "I don't doubt that you're stronger than your master, but I'd still like to spar with you to see the difference in our strength. Please give me some time to recover my energy before I spar with you. Don't hold back please and attack with all your might. I want to see how long I can last against you." In Meng Han's eyes, Duan Ling Tian was even more terrifying than before. Not only was Duan Ling Tian's sword Dao at the 7th stage, but his limitless Dao seemed to be at the 7th stage as well. At the very least, his limitless Dao was already at the 6th stage. He knew that if Duan Ling Tian used the 2 Daos, he would not be able to last long in the fight at all. After Meng Han recovered and sparred with Duan Ling Tian, he discovered that his speculation was right. He was thoroughly defeated. He was in a daze as he bade Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong farewell, unable to recover for a long time. At the same time, he wondered if Duan Ling Tian could be considered human with his strength. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyong looked at the despondent Meng Han sympathetically. Then, he shook his head and said to Duan Ling Tian with a wry smile on his face, "Little Tian, don't you think you went too hard on him? No matter what, you're still a member of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, right?" Duan Ling Tian scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "He told me not to hold back, right?" Feng Qingyong sighed and said, "I didn't expect you to hold back so much when we fought previously." After saying that, Feng Qingyong sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, a sword ray shot out of his body. It spun around him at alternating speeds, stopping and moving again at intervals. Feeling defeated, he wanted to continue comprehending the sword Dao, hoping to make progress so he could catch up to his disciple. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian only smiled awkwardly before he took his leave. Ka should recover soon, right? Recently, Duan Ling Tian had been observing Ka, who was recovering in his little world. He could sense her condition was improving, and it seemed like it would not take long before she regained consciousness. "I wonder who will be the next level 7 supreme powerhouse," Duan Ling Tian wondered out loud. He was rather curious about this. After listening to Meng Han's words, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess that all the level 6 supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary must have made preparations. In his opinion, it was not a problem for them to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. He speculated that at least half of these people could successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. Chapter 4590 Zhao and Yi enters the heaven-traversing pagoda. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian faintly anticipated the appearance of more level 7 supreme powerhouses in the world. With that, he would not have to deal with the loneliness of standing at the top. Duan Ling Tian also wondered what the mysterious heaven would do next. In the past, heaven did not have any movement because there were no level 7 supreme powerhouses after the gap in history. However, heaven made itself known after he overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. The heavenly text appeared, announcing his deed to the world. Prior to this, neither he nor the group of old men from the god-defying world had heard of heaven intervening in such a way. Naturally, heaven could only intervene indirectly, not directly. When there were no level 7 supreme powerhouses, heaven didn't create the heaven-traversing pagoda to give out the heaven protection talisman. Those things only appeared after Master and I became level 7 supreme powerhouses. It's clear that heaven is targeting us. According to the Void Elder's memories, heaven can't directly attack a person. It makes sense for heaven to target us with this method. However, could it be a coincidence? What if the appearance of the heaven-traversing pagoda was not intentional? What if its appearance was triggered by the appearance of the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap? Is there really such a coincidence? Based on how much the Void Elder resented heaven, Duan Ling Tian was more inclined to believe that heaven was targeting him and his master. He believed that heaven had intentionally created the heaven-traversing pagoda. No matter what, I'm not afraid. I'll face everything as it comes, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes shone with determination and ferocity. In the past, when he was weak, he had never been afraid. He continued to advance and overcome many obstacles and life-death situations before he finally reached the peak. He did not let the difficulties overwhelm him, and he did not falter. Now that he was standing at the peak, he was naturally even more fearless. Moreover, I have the Void Elder's memories. With them, I can learn many things in a short time. It shouldn't take long for me to catch up to him and become a level 9 supreme powerhouse. I might even be able to enter the mysterious realm that Void Elder speculated about and gain the power to resist heaven. I wonder what kind of realm can give someone the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven. Duan Ling Tian was unsurprisingly curious about the mysterious realm in the Void Elder's memories that could grant one strength comparable to that of heaven. He also knew that it was only a speculation, but he still could not help but look forward to it. At the Azure Cloud Saint sect in the outer boundary. Guo Lin, since you're here, I'll leave the sect to you as usual, Zhao Enyi said seriously to Guo Lin, who had just brought Tuoba Lian Cheng back. Lord Duan should be coming soon. If I have yet to return from the heaven-traversing pagoda, receive him on my behalf, and hand Tuoba Lian Cheng and Han Zhong to him. Guo Lin nodded in agreement. After that, Zhao Enyi left for the nearest entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. He really could not wait anymore. Initially, he planned to take his time, but whenever he recalled what he had missed, he became very frustrated. In the end, he decided to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda first. Even if he failed to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman on his first try, he could at least accumulate experience. It would only be a matter of time before he obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman. At that time, he would also become a level 7 supreme powerhouse like Meng Han from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Previously, Zhao Enyi had heard from those who had already entered the heaven-traversing pagoda that some people stayed in the pagoda for half a month and some stayed for more than a month. Lei Hong and Fang Yifan, who successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, stayed in the pagoda for less than a month. Passing the tests in the heaven-traversing pagoda depended not only on one's strength but also efficiency. If one was efficient, one would exhaust less energy. If one exhausted less energy, one would be able to cope with the subsequent tests better. This was common sense. Zhao Enyi planned to take his time and stay there for more than a month, but who knew he would be forced to come out after 21 days. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes at this moment. The tests are really difficult. I can deal with the tests if I'm at my peak, but the earlier tests have drained me. Zhao Enyi reflected on his experience and sighed. He felt that he had used too much energy in each test. When I go in again, I have to be more efficient and conserve more energy. I'll recover my injuries before entering again. I'll definitely obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. At most, I have to enter the pagoda a few times. Zhao Enyi was injured now and vulnerable to attacks. Although he had many friends in the outer boundary, he also had many enemies. Not many people knew he had entered the heaven-traversing pagoda previously, but he still had to guard against his enemies. As such, he sent a message to Guo Lin to escort him back to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. During the journey, Guo Lin did not sense anything wrong with Zhao Enyi because the latter had mobilized his divine consciousness. However, as soon as they arrived and Zhao Enyi withdrew his divine consciousness, he gasped in shock. "Why are you so badly injured? It can't be helped. It's my first time entering the pagoda after all," Zhao Enyi said with a helpless expression before he recounted his experience in the heaven-traversing pagoda. "I'm not sure if you'll encounter the same tests I did when you enter the pagoda, but it'll definitely do you good to learn from experience. It might help you avoid some trouble in the future," Zhao Enyi said. Guo Lin listened carefully, too afraid to miss any detail. Chapter 4591 Killing Demi-Saints Again. "Where's Zhao Enyi?" Faced with Duan Ling Tian's question, Guo Lin smiled bitterly and replied, When junior uncle entered the heaven-traversing pagoda, he was injured. He's now recuperating. However, he did tell me to summon if you want to see him, Lord Duan. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath, he entered the pagoda. Didn't he say he was not going to enter for the time being when he went to the pagoda with old Meng from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Guo Lin smiled wryly upon hearing these words. He knew how much Zhao and Yi regretted not entering the heaven-traversing pagoda at that time. Lord Duan, when my junior uncle heard that the first 3 people to enter the pagoda were rewarded by heaven by having the difficulty of the tests reduced, he was filled with regrets. Out of frustration, he decided to enter the pagoda. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, I see. Well, he can't be blamed for it. After all, heaven didn't announce that the first 3 people to enter the pagoda would be rewarded. There's no need to summon him. I only came for those 2 people. Have you captured them? Yes. I'll bring them here now, Guo Lin said before he left. In just a short moment, Guo Lin returned with 2 people, who looked very weak. They were clearly seriously injured. These 2 people were Han Zhong and Tuo Liancheng, the 2 demi-saints who helped the demi-saint from the Fu clan kill Duan Yue. The Azure Cloud Saint sect deliberately injured them so it would be easier for the demi-saint of the sect to keep an eye on them and prevent them from escaping. Guo Lin, as one of the 2 saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, naturally would not condescend to keep an eye on the 2 of them all the time. Han Zhong and Tuo Liancheng fell to their knees when they saw Duan Ling Tian, trembling violently as they spoke. Lord Duan, I plead guilty. Please spare my life. I promise to serve you for the rest of my life if you show mercy. Lord Duan, spare my life. I promise to serve you like a slave, and I will obey you in everything in the future. The duo was at their wits' end. This was the only thing they could do to ensure their survival. They prayed fervently that the person in front of them would find value in them and spare them. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian smiled contemptuously when he heard their words. With his current strength, let alone demi-saints, even saints were willing to serve him. He did not waste time and quickly took their lives. The duo's spatial rings self-destructed after their deaths. Although Duan Ling Tian could force them to remove their ownership of the rings before their deaths, he did not bother to do so. He did not think they had anything of value in their spatial rings. After all, after their deaths, the duo only left behind 2 supreme powerhouse divinities, which Duan Ling Tian quickly took away. Before leaving, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Guo Lin and said, in the future, take care of the Duan clan. Without a demi-saint, the Duan clan must have had a tough time. However, if the Azure Cloud Saint sect protected the clan would definitely thrive just like when Duan Yue was alive. Duan Ling Tian knew the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion would also take good care of the Duan clan. However, he wanted the clan to be better so he asked Guo Lin to take care of the Duan clan as well. Yes, Lord Duan, Guo Lin replied respectfully. Then, he said, not too long ago, my junior uncle and I ordered our subordinates to take good care of the Duan clan in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's territory. In fact, I personally visited the Duan clan and told them to look for me in the Azure Cloud Saint sect if they need help in the future. Guo Lin naturally would not let go of a chance to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian. Although the Duan clan was not in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory, he was very willing to help the Duan clan. In fact, he was planning to invite the Duan clan to move to the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory. The sect was willing to help the Duan clan become even more glorious than it was in the past. Alright, if you do well, you'll definitely be rewarded in the future, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod. Upon hearing this, Guo Lin's smile widened. This was exactly what he wanted. A promise like that from a level 7 supreme powerhouse was akin to a life-saving charm. Guo Lin knew that more and more saints and world supreme powerhouses would obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman in the Heaven Traversing Pagoda now that multiple entrances had appeared. In the future, there would be more level 7 supreme powerhouses as well. Guo Lin knew that Zhao and Yi was weaker than Meng Han from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Even if Zhao and Yi successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, Zhao and Yi would not dare to recklessly face the fatal heavenly tribulation yet. Currently, the Azure Cloud Saint sect, a saint rank force, still had a high status in the outer boundary. After all, there was only one level 7 supreme powerhouse from the outer boundary. However, as more and more level 7 supreme powerhouses appeared, the status of the sect would drop more and more. Who knew if the sect would be targeted at that time? As such, it was beneficial for the sect to have a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian. After leaving the Azure Cloud Saint sect, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to return to the god-defying world. Instead, he retraced his footsteps back to the Crimson Demon Ridge where he had first arrived when he came to the outer boundary. There were many people who helped him along the way, and there were also those who targeted him. Now that he had the strength, he was going to repay the kindness and seek revenge accordingly. Those people in the past who knew Duan Ling Tian were shocked when they found out that Duan Ling Tian was the second level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap mentioned in the heavenly text. Although they had already suspected it, they were still shocked. Needless to say, those who had helped Duan Ling Tian were naturally delighted. On the contrary, those who had enmity with Duan Ling Tian were in despair. They regretted offending him in the past. They regretted even more that they did not kill him in the past. Duan Ling Tian spent some time dealing with those people. When he was finally done, he returned to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Chapter 4592 The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's Duan Clan. In the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, Palace Master, Duan Ling Tian met Xianxia, the Palace Master of the Golden Dragon Palace. He smiled and greeted Xianxia before greeting Ke, who was standing behind Xianxia. Ke was Xianxia's direct disciple. Ke, long time no see. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile and a nod. When Duan Ling Tian first arrived at the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, Ke had received him and took good care of him. Ke was much more reserved now. After all, Duan Ling Tian was no longer the advanced supreme god he used to know. Duan Ling Tian was now even stronger than his master, whom he looked up to. He followed his master's example and bowed respectfully as he said, "Greetings, Lord Duan. Palace Master, you and Ke are both old acquaintances of mine. There's no need to be so courteous with me," Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Then, without beating around the bush, he asked, "Palace Master, is there anything you desire? If you want to be the leader of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, I'll speak to Old Meng about it. I'm sure he won't refuse." Xianxia smiled with a hint of helplessness upon hearing these words. He said, "I don't have any intentions of becoming the leader of the mansion. Please don't say anything to Elder Meng. Otherwise, he'll take your words seriously." Xianxia was aware that Meng Han was able to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman and successfully overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation thanks to Duan Ling Tian. After Meng Han returned to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, he had summoned all the high-ranking officials and declared that Duan Ling Tian was an esteemed ally of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. They were to treat Duan Ling Tian with the same respect as they would treat him. If Duan Ling Tian requested help from them, they would spare no effort in helping him even if they had to sacrifice everything. Initially, Xianxia did not understand Meng Han's actions. He only found out later that thanks to Duan Ling Tian, Meng Han was able to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda first. As a result, not only was the difficulty of the tests reduced by 30%, but he was even rewarded with an additional heaven protection talisman, which contributed greatly to his success in overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation and becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Without Duan Ling Tian's help, Meng Han would have undoubtedly been killed by his upcoming once in -10,000-year heavenly tribulation. Without the rewards, he would not have successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation and become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Meng Han was an important existence to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. For this reason, not only Meng Han, but even the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion felt indebted to Duan Ling Tian. This was also the reason why Xianxia knew that Meng Han would immediately make him the leader of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion if Duan Ling Tian mentioned the matter to Meng Han. Xianxia had no interest in becoming the leader of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. He became motivated after the appearance of the heaven-traversing pagoda. In the past, he thought that saints were the limit. With his talent, it was only a matter of time before he became a saint. As such, he did not have any sense of anticipation at all in the past. On the contrary, he was filled with anticipation now. He could not wait to become a saint. After becoming a saint, he was going to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda to obtain the heaven protection talisman. After that, he would strive hard to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian did not say more, seeing that Xianxia had no interest in becoming the leader of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. He only said, "All right, if you need my help in the future, you can look for me in the god-defying world." "Thank you, Lord Duan," Xianxia said respectfully. Duan Ling Tian did not bother to correct Xiao Tianxi this time. He knew that it would be difficult for Xiao Tianxi to treat him casually like before due to the difference in their strength. Ke was even more polite. In the past, he would talk and laugh casually with Duan Ling Tian. However, even with Xiao Tianxi present, he could not help but feel awkward. Duan Ling Tian politely declined Xiao Tianxi's invitation to stay in the jade-tide heavenly mansion before he left for the god-defying world. He could tell Ka was going to wake up soon and planned to wait for her. He could not help but feel excited when he thought about her. Unbeknownst to Duan Ling Tian, shortly after he returned to the god-defying world, something significant happened. The Duan clan, a demi-saint ranked clan in the jade-tide heavenly mansion, received a visitor. It was none other than a saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Most importantly, the saint invited the clan to move to the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory. The Duan clan was naturally excited. At the same time, they could not help but think about the danger the clan faced after the death of the clan's demi-saint, Duan Yue. At that time, many demi-saint rank forces had their eyes on the clan. Fortunately, 2 months ago, a demi-saint from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion drove the other demi-saint rank forces away, declaring that the Duan clan was under his protection. The demi-saint was none other than Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace. It was then that they found out that Duan Ling Tian, who was Duan Yue's sworn brother, was the level 7 supreme powerhouse mentioned in the heavenly text, in the main hall of the Duan clan. Lord Guo Lin's offer is indeed very generous. I don't think we should decline the offer, the Grand Elder of the Duan clan said excitedly. He was clearly in favor of moving to the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory. On the contrary, the clan leader of the Duan clan remained silent and sent a message to Xiao Tianxi to inform him about the Azure Cloud Saint sect's invitation. Previously, when Xiao Tianxi came to help the Duan clan, he had left his soul pearl behind. What? The Guo Lin, the saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect, personally visited the Duan clan to invite the clan to move. Xiao Tianxi was stunned when he received the message. Then, he recalled Duan Ling Tian seemed to have some relationship with Zhao Yi, the saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. After considering the status of the Duan clan in Duan Ling Tian's heart, Xiao Tianxi decided against going to the Duan clan. After all, he was just a demi-saint. Instead, he quickly looked for Meng Han. What? The Azure Cloud Saint sect came to our territory to poach the Duan clan that brother Duan treasures. After learning about what happened from Xiao Tianxi, Meng Han wasted no time and told Xiao Tianxi to lead him to the Duan clan. Chapter 4593 Ka regains consciousness. During the Duan clan's meeting, the high-ranking officials voted and agreed to accept the Azure Cloud Saint sect's invitation to move to the sect's territory. After all, the other party's offer was too generous. However, before the Duan clan could speak to Guo Lin, the saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect, an old man from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion appeared and stopped them. Guo Lin, you brat, how dare you trespass into our territory? A powerful voice echoed throughout the Duan clan's estate. The owner of the voice was none other than Meng Han. He had rushed over here with Xiao Tianxi. He sounded extremely hostile when he spoke, and he extended his divine consciousness from a distance, pressuring Guo Lin. Guo Lin greets Elder Meng, Guo Lin quickly said, shocked. He had been focused on luring the Duan clan to the Azure Cloud Saint sect, hoping to ingratiate himself with Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect Meng Han would personally come to stop him. Initially, Guo Lin did not think that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion would care if the Duan clan moved away. After all, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion now had a level 7 supreme powerhouse. In his opinion, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion might not care to establish a relationship with Duan Ling Tian through a clan that did not even have a demi-saint. After all, he paid great attention to this matter because the Azure Cloud Saint sect did not have a level 7 supreme powerhouse yet. Guo Lin, does little Zhao know you trespass on our territory and undermine our authority? Meng Han asked coldly. Guo Lin smiled sheepishly and said, Elder Meng, it's an exaggeration to say that I'm undermining the authority of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. I'm only here because Lord Duan told me to take care of the Duan clan. I only came to extend an invitation to the clan. If they're not willing, I naturally will not force it. The Duan clan doesn't even have a demi-saint. I'm sure the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion doesn't lack such a clan, right? In the past, Guo Lin did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Meng Han, let alone now when Meng Han was already a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Meanwhile, some members of the Duan clan who recognized Xiao Tianxi finally saw him standing behind Meng Han. Lord Xiao, seeing Xiao Tianxi standing behind Meng Han, coupled with Guo Lin's words, it was not difficult for them to figure out Meng Han's identity. It did not take long for them to realize that the old man in front of them was the first and only level 7 supreme powerhouse from the outer boundary after the historical gap. The clan leader and the high-ranking officials of the Duan clan were shocked. They did not expect such a venerable figure to come to their clan. Moreover, it seemed like the other party came because of the Azure Cloud Saint sect's invitation. Was it possible that the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion wanted them to stay? They did not think it was likely. After all, just like Guo Lin said, the Duan clan did not even have a demi-saint. Moreover, now that the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion had a level 7 supreme powerhouse, it did not need to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian. In any case, they quickly greeted Meng Han when they recovered from their shock. "Greetings, Lord Meng." Meng Han smiled amiably and nodded at the members of the Duan clan. However, his expression quickly darkened when he shifted his gaze back to Guo Lin. He said, "What gives you the impression that the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion doesn't care about the Duan clan even if they no longer have a demi-saint? You said that Brother Duan told you to look after the Duan clan. What makes you think Brother Duan didn't say the same thing to me?" In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not directly ask Meng Han to look after the Duan clan. Duan Ling Tian had only asked Xiao Tianxi to look after the Duan clan. Guo Lin smiled wryly when he realized that Meng Han had no intention of letting the Duan clan move. He shook his head and said, "Elder Meng, if you're against it, I'll withdraw the invitation immediately." Then, he looked at the clan leader of the Duan clan and said, "Clan leader Duan, since the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion wants your clan to stay, you should stay. The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion will definitely look after you since Lord Duan has also spoken to Elder Meng. However, if you ever need help from the Azure Cloud Saint sect, please don't hesitate to come to me." After the clan leader of the Duan clan responded, Guo Lin bade farewell to Meng Han and left. After all, he could not afford to provoke Meng Han. Meng Han turned to look at the members of the Duan clan and smiled amiably as he said, "The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion can also give you what he promised you. If you need help in the future, you can always look for the person behind me. I'm sure you're all familiar with Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace." If this had happened before Meng Han sparred with Duan Ling Tian in the God-defying world, perhaps he would not have cared that Guo Lin invited the Duan clan to move the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory. After all, as a level 7 supreme powerhouse, there was no need for him to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian through a small clan. However, after Meng Han sparred with Duan Ling Tian, he found that he was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. He was also slightly weaker than Feng Qingyong. In a real battle, even if Feng Qingyong could defeat him, he was confident that he would be able to retreat if necessary without suffering serious injuries. However, in a real battle with Duan Ling Tian, it would be difficult for him to escape from Duan Ling Tian without suffering serious injuries. Xiao Tianxi was also shocked by Meng Han's reaction. In fact, before he looked for Meng Han, he assumed that Meng Han would not care much if the Duan clan moved away. It was out of his expectations that Meng Han would actually personally intervene and stop the Duan clan from leaving. Meanwhile, the members of the Duan clan quickly expressed their gratitude to Meng Han. "Thank you, Lord Meng." Before Meng Han left, he told Xiao Tianxi to stay behind to find out what Guo Lin had promised the Duan clan since the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion would fulfill the promise. Xiao Tianxi's expression was slightly complicated when he looked at the members of the Duan clan. The Duan clan was truly lucky. Although they had lost their demi-saint, they had Duan Ling Tian, who was their demi-saint's sworn brother. With this, the status of the Duan clan would be even higher than that of when their demi-saint was still alive. Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware of what happened. A month after he returned to the God-defying world, Ka finally regained consciousness. Duan Ling Tian quickly entered his little world. Under the divine tree of life, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ka, who had just opened her eyes. His gaze was filled with love and affection as he looked at her. Chapter 4594 Lei Hong. Time did not leave any traces on Ka. She was still young and beautiful, her face was still exquisite, and her figure was still captivating. When Ka saw the familiar handsome face in front of her, tears welled up in her eyes immediately. Although her soul was imprisoned all these years, she was not completely unaware of what was happening. She could not move or communicate using her divine consciousness, but she could still sense and hear the outside world. She knew that Duan Tian left the god-defying world for the outer boundary to search for a way to release her from the soul imprisonment technique. As the young miss of the Sha clan in the divine offering land, she naturally knew how perilous the outer boundary was. Ka threw herself into Duan Tian's arms, overwhelmed by her emotions. Tears flowed from her eyes, staining Duan Tian's robe. However, he seemed oblivious to it as he held her tightly in his arms and comforted her. "It's all right, from now on, nothing will happen to you ever again. We'll never be apart again. I have the ability to protect you now," Duan Tian said to reassure Ka, but his eyes were slightly red as well. He thought about the past and how his biggest fear at that time was Ka's soul being destroyed before he was strong enough to get rid of the soul imprisonment technique. The two embraced each other, one continued to cry while the other continued to comfort patiently and gently. A tender smile could be seen on Duan Tian's face at this moment. Words could not describe how happy he was that Ka finally woke up. He vowed that he would never let her suffer any harm again. At the same time, Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, and Huaner stood nearby and watched as the two embraced. After a long while, when the two finally separated, they approached Ka. "Ka, you're finally awake," Li Fei said. She was initially composed, but looking at Ka's face again now momentarily transported her back to the past. Tears began to stream down her face as she recalled the hardships Ka faced. Feng Tianwu also felt distressed for Ka. Although Huaner did not have much interaction with Ka, she also felt sorry for Ka. For a period of time after that, Duan Tian spent time with the four women. He chatted with them and recounted his time in the outer boundary. He also listened to them. After that, he began to help them cultivate. He had already given Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, and Huaner a supreme powerhouse divinity, so he gave one to Ka as well. With this, all of his family members now possessed a supreme powerhouse divinity. Duan Tian's family was now scattered throughout the various realms of gods in the god-defying world. His children were wandering the world, hoping to make a name for themselves like their father. Duan Tian's parents were cultivating in the Sha clan. Once he confirmed that they had come out of their closed-door cultivation, he brought Ka to visit them. Li Ru burst into tears as soon as she saw Ka while Duan Rufeng smiled happily. Duan Rufeng even told Duan Tian to take better care of Ka. He even joked about disowning Duan Tian if Duan Tian failed to protect Ka despite knowing he was no match for Duan Tian. Duan Tian naturally agreed with his father and promised to protect Ka. Time flew by, and in just a blink of an eye, more than a decade had passed. During this time, Duan Tian continued to cultivate according to the Void Elder's memories while he stayed with his family. Initially, he planned to break through to the 8th stage of his Sword Dao, but it was not as simple as he had thought it would be. He had more success with the Mastery Dao and Limitless Dao. They were now both at the 6th stage. Although the Void Elder's memories were very clear, there were still many things he had to confirm on his own. On this day, Duan Tian was sitting cross-legged with the four women in a remote corner of the Sha clan's estate. Suddenly, the wind began to pick up, dispersing the clouds. All of them turned to look at the sky in unison. Congratulations to Lei Hong, a level 6 supreme powerhouse from the Sun-Bright world. Now that he has overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, he's poised to become the 4th level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap, surpassing world's supreme powerhouses and saints. So this is the heavenly text. Ka had heard about the heavenly text, and she knew that the first heavenly text appeared to announce Duan Tian's success in being the first person to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation after the historical gap. Li Fei looked at Duan Tian and asked, "The Sun-Bright world is one of the 3 upper worlds, right?" Li Fei had spent almost all her time with Duan Tian after he returned. He had briefly spoken about the 3 upper worlds in the past and did not go into details. "That's right," Duan Tian replied. He did not know much about the 3 upper worlds, but he remembered the Sun-Bright world because Xiao Mubai had mentioned it before. Lei Hong. Duan Tian thought the name sounded familiar. After a while, he finally remembered why the name was familiar. According to Xiao Mubai, after Duan Tian successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation and left the god-defying world, a group of world supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds and a few of the middle worlds banded together and demanded the god-defying world to hand Duan Tian over to them. They threatened to destroy the god-defying world if their demand was not met. One of the leaders of these world's supreme powerhouses was Lei Hong from the Sun-Bright world. In the end, all of them left, worried that Duan Ling Tian might seek revenge from them after his breakthrough. Wait, old Meng mentioned Lei Hong as well during his last visit. Duan Ling Tian recalled that Meng Han had also mentioned Lei Hong when Meng Han visited the god-defying world after he became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Lei Hong was the third person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. For this reason, the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 10% for him, and he successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman. I didn't expect Lei Hong to be able to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation so quickly without a fourth Heaven Protection Talisman. Chapter 4595 Fang Yi Fan. Meng Han and Duan Ling Tian had spoken about how terrifying the fatal heavenly tribulation was for level 6 supreme powerhouses. According to Meng Han, he likely would not have survived the fatal heavenly tribulation if it was not for the fourth Heaven Protection Talisman. Even with the fourth Heaven Protection Talisman, he still suffered some injuries. It was only after he had broken through that he managed to heal his injuries with his new vital energy. Fortunately, the injuries were not very severe. Lei Hong from the Sun-Bright world only managed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation several decades after he obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman. With this, one could imagine how powerful the fatal heavenly tribulation was. It seems like Meng Han was bragging previously, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Previously, when Meng Han mentioned Lei Hong from the Sun-Bright world and Fang Yi Fan from the Transcendence world, he had claimed that the duo was among the strongest from the three upper worlds. He also implied that his strength was on par with theirs. However, considering how difficult it was for Meng Han to pass the fatal heavenly tribulation, the fact that Lei Hong successfully overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation without an additional Heaven Protection Talisman meant that Lei Hong was likely stronger than Meng Han. Lei Hong is so strong. The four women next to Duan Ling Tian were amazed after they listened to Duan Ling Tian. They also did not expect Lei Hong to successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. Nonetheless, they were not worried about Duan Ling Tian. They knew that he was now the strongest even among level 7 supreme powerhouses. After all, he had a very high comprehension of 3 out of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. When he used the 3 Taos at once, no one was a match for him. Needless to say, the heavenly text stirred up a commotion in the god-defying world. Xiao Bai and a few others quickly gathered, and a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Lei Hong is not to be underestimated, one of them said solemnly. Indeed, Xiao Bai said with a nod, when Lord Duan overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation, the world's supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds threatened us, and Lei Hong was the most arrogant among them all. Lei Hong's arrogance left a deep impression on Xiao Bai. Moreover, when his father was alive, he had heard about Lei Hong from his father as well. It was said that Lei Hong had a quick temper and often injured and killed people in a fit of rage. Lei Hong was known to be the most belligerent world supreme powerhouse in the 3 upper worlds. Another supreme powerhouse said with a dark expression, I didn't expect Meng Han to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse in just a decade. With the arrival of a new level 7 supreme powerhouse, the god-defying world's unrivaled status was slowly diminishing. The god-defying world was still the most fearsome world now since they had 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses. However, what about the future? Just the Sun-Bright world alone had a few world supreme powerhouses on par with Lei Hong before his breakthrough. If Lei Hong could overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, it would not be difficult for them to do so as well. On the other hand, the others in the god-defying world were not worried about Lei Hong's breakthrough. In their opinion, the god-defying world was still the strongest since it had 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses. Look, Lei Hong has successfully broken through. Xiao Bai looked up, and his expression was extremely grim. Another heavenly text appeared. Congratulations to Lei Hong from the Sun-Bright world on breaking through and becoming the 4th level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap, surpassing world supreme powerhouses and saints. Needless to say, the appearance of another level 7 supreme powerhouse shocked everyone in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. At the same time, the various forces in the Sun-Bright world were in an uproar. Lei Hong actually broke through. He managed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation even without an additional Heaven Protection Talisman. It seems like I have a chance as well. In a vast and scenic valley in the Sun-Bright world, an old man was sitting cross-legged in the air above a small waterfall. His expression was solemn as he looked at the heavenly text in the sky. the old man was a world supreme powerhouse in the sun-bright world who was on par with Lei Hong. They had sparred a few times before, and each of the fights ended in a draw. As such, he was very confident about his strength. Previously, his confidence had suffered a blow when Lei Hong successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman in the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda while he failed. However, he recovered when he later learned from Meng Han that the first few people who entered the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda had the difficulty of the tests reduced. Lei Hong was the third person to enter the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda. As such, the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 10%. In his opinion, he would have successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman during his first attempt as well if the difficulty of the tests was reduced for him. I was too reckless previously. The old man sighed and shook his head as he checked his internal injuries. Although the injuries aren't severe, it'll take more than 100 years for them to fully heal. Now that I have a certain understanding of the tests in the pagoda, even if the tests are different, the essence will still be the same. I was very close to success previously. With my experience, I'll be able to successfully obtain the talisman when I enter the pagoda after recovering from my injuries, the old man muttered to himself, sounding rather confident at the end of his words. Meanwhile, a group of world supreme powerhouses from the three upper worlds who were on par with Lei Hong were also waiting for their injuries to heal before entering the heaven-traversing pagoda again to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. After that, they would do their best to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Apart from that, after learning about Lei Hong's breakthrough, many weaker world supreme powerhouses were even more determined to grow stronger so they could obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman first. Even the saints in the outer boundary grew restless when they learned about Lei Hong's breakthrough. However, the most restless of them all was Fang Yifan from the Transcendence world. After all, he had obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman a little earlier than Lei Hong. He had been preparing for the next step, but he was still uncertain about facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. Chapter 4596 Lei Hong has yet to return. Previously, after returning from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, Fang Yifan also deeply realized how dangerous the fatal heavenly tribulation was. Even if he had obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, it did not mean that his success was guaranteed. For this reason, he was not in a rush and spent his time making preparations. After a while, although he was adequately prepared, he still did not dare to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. That was why he decided to wait for Lei Hong to make a move first. If Lei Hong failed, he would continue to raise his strength and confidence before he faced the fatal heavenly tribulation. Nonetheless, he was still surprised by Lei Hong's success. Currently, Lei Hong had already surpassed him and became the fourth person to enter the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses, which he yearned for, after the historical gap. I'm not inferior to Lei Hong. Since he succeeded, there's no reason for me to fail. I'll find a place and face the fatal heavenly tribulation in a few months, Fang Yifan thought to himself as his eyes shone with anticipation. His blood began to boil again as though he had returned to the past when he was filled with passion and enthusiasm. However, as time passed, his courage had also been whittled down. He was no longer willing to take risks like the younger generation. Lei Hong was at least 10,000 years younger than Fang Yifan and was considered young among the world's supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds. Initially, Fang Yifan planned to visit Lei Hong in the sun-bright world to learn about his experience. However, he could not put his pride away to do so. After all, he did think he was inferior to Lei Hong at all. In the end, he dismissed the idea and prepared to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. Members of the force Lei Hong belonged to were waiting for his return after his breakthrough. However, after waiting for a long time, they still did not see Lei Hong. What's taking so long? Why hasn't junior brother Lei Hong returned? I remember hearing from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion that Lord Meng was injured after facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, he fully recovered after his breakthrough. Even if junior nephew Lei Hong is injured, he should have recovered and returned by now, right? Suddenly, one person said worriedly, "Don't tell me those three people found senior brother Lei Hong and attacked him." After all, senior brother Lei Hong was quite overbearing in the past. He stood at the forefront when everyone was threatening the god-defying world. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the other supreme powerhouses changed. That's unlikely, right? Although junior nephew Lei Hong took the lead to threaten the god-defying world, ultimately, he didn't do anything. I don't think so. Before he left, I heard junior brother Lei Hong say that he'd find a secluded place to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. Just like Lord Meng, he was confident about staying hidden. I don't think those three found him. That's right. Moreover, senior brother Lei Hong traveled through space. Even if those three were following him, it would be difficult for them to keep up with him. Not only that, but it's impossible for senior brother Lei Hong not to notice their presence if they came too close. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. I have Lei Hong's soul card. It's intact, and there's no abnormality. This means he's not in any danger. Lei Hong was unaware that his elders and fellow disciples were worried about him. At this moment, he was recovering from his injuries in a small world. He had left the place he had faced the fatal heavenly tribulation, where he had set up a formation to hide the commotion, and came to this place to heal his injuries. He did not dare to return before his injuries were completely healed. Thanks to his new vital energy, most of his injuries were already almost healed. However, it would take some time for him to fully recover due to how severe the injuries were. It had to be said that even with his injuries now, he was capable of defeating 10 people who were on par with him in the past. However, he still had to guard against the other 3 level 7 supreme powerhouses. After all, he was definitely no match for 3 level 7 supreme powerhouses. There was only one outcome if he faced them: death. For this reason, he did not dare to leave until he was fully recovered. At this rate, even with my new vital energy, it'll take a few decades for my injuries to fully heal. Although Lei Hong had successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled how dangerous it was at that time. He had nearly lost his life. If he was slightly unlucky, he would have died. No wonder old Meng looked frightened when he spoke about the fatal heavenly tribulation and said that he wouldn't have succeeded without the 4th heaven protection talisman. After learning about Meng Han's experience, Lei Hong felt the pressure on him grow. He even wondered if he would survive the fatal heavenly tribulation countless times. His expression eased when he thought about how he managed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation with only 3 heaven protection talismans, and the corners of his lips could not help but rise. Let's see who else can overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation with just 3 heaven protection talismans, Lei Hong thought to himself as a smug smile appeared on his face. However, the smug smile on his face soon vanished when 2 names flashed in his mind. The duo did not even use Heaven Protection Talisman to face the fatal heavenly tribulation and became level 7 supreme powerhouses. Although Lei Hong's breakthrough shocked the myriad worlds in the outer boundary, this was just a minor episode in Duan Ling Tian's eye. Life was peaceful and comfortable now for him, and he was just enjoying his time with his family. On this day, he heard that his 3 little friends, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, had come to the Divine Offering Land after learning that it was now owned by Duan Ling Tian. He quickly brought the 4 women with him to meet them. The trio had now grown up into a young man and 2 beautiful women. Needless to say, they were very excited to see Duan Ling Tian again. After all, after growing together from their time in the mundane realm, they were no different from siblings. Duan Ling Tian asked about their plan and asked if they wanted to cultivate in his little world. However, the trio chose to stay in the Divine Offering Land since it was more lively. Apart from Little Black, Little White and Little Gold preferred it when things were lively. Chapter 4597. All of them ran away. What Duan Ling Tian did not expect was that after the 3 little ones decided to wander the Divine Offering Land and cultivate, the 4 women also decided to wander the Divine Offering Land after staying with him for a period of time. According to them, even if they might not be able to help him much no matter how strong they became, they did not want to become a burden to him. Duan Ling Tian knew the 4 women had discussed the matter, so he did not stop them. He only gave them jade tokens and told them to crush them if their lives were in danger. If they crushed the jade token, he would be able to locate them and go to them immediately. When the 4 women left, decades had passed since Lei Hong's breakthrough. During this time, there was no new level 7 supreme powerhouse. In the Sunbright realm, the members of the force that Lei Hong belonged to had been waiting for his return all this time. If Lei Hong's soul pearl was not intact, they would have thought that something had happened to him. On this day, Lei Hong finally returned, causing a huge commotion. Senior brother Lei Hong, why did you only return now? Many people were naturally curious as to why it took Lei Hong such a long time to return. Lei Hong explained his absence to them. He told them that he found a place to recuperate and only returned after he was completely healed so that he could protect himself in case he ran into those 3 people. After that, Lei Hong frowned slightly as he asked a few of his fellow disciples, Fang Yifan hasn't faced the fatal heavenly tribulation up until now. Based on his understanding of Fang Yifan, he was certain Fang Yifan definitely would not be able to hold back after learning about his breakthrough. He had assumed Fang Yifan had already faced the fatal heavenly tribulation. Lei Hong's frown deepened as he glanced at Fang Yifan's soul pearl inside his spatial ring. We don't know. Everyone shook their heads when they heard Lei Hong's question. They naturally were unaware of the whereabouts or thoughts of the world's supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world who also obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman. It seems like he managed to restrain himself, Lei Hong said as he shook his head. His eyes glinted coldly as he continued to say, I plan to kill all those world's supreme powerhouses in the sun-bright world who were on par with me in the past. After all, they're all very likely to become level 7 supreme powerhouses in the future. With each one I kill, there'll be one fewer competitor for me. Lei Hong had never been a kind person. If he were in Feng Qingyang's shoes, he would have encouraged Duan Lingtian to kill all the saints and world supreme powerhouses while he guarded the heaven-traversing pagoda. Without waiting for the people in front of him to respond, Lei Hong left again without saying anything. He did not see a point in telling them his plan or where he was going. With his strength now, he could easily kill the others without any help. In fact, bringing people with him would only be a burden to him. Old Shui. Lei Hong's first stop was the Shui clan, one of the top clans in the sun-bright world that was located close to his sect, the Cyan Swan Saint sect. There were 2 world supreme powerhouses in the Shui clan, and one of them, who was on par with Lei Hong in the past, was Lei Hong's target this time. Apart from that, there were no fewer than 10 imminent world supreme powerhouses in the Shui clan. With his speed, it did not take long before Lei Hong arrived near the Shui clan's estate. His divine consciousness swept out domineeringly, searching every corner of the Shui clan's estate for his old rival. He's not here. Lei Hong frowned when he discovered that his target was not around. All of a sudden, a figure rose into the sky from the Shui clan estate. A burst of light flashed before the figure flew over to Lei Hong in just a blink of an eye. He naturally sensed Lei Hong's domineering divine consciousness. Earlier, at this moment, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Lei Hong and said, Congratulations on becoming the first level 7 supreme powerhouse of the sun-bright world, Brother Lei. This person was from the same generation as Lei Hong, and he was also among the top geniuses of that generation like Lei Hong. Perhaps, without Lei Hong, he would have been the top genius of that generation. He had lamented his situation countless times and wondered when he would be able to catch up to Lei Hong. Shui Zhu, Shuiyan isn't in the clan? Lei Hong asked without beating around the bush. Lei Hong had come for Shuiyan, the strongest person in the Shui clan, not the person in front of him, whom he had long surpassed. In the past, he did not pay attention to Shui Zhu, let alone now that he had become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. He planned to destroy the Shui clan after he killed Shuiyan. He could not destroy the clan before killing Shuiyan. After all, if he failed to kill Shuiyan, and Shuiyan became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, Shuiyan would likely target the Cyan Swan Saint sect. Brother Lei, after coming out of the heaven-traversing pagoda, the ancestor returned to the clan for a while before he left again, Shui Zhu replied. Do you know where he went? Lei Hong asked. No, Shui Zhu said as he shook his head. However, inwardly, he was sneering. He was naturally lying to Lei Hong. The ancestor of the Shui clan had left the clan decades ago after learning that Lei Hong had become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. As one of the top powerhouses in the sun-bright world, he knew Lei Hong very well, and he could guess what Lei Hong would do after Lei Hong returned. As such, he left very quickly. Otherwise, if Lei Hong killed him, the Shui clan would also fall. He knew that as long as Lei Hong did not kill him first, Lei Hong would not destroy the Shui clan. It was just like how they, the overlords of the sun-bright realm, and the other overlords of the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds wanted to kill Duan Lingtian after he overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, they did not dare to make a move against the god-defying world until they killed Duan Lingtian. After all, they were worried about being targeted by Duan Lingtian after his breakthrough. Sly fox. Lei Hong cursed inwardly, but he was not very surprised. Before coming, he was already prepared for this. I wonder if the others ran away as well. Lei Hong wondered inwardly as he left without saying another word. Lei Hong visited the forces of the world's supreme powerhouses in the sun-bright world who used to be on par with him. As expected, all of them had left. Not only that, but when he visited forces with only one world supreme powerhouse, he discovered that those world supreme powerhouses had left as well. Chapter 4598 Fang Yifan is dead. They're all gone. Lei Hong attempted to find the world's supreme powerhouses but failed again and again. His expression was naturally unsightly. He did not expect all of them to guard against him. Do all of you fear me this much? Back when Feng Qingyang became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, none of you acted like this. Lei Hong cursed inwardly. At this time, it seemed like Lei Hong had completely forgotten that when Feng Qingyang was the only level 7 supreme powerhouse in the world, Feng Qingyang only guarded the heaven-traversing pagoda and prevented them from entering. Feng Qingyang did not kill indiscriminately. Even when Meng Han from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, not many saints went into hiding. The ones who did were only those who had enmity with Meng Han in the past. After all, Meng Han had quite a good reputation in the outer boundary. As for Lei Hong, he was notorious not only for his bad temper but also for his viciousness. They all ran away too. Lei Hong left the sun-bright world in a fit of rage and went to the transcendence world and the primordial world, which were two of the three upper worlds. However, he soon discovered that the world's supreme powerhouses in those two worlds also guarded against him. Apart from a few forces with more than two world supreme powerhouses where one world supreme powerhouse would stay behind like Shui Zhu from the Shui clan, no world supreme powerhouse stayed in their respective forces at all. All of them went into hiding after learning that Lei Hong had become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Damn it, everyone is avoiding me, am I so unreasonable in their eyes? Lei Hong fumed inwardly. After that, Lei Hong turned his attention to the 18 middle worlds. To be precise, he turned his attention to 17 out of the 18 middle worlds. He naturally did not dare to provoke the god-defying world that had two level 7 supreme powerhouses. After visiting the 17 worlds, he soon discovered that everyone was also conveniently absent from their respective forces. In the end, Lei Hong could only return to the Cyan Swan Saint sect in the Sunbright world, feeling frustrated. Not long after Lei Hong returned to the Sunbright world, the world's supreme powerhouses in hiding soon received news of Lei Hong's visit. All of them rejoiced at their foresight. Fortunately, we left early. That Lei Hong is really inhumane. Now that he's broken through, he wants to get rid of us. Seeing that Lei Hong didn't return after so long, I almost returned a few years ago. Fortunately, I didn't do so. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died. What's wrong with Lei Hong? He waited decades after his breakthrough before he came looking for us. He must have been injured by the fatal heavenly tribulation and took decades to recover. Somewhere in the transcendence world that was shrouded in mist, which gave the place an ethereal quality, a scoff rang in the air as a figure walked out of the mist. If Lei Hong was present, he would recognize the figure immediately. The other party was none other than Fang Yiyan, the strongest world supreme powerhouse in the transcendence world who obtained the heaven protection talisman earlier than Lei Hong did. Lei Hong, you want to kill me? It seems like you're very confident after becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. After so many years of preparation, it's finally time for me to take the next step and face the fatal heavenly tribulation. Fang Yifan took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. He did not waste time and quickly found a small world. After setting up concealing formations, he prepared to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. After overcoming it, he would become a level 7 supreme powerhouse as well, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lei Hong once again. At that time, Lei Hong would not dare to think about killing him again. In the god-defying world, Duan Ling Tian continued to live a leisurely and comfortable life. He would chat and drink tea with Xiao Mu Bai occasionally, chatting about the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Today was one of those days. Some time ago, Lei Hong searched the forces in the three upper worlds to kill the world's supreme powerhouses so he would have fewer competitors in the future, Xiao Mu Bai said. He's so cruel. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. In truth, this thought crossed his mind briefly before he dismissed it. After all, he did not think it was necessary. He was not afraid of people catching up to him. Similarly, his master was also not afraid of competition. After his master broke through, his master did not kill any saint or world supreme powerhouses at all. That's right. Fortunately, those world supreme powerhouses in the three upper worlds know about his vicious nature, so all of them went into hiding after his breakthrough, Xiao Mu Bai said with a smile. Later, he went to 17 middle worlds, leaving the god-defying world alone. Similarly, he couldn't find the world's supreme powerhouses. They either went into hiding, or the world, similar to ours, lied about having a world supreme powerhouse. Before Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang rose to power, the god-defying world had no world's supreme powerhouse. However, Xiao Mubai and the others kept up the pretense that Xiao Mubai's father, a world's supreme powerhouse, was still alive. This was to prevent others from attacking the god-defying world. After all, the lower worlds and the middle worlds without world supreme powerhouses were conquered by the upper three worlds and forced to serve them. The upper three worlds would forcefully extract the world's realm energy to fortify their respective worlds. He didn't go to the outer boundary. Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. I don't think so. Xiao Mubai shook his head and said, Lei Hong's reputation is not only bad in the myriad worlds, but it's bad even in the outer boundary. In my opinion, the saints in the outer boundary have probably gone into hiding as well. That aside, Lei Hong won't dare to go to the outer boundary recklessly. After all, Lord Meng Han is in the outer boundary. With Lord Meng Han's presence, Lei Hong won't dare to recklessly attack the saints in the outer boundary. A few days had just passed when Xiao Mubai came to look for Duan Ling Tian again. I just received news that Fang Yifan, the strongest world supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world, is dead, Xiao Mubai said solemnly. This was not the first time Duan Ling Tian heard about Fang Yifan. He knew that Fang Yifan was the second person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtain the heaven protection talisman before Lei Hong did. Did he die during the fatal heavenly tribulation? Duan Ling Tian asked. Most likely, Xiao Mubai said with a nod. It's unlikely that he'd be found by Lei Hong. After preparing for such a long time, he should have been facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. I heard this news from a world supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world. He discovered that Fang Yifan's soul pearl had shattered. It was normal for world supreme powerhouses to possess each other's soul pearls to facilitate communication. Once a soul pearl shattered, it meant that the owner of the soul pearl was dead. Chapter 4599. A huge commotion. Although Xiao Mubai was only an imminent world supreme powerhouse, he was the face of the god-defying world. He was usually responsible for liaising with powerhouses from the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. The world supreme powerhouses and saints from the myriad worlds and outer boundary could not easily contact Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. However, they really wanted to form a good relationship with the duo. As such, they would look for Xiao Mubai when they visited the god-defying world. Although they were stronger than Xiao Mubai, they treated him courteously like an equal without any arrogance. In their opinion, having a good relationship with Xiao Mubai and the god-defying world was part of forming a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. As the lord of the god-defying world, there was no doubt in their minds that Xiao Mubai was familiar with Duan Ling Tian Feng Qingyang. In their opinion, there was no harm in befriending Xiao Mubai at all. For this reason, as soon as news spread about Fang Yifan's death in the Transcendence world, a world supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world came to the god-defying world to share the news with Xiao Mubai. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up after listening to Xiao Mubai's words. He said, it seems like even with 3 heaven protection talismans, it's still not easy to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. Indeed, Xiao Mubai said with a sigh. A complicated expression could be seen on his face at this moment. Back then, when Meng Han from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion overcame the Saints' fatal heavenly tribulation and became the 3rd level 7 supreme powerhouse after Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang, Xiao Mubai felt that he had a chance in becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse after he became a world supreme powerhouse and obtained the heaven protection talisman from the heaven traversing pagoda. However, when Xiao Mubai found out that Meng Han was rewarded with an additional heaven protection talisman, which contributed greatly to his success, his anticipation and excitement vanished immediately. The flames of motivation that had just risen in the depths of his heart were also immediately extinguished. However, when Lei Hong from the sun-bright world successfully overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation, Xiao Mubai saw a ray of hope again. Alas, it seemed like heaven was playing a joke on him. After Lei Hong, no one successfully overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation and became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Xiao Mubai was dealt another blow when he received news of the death of Fang Yifan from the Transcendence world, who was on par with Lei Hong in the past. I heard that Lei Hong only returned decades after his breakthrough. It seems like even his new vital energy could not completely heal his injuries in a short time, otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden for so long, Duan Ling Tian said. After hearing about Fang Yifan's death due to the fatal heavenly tribulation, it was not hard for him to come to this conclusion. That's right, Lei Hong must have survived the fatal heavenly tribulation by a hair's breadth, Xiao Mubai said, nodding in agreement. Xiaomubai also knew that Meng Han was injured by the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, thanks to 4 heaven protection talismans, his injuries were not serious. After his vital energy changed, he was able to heal his injuries in a short time. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew about this as well since Meng Han came to spar with him shortly after his breakthrough. In the Transcendence world, a silent and gloomy atmosphere shrouded Fang Yifan's sect. The sect was the first to find out about his death. As soon as he died, someone from the sect discovered his shattered soul pearl and confirmed his death. When the news reached the ears of the other world's supreme powerhouse in the sect, he broke down in tears. After all, Fang Yifan was his disciple. Fang Yifan was a prodigy and had long surpassed him. Unexpectedly, Fang Yifan would leave before him. After grieving, he forced himself to calm down. He quickly dealt with a few matters in the sect before he left the sect in a hurry. Now that Fang Yifan was dead, he no longer dared to stay in the sect. Previously, Lei Hong had visited the sect, and he had received Lei Hong. Although Lei Hong was friendly, he could sense Lei Hong's killing intent. It was only when he told Lei Hong that his disciple was not in the sect that Lei Hong's killing intent vanished. He knew that it was very likely that Lei Hong would return as soon as Lei Hong found out about Fang Yifan's death. This time, Lei Hong definitely would have no qualms about killing him and destroying the sect. After all, previously, Lei Hong was afraid that Fang Yifan would successfully become a level 7 supreme powerhouse and seek revenge from him. Now that Fang Yifan died, Lei Hong no longer had anything to fear. Among the 2 world supreme powerhouses of the sect, one died, and the other went into hiding. This unsurprisingly caused a huge commotion in the sect. How could this have happened? Why, that's right, Lei Hong from the Cyan Swan Saint sect overcame the fatal heaven tribulation and became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Why did Patriarch Fang, who was on par with him, fail? Is it possible that Lei Hong killed Patriarch Fang? I think that's possible. After all, Lei Hong frequently looked for Patriarch Fang to spar with in the past, and their fights always ended in a draw. There's no reason why Lei Hong survived the fatal heavenly tribulation but Patriarch Fang did not. The sect was in a mess after Fang Yifan's death. Not long after, they began to make preparations for his funeral. During the funeral, many top forces from the Transcendence world came to offer their condolences. The news quickly spread to the other 2 upper worlds, the Sun-Bright world and the Primordial world. As such, Lei Hong was also in attendance at the funeral. He was naturally delighted when he found out about Fang Yifan's death. He thought to himself, feeling slightly regretful, what a pity Fang Yifan's master has left. Otherwise, I'd kill him after everyone leaves. I really didn't expect Fang Yifan to be killed by the fatal heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, I would have killed his master when I visited previously. During the funeral in the Transcendence world where many powerhouses from the upper 3 worlds gathered, the news of Fang Yifan's death finally spread to the outer boundary and the 18 middle worlds. Everyone was naturally shocked and frightened. Fang Yifan, the top world supreme powerhouse in the Transcendence world, failed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. Fang Yifan, who's comparable to the strongest saints in the outer boundary, is dead. Chapter 4600. Consider this a favor to me. More than 60 years ago, Lei Hong successfully passed the fatal heaven tribulation and became the 4th level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. This served as a great motivation for the world supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds and even the saints in the outer boundary. They felt that perhaps it would not be difficult to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse since another person had done it. Alas, now that Fang Yifan, who was on par with Lei Hong in the past, was killed by the fatal heavenly tribulation, the confidence suffered a huge blow. The world supreme powerhouses in the 18 middle realms naturally did not dare to go to the Transcendence world to attend the funeral, afraid that Lei Hong would kill them. Even saints from the outer boundary did not dare to go there. Only those who had a good relationship with Meng Han dared to go there since Meng Han was with them. Meng Han had been surprised as well when he found out about Fang Yifan's death. However, when he recalled how fierce the fatal heavenly tribulation he faced was, he no longer thought it was surprising. It could be said that luck also played a part in Lei Hong successfully overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation. Lei Hong was missing for more than 60 years after his breakthrough. Before he finally returned to his sect, he must have been severely injured, Meng Han thought to himself. At this time, Meng Han and a few saints from the outer boundary finally arrived at the Profound Law Heavenly sect in the Transcendence world, to which Fang Yifan belonged. When Meng Han arrived, many people from the upper 3 worlds had already left. He did not see Lei Hong as well. However, with a quick sweep of his divine consciousness, he found Lei Hong hiding in the dark. Is he lying in wait for the others? Meng Han frowned slightly. In his opinion, Lei Hong was too narrow-minded. He had naturally heard about Lei Hong's visits to the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds and Lei Hong's intention to kill the world's supreme powerhouses there to eliminate the competition. For this reason, he even went to the Sunbright world to warn Lei Hong not to make a move against the saints in the outer boundary. In fact, Meng Han was under a lot of pressure. He was the only level supreme powerhouse in the outer boundary, but there were already 3 level 7 supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds. Meng Han trusted the character of Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang from the god-defying world, but what if another level 7 supreme powerhouse as vicious as Lei Hong appeared in the myriad worlds? If Lei Hong joined forces with such a person, how could he resist? He would likely have to seek help from Duan Lingtian at that time. A disciple of the profound law heavenly sect led Meng Han and the group of saints to a simple mourning hall that had just been set up for Fang Yifan. My condolences. Meng Han remained calm, but the expressions of the saints who followed him here turned grim immediately. At this moment, they could no longer deny that Fang Yifan was dead. Everyone also knew the reason for the absence of Fang Yifan's master at this time. It was clear that his master was worried about Lei Hong killing him and destroying the profound law heavenly sect. Alas, if Fang Yifan did not die, he would not have to go into hiding. At this time, a few figures appeared near the profound law heavenly sect. 2 young men stood at the lead while a young man and an old man stood behind them. The young men were none other than Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang, and Xiao Mubai. As for the old man, he was Xiao Mubai's friend, a world supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world. He was also the one who brought the news of Fang Yifan's death to Xiao Mubai. Since Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang did not know the way to the profound law heavenly sect, they followed Xiao Mubai, who had acquaintances here, to this place. Lord Duan, Lord Feng, the profound law heavenly sect is up ahead, the old man standing next to Xiao Mubai said. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang nodded slightly in response. Following that, their expressions changed imperceptibly when they extended their divine consciousness. They exchanged a look before they looked in one specific direction. It seems that Lei Hong still hasn't given up on killing world's supreme powerhouses, Feng Qingyang said. He had also heard about Lei Hong's actions a while ago. Now that he found the other party hiding in the dark, it was not difficult to guess the other party's intention at all. The old man said, the world's supreme powerhouses in the myriad world are all afraid of Lei Hong now. Even Fang Yifan's master, a world supreme powerhouse, went into hiding shortly after confirming Fang Yifan's death. Duan Lingtian nodded. A disdainful expression could be seen on his face at this moment. After that, they continued to make their way to the profound law heavenly sect. Just as they were about to enter the profound law sect, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang suddenly stopped in their tracks as though they had sensed something. Xiao Mubai and the old man stopped walking as well and looked at the duo curiously. In the next moment, a domineering divine consciousness swept out. It avoided Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang, and Xiao Mubai, heading straight for the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically. Lord Duan, Lord Feng, it's Lei Hong. He's going to kill me. Please help me. After all, I led you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. The old man pleaded, panicking. The old man did not expect Lei Hong to be hiding here. Most importantly, he did not expect Lei Hong would be so bold as to make a move with Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang around. Was it because Lei Hong knew Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang would not help him? Xiao Mubai was very familiar with Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang's character after all. He quickly said through voice transmission to reassure the old man, don't worry. The 2 lords won't just stand aside and do nothing. Upon hearing this, the old man finally sighed in relief, and his expression eased. A gust of wind blew past, and a burly middle-aged man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. It was none other than Lei Hong. An obviously hypocritical smile could be seen on his face as he cupped his fists together at Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang and greeted them. I'm Lei Hong. Brother Feng, we've met once in the past. This must be Brother Duan, right? Feng Qingyang nodded slightly, but Duan Lingtian only glanced at Lei Hong briefly before ignoring him. Lei Hong's smile froze immediately. However, he quickly calmed down. He looked at Duan Lingtian for a moment before he shifted his attention to the old man. Then, he said to Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian, and Xiao Mu Bai, that old man is an enemy of mine. Do you think you can hand him over to me? Consider this a favor to me. Although the old man was relieved after Xiao Mu Bai's reminder, he panicked again when he heard Lei Hong's words. At the same time, he looked at the backs of the two people in front of him hopefully. Not far away, a few people who were just about to leave saw what was happening and came over to watch the show. Chapter 4601 Killing Lei Hong. It's Lord Lei Hong. Lord Lei Hong, are you trying to kill Zhang Shan? Those few people who were just about to leave but came to watch the show recognized Lei Hong and Zhang Shan immediately. Lei Hong was a top world supreme powerhouse in the sun-bright world before he became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, after all. Moreover, he also attended many important events in the Transcendence world in the past. As for Zhang Shan, although he was not among the strongest world supreme powerhouses, he was still a famous world supreme powerhouse. The most important thing now was that Zhang Shan was the only world supreme powerhouse in his clan. Currently, it was not just the 3 upper worlds, but most of the world supreme powerhouses in the 18 middle worlds had gone into hiding, afraid that Lei Hong would kill them. Lei Hong had always been overbearing, belligerent, and ruthless. Before his breakthrough, no one feared him like they did now because there were many who could keep him in check. However, now that he had broken through, as long as he did not provoke the god-defying world, he was like an overlord in the myriad worlds. Apart from the duo from the god-defying world, no one in the myriad worlds was a match for him at all. Lord Zhang Shan actually came here. Isn't he afraid of death? That's right, even the world supreme powerhouse from the profound law heavenly set left the sect and went into hiding after Lord Fang's death was confirmed. Who are the two people standing in front of him? With Lord Zhang's status, he's actually willing to stand behind them. Are they powerful world supreme powerhouses? I don't know about the other young man, but one of them is the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap from the god-defying world. A few of the onlookers recognized Feng Qingyang immediately. Previously, when the heaven-traversing pagoda appeared, Feng Qingyang guarded the pagoda and prevented others from entering the pagoda. At that time, in addition to the saints and world supreme powerhouses, many demi-saints and imminent world supreme powerhouses went to have a look as well. It turns out to be Lord Feng Qingyang. Then, the person next to him should be Lord Duan Ling Tian, right? I heard that Lord Duan is a disciple of Lord Feng. Those two have become famous in the god-defying world. No wonder Lord Lei didn't kill Lord Zhang immediately. No wonder he asked those two for a favor, they're not weaker than him after all. There are only 4 level 7 supreme powerhouses now. I didn't expect to be able to meet all of them at once today. Many people were amazed and felt fortunate. They had just met Meng Han from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion in the Outer Boundary, who was also the only level 7 supreme powerhouse in the Outer Boundary. As soon as they stepped out, they met Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian, and Lei Hong. Lord Lei obviously wants to kill Lord Zhang. Will those two agree to his request? I think so. They're peers after all. There's no need to burn bridges for an outsider. Most people thought that Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang would give in to Lei Hong. At this time, Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian silently exchanged a look. Then, Duan Ling Tian looked at Lei Hong as though he was looking at a fool and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Why must we do you a favor?" Although this was Duan Ling Tian's first time meeting Lei Hong, he had heard of Lei Hong long ago. Lei Hong's expression changed drastically upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. The onlookers were shocked as well. Duan Ling Tian was too domineering after all. Not only was he not polite to Lei Hong, who was on par with him, but he also seemed a little hostile. Lord Duan, Zhang Shan's eyes lit up with gratitude. He had felt uneasy until Duan Ling Tian had spoken. After all, he was not sure if Duan Ling Tian and the others would give up on him. Duan Ling Tian, are you going to burn bridges with me? Lei Hong asked in a deep voice. So what if I am? Who do you think you are? Duan Ling Tian said with a sneer. Duan Ling Tian did not have a good impression of Lei Hong at all. Put aside Lei Hong's recent deeds, after Duan Ling Tian overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation, Lei Hong was one of the world's supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds who had threatened the god-defying world to hand him over. If it were not for their fear of him after his breakthrough, they would have already destroyed the god-defying world, which would inevitably affect his family and friends. Lei Hong did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so hostile. After all, this was the first time they met. There was no reason for Duan Ling Tian to be hostile even if Duan Ling Tian did not agree with him. Duan Ling Tian scoffed coldly and took a step forward. In just an instant, his energy surged out along with his law of space, and a sword appeared in his hand. A huge sword ray flew out, illuminating the sky and parting the clouds. It was so huge that it covered the sun and the sky. It shot toward Lei Hong at lightning speed. Spatial cracks appeared in its wake, and it generated a storm as it flew. It was as though it was going to destroy the entire Transcendence world. In the distance, the profound law heavenly sects guarding formation rose up, barely blocking the shockwave of the attack and alarming everyone inside. This aura, is it Brother Duan? Meng Han was the first one to come out to see what was going on. At this moment, Lei Hong bellowed, Duan Ling Tian, what are you doing? It was too late for Lei Hong to dodge, so he mobilized all his energy and his law to block the sword. Alas, after a brief stalemate, he could no longer hold on and was beheaded. Lei Hong's body exploded, but there was no flesh or blood. It was as though he had just vanished into thin air. Feng Qingyang sneered. He's quite careful. It's just a doppelganger. Duan Ling Tian remained indifferent. As early as when he detected Lei Hong, he could already sense something was amiss. Later, when Lei Hong boldly targeted Zhongshan in his master's presence, he had already guessed that Lei Hong's true body was not here. However, even if it was just a doppelganger of the law, with the Tao of heaven and earth Lei Hong mastered and the other laws he comprehended to the perfect form, it was still much stronger than world supreme powerhouses. On the contrary, the doppelganger was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. This was obvious by how Duan Ling Tian beheaded the doppelganger with just one strike. It was not just Duan Ling Tian, even Feng Qingyang could easily destroy the doppelganger. As it turns out, it's just a doppelganger. At this moment, the onlookers also recovered from their shock. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian struck and killed Lei Hong with just a strike, they had been thoroughly shocked. Now that they found out that it was just a doppelganger, they naturally were no longer shocked. Chapter 4602 Lei Hong goes into hiding. Lord Lei's doppelganger is really lifelike, a few people exclaimed. Let alone imminent world supreme powerhouses, one could easily distinguish between the doppelgangers of a world supreme powerhouse and the real person. Their eyes were usually lifeless. However, Lei Hong's doppelganger was different. They could clearly see the emotions in its eyes. There were also no abnormalities that they could find with their divine consciousness. The change is really huge after becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse, someone said. Lei Hong was a native of the myriad worlds. He did not possess bloodline power and could summon doppelgangers of the laws. Unlike the others, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang were naturally aware of the qualitative change in their doppelgangers after becoming level 7 supreme powerhouses. In the beginning, they only briefly extended their divine consciousness that touched that of Lei Hong, so they did not notice unusual. It was only Lei Hong's boldness that made Duan Ling Tian suspect that Lei Hong was just a doppelganger. Since Lei Hong was intent on killing all the world's supreme powerhouses, how could he show himself so openly and put himself in danger? Moreover, how could he have the confidence to escape two level 7 supreme powerhouses? Even if Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang were just ordinary level 7 supreme powerhouses, if they joined forces, Lei Hong would still have to pay a high price to escape from them. Meanwhile, Zhongshan finally sighed in relief. Although he now knew it was just a doppelganger, Lei Hong was still capable of killing him. After calming down, he quickly expressed his gratitude to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Lord Duan. Don't mention it, Duan Ling Tian said lightly. Not only are you a friend of Lord Shao, but you also led us here. I can't just do nothing if someone attacks you. If you're killed, it'll affect my and my master's reputation. Although Duan Ling Tian spoke calmly, his words were domineering. At this moment, a burst of laughter rang in the air before Meng Han flew over. Brother Duan, Brother Feng, we meet again. Lei Hong should be grateful he sent his doppelganger. Otherwise, he would have died today. Meng Han landed in front of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang and greeted them enthusiastically. Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Xiao Mubai understood the meaning behind Meng Han's words. Meng Han was aware of Duan Ling Tian's strength and knew that even if Lei Hong was here in person, Duan Ling Tian would still be able to kill Lei Hong. However, Zhongshan and the others assumed that Meng Han was just being polite. After all, it seemed like he had a good relationship with Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Not only that, but he also seemed to dislike Lei Hong and was willing to join forces with the duo to deal with Lei Hong. I didn't expect Lord Meng from the outer boundary to have such a good relationship with Lord Duan and Lord Feng. Isn't that normal? Didn't you hear that Lord Meng was the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda thanks to Lord Duan and Lord Feng? I heard that before becoming famous, Lord Duan briefly joined the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion as a disciple as well. Fortunately for Lord Lei, he didn't show up in person. Otherwise, he would have likely died today. Zhang Shan felt that it was a pity Lei Hong did not come in person today. Later, when the others came out from the Profound Law Heavenly Sect, they also learned about what happened and were shocked. At this time, one person was hiding behind a crowd and sending a message to Lei Hong. He was an imminent world supreme powerhouse from Sunbright World. The force he belonged to was governed by the Cyan Swan Saint sect, which was Lei Hong's sect. At this moment, Lei Hong's expression was rather unsightly. He was leaving the Transcendence world for the Sunbright world now. He really did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so overbearing and destroy his doppelganger. He really did not know how he had offended Duan Ling Tian. Was I too polite earlier so he thought I was a pushover? I need to make more preparations. Who knows if Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong will come to the Sunbright world and join forces to kill me. At this moment, Lei Hong received a message, and his expression grew even more unsightly. What? Meng Han is also standing on their side and is willing to join forces with them to deal with me. Meng Han even said that if I were there in person, I wouldn't have been able to survive. Lei Hong was confident he could escape from Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong even if they joined forces. At most, he would be injured. However, if Meng Han joined them as well, he was not confident he could escape at all. Meng Han, there's no enmity between us. Why are you teaming up with them against me? Lei Hong's unsightly expression did not ease at all as he returned to the Sunbright world. It seems like I can't return to the sect at all. If the three of them come looking for me at the sect, I'll be dead. Lei Hong did not return to the Cyan Swan Saint sect after returning to the Sunbright world. He sent a message to the world supreme powerhouse of the sect to inform the other party that he was going into hiding. He also told the other party that if Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyong, and Meng Han showed up to cause trouble at the Cyan Swan sect, the other party should tell the trio that he would not let the god-defying world and the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion go. How did things escalate to this point? The world supreme powerhouse of the Cyan Swan Saint sect was puzzled. He did not understand how Lei Hong managed to offend all three level 7 supreme powerhouses at the same time. After all, there were only 4 level 7 supreme powerhouses. Lei Hong had offended 3 of them. Lei Hong did not bother to explain himself. After he became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, his ego had grown even bigger. He no longer cared about anyone's opinion, including those of his seniors and elders in the sect. Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyong, and Meng Han were naturally unaware of what was going on. The trio chatted for a while before they entered the Profound Law Heavenly Sect. With that, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong also confirmed that Fang Yifan, the top world supreme powerhouse of the Transcendence world, was truly dead. After all, seeing was believing. The purpose of their visit was to verify this matter. Chapter 4603 Zhang Shan's decision. Meng Han's success in overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation had given hope to many saints and world supreme powerhouses. They only found that it would be impossible to replicate his success when they found out that he had an additional heaven protection talisman. However, since Lei Hong managed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation without a 4th heaven protection talisman, everyone felt that they could replicate his success. It was not surprising that many saints and world supreme powerhouses were eager to break into the next realm after news of Lei Hong's breakthrough spread. Alas, unexpectedly, a few decades later, they found out that a supreme powerhouse who was no weaker than Lei Hong was killed by the fatal heavenly tribulation. Needless to say, this greatly impacted their morale. It seems like even if we successfully obtain the heaven protection talisman from the heaven traversing pagoda, we can't rush to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. We have to be very prepared before facing the tribulation. Initially, I couldn't wait to heal my injuries so I can enter the heaven traversing pagoda again to obtain the heaven protection talisman. However, it seems like there's no rush now. A world supreme powerhouse, who failed to obtain the heaven protection talisman by a narrow margin, thought to himself after learning about Fang Yifan's demise. At the same time, 2 world supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds who recently obtained the heaven protection talisman were filled with fright as they discussed among themselves. I obtained the heaven protection talisman a decade ago. Fortunately, I didn't rush to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, I might have died just like Fang Yifan. I feel the same way. I didn't expect that even Fang Yifan failed to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation. He wasn't any weaker than me. Fang Yifan's death was like a reminder to the saints and world's supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. They realized that even with the heaven protection talisman, they might not be able to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation. With this, quite a few saints and world supreme powerhouses decided to face the fatal heavenly tribulation only after they had fully comprehended two laws to the paramount stage and the Tao of heaven and earth they comprehended to the seventh stage. With these, the probability of them surviving the fatal heavenly tribulation would be higher. One should know that even without comprehending two laws to the paramount stage, one could still trigger the fatal heavenly tribulation by comprehending two laws to the perfect form. Many people were aware of Lei Hong's strength. Since he was able to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse, it meant that he did not suppress his Tao of heaven and earth, and when he was a world supreme powerhouse, he must have at least comprehended two laws to the paramount stage. He was considered one of the strongest world supreme powerhouses because he had comprehended at least one law to the perfect form and the others to a high degree, not counting the two he had comprehended to the paramount stage. Most of the other world supreme powerhouse comprehended one law to the paramount stage and had a profound comprehension of the four Taos of heaven and earth. Although a world supreme powerhouse who comprehended two laws to the paramount stage was not unprecedented, most of their comprehension of the four Taos of heaven and earth was not very high. Many of them focused on comprehending the laws to the paramount stage and neglected their four Taos of heaven and earth. For this reason, their strength was only ordinary. After leaving the profound law heavenly sect, Meng Han bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. When only Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang, Xiaomu Bai, and Zhongshan were left, Xiaomu Bai smiled and said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, "My lords, Senior Zhongshan plans to move his clan from the sun-bright world to the god-defying world. I wonder what your thoughts are about this." As a lord of the god-defying world, Xiaomu Bai naturally wished for there to be more world supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world even if they were not natives of the god-defying world. Previously, Zhongshan had expressed his envy that the god-defying world had two level 7 supreme powerhouses. At that time, Xiaomu Bai had jokingly said that Zhongshan could also bask in the glory by moving to the god-defying world. Zhongshan cupped his fists together at Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang as he said earnestly, "My lords, I genuinely wished to join the god-defying world. Please fulfill my wish." Zhongshan had considered it thoroughly before making this decision. Previously, he did not take Xiaomu Bai's joke seriously. Although the god-defying world had two level 7 supreme powerhouses, he thought that the glory might not last long. After Meng Han and Lei Hong broke through one after another, he thought that he would eventually break through as well. He also believed that the world's supreme powerhouses from the three upper worlds would take that crucial step forward. However, Fang Yifan's demise had made Zhongshan realize how difficult it was to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation even with the heaven protection talisman. Even Lei Hong was severely injured after facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, he would not have gone into seclusion for so many years before returning to the sun-bright world. He knew that Lei Hong was arrogant and liked to show off. If Lei Hong was not injured, Lei Hong would have returned to the sun-bright world to show off immediately. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also saved his life from Lei Hong's doppelganger. He also heard from Xiaomu Bai that Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang shared their knowledge regarding the four Taos of heaven and earth with the supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world. He learned that Duan Lingtian not only had a profound comprehension of the sword Tao, but Duan Lingtian also had a profound comprehension of the mastery Tao and the limitless Tao. For all these reasons, after leaving the profound law heavenly sect, Zhongshan decided to move his clan to the god-defying world. The god-defying world was one of the 18 middle worlds, but everyone knew the god-defying world was now stronger than the three upper worlds. "My master and I naturally welcome world supreme powerhouses to join the god-defying world," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. He could tell from Xiaomu Bai's gaze that Xiaomu Bai had likely enticed Zhongshan to join the god-defying world. Feng Qingyang laughed and said, "The god-defying world finally has a world supreme powerhouse again. Thank you for the support, my lords." Zhongshan bowed and expressed his gratitude to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang as he said, "I'll send a message to my good-for-nothing son and ask him to lead our clan to the god-defying world. Please take good care of us, my lords." Then, Zhongshan turned to Xiaomu Bai and said with a smile, "Lord Xiao, we're like a family now. Please look after us as well. Chapter 4604. I'll be waiting for Lei Hong in the god-defying world. Xiao Mubai laughed happily. That's right, Brother Zhang. We're a family now. Xiao Mubai did not expect that after a long time, the god-defying world's first world's supreme powerhouse would be an outsider. He was naturally aware it was all thanks to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong that this happened and that it had nothing to do with his charm. Xiao Mubai's gaze softened as he thought about his father who had passed away many years ago. Father, do you see this? The god-defying world finally has another world's supreme powerhouse after you. Xiao Mubai did not consider Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong when he thought about this. After all, the duo was not world supreme powerhouses when they left the god-defying world, and when they returned, they had already surpassed world supreme powerhouses. Lord Xiao, Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission, the divine offering land is safe under my protection. Let's arrange for Zhongshan to settle down in another realm of gods so he could protect it. That's what I had in mind as well, Xiao Mubai quickly replied through voice transmission. Apart from wanting Zhongshan to protect another realm of gods, Xiao Mubai also planned to let Zhongshan settle down in another realm of gods to avoid the chances of the members of the Zhong clan unknowingly offending Duan Ling Tian's family and friends. After all, it was not an easy decision for the Zhong clan to move to the god-defying world. As such, Xiao Mubai did not want the Zhong clan to suffer any slight after moving to the god-defying world. Shortly after, Xiao Mubai brought Zhongshan back to the god-defying world and prepared to introduce him to the other lords of the god-defying world. Before they left, Zhongshan sent a message to his son, an imminent world supreme powerhouse, to lead the clan to the god-defying world. Move to the god-defying world? Father, are you serious? Zhongshan's son was puzzled by his father's decision. His father had left the Transcendence world to avoid Lei Hong, so he was surprised to learn that his father had returned to the Transcendence world but did not return to the clan. Then, he was further shocked when he learned about his father's intention to move to the god-defying world. Zhongshan explained, I was fortunate this time because I had the protection of Lord Duan. However, I might not be so lucky next time. Even Fang Yifan failed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. You should know how powerful Lei Hong is now. With my current strength, it's hard for me to obtain the heavenly protection talisman in the heaven-traversing pagoda. Even if I manage to obtain it, I'm not confident about facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. At least not until I'm stronger than Fang Yifan or my time is approaching. Zhongshan was naturally referring to the once in -10,000-year heavenly tribulation that would grow increasingly strong. He had already found his previous heavenly tribulation somewhat challenging and was injured. Although the injuries were minor, who knew if it would be the case during his next heavenly tribulation? His strength did not improve much since then. Although he was confident about surviving his upcoming heavenly tribulation, he knew he would pay a great price. Father, I understand, Zhongshan's son said. He did not expect so many things to happen. Thinking about the death of Fang Yifan, the top world supreme powerhouse in the Transcendence world, he longer questioned his father's decision. He did not waste time and began to make preparations to move the clan to the god-defying world. He knew that some stubborn members would be unwilling to leave their home and could only let them be, considering them a branch of the Zhong clan. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong did not return to the god-defying world with Xiao Mubai and Zhongshan. Instead, the master and disciple went to the Xianxia Saint sect in the Sunbright world. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had killed Lei Hong's doppelganger. Although there was no serious damage to Lei Hong, it would take some time for Lei Hong to form a new doppelganger. There was no doubt that there was now a grudge between them, and it was only natural for them to confront each other. Lei Hong might not even be at the Xianxia Saint sect, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Based on his previous mode of operation, it's only natural for him to consider the possibility of us coming to the Sunbright world to look for him and settle the scores. Feng Qingyong said, I don't think he'll be at the sect as well. However, we should still visit the sect. Who knows if he's bold enough to stay at the sect? If he's at the sect, he can only blame himself for being unlucky, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. When Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong finally arrived at the Xianxia Saint sect, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand. He did not bother to explain himself to his enemy's force. A huge sword ray descended from the sky immediately, and the Xianxia Saint sect's guarding formation was immediately triggered. Alas, it was easily crushed, looking like stars falling from the sky. I'm looking for Lei Hong, Duan Ling Tian said. A hint of killing intent could be heard in his otherwise indifferent voice. That's Feng Qingyang. That person next to him who just spoke also made the move earlier. He must be Duan Lingtian. He's Feng Qingyang's disciple and the second level 7 supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world. When the supreme powerhouses flew up to the sky, they saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. In just a moment, their anger seemed to drain out of their bodies, replaced by a sense of helplessness. What could they do? Even the strongest world supreme powerhouse needed at least 15 minutes to destroy their guarding formation, but a level 7 supreme powerhouse could do that in just a blink of an eye. They were angry but powerless and could only resign to their fate. Despite their feelings, they naturally had to greet Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, not wanting to further provoke the duo. There were a few who glared at the duo and refused to show respect. They were not afraid. After all, in their opinion, if the duo dared to attack them, their sect's level 7 supreme powerhouse would seek revenge from the god-defying world. Meanwhile, after extending his divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian said, he's indeed not in the sect. At this moment, the clan leader of the Cyan Swan Saint sect stepped forward and relayed Lei Hong's threatening message to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian sneered. Then, he extended his divine consciousness to the world supreme powerhouse of the Cyan Swan Saint sect, causing the latter to turn pale. His eyes shone with killing intent as he raised his hand. A sword ray shot toward the world supreme powerhouse as Duan Lingtian said, I'll be waiting for Lei Hong in the god-defying world then. Chapter 4605 The Death of a World Supreme Powerhouse. For the longest time, world supreme powerhouses and saints were peerless in the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. However, today, when faced with Duan Lingtian's attack, the world supreme powerhouse from the Cyan Swan Saint sect showed fear on his face. The world supreme powerhouse quickly mobilized all his energy to block the sword ray. At the same time, he cursed the sect leader of the Cyan Swan Saint sect inwardly for relaying Lei Hong's threatening message to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, the latter could have conveyed the message in a better tone. Apart from that, the world supreme powerhouse thought that Duan Lingtian attacked him because Duan Lingtian was young, inexperienced, and arrogant. He thought that Duan Lingtian was really rash for attacking him. Isn't he worried about Lei Hong wreaking havoc in the god-defying world? The world supreme powerhouse thought to himself. He did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to stop Lei Hong if Lei Hong ambushed the god-defying world. A loud explosion rang when the world supreme powerhouse from the Cyan Swan Saint sect blocked Duan Lingtian's sword ray. The collision immediately generated a huge shockwave that swept in all directions. The imminent world supreme powerhouses were shocked by the strength of the shockwave and hurriedly retreated. Those who were weaker were immediately sent flying. Their faces turned pale, and they were horrified, caught in the battle between two powerhouses. The sect leader of the Cyan Swan Saint sect was dumbfounded. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to make a move against the sect's world supreme powerhouse, who was his junior granduncle, as soon as he relayed Lei Hong's message. Is this all you've got? Duan Lingtian asked. Although the world supreme powerhouse managed to block the attack, Duan Lingtian undoubtedly had absolute control over the fight. Moreover, he did not even use full strength. Nonetheless, he was rather disappointed in the strength of his opponent. His opponent was much weaker than Zhao Yi, the saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect in the outer boundary, and was slightly weaker than Guo Lin, the other saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Lord Duan, let's talk. Based on Duan Lingtian's casual demeanor, it was obvious to the world supreme powerhouse that Duan Lingtian had been holding back. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian did not even use half his strength. On the contrary, he had used up every ounce of his strength and barely blocked Duan Lingtian's attack. Before Duan Lingtian could respond, the sect leader of the Cyan Swan Saint sect said loudly, Lord Duan, don't forget that my senior brother, Lei Hong, isn't any weaker than you. If you dare to kill my junior granduncle, senior brother Lei Hong won't let you get away with it. Duan Lingtian only raised an eyebrow when he heard these words. On the contrary, the expression of the world supreme powerhouse of the Cyan Swan Saint sect changed drastically. Why didn't I realize before this that the sect leader is so stupid? Can't he tell that his words are only further angering Duan Lingtian? Do all young people have such a short temper? The world supreme powerhouse did not even have time to appease Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian made a move again. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, I'll be waiting for him in the god-defying world. As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, a sword ray that was brighter and stronger than before shot out. The terrifying sword ray broke through the world's supreme powerhouse's attack and devoured it in just a blink of an eye, leaving spatial tears in its wake. A harrowing and resentful cry rang in the air before the sword ray multiplied and killed the world's supreme powerhouse, reducing him to ashes that were swept away by the spatial turbulence. Following that, the clear blue sky above the Xianxia Saint sect darkened as dark clouds gathered. Lightning flashed in the sky accompanied by the sounds of thunder. Soon enough, the dark clouds turned red as blood began to rain down. This phenomenon, which was much more intense than the phenomenon that heralded the death of imminent world supreme powerhouses, by everyone near the Xianxia Saint sect. A world supreme powerhouse from a top force nearby led a few people and flew up into the sky as they looked in the direction of the Xianxia Saint sect. Their eyes widened when they saw the scene. From afar, they saw a figure shattered into pieces under blood-red clouds. Blood rained down heavily as a harrowing cry rang out. It came from the Xianxia sect. I've seen the phenomenon when an imminent world supreme powerhouse died. It's really nothing compared to this one. We wouldn't have been able to see this phenomenon if an imminent world supreme powerhouse from the Xianxia Saint sect died. If I'm not wrong, this is the phenomenon that declares the death of a world supreme powerhouse. That figure and voice are very familiar. I think it's the world supreme powerhouse of the Xianxia Saint sect. The onlookers decided to brave the blood rain and moved closer to the Xianxia Saint sect to have a look. When they arrived, they saw two people in the air staring at the group of people from the Xianxia Saint sect indifferently. Although the spatial tears in front of duels were already sealed, they could still sense the terrifying spatial energy lingering in the air. Duels looked at the sect leader of the Xianxia Saint sect before he said, "I'm going to send your sect leader to accompany your world supreme powerhouse as well. The rest of you should go and inform Lei Hong that I'll be waiting for him in the god-defying world." The onlookers were shocked when they found out that the purple-clad young man in front of them was Duels, the second level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Apart from that, according to the heavenly text, he was also the first person to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation after the historical gap. Chapter 4606 Young and Rash. "No, if you dare to kill me, senior brother will definitely not spare the god-defying world." Panic set in when the sect leader of the Xianxia Saint sect heard Duels' words and saw the killing intent in Duels' eyes. Moreover, his junior granduncle, who was a world supreme powerhouse, had also been killed by Duels. It was easy as killing a chicken for Duels to kill a world supreme powerhouse, let alone an imminent world supreme powerhouse like him. "You can't kill me," the sect leader of the Xianxia Saint sect roared at the top of his lungs. These were his final words before his demise. As soon as his voice fell, the space around him suddenly began to distort even though Duels was motionless. Following that, he mysteriously shattered into pieces, and his aura vanished immediately. The blood clouds in the sky had yet to disperse, but blood rained down even harder than before as the phenomena that announced the deaths of a world supreme powerhouse and imminent world supreme powerhouse overlapped. Silence permeated the entire place. The supreme powerhouses of the Xianxia Saint sect and the onlookers felt chills running up their spines after they witnessed Duels killing the world supreme powerhouse and the imminent world supreme powerhouse of the Xianxia Saint sect. No one from the Xianxia Saint sect dared to speak, afraid that it would cost them their lives. Seeing that Duels acted without caring about the consequences his actions might bring to the god-defying world, they wondered if Duels was truly not worried about Lei Hong wreaking havoc in the god-defying world. Both Lei Hong and Duels were level 7 supreme powerhouses. In the eyes of the members of the Xianxia Saint sect, Duels could not possibly be stronger than Lei Hong because Duels was much younger. In their opinion, the years of experience that Lei Hong had accumulated would give Lei Hong an advantage over Duels. Although the god-defying world had 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses, they believed that even if the two joined forces, Lei Hong would still be able to escape from them. Naturally, these people did not dare to voice their thoughts. The tragic death of their sect leader served as a warning to them. They knew that if their sect leader had spoken and acted more diplomatically, perhaps Duels would not have killed their world supreme powerhouse and their sect leader. They were in despair at this moment. The Xianxia Saint sect's level 7 supreme powerhouse did not dare to return to the sect, and their world supreme powerhouse was dead. With this, would they still be considered the top sect in the sun-bright world? Thankfully, as long as Lei Hong was still alive, they would still be a force to reckon with in the sun-bright world no matter what. Master, let's go back, Duan Ling Tian said as he glanced at the silent members of the Xianxia Saint sect. After Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang vanished from sight, the onlookers finally regained their senses. A few of the supreme powerhouses from the neighboring forces finally had courage to come forward and asked about what happened. However, they did not get any answers since the supreme powerhouses of the Xianxia Saint sect were not in the mood to talk. However, one or two supreme powerhouses with connections to the Xianxia Saint sect soon found out about what happened after speaking to their friends in the Xianxia Saint sect. What? Lei Hong confronted Duan Ling Tian, then he fled because he was worried Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang would look for him in the Xianxia Saint sect. Before Lei Hong fled, he told the sect to tell Duan Ling Tian that if Duan Ling Tian dared to make a move on the sect, he would not let the god-defying world go. However, it seems like his threat didn't hold much weight at all. Indeed, his threat was useless. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have killed the sect's world supreme powerhouse and imminent world supreme powerhouse. The Xianxia Saint sect is really unlucky this time. I heard that the sect leader rashly conveyed Lei Hong's threat to Duan Ling Tian. That must have angered Duan Ling Tian. Was he out of his mind? Although Duan Ling Tian is a level 7 supreme powerhouse, he's still very young. Does the sect leader not know that young people have a short temper? They value their reputation more than their lives, and it seems like Duan Ling Tian isn't any different from them. Not long after, news of what happened spread like wildfire in the sun-bright world, shocking and scaring everyone. What? Duan Ling Tian from the god-defying world went to the Xianxia Saint sect and killed Lei Hong's junior granduncle who was a world supreme powerhouse. He also killed the sect leader of the Xianxia Saint sect. What happened? Even when Duan Ling Tian and his master were the only two level 7 supreme powerhouses around, they did not kill indiscriminately. Why did Duan Ling Tian suddenly act against Lei Hong's Xianxia Saint sect? I heard from a reliable source that Lei Hong tried to kill a world supreme powerhouse from the transcendence world. Unfortunately for him, that world supreme powerhouse is acquainted with Duan Ling Tian. I also heard that world supreme powerhouse has moved his clan from the transcendence world to the god-defying world. It's unprecedented for world supreme powerhouses from the sun-bright world to be killed by another person, right? It's not just the sun-bright world. It's unprecedented in the 3 upper worlds. Those who were killed were from the 18 middle worlds. Once Lei Hong learns about this, he'll probably go crazy, won't he? Oh, he'll definitely lose it. He might even go on a killing spree in the god-defying world. You really can't mess with young people. They have such a short temper. In a remote corner of the sun-bright world, the people's speculations were proven right. Before news of what happened in the Xianxia Saint sect spread, Lei Hong had already received several messages from the sect, and he was furious. Young and rash, Lei Hong did not think Duan Ling Tian was rash. To achieve so much at a young age, how could he be rash? Could he have come this far if he was rash? Although Lei Hong was furious, he quickly calmed himself down. He began to wonder if there was a conspiracy behind Duan Ling Tian's actions. He wondered if Duan Ling Tian was trying to lure him to the god-defying world. If he went on a killing spree in the god-defying world, it would give Duan Ling Tian a legitimate reason to kill him. Lei Hong had always been arrogant, and he had also suffered many losses due to his arrogance. After facing several near-death experiences due to his arrogance, he also learned from his mistake. From then on, he learned how to retreat and admit defeat if he was not a match for his opponent. If he could not afford to provoke his opponent, he would endure it. For example, back when Feng Qingyang was guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda, Lei Hong swallowed his pride and did not make a fuss, retreating silently even though he was displeased. If he were arrogant and kicked up a fuss, he would have already died at that time. After becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse, he was confident about his ability, so he dared to act arrogantly again when he went after the other world supreme powerhouses. It was not a rash decision. Because of his experience, he believed that Duan Ling Tian did not kill the 2 powerhouses from the Xianxia Saint sect rashly. Chapter 4607 The Return of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. However, Duan Ling Tian acted so brazenly, wouldn't it be humiliating if I didn't do anything? From the beginning of his cultivation journey until now, he had only been humiliated once or twice when he was weak and young. It had never happened again since then. It was only natural that he was infuriated by Duan Ling Tian's actions. Moreover, if he did not do anything about it, this unresolved hatred would likely cause a heart demon to grow in his heart, which would harm his cultivation. While news of the death of the world's supreme powerhouse of the Xianxia Saint sect spread in the sunbright world, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang returned to the god-defying world. Little Tian, are you planning to lure Lei Hong to the god-defying world to kill him? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile. He went to the sun-bright world and watched Duan Ling Tian kill those two people from the Xianxia Saint sect without saying anything because he knew Duan Ling Tian must have a reason for doing so. If only Lei Hong could be lured so easily, Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Although Duan Ling Tian acted ostentatiously and ruthlessly this time to anger Lei Hong, he did not think Lei Hong would be so foolish as to send himself to his death. During his time in the Transcendence world, he had seen how cautious Lei Hong was. Lei Hong only sent his doppelganger out at that time. Whether it was true or not, he was certain that Lei Hong was confident about escaping from him and Feng Qingyang. However, Lei Hong still did not let his guard down and only sent a doppelganger. Lei Hong was much more cautious than the average person. Not only that, but after their encounter, Lei Hong did not hesitate and went into hiding instead of returning to the Xianxia Saint sect. However, he assumed that Duan Ling Tian would not dare to take action against the sect, thinking that Duan Ling Tian would be afraid of the repercussions that the god-defying world might suffer. I really didn't expect him to be so cautious and decisive. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him when I first saw him, Feng Qingyang said icily when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Previously, Feng Qingyang had seen Lei Hong outside the heaven-traversing pagoda when it just appeared. Lei Hong was among the first group of world supreme powerhouses and saints to come to the heaven-traversing pagoda. He even spoke to Lei Hong briefly at that time. At that time, Lei Hong was just a world supreme powerhouse. This meant that his doppelgangers would still have lifeless and blank eyes. For this reason, Feng Qingyang was certain the Lei Hong he had met at the heaven-traversing pagoda was not a doppelganger. Meanwhile, upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, "Master, there's no need to be angry. It's only a matter of time before we kill Lei Hong." Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill Lei Hong for a long time now. Apart from the things he had heard about Lei Hong, he had never forgotten the fact that Lei Hong wanted to kill him and pressured the god-defying world to hand him over after he overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. "You're right," Feng Qingyang said with a laugh, "even if we can't kill him now, it doesn't mean we won't have a chance to do so in the future, unless he decides to stay in hiding forever." After returning to the god-defying world, the master and disciple parted ways. Duan Ling Tian returned to the Sha clan while Feng Qingyang returned to the solitary destructive heaven, a Devata realm, and continued being the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After leaving the heaven-traversing pagoda, Feng Qingyang stayed in the Sha clan for a few days but found that he could not get used to living there. Subsequently, he returned to the solitary destructive heaven and continued being its emperor. Moreover, his subordinates were still alive. The current Feng Qingyang was no longer the Feng Qingyang of the past. He was now among the strongest people in the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. When the heavenly text appeared to announce Feng Qingyang's breakthrough, there were a few people who doubted if the Feng Qingyang in the heavenly text was the same person as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, after his return, no one doubted it anymore. Not long after Feng Qingyang returned to the solitary destructive realm, the heavenly emperors and celestial emperors from various Devata realms came to pay their respects. However, except for a few whom he and Duan Ling Tian were acquainted with, he did not meet them. Unfortunately for one of them, despite his soft voice that could only be heard by the celestial emperor next to him, he suddenly trembled before he began to age from a middle-aged man to an old man in just an instant before he turned into dust and disappeared. All this happened in just a blink of an eye. The celestial emperor standing next to him almost peed himself when he saw this. This was not surprising since it was a terrifying method. His doubts vanished immediately at this moment, and he quickly fell to his knees as he pleaded for mercy. Earlier, everyone saw what happened as well and felt chills running up their spines. At that time, realization had not dawned on them. They had been wondering what kind of person could kill so silently and quickly. The person who made a move had to be someone highly skilled in the law of time and was likely at a higher realm than rudimentary supreme gods and intermediate supreme gods. Even ordinary advanced supreme gods might not be capable of that. However, After the Celestial Emperor fell to his knees and begged for mercy, realization finally dawned on them. The man who died had offended Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had just returned to his throne. How dare he offend heavenly Emperor Feng? He was courting death. Someone scolded angrily. At the same time, another person said mockingly, "Ha! He deserved it. Celestial Emperor Lu Chuan, that person next to you was really ignorant." The celestial emperors in the surroundings knew how unruly and arrogant this person was usually. However, seeing how cowardly he was at this moment, they naturally treated him as a laughingstock. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "Get out. From now on, you're not allowed to step foot into the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, I'll destroy you along with your soul." Chapter 4608. The Asura Hell is also one of the 3 deadliest places in the god-defying world. "Yes, Lord Feng Qingyang. All of you should leave as well," Feng Qingyang said indifferently. "I returned to the solitary destructive heaven because I have a deep love for this place after staying here for so many years in the past. There's no need for you to worry too much. Just continue on like you did before. My existence will not affect you in the slightest." Upon hearing this, the celestial emperors in the Devatal realms felt more at ease. Then, they quickly bade farewell and left, worried that they would become like the man next to Celestial Emperor Lu Chuan. They vaguely remember that the man was the strongest person under Celestial Emperor Lu Chuan's command. Although he was not yet a Celestial Emperor, he was almost as strong as one. He was almost among the strongest in this Devata realm. It would take them at least more than a dozen moves to defeat him. However, such a person was killed by Feng Qingyang so easily and so quickly. They were shocked and terrified. After everyone left, Feng Qingyang reminisced about the old days with several celestial emperors who had a good relationship with him and Duan Ling Tian in the past. "Heavenly Emperor Feng, you and your disciple are really shocking. I didn't expect both of you to take the crucial step and surpass the high and mighty existence in the realms of gods." "That's right, I've always known your disciple is powerful, but I really didn't expect him to come this far. I wonder if he'll return. I haven't seen him in a while. Not much time has passed, and my cultivation didn't progress much. However, you and your disciple have already reached such shocking heights. I can't believe I knew you from before. Otherwise, I'd be among the group of people who were asked to leave, Heavenly Emperor Feng." Everyone laughed, but their laughter was a little restrained. Although they had known Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian for a long time and used to joke around with the duo, they were also very self-aware. The duo was now in another league. It was a great blessing that the duo even remembered them. "If little Tian visits, I'll let you know, and we can meet again," Feng Qingyang said with a slight smile. Everyone's eyes lit up. They were also eager to meet the young man they knew in the past. Thinking of how cautious Duan Ling Tian was in front of them in the past, they could not help but sigh inwardly. So much had changed with the passage of time. Currently, the young man who used to look up to them had far surpassed them, standing on top of the world. They did not stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. They stayed for a few days and declined Feng Qingyang's invitation to stay a little longer before they left. Before leaving, they reminded Feng Qingyang again to inform them if Duan Ling Tian came back. "Heavenly Emperor Feng, remember to inform us if your disciple comes back." "That's right, I haven't seen him for so long. I really miss him. I want to see that kid again and see how much he has changed. His aura now is likely to make me bow my head," someone said jokingly. Feng Qingyang smiled and responded to them. Feng Qingyang stayed in the solitary destructive heaven for a few more days before he left for the Asura Hell. "Previously, I heard Lord Xiao say that he and the other imminent world's supreme powerhouses wouldn't simply enter the Asura Hell. His father was injured in the past when he went to the Asura Hell as well. The first was called God's Grave. It was the deadliest place among the 3. The second was the Bottomless Abyss, and the third was the Asura Hell. There were various entrances to these places in the realms of gods of the god-defying world. When he was in the Asura Hell, he obtained the inheritance of the Sword of Time, a late supreme powerhouse of the god-defying world. Although the Sword of Time was only an imminent world supreme powerhouse, it was not due to his lack of talent. He had died before he could rise to greater heights because he was targeted by a world supreme powerhouse who was afraid of his potential. He was widely recognized as the most promising candidate to become a world supreme powerhouse in the past. With time, he would definitely become a world supreme powerhouse if he did not die. I didn't expect there to be places in the god-defying world that are dangerous even to world's supreme powerhouses. This time, Feng Qingyang planned to visit the place in the Asura Hell where Xiao Mubai's father was injured. According to Xiao Mubai, it was one of the most dangerous and mysterious places in the Asura Hell. As an imminent world supreme powerhouse, he could go to most places in the Asura Hell without much risk, but the same could not be said for ordinary supreme powerhouses. Even a world supreme powerhouse was injured. I wonder what kind of place it is. Does it have something to do with the time before the historical gap? Is it a secret realm or death trap left behind by a supreme powerhouse above the 7th level from before the historical gap? However, that shouldn't be the case. According to Little Tien, everything before the historical gap was destroyed and reconstructed. Even the most powerful powerhouses could only hide in the realms of gods and defend against the will of heaven. Feng Qingyang was not with Duan Ling Tian in the past, but he had learned what Duan Ling Tian had learned as well. This should be the place. Feng Qingyang finally arrived at the place that Xiao Mubai told him about. The entire place was shrouded in mist, and when he extended his divine consciousness, he could not sense anything at all. Chapter 4609 The Roar of the Beast. This place is really mysterious. He learned from Xiao Mubai that Xiao Mubai's father, who was a world supreme powerhouse, was injured here. He had yet to recover from his injuries when he had to face the once in -10,000 year heavenly tribulation. For this reason, he was killed by the heavenly tribulation. If it were not for those injuries, he would have been able to survive at least 2 or 3 more heavenly tribulations. After his passing, the god-defying world kept his death a secret, not wanting the other worlds to know that the god-defying world no longer had the support of a world supreme powerhouse. I should explore the place. Since a world supreme powerhouse was injured here, Feng Qingyang did not underestimate this place. In fact, he was extremely cautious despite his current strength. With a flash, Feng Qingyang entered the land that was shrouded in mist with agile movements. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He could sense a terrifying energy surging toward him as soon as he passed through the mist. Following that, a huge commotion rang in the air as more than a dozen distinct energies surged toward Feng Qingyang. It sounded as though there were more than a dozen people attacking him at the same time. Feng Qingyang's expression turned solemn, and he quickly regained his composure. His energy surged out along with his 7th stage sword Dao and the law of time at the paramount stage. Then, he released a sword ray to counter the attack that came from the dark mist. The fierce sword ray, which seemed to carry earth-shattering power, flew in the air, leaving spatial tears in its wake. The spatial tears did not mend immediately, briefly frozen by the law of time. From behind the mist, a ferocious roar rang in the air, causing Feng Qingyang's blood to surge in his body. He was no longer an intermediate supreme god after all. He was now among the strongest people in the world, a level 7 supreme powerhouse. However, just the roar of a beast was capable of making his blood surge. It was simply too unbelievable. Even if dozens of beasts with the strength of world supreme powerhouses surrounded him and roared in his ears, they still would not be able to make his lifeblood surge. At this time, Feng Qingyang discovered that his sword ray had been crushed to pieces after a brief moment of stalemate when it collided with the combined energies. He was thoroughly shocked. Following that, Feng Qingyang hurriedly retreated. His divine consciousness could sense great danger at this moment. Feng Qingyang felt his heart skip a beat. When he finally left the mist-shrouded land, he saw the ground shaking before the mist dispersed briefly, revealing a translucent barrier that stopped the extremely terrifying energies. This spatial barrier. It was not surprising that Feng Qingyang was shocked. He had seen spatial barriers before between the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, but they were as weak as paper. He could easily tear it apart and move freely between places. Feng Qingyang attacked with all his might before the mist shrouded the barrier again, aiming for the spatial barrier that blocked the blood energies. Unlike the other spatial barriers he had seen before, his attack failed to land. He was not surprised that the barrier stopped his attack. After all, not only did it stop the blood energies, but it could also absorb his divine consciousness. What's behind this mysterious spatial barrier? Feng Qingyang was extremely curious. At this time, the mist was slowly converging again. Before the spatial barrier disappeared behind the mist, he saw the terrifying blood energies retreating. How strange! I can easily enter and leave the barrier. I can attack freely and use my divine consciousness as usual. However, there's nothing I can do when I'm outside the barrier. Moreover, what's with that beast roar? What beast is it? Do the blood energies belong to the beast? Did it seriously injure Lord Xiao's father in the past? Question after question appeared in Feng Qingyang's mind as he stared at the strange land shrouded in mist. Despite his curiosity, he had no plans of entering the place again for the time being. The place made him feel inexplicably uneasy. To learn more about this place, Feng Qingyang decided to look for Xiao Mubai as soon as he left. He wanted to know if anyone else had entered this place apart from his father. After listening to Feng Qingyang, Xiao Mubai said, "Yes. From what I know, 2 eminent world supreme powerhouses went there, but they were never seen again. Apart from that, I don't know who else might have gone to that place before. In any case, that place has always been known as a death trap." Chapter 4610 How were they ranked? Death trap. Did your father tell you about what he encountered there? Feng Qingyang asked. Xiao Mubai did not go into details previously when they spoke about this matter. He was certain that Xiao Mubai's father must have told Xiao Mubai about what he had encountered inside since Xiao Mubai was his son. He did, Xiao Mubai said with a nod. He said that as soon as he entered that place, he felt a terrifying blood-red energy surging toward him. Then, he was almost killed by that energy. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he managed to retreat and blocked some of the energy. According to him, the force of the energy was much stronger than that of a world supreme powerhouse. It was comparable to the energy of a level 7 supreme powerhouse. It was also for this reason that Xiao Mubai did not warn Feng Qingyang about it. After all, as a level 7 supreme powerhouse, he did not doubt that Feng Qingyang would be able to deal with it. Finally, Xiao Mubai asked, "Lord Feng, did you go to that place?" "Yes," Feng Qingyang said with a slight nod, "that place is really strange. As for the energy, it's not as simple as your father said. It's definitely stronger than that of a level 7 supreme powerhouse. At the very least, it's stronger than ordinary level 7 supreme powerhouses. I couldn't go any further because of it and was forced to give up." Xiao Mubai was naturally shocked when he heard these words. His face was pale as he said, "How's this possible? Lord Feng, even you had no choice but to leave that place." Xiao Mubai was really frightened. What the hell is that place? Level 7 supreme powerhouses were the strongest in the world. However, even Feng Qingyang was forced to retreat as soon as he faced that energy. Indeed, Feng Qingyang said with a wry smile. Not long after that, Feng Qingyang bade farewell to Xiao Mubai and left. After leaving, Feng Qingyang looked for Duan Lingtian. Master. Duan Lingtian did not expect to see his master so soon after they parted ways. He knew that his master must have wanted to talk to him, so he asked, "What is it, master?" Feng Qingyang did not waste time and recounted his experience and Xiao Mubai's words to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was naturally familiar with the Asura Hell. Previously, after facing the fatal heavenly tribulation, he had left the god-defying world and took a detour to the Asura Hell, worried that someone would follow him and kill him. Similar to Feng Qingyang, he only knew that the Asura Hell was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was only later that he found out that it was almost among the 3 deadliest places in the god-defying world. Among the 3 places, he had only been to the Asura Hell. You were pressured by the energy. Until recently, it was common knowledge that there was no being stronger than world supreme powerhouses and saints after the historical gap. The heavenly text also confirmed that his master was the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap, followed by him, Meng Han, and Lei Hong. Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts at this moment. If the Asura Hell is so dangerous, then how dangerous are God's grave and the bottomless abyss, which are even more dangerous? What's the ranking of the 3 deadliest places based on? Why are God's grave and the bottomless abyss ranked ahead of the Asura Hell? Even a world supreme powerhouse was seriously injured moments after entering that place. If you ask me, that sounds like the deadliest place. Duan Lingtian expressed his thoughts to Feng Qingyang, and Feng Qingyang was similarly puzzled. In the end, the duo went to look for Xiao Mubai, who was very knowledgeable, again. Although he was much younger than the other lords of the god-defying world, he was the son of the world supreme powerhouse of the god-defying world after all. Upon hearing the duo's question, Xiao Mubai smiled and said, "Actually, the places were ranked by my father. The Asura Hell is ranked 3rd simply because of that one mist-shrouded place. However, in the bottomless abyss, there are 2 mist-shrouded places. As for God's grave, there are 6 of such places. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyan nodded. As it turned out, the ranking was based on this. Feng Qingyang frowned and asked, "How does your father know that the other 8 places are as dangerous as the one in the Asura Hell?" Xiao Mubai's father was seriously injured after going to that place in the Asura Hell. After that, he died when he faced the once in -10,000 year heavenly tribulation. It stood to reason that he did not visit the other 8 places. Otherwise, he might not even be alive to face the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 4611 Unsolved Mysteries. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Mubai, looking for answers. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang nodded. As it turns out, there were other imminent world supreme powerhouses who visited those places. It seems like those places are connected. Duan Ling Tian speculated with bright eyes. Is it possible that those 9 places are entrances to places where powerful monsters exist? Perhaps, all 9 places lead to the same place. Xiao Mubai nodded. That's not impossible. Feng Qingyang's eyes flashed as he said, "What kind of place would it be? To think it has 9 entrances in the God-defying world. I wonder if there are entrances to that place in the other worlds." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "It's all just speculation for now. We don't know for sure if those places are entrances. That might not be the case at all. However, there's a way to find out if there are such places in the world. We can ask Zhang Shan about it." Zhang Shan was the world's supreme powerhouse who moved his clan from the transcendence world to the God-defying world, settling down in another realm of gods. Apart from a small number of people, more than 90% of the members of the Zhang clan agreed to move to the God-defying world. After all, as the only world supreme powerhouse in the Zhang clan, he held great authority. "I'll call brother Zhang over," Xiao Mubai said and sent a message. It did not take long before Zhang Shan arrived after the message was sent. "Greetings, Lord Duan, Lord Feng, Brother Xiao," Zhang Shan said respectfully when he arrived. A hint of admiration and awe could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. After moving to the God-defying world, Zhang Shan heard from the members of the Zhang clan that Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang went to Lei Hong's Xian Swan Saint sect in the Sun-Bright world. Then, Duan Ling Tian killed the world's supreme powerhouse and the sect leader of the Xian Swan Saint sect. Zhang Shan bowed at Duan Ling Tian and said earnestly, "Lord Duan, the conflict between you and Lei Hong arose because you protected me. Now that you made a move against the Xian Swan Saint sect, I'm afraid with Lei Hong's character, he won't let this matter go so easily. You must be on guard against him. Apart from that, if there's anything you need, please let me know. I promise to do my best." Zhang Shan was very sincere. After all, he felt indebted to Duan Ling Tian. "Don't worry, I know what to do. Lei Hong is just a joke to me," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Then, he changed the subject and said, "We called you here because we have questions." Following that, Duan Ling Tian asked if there were any places in the transcendence world similar to the ones in the 3 deadliest places of the God-defying world. "Yes," Zhang Shan replied, confirming there were similar places as well in the transcendence world. He also said that many world supreme powerhouses and imminent world supreme powerhouses perished in that place never to be seen again. However, this happened a long time ago. The later generations knew about the danger of those places, so they did not enter those places. The world supreme powerhouses in the transcendence world who had chances of surviving their heavenly tribulation usually would not go to those places. On the contrary, those world supreme powerhouses who thought their chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation were slim would go to those places, hoping to become stronger. Alas, none of them returned from that place. How many places like that do you have in the transcendence world? Duan Ling Tian asked. There are 9 places, and they're located in 3 different realms. 1 in a small realm, 3 in another, and 5 in the final one, Zhang Shan replied. 9 places as well. Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Xiao Mubai exchanged a look and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They did not expect the situation to be the same as the God-defying world. Are there such places in the other 2 upper worlds as well? Feng Qingyang asked. After a brief pause, Zhang Shan continued to say, from what I heard, one of the 18 middle worlds also has those 9 similar places. Lord Duan, Lord Feng, are you asking this because those places exist in the God-defying world as well? Indeed. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Zhang Shan's eyes lit up as he said, although most of the imminent world supreme powerhouses and world supreme powerhouses who went to those places died, the 2 of you are different. Have you gone to investigate those places? Zhang Shan was very curious. After all, those places had always been unsolved mysteries. In fact, many world supreme powerhouses were curious as well, but very few took action, afraid that they would die because of their curiosity. Chapter 4612 Main Goal. Yes, I've been to one of those places, Feng Qingyan said truthfully and recounted his experience. Feng Qingyang was really curious about that place. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Master, to be honest, I'm not very interested in those places. Based on what you said, whatever is inside is restrained and can't come out anyway. Otherwise, with its strength, it would have caused chaos in the myriad worlds in the outer boundary. In the past, there was no one stronger than saints in world supreme powerhouses. Those mysterious places existed long before he and Feng Qingyang appeared in this world, and there had been no problem until now. As such, it was unlikely for there to be problems in the future. Since that was the case, he did not think there was any need to explore that place. Duan Ling Tian continued to say solemnly, if my speculation is right, those mist-shrouded places should be entrances to a mysterious place. That place can't be simple. Since whatever it was guarding that place could force you, a level 7 supreme powerhouse, back, whatever else is in there can't be weak at all. Master, since it doesn't affect us, I don't think we need to take risks. If there's a more powerful creature next time, you might not be able to retreat like you did before. Duan Ling Tian inherited the Void Elder's memory, so he knew that as powerful as level 7 supreme powerhouses were, there were people who were even more powerful. An example was the Void Elder. Level 7 supreme powerhouses were nothing compared to the Void Elder. He could kill them with just a strike. After the 7th level, the gap between each level was not any smaller than the gap between the 6th level, which was the level for world supreme powerhouses and saints, and the 7th level. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured on Feng Qingyang, extinguishing his curiosity about the mysterious place. After recovering his senses, he also realized that his behavior was rather rash. He smiled wryly and said, I must be too bored. Little Tian, to think you're more rational than I am. You're right, since it doesn't affect us, there's no need for us to bother. Feng Qingyang was no longer curious about that place after listening to Duan Ling Tian. As the saying went, curiosity killed the cat. In his life, he had seen many people who died because of their curiosity. Moreover, there were many people who provoked him out of curiosity and were killed by him. After a moment, Feng Qingyang thought of his old friends in the solitary destructive heaven and said, Little Tian, when you're free, come to the solitary destructive heaven. Many of our old friends want to meet you. Okay, Duan Ling Tian said with a nod and a smile, I haven't seen them in a while anyway. After dealing with some matters, I'll visit the solitary destructive heaven. Now that Duan Ling Tian had some free time, he was finally prepared to deal with a very specific matter. What matter do you have to deal with? Feng Qingyang asked, puzzled. I want to find Yun Qingyan. Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes glinted coldly, he has already merged with that person from the Soul Imprisonment clan. I think he's now called Yun Xinfeng. Back then, Duan Ling Tian was not around when Yun Qingyan ruthlessly attacked Ka and imprisoned her soul. He learned about what happened from Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan. It was also at that time that he learned Yun Qingyan had changed his name to Yun Xinfeng, betrayed the Yun clan, and left the god-defying world. I heard he's no longer in the god-defying world, Feng Qingyang said with a frown, it'll be like searching for a needle in a haystack if you look for him. Even so, I have to find him. Duan Ling Tian said with a determined and murderous gaze, no matter where he is, dead or alive, I'll do my best to find him. This is my main goal now. After taking some time off to spend with his family, it was time for him to deal with this matter. Moreover, the people around him also had their own lives to live. Do you need my help? Feng Qingyang asked. In his eyes, his disciple's enemy was also his enemy. Moreover, in the past, Yun Qingyan had ordered his subordinate to kill him, which resulted in his escape to the Asura hell. Fortunately, he managed to survive. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, and the killing intent disappeared from his eyes. Then, he said with a smile, Master, if I need your help, I'll let you know. When he arrived, he contacted Meng Han from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. With Meng Han's help, he would get twice the results with half the effort. All he needed to do was wait for the good news. Brother Meng, what's the matter, Brother Duan? Meng Han was a little surprised when he received Duan Lingtian's message. He did not expect to receive a message again from Duan Lingtian so soon after their last meeting. I heard that you killed 2 people from the Xianxia Saint sect in the Sunbright world. This must have completely offended Lei Hong. However, with your strength, I don't think you need my help to deal with Lei Hong, right? Meng Han asked. Apart from Feng Qingyang, Meng Han was also aware of Duan Lingtian's true strength. He knew that Lei Hong was definitely not a match for Duan Lingtian. Many people thought that Duan Lingtian's actions were rash and that it would backfire on him when Lei Hong retaliated out of desperation, but Meng Han knew it was unlikely. He knew Duan Lingtian acted the way he did not because he was rash, but because he was not worried about Lei Hong at all. Brother Meng, you're right. I didn't contact you because of Lei Hong, Duan Lingtian said. He did not expect that news of the incident in the Sunbright world had already reached the ears of Meng Han, who was in the outer boundary. Chapter 4613 Duan Lingtian's meticulously crafted trap. It has nothing to do with Lei Hong. Meng Han was puzzled. Not long after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. He had drawn a portrait of Yun Qingyan previously before he came to look for Meng Han. He did not beat around the bush and expressed his intentions. Brother Meng, I want to ask for a small favor. I need you to help me look for someone. It's best if you can do it quietly because I don't want to alert the enemy. I need your help to contact the saints in the outer boundary and distribute this portrait. Tell them to look for this person. If they find him, all they need to do is report back to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion and monitor him. I'll leave my doppelganger in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Meng Han was shocked. This is your doppelganger? Duan Lingtian nodded. This was his doppelganger from the Law of Time. Although it was not as powerful as Duan Lingtian himself, it could still hold its ground against Meng Han. Brother Meng, don't let the others know that I'm the one who's searching for this person. Just say it's you. Tell them that whoever finds him will be rewarded with a favor. With this, they'll definitely do their best. Meng Han already felt indebted to Duan Lingtian, to begin with. If Duan Lingtian did not help him to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda first, he would not have been able to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation and reach this height. Perhaps, he would have ended up like Fang Yifan from the Transcendence world. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I'll visit the saints in the major forces in the outer boundary, Meng Han said seriously, just wait here for my news. Do you want me to call little Xiao over? It's okay, I'll contact Palace Master Xiao myself, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Alright, Meng Han said with a nod before he left. Duan Lingtian contacted Xiao Tianxi and informed the latter that he would be staying in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion for a while and that he needed the latter's help to make arrangements for his accommodations. Xiao Tianxi naturally agreed. However, he was curious and surprised by Duan Lingtian's quick return to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything either. After all, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was helping him to look for Yun Qingyan. It was not a huge secret. I'll ask my friends who are sectless cultivators to help as well, Xiao Tianxi said. It was rare for Duan Lingtian to need help, so he did not hesitate to help at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had brought him honor in the past. When Meng Han became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, Duan Lingtian had declared in front of the high-ranking officials that Meng Han was able to become the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda, all thanks to his good relationship with Xiao Tianxi. Xiao Tianxi arranged for Duan Lingtian's doppelganger to stay in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion to wait for news. Duan Lingtian was confident the saints of the outer boundary would be eager to help Meng Han because of Meng Han's current status. Moreover, there would also be a reward for those who found Yun Qingyan. There was no doubt that they would be motivated to look for Yun Qingyan. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was treated with utmost reverence by these forces. Initially, some of them were frightened when they saw Duan Lingtian, worried that what happened in the Xianxia Saint sect would repeat itself. However, after he expressed his intention, they finally sighed in relief. Not only that, but they were also excited. If you find him, keep an eye on him. I definitely won't forget this favor and will help you as long as it's within my capability, Duan Lingtian said. Just like in the outer boundary, the forces took action immediately. Who could resist having a level 7 supreme powerhouse owing them a favor? Apart from the 3 upper worlds, Duan Lingtian also visited the imminent world's supreme powerhouses in the 18 middle worlds, excluding the god-defying world. After all, Most, if not all, of the world's supreme powerhouses had gone into hiding because of Lei Hong. Unsurprisingly, the imminent world supreme powerhouses were enthusiastic about helping Duan Lingtian. They promised to contact Duan Lingtian if they found any clues. Finally, after completing his tasks, Duan Lingtian returned to the god-defying world while he waited for Yun Qingyan to be found. Although Duan Lingtian tried to keep his plan as quiet as possible, news of it eventually spread. In the end, even Lei Hong heard about it. He had found out about it from one of his junior brothers in the Cyan Swan Saint sect. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not visit the Cyan Swan Saint sect. Lei Hong's junior brother found out about it from his friend who was from a major force. Yun Xinfeng. Why is Duan Lingtian going to so much trouble to look for him? Is there a huge secret behind this matter? For a level 7 supreme powerhouse to go to such lengths to look for a person, the person either had to be a great enemy of Duan Lingtian, someone whom Duan Lingtian cared about very much, or there was something of great value involved. Lei Hong's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, it seems like I'll have to visit the god-defying world ahead of time. He was determined to figure out this matter. If he could gain something from this, it would be the best. Chapter 4614 Whatever they desire. In a valley in the divine offering land. Hand over the item, and we'll spare your life. A middle-aged man, the leader of the group, stepped forward and looked at the two veiled women in front of him coldly. He did not expect that despite his and everyone else's efforts, they failed to obtain the treasure. Instead, it fell into the hands of the two women, who seemed to be sectless cultivators. Fortunately, he was lucky and managed to track them down with the help of his men. The middle-aged man did not rashly attack the duo since the treasure was kept in a spatial ring. If they died, the spatial ring would self-destruct, and the treasure would be destroyed. One of the women said with a sneer, "We're going to die either way. Why should we give the treasure to you?" Despite the danger, the injuries, and the lack of ability to deal with the group of people, the woman's gaze was fearless and calm. Similarly, the other woman was very calm as well. However, a hint of resignation could be seen in her eyes. They wore veils that covered their faces, only revealing half of their faces. Even then, it was easy to tell that they were both beautiful. "If you don't hand it over, I'll make sure both of you die an excruciating death," the middle-aged man said threateningly as killing intent shone in his eyes. "Sister Fair, don't waste time with him," the woman, who seemed somewhat resigned, said as she shook her head. Then, she raised her hand and brought out a specially crafted jade token before crushing it. The other woman sighed. "I didn't expect that we'd need his help so soon even though there are two of us. Huaner and Tian Wu who are wandering the world alone might have even sought for his help yet." In the next moment, a gust of wind blew past, and the space began to distort. Not long after, the silhouette of a man suddenly appeared and solidified into a person. "How's your time outside? Did you have fun?" A tall and handsome young man dressed in a purple robe appeared, smiling at the two women. It was as though he did not see the people staring menacingly at them at all. "Our plan failed. We underestimated them," one of the women said with a sigh as she removed her veil. She was stunning, making the surroundings pale in comparison. The middle-aged man was stunned by the woman. However, he frowned, quickly regaining his senses. This was not the time to be distracted after all. He shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and cupped his fists together. As he said, "Sir, you are." Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, the space around him rippled and distorted. In just a moment, he suddenly exploded. The others were shocked by the terrifying scene. However, before they regained their senses, a wave of spatial energy swept toward them as well. When the spatial energy brushed past the two women, they were completely unharmed. Unfortunately, the same could not be said about the group of people. All of them exploded in just an instant. Not long after, the pungent smell of blood permeated the air in the valley. In the next moment, they appeared outside the valley. The two women were none other than his wives, Ka and Li Fei. When the four women decided to explore the world, Li Fei and Ka decided to travel together while Feng Tian Wu and Huaner decided to travel alone. "Of course," Li Fei said with bright eyes, "there are so many interesting things to see. Moreover, the divine offering land is part of your little world anyway. We don't have to worry about danger. Brother Tian, Sister Fair and I will continue traveling a little longer. We'll return to accompany you after we're done with our adventure," Ka said with a smile. "All right," Duan Lingtian said with a smile and a nod, "if you miss me, you can summon me at any time." You don't have to wait until you encounter danger. All right, Ka said. Unexpectedly, Li Fei shook her head and said, no. Before parting ways from Tian Wu and Huaner, we made a bet to see who summoned you the most times. Duan Ling Tian laughed, unaware of the four women's bet until now. He asked, what are the stakes? I'm not telling you, Li Fei said mysteriously. The mischievous twinkle in Li Fei's eyes reminded him of the time they got together in the mundane realm. Time flew by, and in just a blink of an eye, so many years had passed. At that time, he was faced with various obstacles with every step he took, but now, he had broken free of all restrictions. All right, should I leave now? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile. He thought the two women would ask him to stay a little longer, but it seemed like they were eager for him to leave. After all, they were no longer forced to be separated from him and could see him whenever they wanted to. Shortly after parting ways with the two women, Duan Ling Tian received a message from Xiao Mubai, causing him to frown. One dead and one missing. Xiao Mubai had just informed Duan Ling Tian that the two supreme powerhouses who guarded the gateway to the god-defying world had been attacked. One of them died, and the other was missing. The culprit acted swiftly and left no traces behind. The culprit was already gone by the time Xiao Mubai arrived. Chapter 4615 Lei Hong makes his moves. After receiving the message, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang quickly went to the scene together. After examining the traces on the corpse, they determined that the culprit was in the same cultivation as them. Lei Hong. Xiao Mubai's expression darkened as his eyes glinted coldly. He did not expect Lei Hong to have the audacity to commit murder at the gateway of the god-defying world. He assumed that Lei Hong would come to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian and wreak havoc in the god-defying world, but he did not expect Lei Hong to be so sneaky about it. However, Xiao Mubai also felt powerless. Even if he confronted Lei Hong, he was no match for Lei Hong and would only be killed by Lei Hong. Feeling motivated, he decided to cultivate in seclusion soon to break through and become a world's supreme powerhouse as soon as possible. With his foundation and the information about the four Taos of heaven and earth that he gained from Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang, Xiao Mubai was very close to becoming a world's supreme powerhouse. However, he was not in a hurry to break through before this because the god-defying world had Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Zhang Shan, a world supreme powerhouse. He also decided to help the Zhang clan settle down first, worried that the clan might not be able to adapt. For all these reasons, he had yet to enter closed-door cultivation. Feng Qingyang shook his head. How petty. Although the two supreme powerhouses were natives of the god-defying world, they had no connection with you. What's the point of killing them? Master, I think the missing supreme powerhouse is still alive. He's probably hoping to gain more information about me so he can seek revenge in the future. Even without a soul pearl, Duan Ling Tian was confident about his theory. If Lei Hong had killed the other supreme powerhouse as well, there would be traces left behind. He speculated that Lei Hong kidnapped the supreme powerhouse to gain information before seeking revenge from him. Duan Ling Tian was right. Lei Hong had kidnapped the other supreme powerhouse to find out why Duan Ling Tian was searching for Yun Shenfeng, hoping that it would help with his revenge. The supreme powerhouse was pale and frightened after witnessing the death of his old friend, and he fell into despair when he found out the identity of his captor. It's Lei Hong. The supreme powerhouse had naturally heard of Lei Hong from the Sunbright world, one of the three upper worlds, who became the fourth level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. After his discovery, he knew that Lei Hong's actions were all due to Duan Ling Tian killing the two supreme powerhouses, one of which was a world supreme powerhouse, from the Cyan Swan Saint sect. The supreme powerhouse knew Lei Hong would not spare his life no matter what. He resigned himself to death and refused to answer Lei Hong's questions. There was no point in cooperating with Lei Hong when he was doomed to die anyway. If Lei Hong did not suppress his divine energy, he would have already taken his own life. Lei Hong scoffed. Very well, let's see how tough you are. Although Lei Hong did not know the soul-searching techniques Duan Ling Tian had seen from the memories of the Void Elder, he had his own means to torture a supreme powerhouse. In the beginning, the supreme powerhouse still could hold on. However, as time passed, he could not endure it anymore. In the end, he surrendered and agreed to cooperate with Lei Hong in exchange for a quick death. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd just cooperated from the beginning, bastard? Lei Hong said with a sneer. It did not take long for Lei Hong to learn about Duan Ling Tian and Yun Shenfeng. Duan Ling Tian's wife is the young miss of the Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land. Yun Xinfeng, who was known as Yun Qingyan in the past, is the young master of the Yun clan, and he's Duan Lingtian's enemy. He was expelled from the Yun clan many years ago, and he merged his soul with the remnant soul of a supreme powerhouse from the Soul Imprisonment clan before calling himself Yun Xinfeng. Lei Hong was rather disappointed. He thought there was some huge secret behind Yun Xinfeng, but it turned out to be just a simple revenge story. Duan Lingtian was searching for Yun Xinfeng because Yun Xinfeng once imprisoned his wife's soul for many years. Lei Hong frowned. If that was the case, he could only make a move against the Sha clan in the Divine Offering land to seek revenge. Duan Lingtian might not care if he killed other people in the god-defying world after all. With this in mind, Lei Hong raised his hand and quickly killed the supreme powerhouse in front of him. Then, he quickly went to the outer boundary before returning to the sun-bright world. When Lei Hong left the outer boundary, the purpose of his visit was made clear. Duan Lingtian is searching for his enemy, Yun Qingyan, who's now known as Yun Xinfeng in both the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. However, Lei Hong from the sun-bright world has a grudge against Duan Lingtian, and he just announced that he would protect Yun Qingyan. It did not take long for this to spread to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion and reach Meng Han's ears. His expression changed drastically. After all, he had been very low-key when he asked people to search for Yun Qingyan. Who knew the matter would be exposed so soon? Clearly, the culprit was Lei Hong. Chapter 4616 Yun Xinfeng. If the search remained low-key, Yun Qingyan might remain unaware until he was found. However, now that the search had been made public, there was no way Yun Qingyan would not hear about it if he was indeed in the outer boundary unless he was in closed-door cultivation. Brother Duan, Lei Hong meddled in this matter. He's trying to alert the enemy and thwart your plans. Duan Lingtian's expression turned unsightly upon hearing these words. Lei Hong. Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. However, he knew that Lei Hong must have learned about his enmity with Yun Qingyan and his search for Yun Qingyan from the supreme powerhouse whom he abducted. After that, Duan Lingtian's doppelganger from the Law of Time left the outer boundary and returned to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted coldly. Lei Hong, don't let me find you. Otherwise, you'll die for sure. Duan Lingtian knew that Yun Qingyan would definitely go into hiding if Yun Qingyan heard about this matter. This would make his search even more difficult. A few days later, Duan Lingtian learned that the news had spread to the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds as well. Apart from his search, everyone also knew about Lei Hong's intention to protect Yun Qingyan. Needless to say, the supreme powerhouses in the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds were in an uproar when they learned about what happened. Lei Hong is blatantly opposing Duan Lingtian. The enmity between them has already become irreconcilable from the moment Duan Lingtian killed the 2 powerhouses from the Cyan Swan Saint sect. After all, since Lei Hong intends to protect Duan Lingtian's enemy, when the two meet in the future, there'll definitely be a life or death battle. At this time, there were only 4 level 7 supreme powerhouses. It was not surprising that 2 of them now had an irreconcilable grudge between them. The others were excited to watch the show. They were curious about which of the 2 would win if they fought. Would it be Duan Lingtian, the new star of the god-defying world, or Lei Hong, the veteran of the sun-bright world? In any case, all of them anticipated the life or death battle between the duo. Lei Hong returned to the sun-bright world feeling smug now that the news was spreading like wildfire. In his opinion, with his interference, it would be a miracle if Duan Lingtian could still find Yun Qingyan. Thinking about how displeased Duan Lingtian must be right now, he was naturally in a good mood. He scoffed and muttered to himself, if you were the only level 7 supreme powerhouse in the god-defying world, I'd definitely look for you in the god-defying world to test your strength. In a swampy area, a figure flew swiftly into the depths of the swamp from the distant sky. Following that, another 2 figures followed. Their divine consciousness swept out into the surroundings, clearly searching for something. When they did not detect anything unusual, they quickly left. Quite a while after the 2 figures left, a figure suddenly emerged from the depths of the swamp. They nearly found me. The figure belonged to an aloof, thin, and sinister-looking young man. He wiped the blood off the corners of his lips as his eyes glinted coldly. This person was none other than Yun Xinfeng, who was formerly known as Yun Qingyan. Previously, when he saw the heavenly text announcing Duan Lingtian's breakthrough into the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses, surpassing saints and world supreme powerhouses, he had been shocked and jealous beyond words. Later, He consoled himself, telling himself that the person in the heavenly text was only someone who shared the same name as Duan Ling Tian. However, he was soon disabused of that notion. The Duan Ling Tian mentioned in the heavenly text was undoubtedly the Duan Ling Tian he knew, the person he wished he could kill. His biggest regret was not killing Duan Ling Tian when he had the chance to in the mundane realm. At that time, it was so easy for him to kill Duan Ling Tian, he could have killed Duan Ling Tian with just a single exhale of his breath. Alas, he spared Duan Ling Tian's life because Sha Ning Shui's reincarnation had threatened him with her life and forced her to spare Duan Ling Tian. Considering that Duan Ling Tian was no threat to him at all, he finally let Duan Ling Tian go. Who knew it would turn out to be the biggest regret in his life? It was beyond his wildest imagination that the young man who was no different from an ant back then not only caught up to him and later surpassed him, but the young man even surpassed everyone and stood at the peak of the world. If he had known then what he knew now, he would have killed Duan Ling Tian in the mundane realm no matter what. At this time, he already knew that Duan Ling Tian was searching for him extensively, and just a moment ago, he was almost found by two supreme powerhouses. In fact, the duo were his acquaintances in the outer boundary. They had joined forces many times in the past. He did not expect the duo to turn on him after learning that the level 7 supreme powerhouse from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion was looking for him and that they would be rewarded if they found him. They were hoping to catch him in exchange for a favor from Meng Han. Duan Ling Tian, you want to kill me? It won't be so easy. After evading the duo's pursuit, Yun Xinfeng decided to temporarily leave the outer boundary and seek refuge in one of the lower worlds. He did not dare to go to the 3 upper world and the 18 middle realms at all. Those worlds were all protected by formations and would sense him as soon as he arrived. However, why does the Sun-Bright World's Lei Hong, a level 7 supreme powerhouse, want to help me? Does he have a grudge against Duan Ling Tian? Chapter 4617 Xiao Mu Bai breaks through. After returning to the myriad worlds, Yun Xinfeng went to a lower world. Then, he sent his doppelganger out to find out about the enmity between Duan Ling Tian and Lei Hong. To prevent people from finding out it was a doppelganger, he wore a hat to conceal the lifeless eyes. It did not take long before he found out about what happened. Duan Ling Tian destroyed Lei Hong's doppelganger in the Transcendence world and went to Lei Hong's Cyan Swan Saint sect in the Sun-Bright world, planning to join forces with his master, Feng Qingyang, to kill Lei Hong. However, Lei Hong had gone into hiding at that time, and Duan Ling Tian ended up killing the world's supreme powerhouse and sect leader of the Cyan Swan Saint sect. Yun Xinfeng finally understood why Lei Hong was willing to help him. As it turned out, the enmity between Duan Ling Tian and Lei Hong ran deep. Unfortunately, I can't look for Lord Lei Hong directly. It's too risky since I might be found. Otherwise, with Lord Lei's protection, it won't be easy for Duan Ling Tian to kill me. Yun Xinfeng felt that it was a pity he could not look for Lei Hong. After all, the slightest mistake now could get him killed. Many people were eager to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian and were searching for him intensely. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a rising star with great potential. Duan Ling Tian did not use the Heaven Protection Talisman to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation and become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's master, Feng Qingyang, was also a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Feng Qingyang. Yun Xinfeng grew even more restless when he thought about Feng Qingyang. When he was still Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan, he spared Duan Ling Tian because of Sha Ning Shui. However, to vent his anger, he sent his subordinate to kill Feng Qingyang. Alas, his subordinate failed to kill Feng Qingyang. He did not expect that the two people who were as insignificant as ants in the past had now become the strongest people in the god-defying world. With just a word, they could easily destroy the entire Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. Meanwhile, the two supreme powerhouses who turned on Yun Xinfeng finally gave up on their search when they realized they had lost track of Yun Xinfeng. They were naturally disappointed. They went to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion and reported everything they knew, including 3 of Yun Xinfeng's temporary hideouts. The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion sent demi-saints to the 3 hideouts, but they came back empty-handed. However, it was not surprising. It was impossible for Yun Xinfeng to return to those places now. When Meng Han went to the god-defying world to inform Duan Ling Tian about what happened, Duan Ling Tian was not surprised as well. After Lei Hong publicized his search, he knew it would be very difficult to find Yun Xinfeng. According to the Void Elder's memories, there's a tracking technique that can be used by a level 9 supreme powerhouse. One can track a person's whereabouts through the blood essence of his or her direct descendants as long as it's within 3 generations. It was for this reason that Duan Ling Tian was not anxious. Once he became a level 9 supreme powerhouse, he would be able to track Yun Qingyan. After all, he had visited the Yun clan a few days ago and extracted the blood essence of Yun Qingyan's family members. With all these things, it was only a matter of time before he found Yun Qingyan. A thunderous explosion resounded in the entire god-defying world. Following that, a dazzling and colorful light appeared in the god-defying world. Needless to say, everyone was attracted by the colorful light in the sky. An extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. Did some treasure appear? Treasure? No, I think it's likely that a powerhouse had a breakthrough. I've read about this in an ancient scroll. This is the phenomenon that appears when someone becomes a world supreme powerhouse. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the Sha clan, saw the commotion and flew up into the sky. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile as he muttered to himself, Lord Shao finally broke through. Based on his foundation, he should be as strong as his Zhongshan as soon as he breaks through. Duan Ling Tian was certain about Xiao Mubai's breakthrough even though he was far away. He was also familiar with Xiao Mubai's strength. Among the imminent world supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world, Xiao Mubai was the strongest. After becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse, Xiao Mubai was one of the people had frequent contact with apart from his family and friends. He was also very happy to help Xiao Mubai with his cultivation. After all, when he was weak, Xiao Mubai had helped him tremendously. Not only that, but before he went to the outer boundary, Xiao Mubai had given him the liquid of the divine fountain, which helped him tremendously in his cultivation. He had always been one to remember kindness and repay the kindness he was shown. At this time, a group of supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world flew to where the phenomenon originated. Congratulations on becoming a world supreme powerhouse, Lord Shao. Apart from the imminent world supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world, Zhongshan and a few imminent world supreme powerhouses from his clan came as well to congratulate Xiao Mubai. Xiao Mubai was delighted to see Zhongshan. Now that he had broken through, he was eager to test his strength. He said, Brother Zhong, I just broke through and haven't had a chance to use my new divine energy. Can I trouble you to spar with me so I can familiarize myself with my new divine energy? Zhongshan said with a smile, Of course, I'm glad to be of help. Upon hearing this exchange, the eyes of the supreme powerhouses in the surroundings lit up immediately. They did not expect that they would be able to witness a battle between world supreme powerhouses today. At the same time, Xiao Mubai sent a message to Duan Ling Tian, inviting him over to oversee the sparring session so he and Zhongshan could fight to their heart's content. Chapter 4618 The members of the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction come together. Duan Ling Tian accepted Xiao Mubai's invitation. He also told Sha Jia, his third uncle, and Sha Yu, his father-in-law about it, and they were both very interested so he brought them along. During the journey, Sha Jia said with a smile, I wanted to invite you over, but I didn't expect that you're already there, ancestor. Sha Jia had sent a message to the supreme powerhouse of the Sha clan, inviting him along. To his surprise, the latter was already waiting at the venue for Duan Ling Tian to preside over the fight. It was not just him, but a group of supreme powerhouses were all waiting for Duan Ling Tian. Oh, this means that they're also waiting for me, right? Sha Jia said as he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. He felt as though his ego had been boosted. Compared to Sha Jia, Sha Yu was much calmer. However, it was only on the surface. He could not be as casual as Sha Jia was toward Duan Ling Tian. After all, he had made many mistakes in the past. Who knew that his seemingly careless third brother possessed the most discerning eye? Unless they're busy, all the supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world have likely gone to congratulate Lord Shao on his breakthrough, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Xiao Mubai was different from the other lords of the god-defying world. The others rarely showed themselves and were in closed-door cultivation most of the time, hoping to break through due to the pressure from the once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. If they did not grow stronger, they would not be able to survive the heavenly tribulation. For this reason, Xiao Mubai was left to deal with the affairs of the god-defying world, and for this reason, the supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world were very familiar with him. Now that he had broken through, it was only natural that they would visit him to congratulate him. Greetings, Lord Duan. When Duan Ling Tian, Sha Jia, and Sha Yu arrived, the supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world greeted Duan Ling Tian respectfully. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to notice that the supreme powerhouses had also brought people with them, likely their juniors, to watch the fight between world supreme powerhouses. However, with their cultivation bases, who knew if they would be able to catch the movements of the world supreme powerhouses? It was also at this moment that Duan Ling Tian realized that Sha Jia and Sha Yu might not be able to watch the fight as well. Perhaps, the duo was interested in coming despite not being able to catch the movements of the world supreme powerhouses was due to the honor of being able to witness such a fight. After Duan Ling Tian greeted Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan, a pleasant voice rang from afar, attracting his attention. Duan Ling Tian looked over and saw 4 figures, and he was familiar with 3 of the figures. They were his seniors from the Inner Palace faction in the Myriad Laws Academy: Hong Yifeng, his second senior brother; Yan Yuchen, his third senior brother; and Lang Chunyuan, his fourth senior sister. Lang Chunyuan was the one who had called out to him. Fourth senior sister, Duan Ling Tian greeted with a smile. After his breakthrough into the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses, he had visited the Myriad Laws Academy. At that time, Lang Chunyuan was guarding the Inner Palace faction alone. Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen were not around. According to Lang Chunyuan, their 2 senior brothers had gone to the outer boundary. Their eldest senior sister, Wangfu Meng Yuan, had brought them away. Although Duan Ling Tian was among the few strongest people in the world now and was peerless, Lang Chunyuan did not change the way she treated him and continued to address him as junior brother. For this reason, he felt even closer to her. After his breakthrough, there were not many people who treated him casually as they did in the past, with the exception of his family. During his visit, Duan Ling Tian stayed at the Myriad Laws Academy for a few days. He gave Lang Chunyuan a few treasures that would help with her cultivation and also a supreme powerhouse divinity before he left. Before leaving, he also told her to look for him at the Sha clan in the Divine Offering Land if she ever ran into any trouble. Duan Ling Tian had a special bond with the members of the Inner Palace faction in the Myriad Laws Academy. Apart from Lang Chunyuan, his 2 senior brothers also helped him a lot during his journey. It could be said that they also contributed greatly to his achievements. Second senior brother, third senior brother, Duan Ling Tian greeted his 2 senior brothers with a smile after he greeted Lang Chunyuan. Duan Ling Tian had not seen them for many years. Hong Yifeng did not change much, but Yang Yuchen had changed a lot. His temperament had improved, and his aura was much stronger. It was likely that he had a breakthrough in the Tao of heaven and earth he comprehended. Junior bro, Hong Yifeng suddenly trailed off and glanced at the woman standing in the lead. After saying that, the woman reprimanded Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunyuan. She turned to Duan Ling Tian and said calmly, "Greetings, Lord Duan. I'm Wangfu Meng Yuan." Although Mengfu Huang Yuan, Duan Ling Tian could see her emotions in her eyes. "So it's you, eldest senior sister," Duan Ling Tian said. Before she introduced herself, he had already guessed her identity. He was certain that she was Wangfu Meng Yuan, his eldest senior sister from the Inner Palace faction whom he had never met before. Duan Ling Tian continued to say with a smile, "Eldest senior sister, you don't have to be so polite. No matter what my cultivation base is like, I'm still a junior in the Inner Palace faction." Before Wangfu Meng Yuan could respond, Lang Chunyuan said, "Eldest senior sister, didn't I tell you a long time ago that our junior brother doesn't care about such formalities? He visited me previously, and although he had changed a lot, his character is still the same." Chapter 4619 Wangfu Meng Yuan, the imminent world supreme powerhouse. Although Duan Ling Tian had never met Wangfu Meng Yuan before until today, he knew what kind of person she was thanks to Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother, and Lang Chunyuan, his fourth senior sister. For this reason, he respected her as much as he respected his other seniors. Eldest senior sister has entered the realm of supreme powerhouses? Duan Ling Tian asked. When Wangfu Meng Yuan arrived, he had already detected her cultivation base. He knew that she was not an ordinary supreme powerhouse, and her energy was no weaker than that of Xiao Mubai before his breakthrough. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wangfu Meng Yuan's expression relaxed, and she said with a smile, "Since you've said so, then I won't be overly courteous with you. We're all from the same faction, so there's no need to be courteous," Duan Ling Tian said amicably with a smile on his face. At this time, Xiao Bai walked over and said with a smile, Lord Duan, initially, I wanted to introduce you to the newest imminent world supreme powerhouse in our god-defying world. I didn't expect you to greet each other so quickly. I guess it's only natural since you're all fellow members of the Inner Palace faction. Your eldest senior sister is really amazing. Before entering the realm of supreme powerhouses, she was a peerless top advanced supreme god. Apart from that, she has also comprehended the devouring Tao to the 5th stage. A peerless top advanced supreme god had to comprehend at least a law to the paramount stage. If one also comprehended one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth to the 5th stage, one would be considered the strongest among peerless top advanced supreme gods. Once someone like this broke into the realm of supreme powerhouses, they would immediately become an imminent world supreme powerhouse. While Xiao Bai spoke, his gaze was slightly complicated. Wangfu Mangyuan was among the prodigies he had high hopes for since the beginning. In fact, she had caught his eyes first before Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong did. If it were not for Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyong, she would have been the most talented among all the prodigies who caught his eye. Alas, there were 2 monstrous prodigies, so she did not stand out as much as she should have. I only found out today that she entered the realm of supreme powerhouses and became an imminent world supreme powerhouse in the outer boundary, Xiao Bai continued to say, looking relieved. It's good that our god-defying world has another imminent world supreme powerhouse. Moreover, I'm sure it won't be long before she catches up to me and becomes a world supreme powerhouse as well, even if she's younger than I am. Xiao Bai was truly optimistic about Wangfu Mangyuan. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond to Xiao Bai, there was a slight commotion from the group of supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world. All of their attention was focused on Wangfu Mangyuan, imminent world supreme powerhouse. As it turns out, this woman is an imminent world supreme powerhouse. Why are there so many monstrous prodigies from the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction? It's not just Duan Ling Tian, but Wangfu Mangyuan is also from the Inner Palace faction. How unbelievable. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian also returned to his senses, and he quickly said, Congratulations on your breakthrough in becoming an imminent world supreme powerhouse, eldest senior sister. In the past, Duan Ling Tian heard from his 2 senior brothers that their eldest senior sister was only a powerful advanced supreme god. Unexpectedly, she became a peerless top advanced supreme god and became an imminent world supreme powerhouse as soon as she entered the realm of supreme powerhouses. I can't compare to you at all, junior brother, Wangfu Mangyuan said as she shook her head, when the heavenly announced your breakthrough into the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses. I was just a peerless top advanced supreme god. I wasn't in a hurry to break through until the heaven-traversing pagoda appeared after your master and your breakthrough into the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses. If it weren't for the 2 of you, I wouldn't have entered the realm of supreme powerhouses so quickly. Previously, Wangfu Mangyuan was not in a hurry to become a supreme powerhouse after becoming a peerless top advanced supreme god. She planned to face the fatal heavenly tribulation as an advanced supreme god. Although all of the advanced supreme gods in the history of the outer boundary and the myriad worlds were killed by the fatal heavenly tribulation, she was still determined to trigger the fatal heavenly tribulation. If she succeeded, she would become the first person to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation and become a level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Unexpectedly, while she was working toward her goals, the heavenly text suddenly appeared, announcing that someone was a step ahead of her. With the cultivation base of an advanced supreme god, the other party successfully survived the fatal heavenly tribulation. She also knew that the other party was her junior brother whom her other 2 junior brothers mentioned. She knew that Yang Yuchen was the one who invited Duan Ling Tian to join the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace faction. It had to be said that Yang Yuchen had a very discerning eye. However, it was likely that even Yang Yuchen did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would surpass her and soar to greater heights. After the heavenly text appeared, she was not only shocked that another advanced supreme god was a step ahead of her, but she also grew even more motivated. After the first heavenly text, she was further shocked when the second heavenly text appeared that an intermediate supreme god had survived the fatal heavenly tribulation. Shockingly, the other party also came from the god-defying world. She had heard from Yang Yuchen that the intermediate supreme god's name was Feng Qingyong, which was also the name of Duan Ling Tian's master. Yang Yuchen speculated the 2 were the same person. At that time, she lamented her luck since she was being outshone at every turn. After that, she watched as the heavenly text appeared again, announcing the duo's breakthrough into the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses. With all these, she decided to ignore the pull from the realm of supreme powerhouses. She wanted to be like Duan Ling Tian and face the fatal heavenly tribulation as an advanced supreme god. After all, everyone knew how difficult it was to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation as a supreme powerhouse. The difference between the fatal heavenly tribulation of an advanced supreme god and a supreme powerhouse was vast. One could only imagine how fierce the fatal heavenly tribulation was, considering no one survived after the historical gap until recent years. After the heaven traversing pagoda and the heaven protection talisman appeared, Wangfu Mengyuan also heard about how a saint from the outer boundary and a world supreme powerhouse from the myriad worlds successfully overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. With that, she seemed to see hope in overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation even if she was a supreme powerhouse. For this reason, the next time she felt a strong pull from the realm of supreme powerhouses, she no longer resisted it. She quickly entered the realm of supreme powerhouses and became an imminent world supreme powerhouse. Chapter 4620 Xiao Mubai's Strength. Eldest senior sister, you're overpraising me. I was just lucky, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Then, he glanced at Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan, who were standing at the side, before he continued to say, after the sparring session is over, I'll catch up with all of you. Lord Duan, we're not in a hurry. You can catch up with your seniors first, Zhang Shan said modestly. After all, not only was Duan Ling Tian powerful, but Duan Ling Tian had also saved Zhang Shan's life before. He was naturally willing to wait for Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Mubai nodded and chimed in, that's right. The fight can wait. No, it's fine. We'll catch up later, Duan Ling Tian said. Following that, the supreme powerhouses also returned to their original positions. Although they were listening to Duan Ling Tian catching up with his seniors, they did not forget the purpose of their visit, which was to watch a battle between world supreme powerhouses. To preside over the fight, Duan Ling Tian allowed Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan to enter an area that he had specially prepared in his little world. He also allowed the others to enter to watch the fight. Since Duan Ling Tian was present, everyone did not have to worry about being affected by the fight, so they could move closer to clearly watch the fight. However, due to the duo's quick movements, many of them still could not see the fight properly. After all, apart from a few elderly lords of the god-defying world, Wangfu Mengyuan was the only other imminent world supreme powerhouse present on the scene. Apart from that, those at the 4th level or above could also easily watch the fight. As for the others, they could not see much and could only sense the terse atmosphere. They could only see Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan's afterimages moving at a ridiculous speed. Lord Xiao adapted so quickly. Since the lords of the god-defying world were imminent world supreme powerhouses, they, along with Wangfu Mengyuan, could see the fight clearly. As such, they had much more insight than the others. Earlier on, they could tell that Xiao Mubai was at a disadvantage, but as time passed, Xiao Mubai began to slowly gain the advantage. After exchanging 100 moves, he was finally on equal footing with Zhang Shan. Although the duo did not use doppelgangers to fight because it was not a life or death battle, Zhang Shan still felt greatly pressured. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, there was also a group of supreme powerhouses watching him. It would be embarrassing if he lost to a new world supreme powerhouse. As time passed, Xiao Mubai continued to adapt and slowly gained the upper hand. It was then that Zhang Shan contemplated using his doppelganger. However, before he could make up his mind, Xiao Mubai suddenly stopped moving and said with a big smile, Brother Zhang, let's count this a tie today. Thank you for helping me familiarize myself with my new power. A hint of gratitude could be seen in Zhang Shan's eyes when he heard these words. He knew that Xiao Mubai was giving him a way out and saving him from embarrassment. Duan Ling Tian was the only one who realized this. Even Wangfu Mengyuan and the other imminent world supreme powerhouses thought Xiao Mubai really fought to a draw with Zhang Shan. Nonetheless, they were still shocked by Xiao Mubai's strength. As soon as he broke through, he could already fight to a draw with Zhang Shan, who had been a famous world supreme powerhouse in the 3 upper worlds for many years. Although Zhang Shan was not the strongest world supreme powerhouse in the 3 upper worlds, he was still very famous in the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds. As such, all of the supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world had heard of him before. The imminent world supreme powerhouses and the level 4 supreme powerhouses on the scene could not get enough of the fight and wished to watch another fight between the two. Alas, who knew how long they would have to wait to watch another fight again? At this moment, a few lords of the god-defying world congratulated Xiao Mubai. Congratulations, Lord Xiao, on having such strength despite just breaking through. You're a blessing to the god-defying world. At the same time, they looked at him enviously and sent private messages through voice transmission. Lord Xiao, can you ask Lord Duan to give us some guidance when you have the time? I'll do what I can, Xiao Mubai said, not daring to promise them anything. After all, he also felt embarrassed when he sought advice from Duan Lingtian. Although he had helped Duan Lingtian in the past, he felt that Duan Lingtian had long repaid the favor. Currently, he felt that he owed Duan Lingtian more. For all these reasons, Xiao Mubai could only mention this matter to Duan Lingtian to help these few people. Ultimately, the decision lay with Duan Lingtian. Everyone, I'll be leaving with my seniors first, Duan Lingtian said with a nod to Xiao Mubai, Zhang Shan, and the others before he left with Wangfu Mengyuan and the others, returning to the Myriad Laws Academy's inner palace faction. Sha Jia and Sha Yu, on the other hand, returned to the Sha clan with the clan's supreme powerhouse. When they arrived at the Myriad Laws Academy and the inner palace faction, no one was the wiser. Lang Chunyuan looked at Duan Lingtian curiously with her big eyes as she asked, Junior brother, you and your master are both level 7 supreme powerhouses. Is either of you stronger than the other or are you both on par with each other? Lang Chunyuan had long wanted to ask this question, but Wangfu Mengyuan had been staring at her so she did not dare to speak until now. Our strength is roughly the same, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. He naturally had to be considerate of his master. While Duan Lingtian was chatting with his seniors, he suddenly discovered something. He was briefly distracted by it. Something had happened in the Divine Offering Land, but the doppelganger from the Law of Time he left at the Sha clan could handle the matter. His son, Duan Niantian, had come looking for him for help. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.